starts with this, a person that you miss. Mine draws a blank. I wanna go back to the early days when life was an escape. Now I just wait for better days. I lost myself in your reality. Lost myself. I lost myself in your reality. Lost myself. I feel that life, according to a friend, we're all shrink wrapped in families and making ends meet, stuck in jobs we'll never leave. I never wanna be like that, so I wanna go back to my reality. Wanna go back. I wanna go back to my reality. Wanna go back. Didn't mean to sound so concerning. Am I alone in the hurt? I never followed anyone. It's so absurd. I wanna go back to my reality. Wanna go back. I wanna go back to my reality. Wanna go back. Trying to go back. Gotta go back. Gotta go It starts with this, a person that you miss. Mine draws a blank. I wanna go back to the early days when life was an escape. Now I just wait for better days. I lost myself in your reality. Lost myself. I lost myself in your reality. Lost myself. I feel that life, according to a friend, we're all shrink wrapped in families and making ends meet, stuck in jobs we'll never leave. I never wanna be like that, so I wanna go back to my reality. Wanna go back. I wanna go back to my reality. Wanna go back. Didn't mean to sound so concerning. Am I alone in the hurt? I never followed anyone. It's so absurd. I wanna go back to my reality. Wanna go back. I wanna go back to my reality. Wanna go back. Trying to go back. Gotta go back. Gotta go It starts with this, a person that you miss. Mine draws a blank. I wanna go back to the early days when life was an escape. Now I just wait for better days. I lost myself in your reality. Lost myself. I lost myself in your reality. Lost myself. I feel that life, according to a friend, we're all shrink wrapped in families and making ends meet, stuck in jobs we'll never leave. I never wanna be like that, so I wanna go back to my reality. Wanna go back. I wanna go back to my reality. Wanna go back. Didn't mean to sound so
your passion. Share your passion. Wherever, whenever. Gaming is a lifestyle. Get your merch at shop.eslgaming.com.
DreamLeague Season 20 is brought to you by Intel, Acer Predator, DHL, and Monster Energy.
Hello, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome back to DreamLeague Season 20. It's, of course, MLP Dota and John X Fire joining you. Jonathan, DreamLeague Season 20 is upon us. First day of the group stages. I'm just going to ask you straight off the bat, so how the hell are you feeling?
Feeling great, Mike. I'm feeling great that you're finally joining me here. I missed you. We weren't around for 19. You weren't around for Berlin. You're too busy having a child, but now you have a new child. Season 20 is your child, Mike, and we're going to have fun with it.
It certainly is, Jonathan. Hopefully this child doesn't cry as much as my real one does.
I'll cry for us.
I have not been getting much sleep.
I'm going to do all the crying, Mikey.
Yes, you certainly are, Jonathan, because talent are involved in DreamLeague Season 20, and, well, we're not going to get to cast them today, but I'm going to be making a hell of a lot of jokes because I know how upset it does make you to hear that name right now. Still, what a day we have upon us, Jonathan. DreamLeague Season 20, I mean, so many great teams involved as per usual. So much money on the line. I mean, we're going to go throughout all this in just a moment, but we're watching international Dota again. This isn't region-based. This is international Dota, the best kind of Dota. God damn it, Jonathan, I can't wait to get started.
Yeah, it's going to be good. A lot on the line. Every series counts. You know, we've in group stage number 1 in particular, 4 teams getting chopped off, and you don't want to be in the bottom gets chopped off. You want to be in the running, to be invited to Riyadh. You want that prize pool, so you've got to bring your A game. And again, as you mentioned, international Dota, you know, it's very different. It's exciting. It's different styles. It's a fresh patch that we've had maybe a month or two to kind of settle into. So I'm keen to see what the teams bring.
I'm keen to see a tournament overview, Jonathan. Let's have a look at that and see exactly how this tournament is going to run. Because, again, there's just so much to keep track of. But there you go. 16 teams for group stage number 1, 8 teams for group stage number 2. And then we go into the playoffs, 4 teams available there. And then 2 teams will qualify directly to the Riyadh Masters, Jonathan. That's the big one, of course, that every team and player is playing for throughout DreamLeague. And again, I mean, there's just so much damn money on the line, Jonathan. So much prestige on the line. How could you not want to qualify?
Yeah, like you want to be up there. You want to make it all the way to the qualification point. Only 2 teams out of the 20 or so we have on hand. So it's going to be a bloodbath on that road to Riyadh there, Mike. Of course, we start out with group stage number 1 with the 16 teams on hand. All best of 2 games. So again, you don't want to get draws here. You want some clean wins. You don't want to get 0-2 as well. I'm keen to see how these teams do.
Absolutely. I mean, I was talking about prize pools as well, Jonathan. Let's have a look at the prize pool and distribution of said prize pool, because again, there's a lot of money on the line. DreamLeague Season 20, first place gets 300k, Jonathan. 300 grand is available for first place. Second place, of course, still going home with $175,000 and still qualifying to the Riyadh Masters. And then you can see the distribution. Obviously, it goes down the lower you do place, but I mean, I must admit, even if you place middle of the pack, you're still making some pretty damn good money. Nevertheless, though, 300k for first place is the big one. And that is a hell of a lot of money for me, Jonathan. And I'm sure for these players, too.
Yeah, you're not going to be competing for that, Mike. Let's not get ahead of ourselves here. It's a juicy amount, but don't act like you're getting a cut. You know, the teams, of course, will get their cut. And everyone wants a cut of something. Even our bottom 2 teams will get a little bit of something for their time here. Still, you don't want to be anywhere near the red. You want to be in the top 2. And yeah, that's a ridiculous prize pool. It's so eye-watering compared to what we've seen before. It's It's kind of insane. It's almost like I'm always speechless about how much money there is in just the league. You know, there's even more at Riyadh, but just the league itself is kind of ridiculous.
It certainly is, John. Let's have a look at the contenders. Of course, Group A is where we can start. See who is competing for this prize pool. Group number A, or group letter A, I should say, rather.
Number.
A is not a number, Jonathan. Team Liquid, Team Spirit, Evil Geniuses, PSG LGD, TSM, Talon, Tundra Esports, and, of course, Team Secret, the newest SEA team, in fact, Jonathan,
Yes.
based by the roster that's going on here for DreamLeague 20. What a stack we have for Group A. I mean, this is going to be what looks like an absolute bloodbath. And I can honestly say, as much as people would probably just say, hey, it's going to be Team Liquid, I don't think you can pick a real favorite for this group. This one's just way too stacked.
It definitely is. It's really competitive. I think it's going to be... third to sixth is probably the one that's going to be really scary. I can see a lot of teams tying up in that area. Of course, it's not just Group A that we do have on hand. We do have a second group of 8 teams for Group B. Group number B, as you'd say, Mikey. So we can take a look at who is in that group. Game and Gladiators, 9 Pandas, Beast Coast, Team Master, Shopify Rebellion, Bet Boom Team replacing Execration, OG, and Entity. And this one, I mean, okay, it's a little bit weird that you can't say Liquid is for sure in Group A, just going to be number one. Here, it's so hard to bet against Game and Gladiators, to be fair. Like, I think it's still going to be tight all the way down, but I'd be very surprised if GG didn't place number one.
Well, hold on a minute, John. Shopify, they got Miracle now. Bat chest? I mean,
True.
come on now. I mean, Quinn versus Miracle, that's going to be the matchup of the ages. I can't wait to see that one, I'll tell you. Let's have a look at the schedule. Let's see maybe if it is happening very, very soon. The schedule for today, of course, it isn't happening today. Spoiler alert, Jonathan. It's Team Spirit versus TSM to start things off here. Bet Boom versus Team Asta. And then, of course, you have TSM versus Secret and Team Asta versus OG to finish us off for the night. For this stream in particular, a hype day of games, Jonathan. Again, it's quite hard to pick the winners in all these series. We're going to be starting with Team Spirit versus TSM to get the stream underway. But my God, I can't wait to see some good Dota.
Yeah, it's going to be exciting. Again, every single series counts. And just getting early land Dota always makes me excited. You know, even before the major, this kicks us off, and we're like a full month before the major. Like these matches are going to be lit. I'm going to be so excited to see what the teams bring out, what improvements we can see from these teams as well. Because we've watched quite a fair bit of the DPC ourselves, Mike, and we've seen some of these teams. So I want to see how much they've improved coming into these lands.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, that's the thing, right? It's always fun to have these kind of LAN events before a major happens, because you can kind of get a bit of a sneak peek as to what could happen. And as well as that, the meta develops a lot, right? Because we're in 7.33C. We haven't had much international Dota since it first came out. So every region's got its own meta going on. And now you have all these, arguably the best teams in the world from each region coming together and just going at it for this huge prize pool. And what I'm really excited about is how is this meta going to devolve? Like, are we still going to see Medusas coming out? Is Spirit Breaker still going to be broken? Is Techie still going to be broken? You know, I don't know. All these questions to be answered very soon, I'm sure. But I think that's what I'm most curious about, because let me tell you, Jonathan, I have been losing a lot of MMR in these past couple of days, and I'm not happy about it. I need a bit of a front foot here. I need the pros to tell me what the hell to do, because I have no idea what I'm doing.
I thought you were just playing Spirit Breaker. How could you lose, right? You said it yourself. Spirit Breaker's broken. What happened to that point?
Listen,
you had a lot of claims about the Spirit Breaker.
I had 2 Spirit Breaker games today. None of them went well. I performed my duty. I won every lane for my team, but my position ones, my mid players, you know, needless to say, they were complete trash. Complete and utter trash, Jonathan. And keep in mind, I was playing on 150 ping in those games. Still the best player on the team, as per usual.
If you say so, Mike. I mean, if you say your Spirit Breaker does that, of course, for our first matchup in the stream, we'll see if TSM can break Team Spirit and beat the Spirit Breakers to them, because TSM has been having a bit of a rough time, of course. We've watched them in the NADPC. They're not going to the major, and it's been a little bit up and down for them, touch and go in the last tour. So I'm curious to see how our first matchup goes, of course. That's going to be an interesting one to kick off here, Mike.
It certainly will be, because you kind of mentioned TSM have been somewhat struggling. Like, they came third in NA Div 1, which is not something I think anyone was really expecting. I know for a fact Coach Moon Meander was not happy at all about that, and he had some some very based words to say about that, Jonathan. And I think going into DreamLeague Season 20, he did himself say he was going to take this very, very seriously, as well as the rest of TSM. We're going to take it very, very seriously. But like you said, against Team Spirit, obviously placing first in EEU, no surprises there. And these are the TI-10 champs, Jonathan. You can't underestimate these guys. It's going to be a hype matchup. I wonder what TSM's going to do, because they understand that their first series is arguably one of the more challenging ones.
Yeah, it certainly is. It's just, there are no easy series, to be fair. Every single series is going to be an uphill battle for every single team. TSM, again, going to be tested here, whether or not they've improved since the DPC, which was pretty rough for them, considering their expectations. Team Spirit, for their part, they're coming out of the DPC. No series lost. They've dropped a couple of games here and there, but they take a 7-0 in their own region. They're looking strong. You and I had a chat about this before we went live. This feels like a patch where Team Spirit will shine. You've got stuff like the Magnus for Collapse that could come out. You've got aggressive supports like the Spirit Breaker. There's so much that you can do for a team like Spirit, that this could be the time where they maybe take DreamLeague, maybe they take the major, and have that momentum going into Riyadh, going into TI.
Well, that's a very good point you made as well, because we were speaking earlier about Team Spirit in particular, and I kind of made the point that every EEU game that I did watch, that I had the chance to watch, because again, it's been a bit of a busy period for me, Jonathan, but I did try to tune in as much as I could. And the thing is with Team Spirit is they've got Yatoro. And Yatoro, I don't think he really has a hero pool. Like, this guy has a hero ocean. Like, it's a hero planet this guy's playing on. It's kind of ridiculous how versatile of a POS 1 we have here in Yatoro. And then you've got players like Collapse, who's famous for that Magnus that they won TI-10 with, Jonathan. And guess what? Magnus is very, very popular in the patch right now, thanks to a very, very particular item called Harpoon. And, based, of course, on the fact that he's a universal hero now for some apparent reason. So, there you go. Scary, scary times ahead. TSM, on the other hand, again, you and I, we've watched a lot of NA Div 1 because we were casting NA Div 1, and there was a bit of a struggle, obviously, against the lesser teams. They were doing TSM things, still just destroying them. But against Nouns and Shopify, maybe a bit rougher around the edges. And I think Moon Meander in particular told us that he didn't think he had a grasp of the meta and the new patch at the time of 2 or 3 happening. Then again, we spoke to Ari. Ari said to us he thinks there were some communication issues going on with TSM that they since have resolved. So we'll see if that does show in this first series. But TSM, I feel like they've got something to prove here in their first series, to say the least.
For sure. They've got to show us some of that improvements. We've got to see this new understanding that Moon Meanders come out with on the patch. We've got to see the communications kick in, because it has seemed like sometimes TSM can look a little bit lost. So I'm looking forward to whether or not we see a resurgence of TSM. Again, it's been hit or miss. And for a storied team like TSM, for a team that looked pretty good in the last DPC cycle with this roster, it's been harder. It's more like, I feel like for Moon Meander in particular, it's more like a mentorship role almost with a lot of the players here. Kasane, Ari being fairly fresh faces in the scene. Whitemon, I mean, we all love Whitemon, but he's not the talkiest guy in the game. He's not the guy that tends to shot call as well. So
yeah,
whether or not they find that guiding voice in the game, I feel like that's a very hard thing to set up for. Still, we'll take a look at her lineups. Team Spirit on hand.
I mean, look at these handsome boys, Jonathan. It doesn't get much more handsome than this. Yatoro, God, Lal, Collapse, Mirror, and Maposhka for the side of Team Spirit. Jonathan, we've already kind of gone over this team a lot, but this is arguably the favorites in this matchup against TSM, the TI-10 champs themselves. Again, in this kind of meta, in 7.33C, I have a funny feeling Team Spirit, they're going to be one of the scarier teams. And look at that haircut from Yatoro. That is an anime haircut if I've ever seen one, Jonathan. That's fantastic.
It is. He's colored it orange as well. It looks way brighter than red. And everyone, we'll go through their camp, see how they're feeling coming into this. It is the first series for both of these teams, of course. Day number 1 of DreamLeague 20 here. Let's see how well they've prepped, what kind of heroes we get out. Gonna be keen to see what in particular Collapse will be able to play, of course. I think that's always been the key point. And what kind of funky supports Mira and Miposhka can get away with. Because, we've had some interesting supports pop out. Stuff like Batrider 4, Spirit Breaker 4 or 5. A lot of options for every single one here.
Absolutely. It's Miposhka. breathing in deeply before the game starts. Of course, TSM, they've got Tomato, Brawl, Kasane, Ari, and of course your boy Whitemon, the Ignition God himself. Again, these boys self-proclaimed, Jonathan. They did say there were some issues going on during 2 or 3 of NADPC, and we're going to see if those issues have been resolved, and hopefully they have been. Because this team, they're brilliant when they're hot, Jonathan. And when they're not hot, things can fall apart. But this is a team you also cannot underestimate in the form of TSM. Again, these guys are so handsome as well, Jonathan. Who am I to not say that, you know? These guys are great.
They're great-looking blokes. They're well-spoken blokes as well when we do get to interview them. And again, I'm keen to see what they do bring out, how well they fix their comms, what kind of draft they have on hand, because I feel like a lot of games from TSM tend to launch off from Kasane having a good game. Like, you can always rely on Braille, and you can always rely on Tomato to kind of get that form the team needs, but Kasane feels like the one factor that kind of dictates how well the rest of the game goes. Going through their camps, we see Moon Meander in the back, always happy to see that.
Always happy to see the coach, and I'm always happy to see these player cams, Jonathan. They just can never get it right. Ari off-centered completely. Very, very good to see. It's the classic pro player experience here with their cameras, and you know what, John? That's a good sign. You know, they haven't been focusing on cameras. There's the Ignition God eating snacks as per always. Surprise, surprise. If there's a day that we look at Whitemon and he's not eating, color me surprised, Jonathan. I won't believe it's Whitemon. It must be Moon Meander sitting down at that point.
Yeah, he's always got to be chewing on something. He's always got to be doing something. At the least, we don't have to see his whatever the hell his fan was when he was in Southeast Asia. Like that fan that went like this. Like, what kind of fan is that? It looked like a ceiling fan on the floor. Whitemon's just insane.
That's the man of a. That's the fan of a real sicko, Jonathan. Just you know, he bought that on purpose just to troll anyone that was looking behind him to see what was going on. It's just a crazy, crazy man. But sometimes, Jonathan, that's what you need in Dota 2. You need to be a little bit crazy. Right? We're all a little bit insane here in Dota 2, and that's the way we like it.
Yeah, that's the way we like it, and I'm keen to see how these two teams go up against each other. You know, what we see in the draft, what happens, what gets banned, because there's a lot of heroes that it feels like are a priority. Even the Medusa, we still slide through sometimes, and it's still an issue. So, kind of keen to see what ideas TSM will bring out and what ideas Team Spirit will show us as well.
Yeah, absolutely. We will be going into that draft rather soon as well between these two teams. And you know, these meta picks are 7.33C, like we've been able to see it per region, but when you combine teams internationally, the mix of meta that comes together in one glorious pot of something to give us the real prize, you know, the real nice delicacy we're looking for here in this 7.33C patch. Hopefully we'll find out very, very soon though. John, if you were to point out, I mean, I've already kind of said I think Team Spirit are the favorites, but how heavy are we talking? 50-50, 70-30, 60-40, like what do we think?
80-20, I think, 80-20. Realistically. 80-20, realistically.
Goodness
based on the
me.
track record, that's probably the odds that you'd see. And it's down to TSM to prove us wrong. I'd love to be proven wrong, but I feel like, again, it's been a rough showing for the boys. And the time frame they've had since NADPC into this is pretty rough. Still, into the draft we finally go. Whitemod's still just chewing away. I can't get over that. Like, the draft is going, we've got the bans and picks, and Whitemod is just munching away. No cares in the world.
They don't pay him to click hero buttons, Jonathan. They pay Moon Meander for that. He can sit back and relax a little bit, get some snacks in. You saw him eating a little bit faster because the draft was going faster than expected as well. Just hilarious. They do start off with the techies on Team Spirit. Surprise, surprise there. It's one of the most broken heroes in the game, if not the most broken. I mean, you keep carrying on about this hero quite a lot. And I can't blame you. I mean, it is very, very strong.
It is. I'm surprised that it is allowed through with Team Spirit taking it up. And for the side of TSM, they do start off with the Lich and the Bloodseeker. We do see Team Spirit now pick the Storm Spirit. So that is a pretty safe pick as well to block off stuff like Void Spirit. Doesn't feel as good up against the Storm, although we still see that lane every now and again. Maybe a Pangolier could be something that comes out for TSM, for Brawl. If they want to pick that up, it should be in the room for the bans for Team Spirit now. And I am a little bit curious about what else slides through, because, you know, you've taken care of a lot of the off lanes. I'm not sure what else Kasane would excuse me, would really want to play here. Same for Collapse, of course, not having his Magnus.
Man, Collapse, he's got the anime haircut going too, Jonathan. Look at the strands of
Yeah.
hair just on the forehead. That's perfect.
Yeah.
Who's styling this guy? Who's his stylist? I need that number.
Yeah, you can't rock that look, Mikey. Let's face it.
Oh,
Your
I
beard takes
could.
too much attention away. No,
I
not
could
with a
do it.
beard. It's either you have this kind of hair or you have your kind of beard. You can't have both. Can't have both, Mike. Too much cool.
Yeah, but my chin isn't as strong as Collapse's is, Jonathan.
Yeah, well, maybe keep the beard. You know, keep the beard, Mike. Don't try the hair.
We're looking at, I think it's Kasane. I can't tell. I haven't memorized Kasane's forehead before, but I think that might be him. Is it? I don't even know. It's somebody.
This is a classic fixture, of course, of the NADPC. The cameras it's either they have no light, they live in total darkness, or the cameras just can't find her face. That's NA for you.
That's NA for you, all right. Of course, Mirror rocking the haircut I'm rocking right now, Jonathan.
Don't compliment yourself that highly, Mike. let's not get ahead of ourselves here.
All right,
Mirror's a young, fine-looking lad, and you're Michael Phoenix. That's it.
I am. Talk about the drafts for me, Jonathan. We got some bans going on here. It looks like Team Spirit very focused in on the mid lane right now, getting rid of the Quap and the Puck. So just your casual Storm counters, just make sure the Storm has the absolute best kind of laning stage. TSM getting rid of the Io and the Pugna, which are natural batteries towards the Storm. Just, that constant mana regen coming in throughout a team fight, especially a very prolonged team fight, can make it so the Pugna Io just seem completely busted in the wrong hands with a Storm. In combination. Team Spirit, though, one more ban to go before we can get into the pick phase. TSM will also have one more ban left. I wonder if Team Spirit just continue to focus on the mid lane here, just really make sure that Lal's going to have a good game.
Yeah, they're leaving in the Void Spirit so far here. Team Spirit leaving it unbanned. Along with a Pangolier. I think these are the two options for TSM on the mid. Maybe the Ember Spirit if you want that. Ember versus Storm is pretty alright as well to lane into. And we've seen Brile pretty much play all of those heroes. So I'm wondering what the priority is for Team Spirit. I'd say the safest bet is the Void Spirit or Ember ban. Because both of those heroes, you don't really have the best lockdown for either one. The lane matchups are pretty alright. They do ban out the Void Spirit, so Ember's left in the pool. I'm guessing it's either the Ember or the Pango for TSM on mid. But my real interest is still in that offlane, because it does feel like a lot of key offlanes have been taken out. We've seen some pocket picks. Kasane's still been rocking the Brood Mother, and he looked damn impressive when he did manage to pick it up. I don't know how high of a priority that is for Collapse. He's still got a lot. The offlane Spirit Breaker core is still there. He's played a little bit of that Primal Beast. He's had some funkier picks, depending on your core matchup. Maybe a Visage would feel pretty good, especially if you run the Techies 4. Like, Techies Visage lane sounds pretty disgusting. You get the Grave Chill, easy blast off, sticky bomb, and you just dish the damage to constantly pump out Soul Assumptions. I wouldn't mind if TSM gets a read on that. Just ban out a Visage, because it's going to be damn annoying for a Bloodseeker to lane into that.
It would be. I have to see, because TSM, they do have one more ban left before the draft will continue. Thinking about it a little bit more heavily. I mean, you've already got rid of the natural batteries for the Storm. I think the only one left is really the Keeper of the Light, but I wouldn't say Coddle is the most popular one, and they're actually going to get rid of the AM. That's pretty interesting, and that's why they've gotten rid of the AM, Jonathan. There's going to be a Medusa in the game. Question now is, are we looking at a position 3 Medusa, or is it a position 1 Medusa? Because there is a Bloodseeker in the game, so a bit of flexibility here for TSM.
I want to say that should be your safe lane Dusa. I think you've got a Dusa plus Lich lane, which feels pretty stable. I don't think we've seen Kasane play the off lane Medusa himself. Trying to check back, and no, we haven't. At least in the DPC. Maybe this is something they've picked up on scrims. I feel like if I would have to choose, it does feel nicer to get a Bloodseeker with farm and just keep the Dusa on off lane. Try to play with utility, try to suppress them with your Mystic Snake spam, maybe build a Phylactery. For Team Spirit's part, they go into the Jug, which is, you talked about that deep pool or the deep ocean Yatora has. This is a hero that he's picked up quite a fair bit. And the Jug is an interesting hero because you don't really see it too much in other regions, but in this case, it blocks off a lot of the magic damage you want to do on TSM's end. You've got Omni Slash plus Diffusal that can kind of take care of the Dusa. Jug is a very good defusal builder as well. It's his attack speed can get ridiculous. So I like seeing that come out, and we do see the Tide Hunter coming out here for Collapse in the offlane. So just a steady option, especially if you're running the safe lane Bloodseeker. It's not going to be the best feeling to go into the Tide. Tide plus Techie's lane, pretty devastating. Like, you know, you love talking about me rambling about the Techies. Let me ramble a little bit here. Gush plus Techie's right click is a pretty much winning lane. There's no not winning that one. Minus armor plus his ridiculous range and his ridiculous damage when he has like double branch and maybe a band, and you're kind of happily there, a circlet.
Actually, you mentioned that. Like the Techies Tide lane, I agree with you. This lane, it's very, very potent. And, you know, I've actually had a lot of experience with this lane because me and T-Panda, or rather T-Panda and I ran it quite a bit in the offlane when we were playing pubs in Western Europe. Listen, these are high-level pubs, all right? Don't get on my case, Jonathan. And sure. I agree with you. It's very, very potent because Sticky Bomb slow plus Gush slow plus the minus armor from Gush and the right clicks that you spoke about from the Techies. It's pretty insane how much damage they can deal to you. The kill potential is super high from this offlane of Spirit now. On the same side of things though, if you wanted to run the position 5 Techies and have it lane with the Juggernaut, that's also kind of a strong combo. Because Sticky Bomb slow is ridiculous. Add that to the spin, it's just a classic spin plus slow combination from Spirit in the safe lane. So I like the flexibility. I think I would dare say I prefer Techies and Tide based off my own experiences, John, but I think either lane is really strong.
Yeah, it is. If it's really dominant lanes, a couple of options I'm seeing for Spirit to keep that domination under Jug lane as well as maybe just a classic CM Jug, right? It's still somewhat of a battery for the Storm with a mana aura as well. So that could be a solution coming out from Team Spirit. TSM, pick up the Wind Ranger. That should be our Brawl hero. Maybe some flexibility in the pause 4. Although I don't believe we see TSM run the support Wind Ranger as much as they run the mid for Brawl. And we haven't seen R pick that up. So mid Wind Ranger up against Storm is a pretty decent lane, to be fair. You're not in threat of Overload. You're not in threat of Static Remnant. So you can just stand back, power shot, get some good damage off. But I'm rather curious about this, because I'm still not sold on Wind Ranger core, even though universal type. Like the Gleipnir timing is going to be nice to help you lock down the Storm, I suppose, and this will force an MKB out from the Jug. So the Jug's kind of forced to itemize for 2 heroes. Like once you get the Fusel, sure, you answer to do so. You're not going to answer the Wind Ranger anytime soon. And that does leave the supports last, which is always a little bit interesting for both teams. Again, CM's still an option. I like that Team Spirit ban out the Spirit Breaker, a highly aggressive support that would help TSM kind of get going here. The Rubik is banned out as well by the side of TSM. I don't know, like if you're Team Spirit, you could probably opt for the CM Jug lane. You could opt for maybe a Kotl, or I guess Elder Titan if you're still worried about the Medusa. Like the Stomp is still pretty damn good against the hero.
It certainly is. Final bans to come, the Bounty Hunter being removed now, as well as the Spirit Break from Team Spirit. It's TSM getting rid of the Rubik. One more support ban is what we're looking for here for TSM before we can finish off these drafts, and that is something I have noticed in particular in 7.33c. Like we've been seeing a lot of final pick supports, because they do get rid of the Keeper of the Light, so they really just want to ensure that that last kind of mana battery is not available for the Storm. That's fair enough. Coddle's also pretty busted when you combine it with the Techies, let me tell you, Jonathan. It's a lot of fun just spamming Sticky Bomb over and over again. It's Team Spirit. Final pickup now. Position 4 or position 5 is what they're looking for. TSM seem to believe perhaps it was a position 4 that they're trying to pick up here. So again, the laning is very flexible with the Techie support. You can pretty much put it anywhere with anyone. But both the Tide and Jug are very suitable with this hero. And they're going to go down the Mirana route. So it's still very flexible nonetheless, but I would assume maybe it's going to be just the Mirana position 5 here from Maposhka and run the Techies 4 instead. A TSM. Is this going to be a core Wind Ranger? Is it going to be a support Wind Ranger? I mean, you made the point earlier that we usually only see TSM running the mid Wind Ranger, and it hasn't looked the best, especially in terms of the win rate of the hero as a core in the pro meta. It just hasn't been as high as you would like, and they're going to go down the Skywrath route. Fair enough. Interesting drafts here from both sides. Skywrath obviously to deal with the Storm Spirit later on, just that Ancient Seal, but that's something else we've kind of been seeing, John. I've been seeing a lot of Skywrath picked into Storm in the pro meta, and I'll tell you what, I feel like most times it ends up losing. So the Ancient Seal's a great counter, but it just doesn't seem to ever be enough.
No, it's not quite enough, especially as you itemize here. I'm curious to see how much they can get out with the Sky. We are seeing the Kasane offlane Dusa come out as well, which again is not something we've seen TSM themselves run. So I'm keen to see what Kasane's read is on the hero. Usually it's still the phylactery build-up. And we know we've got a game when Whitemond's done eating, Mike. He's still cleaning. He's still doing something with his mouth. Okay, he's just speaking. All right, no food, no food.
Yeah, I mean, I think Moon Meander gave him a quick slap over the head as he walked away. Like, stop eating, Whitemond. Come on now. First series, gotta take it seriously. Shout out to Ari, Jonathan, growing a nice little beard there. Lovely to see. It's not easy, Jonathan. It's not easy, as you would know.
I would know.
I wouldn't, but you would.
Oh, wow.
There's Kasane. We've had enough of looking at his forehead. Gonna look at his beautiful face.
Well,
Talk to me though, John. I never really asked you, draft-wise, did you have a preferred draft going into this game number 1 here between Team Spirit and, of course, TSM?
I'd probably lean towards Team Spirit's draft. I think it's a lot easier to play this one. Your one worry is, again, your lane for your Skywrath Mage more than your Skywrath Mage. Your lane for your Storm, and how much you can really get out here for Laurel. I think that's your one concern. Beyond that, like, you should have a pretty stable time. Your lanes look pretty damn good with what you have on hand. Why
are we seeing slacks? Don't worry about it, Jonathan. You're gonna see a lot of that.
Oh. God bless.
I know. The funny thing is, you were talking about something being concerning, and I was like, yeah, there's slacks. Right on cue.
Always concern. Always concern.
So we do get into it. Game number 1 between Team Spirit and, of course, TSM set to get underway. Can't wait to see how this one's going to break out. Let's see it. I mean, Spray's already being placed in the mid lane. Do we see an early level 1 team fight here between these two, John?
I mean, you could. I'm not sure who'd favor. Maybe Team Spirit just a little bit, but you can't underestimate what TSM can do. We'll go for a smoke. They were outside of the ward vision at least. So we'll see what direction they go.
Run down towards the south. So southeast is where they'll go. TSM trying to wrap around through the Radiant jungle. They might run right into Yatoro here. Yatoro trying to set up for the bounty rune. There is a lot of heroes on the high ground. This could be quite bad for TSM, but they're still rushing forward. They're going to find Yatoro. He'll come to spin immediately and just kind of run away. So TSM, they do a decent job of securing the bounty rune. Ultimately, could not really secure a kill here against Team Spirit, who were seemingly prepared for it. In which case, of course, we're just going to go to the landing stage. I don't believe either side is going to stick around to try and go for any first bloods. I say that. I suppose you could start off with a trial lane in this meta, but for now, at the very least, we'll get into the laning stage. Of course, bot lane, you're going to see Ari and Maposhka going at it right now. They're going to be joined by Kasane and Yatoro, but for now, Ari and Maposhka just going to go for a bit of a fight down to this bot jungle, and it seems like in the end, Ari just going to be forced to back out of there. He is against the techies after all.
Yeah, you don't win the right-click trade there. No way, not with the techie's base damage and your armor on the Sky. Still taking a peek at that mid lane. It's Bryle on the Wind Ranger up against Laurel on the Storm Spirit. Again, this should be pretty smooth for a Wind Ranger. Not the worst thing in the world. Should be able to manage that lane for the most part. The level spike for the Storm Bearer is pretty nice up top.
Oh boy, first blood already being drawn here. Mirror going down to Whitemon, who just chases him down with the Frost Blast and the Blood Grenade. And Whitemon already off to a fantastic start with some bonus gold here, John.
Yeah. All that eating giving him the energy he needs to play like that. So you wanna stay energized when you go into these games. Seeing some action down bot as well. A little poke and prodding onto Yatoro. Again, Kasane on the offlane Dusa is gonna be an interesting one to watch out for. I think the offlane Dusa is just not something we see TSM run. I've seen this a lot in other regions. Western Europe in particular has a lot of this, but just how much Kasane can get is gonna be interesting, especially up against a Techie's lane. Mind you, we're not seeing that aggression you were talking about with the Techie's Jug. It's a little bit harder to gap close with a Skywrath Mage popping all his spells out. And the Dusa is still fairly tanky despite having, you know, not the highest HP, but the Mana Shield at level 2, it's more than enough of a barrier for Kasane to feel safe.
Yeah, I mean, you do hit level 2 now, Maposhka, so you could try to go for a kill here onto Ari or Kasane. Yatoro might want the level 2 spin, but just with the blast off Sticky Bomb itself, pretty big power spike for the techies here in the laning stage, if you did want to go in right now. Maposhka, not going to do it for now. It's top lane. It's Tomato and Whitemon again standing there against Collapse and Mirror. Collapse probably going to have a pretty good time, right? Like, there's not really much in the way of doing anything about him, though. As I say that, Collapse is going to get chased down a little bit here with the Blood Right and the Frost Blast. So you do have that nice combination. But Collapse, once he has the Ring of Health up, I don't think he's going to be in too much danger here in this this top lane. It's probably going to turn to a very stagnant kind of laning phase for the top side.
Yeah, should just default to quite a fair bit of farming for both sides, which is going.
Getting very close, missing the Sticky Bomb there onto Ari, but has the blast off to use if he wants. Yatoro was rushing forward, but decides better of it as Maposhka could not find a nice angle for the blast off. It's the thing for Ari though, like on a Skyrath Mage with 0 base armor, it's pretty hard to stand against his techies.
Yeah, you just can't trade. He has 700 range, he has a lot of damage just with a few stats coming out from
Ari's
Magic
just dead, I
Wand.
think. Yeah, he's gone.
What a balance
Unsurprisingly,
hero.
Jonathan, Ari's gonna drop.
Yeah, one balance here, 700 range, 62 to 64 damage swing with just the wand. Balanced. I see no issues.
Very balanced indeed. No issues whatsoever. As now Kasane's in trouble. They've got the blast off available here, John. They don't even need it. Or maybe they did. Yatoro not able to secure the kill. Had the healing ward going, but it's not going to be enough. They will secure the kill onto Yatoro as now Kasane looking to turn this one around. Maposhka trying to run, decides better of it. We'll just secure a CS. It's Kasane finding a double kill on the Medusa. And I'll tell you, John, he looked as good as dead. But the wand charges proved to be enough. No blast off being committed to really try and secure that kill on the Medusa. And it does cost them on the side of Spirit.
That's a strong showing already from the side of TSM. Just getting those 2 kills onto Kasane of all people, managing to use his wand charge very well to get a little bit of that shield back. Again, the damage block is pretty damn big. It's something you have to be concerned about as we do see the replay here.
They will secure the kill onto Yatoro as now Kasane looking to turn this one. Collapse is being chased down right now at the top lane as well, while we were just looking at a highlight. Whitemon. They're going to go for the chase on Mirror. Tomato has that level 2 thirst, so he's a very, very speedy boy at the moment. And Mirror, he's one leap charge away from being able to get out and does commit it. So he's going to be just fine. Meanwhile, bottom lane, Yatoro has ended up picking off Ari once again. So they do find the Skyrath. Kasane's dropping extremely low on HP. In fact, Maposhka looks like he wants to go for a chase. Look at the damage he's dealing right now to this Medusa. I mean, she's got 340 HP. She's sticking around though. Maposhka, he'll keep going. Mango was 8 there by Kasane as Maposhka maybe getting baited past the tier 1 tower is going to go down.
Oh.
And that was a very nice bait laned by Kasane, who had the mangoes ready and also had a couple of wand charges, proving to be just enough to survive.
Man, he's going to get really scary now. He's hitting that timing into the phylactery. So every use of that Mystic Snake's now going to hurt even more. A lot of slows to stack with your Skyrath Mage. And then the lane start for Kasane is huge.
Top lane, Collapse in big danger, though Tomato's the one to go down first. So no healing coming up for the Bloodseeker. Whitemon, he's going to go for a run, but Mirror is on the chase and maybe might just have enough. One more right click would do it, but Whitemon, he's juking up through the tree line, and now Mirror, he's going a bit too far. The blood grenade connecting. Mirror, oh no, he's going to go down.
Whitemon! What is that?
That's the ignition card, Jonathan. What a juke from Whitemon.
See, that's why they let him chew on cereal or whatever he was having before a match.
damn
Just
right.
get him energized.
Ari's going to go, though. Bottom lane, Maposhka proving to be way too much here on the techies against the Skyrath, and that's actually the 3rd death now for Ari. And to be fair, John, this is not a hero I've seen him play very often from the NADPC, so not sure what to expect, but he seems to be having a pretty challenging time right now down at the bottom lane.
Yeah, it's not a smooth time. I think Kasane's been able to maximize the space that Ari creates by kind of just being bait at the least, and they are already kind of intercepting Maposhka, who wants to try to steal the Wisdom Rune.
Yeah, it's always good to try and go for that 7-minute Wisdom Rune. Maposhka, he's still going to try the nice case from Whitemon mid-air. Whitemon picking up the Techie's kill, or rather Ari does, but Whitemon catching him before he gets that blast off, and another nice play from our Lich.
Whitemon's just been so on point. The movement, the calls to go together here on TSM. This is such an improved TSM coming out here, Mike. Like this, I don't think even in the NA DPC we've seen them play this coordinated in laning phase. It's just looking extra sharp. Like Bryle's having a good time mid, as you'd expect, although.
Oh, zip in. Lal, he's going to try and go after the mid lane. Bryle and the Wind Ranger going to wind run. In fact, go for the focus fire back on the storm. They've got that kill. Bryle may still go down here and will, but it's probably worthwhile considering he got the kill first, as now Maposhka is going to go down as well. Tomato even showing up on the Bloodseeker just in case they needed it. And they didn't. But still, in the end, you'd have to call that a major win for TSM, finding 2 kills and making sure Brawl does secure a kill before he does go down.
And that was big. You get the Storm kill first, your Wind Ranger's off to this really strong start. You have enough room to even bring Tomato in. Like, that's a great sign for TSM. Everything's kind of lining up. Every lane going well. They've got a very slight advantage to start them off here with. And it's a good foundation to keep that ball rolling. Sure, Tomato's farm might be taking a hit relative to everyone else, but this strong start for Brawl and Kasani, these are heroes that you're going to have an issue trying to pin down here.
Ancient Seal out mid lane on the Mirana. That's not going to really amount to much, as Lal is actually hanging around the mid lane. He might try to go after the Storm, but he's not exactly a very easy target to catch.
Oh.
Smoke popped. Lal might actually break the smoke on Whitemon, and does. Heading up top, looks like they're going to try and aim down Collapse instead, but no, they look a little bit lost here, TSM. The Tidehunter's certainly not going to be the easiest target in the world to secure. And the thing is, he's got Ravage, but they're going to pop the Rupture anyway. They're going to try for this. Chainfrost is out, not bouncing towards the Tide, but now it will, but Lal's in. Ravage is committed. Collapse, trying to fight back the best he can. It's not looking too good for him, but he's still alive. Tomato, he'll finally secure the kill as Lal is chasing him down, desperately trying to get the Bloodseeker, but now Lal's in trouble. He does have enough mana, though, to zip away, but TSM, they are taking over this team fight. They've even caught the Storm now. That's 3 down for the price of nothing. Oh,
God.
TSM! I mean, who is this team, Jonathan? Where were they a month ago?
I don't know. I don't recognize them at all, Mike. Like that little play. Tomato holding on for the right click at the end. He gets the healing out from killing off Collapse. The team gives him enough space to secure that for himself. And that just allows him to zip all over that follow-up fight. Like that was just great discipline coming out from TSM. Which is, again, not something we've seen in the DPC. So whatever did they done to set up for DreamLeague, it looks like it's working out well. 5-12, 2K start, Laurel.
Brawl, if he could set up for a stun, and he won't be able to, he'll just casually throw out a shackle shot. Brawl, though, gonna get lucky with the haste rune. Does pick it up for himself. Sadly for Lal, he does not get lucky whatsoever. Be forced to go back into the triangle and take some stacks to try and catch up in terms of that net worth. But it's kind of the thing with Storm in this meta, right? Like, you don't have a nice kind of mana battery for yourself in the draft. You've had a bit of a slower start as the Storm Spirit this game, number 1. It can be a little bit challenging to catch up when you're in a position like this.
Yeah, it feels rough, because you're also farming up in the jog. Up top again?
Rupture is there, Collapse is going to be the big target. A nice gaze from Whitemon again, stopping the blast off from Maposhka. Maposhka is still trying to fight this one out, but is certainly going to drop as Collapse is still around. Still trying to find an escape route out of this team fight. But they are not leaving the man alone. Collapse going to be spotted here by Whitemon, shackled up by Bryle. And eventually he will be dropping as the block even from the Lich. Really going to ensure he has nowhere to go. TSM now 2K in the lead in this game 1. 5-14. You couldn't have asked for a better start for TSM, like really. The only lane going well right now for Team Spirit is your Toros. And even then, Kasane is still ahead on the Medusa.
Yeah, he's able to just farm a lot better. The movement out from TSM has just been so on point. Bryle taking all this early activity on the Wind Ranger. Has to be a bit careful.
Yeah, speaking of the Wind Ranger, Brawl, he's going to get caught out. A nice mine there, but Brawl is still trying to run. Shackle will not land. They are still trying to fight this one out as the Ravage. Collapse, finding 3 targets. They will take down the Wind Ranger. They even found Whitemon on the Lich. But Kasane, he's trying to trade a little bit. Problem is, he is kind of by himself. I mean, Ari is around, but he's a sitting duck right now as they're trying to zip in. Tomato, he's going to show up with another Rupture onto Collapse, as he will just casually chase down Lal. but they have the Moonlight Shadow to try and survive this as Collapse is still going down. Tomato will pick him off, back in on Maposhka. They want the techies. In goes Lyle again, but the Ancient Seal from Ari, not going to allow him to keep going. It will wear off eventually though, but now he's out of mana, and Tomato has the thirst, so he can chase him down and provide the vision. Bloodright is not going to land, so Lyle should be okay in the end. So he will juke out that final concussive shot. But it's another team fight win for TSM. It's a 2-for-0 trade in their favor.
Yeah, again, the coordination from the team, it's on point. They managed to stack their debuffs onto Collapse, force him to move. They used the Ravage just onto Bryle, so they know they've got that opening with a quick response and that movement down mid. And the punishment is severe on Team Spirit. They're still finding a couple of pickoffs, and you're still more than happy slowing down the Wind Ranger a bit, especially since her courier was down for that entire time, so you didn't have the double crown with all the stats that the Wind Ranger loves going into that late near. It is up for Bryle now. And that same movement's going to be a lot harder with the additional damage, additional stacks for Bryle, more HP to play with on hand. And this game for Team Spirit, it's all about kind of trying to slow down the pace. Yeah, Toro is still set for... honestly, a decent timing into Battle Fury. He's got all the parts ready, considering that slower lane. So your Jug can kind of ramp up now. It's just that you have to buy time for the Jug to hit those item spikes. And you were talking about Diffusal, maybe down the line, Sanjin Yasha if you feel like it, or a Basher.
Here we go, running right into Maposhka. The techies immediately bursted as well. He's actually going to zip in. But without the techies, I don't know if they really want the fight. Mira, not going to get hit with the shackle into a tree, but Power Shot is going to land perfectly here from Bryle. Double kill for the Wind Ranger. And it's funny, John, because during the draft we were talking about how this Wind Ranger hasn't looked amazing, but so far Bryle's having a great time. As now Tomato going to rotate mid lane, has found Collapse. Collapse has nowhere to go but down. And now a triple kill out for Bryle. He will find his 5th kill of the game. And they are just not slowing down. TSM absolutely smothering the side of Team Spirit.
I love it. I think the Wind Ranger in particular, I didn't expect it to be so good against the Storm, but if you can't right-click...
Oh, he's the big one, John. He just committed spin. He's got TP available, but it may be too late as the run of Atos will land. Bryle even committing the shackle with the power shot on Whitemon. With the Chain Frost is able to secure the kill. And Yatoro, I don't think will be very happy with that.
No. He's just struggling. They are looking for mid.
Non-stop action. Whitemon getting caught out, but what is he setting up for? Because Lyle's gone too deep. Lyle is down again. It is not worth the trade for a Lich. And now Bryle could even find Mira. Moonlight Shadow doing absolutely nothing for the Mirana. That's 3 down across the board. And they only found Whitemon.
Yeah, it's not anything at all. Finding the Lich, sacrificing your Storm once more. Again, they're trying to make these moves happen. They're trying to give space for Yatoro, but the sacrifices are a bit too much. They might find an opportunity down bot, and they've got Ravage ready if they wanted to play with Collapse, but there's no follow-through as their mid does fall to TSM. 8 to 20 TSM. 8 to 22, 5k up. Is there anyone out there that would have expected this kind of start? 8 to 22 in TSM's favor?
Not you, Jonathan. You said 80 to 20 in favor of TSM in your prediction.
Yeah, in favor to TSM, yes, for sure. That's exactly what I said. That's my implication. Thank you, Mike. I'm fine. I'm safe. I'm safe.
I'll let you go this time, Jonathan. I'll let you go this time. Next time I'll be on your ass. Don't you worry. Well, I mean, how can I not say TSM, Jonathan? Look at the way they're playing. Yeah. That's all you can think about right now is how well TSM's playing this game.
It's ridiculous. If this was the TSM at the DPC, they'd be at the major. They might have been able to beat Shopfire Rebellion like this. You know?
I mean, they beat him twice. It wouldn't be too surprising, but, you know, nonetheless. TSM grouping up in the mid lane. They'll smoke as 3. They want to head down towards the bottom lane because they know Team Spirit are trying to push down that tier 1 tower. And they also understand how powerful they are right now. Like, you look at the net worth graph. All 3 cores at the top here for TSM. I'm sure in terms of levels, they're way ahead as well as Bryle. Gonna have his smoke broken. Maposhka will be there. Ancient Seal is out immediately, and the concussive shot actually goes towards the creep wave. But nevertheless, they are gonna find the techies for free. Nice little freebie for the side of TSM. At the very least, Mirror and Collapse both will be able to back their way out of it.
Yeah, nah. As long as you're not bleeding out as much for Team Spirit, you're kind of happy. You're still playing the stall game. You're trying to get Yatora that space to farm, get that build-up you'd want here. And TSM, they'll just find a freebie objective, back off. Mira just cutting the creep wave as best as he can to stall out any further push, getting some solo farm for himself as well. And some good room for him. It's just not good room for everyone else yet.
They've caught the storm there for a moment, but he's proven to be a little bit too tanky this time. Not dying to the Mystic Flare of Ari is now the zip forward. Lal trying to find something for his trouble, but the Glimmer Cape was out from Ari to ensure he did not get caught. Sadly for Team Spirit, they did not have detection available for that Skywrath Mage, but they are still coming in with the Moonlight Shadow. Bryle, he'd be a massive target if they could initiate. They know he's farming around the area somewhere, but they're just lacking vision for the side of Spirit, so it's kind of hard to get the initiation you're looking for here. And instead, they'll be forced to back off as TSM, they are moving forward once again. This time they'll find Mira with the Glimmer Cape initiation from Ari. And Whitemon will take the kill with the Frost Blast on the Lich. And top lane now, Maposhka and Collapse both forced to back off, as they should know TSM are collapsing top. But they may not make it in time, and by time I mean Team Spirit not making it in time here, John. So Maposhka will get caught out. But the Ancient Seal really has no gameplay, so he will go down as well.
And this is scary. TSM, they've hit this timing on Kasane. He's got his full Ags flying out now on the Dusa with the travel. It's in Phylactery. This is the key timing for that offlane Dusa. Into the Shard. Like, how do you even target the Dusa at this point? You know, and we talked about Jug timing into Diffusal. That's not even a priority for Yatora. He's having to opt for the Manta style first just to have some defense from that Ancient Seal. So you don't have a Dusa answer, you don't have a good way of bursting down Bryle with magic damage. You do have some barriers coming out from Collapse with the mech and the Pipe of Insight, but it doesn't feel like it's enough. We're not seeing those big team fights set up for Team Spirit, and now the Roshan for TSM looks like a freebie.
Money to good use.
Certainly does. And on the bright side, Team Spirit, they are rushing towards Tomato, but they do miss out on the arrow opportunity. The Bloodseeker, though, still going to get ravaged up, and Omni Slash by Yatoro. They know that Roshan was happening. They catch Tomato with his pants down in the dire triangle, and well, they've left Bryle by himself to take this Roshan here, John. And Bryle, I mean, he's gonna have to focus fire again here. Team Spirit, had they known that Bryle was in the pit by himself, they'd be rushing there right now, I'm sure.
Yeah. Fortunately, they don't, and they find a core kill, which they need. It's just not enough to offset this secondary life for Bryle. Gonna be pretty hard to handle that. Wind Ranger building into the Ags now as well. And for the side of TSM, they need to. There is some pressure to take objectives. I don't think you want to try to drag this longer. Your team fight is a little bit more awkward in comparison to, say, an eventual blink timing and Collapse, where he can just blink Ravage, maybe even say the Ags down the line for Laurel. Like once a couple of BKBs fly out in Spirit, it is harder for TSM to take those fights with a debuff immunity up. So for the side of TSM, they're in a strong position. They just need to make sure they build on it. You know? You can't rest easy here if you're TSM.
No, you certainly cannot. The Team Spirit, they are still just kind of taking the time to farm up right now. They understand, like 4K behind, it's not the biggest of deals, but they've got to just take the opportunity to catch up in terms of net worth when they can, and that they will. TSM now the ones choosing to slow down. Collapse in the mid lane is going to show. Brawl does show up on the Wind Ranger, but not going to see an opportunity to throw out a shackle. It's going to be all about the Wisdom Rune timings now at the 21-minute mark.
Yep.
Group up here from TSM, so they might... Yeah, they'll go for the Tormentor.
Is Whitemon gonna die? Is anyone gonna die?
He's close!
It's always entertaining to see support struggle with a Tormentor.
That is. That it is.
Sky Shard is always fun as well. A little bit more armor for Ari coming out in the middle of these fights.
Look at that list. Look at the list of things that changes when you get an Aghanim. So, I mean, come on now. Just fills up the whole screen full of text. Nobody reads that. I
want it longer. I want it longer. I want it so it goes past my screen and I just don't know what it does. Ice Frog, please give me the words. Oh,
Mid lane, zip in, lull. He's going to see Ari, but again, the Glimmer Cape usage.
no.
He had dust in the backpack on the Storm. Takes it out of the backpack now, but it's a bit too late for that. A little bit unfortunate for Lal, but it does happen.
It happens. Miss an opportunity to get a nice, easy pick-off coming out here on the side of Team Spirit. You know, there's one thing on my mind while we've got... Oh, never mind. Smoke out here from the side of TSM. I was going to say Phylactery could use an upgrade. And we'll see down the line, maybe in a future patch. Well, why not? Give Phylactery an upgrade.
You know
Make
what?
it build into Octarine, the new component for Octarine. There we go.
No. It's going to be a combination of Phylactery and Aether Lens in that case. I think.
Something like that. Give it to us. I'd love that. Sounds really dumb. That's too slot efficient, but you know what? If Pekis can have 700 attack range at level 1 with his damage, we can have a very slot efficient item like that.
With all due respect, John, I'd really appreciate if you stop bringing up techies. I'm trying to use it as much as I can right now.
I thought you were using Spirit Breaker. But what's this?
Why use techies +5, John? Spirit Breaker +4. Get with the times. What are you doing?
Alright. I just play Abaddon 1. Oh.
I actually
wanna
saw
see
one of
that
your games
someday.
today, by the way. I saw a big comeback from you on the Aber one. Well done, Jonathan.
It's a fun hero. It's a fun hero. And this is a fun game. 9-25. The lead has shrunk for TSM. Again, they can't afford to really stay too passive here. The jug will be an issue down the line.
Blast off. He's going to be there. To the low ground he goes. Ryle, not able to catch up to him. We'll have to let him go. TSM do go for a chase, but it will not amount to much. And this is very favorable for Team Spirit. Like, that net worth has closed down to 1k now. As a Rupture is going to come out and get Toro, but nothing's going to come out of it. It's just a bit of a warning shot here from Tomato, amounting to nothing. And again, I think all this time that Team Spirit's had is just massive for them. Because now the net worth is basically even.
Yeah, it's going to be difficult to deal with Yatoro. I think that's the key factor, right? If this jug is allowed to farm into that diffusal, which Yatoro just picks up now, into the butterfly, the Omni Slash is not something you can deal with all too well until you get maybe a halberd up here.
Poshka. Well, he's split pushing the top lane. He might die for this. Whitemon's going to have a look around and does get the gaze in time. So the techies does get caught out. But Poshka, though, he's doing his job. That's kind of the thing, and that's the perfect thing of Team Spirit here in this game one, is all the lanes are just constantly pushed out, especially the side lanes, and it's making it impossible for TSM to continue that real aggression that they were having 10 minutes ago. And even if you die as a +5 split push in the top lane, like, who cares? You're doing your job. It's your Toro. Spin TP away, he's going to be just fine. But as I was saying, John, they're just denying TSM any form of aggression that they once had.
Yeah, they're not able to even touch the tier 2s just yet on TSM's end. This could change with Brawl picking up the Ags flying out right now. So you will have that upgraded wind run. Feels pretty damn good, especially since 50% physical reduction. So even if you have a way of hitting the Wind Ranger, just 50 reduction is huge for Brawl to have a lot of survivability in the middle. And of course, that just means you always have to carry dust. You always have to pop that dust, otherwise Wind Ranger just gets to scurry around for free.
Big smoke here from Team Spirit. You're looking for a big ravage here from Collapse, but Lal will have to set up here on the Storm as Kasane is going to break the smoke immediately, getting the Stone Gaze off just in the nick of time, so they can't keep going for this initiation. A great Shackles as well, but Yatoro, he just spins out of it. He'll be fine. Gaze is there from Whitemon, though, trying to hold the man down as the Jug is forced to turn around and fight. Thing was, he had the healing ward, so he's so healthy right now in this Juggernaut, and Kasane's the one that gets caught out. A huge ravage from Collapse as well, landing on all 5 heroes. But still, they've only lost Kasane. Brawl desperately trying to chase for a little bit more now, but Tomato trying to go after Collapse. The Tide is going to be perhaps left behind, though he's just so tanky. Tomato desperately trying to get the kill, but just can't do it. Collapse will walk away. And TSM, they're the ones to lose too.
They've just taken too much of their time. Team Spirit managing to drag them around the map, ensure that their objectives don't fall, to reach this point where the investment on Yatoro is paying off. You've got a really steady solution now for Kasane. The Bloodseeker is just not going to have a good time if he can't come up because of the Tide. And we can just see how hard it is right now for the side of TSM to take anything.
Well, Tomato could be in trouble here as well. They are trying to dive the bottom lane right now. Team Spirit, in fact, another team fight's breaking out as we speak. Whitemon going after the Poshka, Team Spirit. They were trying to find Tomato on the Bloodseeker, but now they're the ones being hunted as Collapse. He's going to man up and turn right back around here against TSM. Problem is, though, he doesn't have Ravage to throw out. So he's just a walking tank at the moment. A huge watermelon. And eventually he will drop. So suddenly TSM finding two for their trouble. It's kind of the thing for Team Spirit, like, you may feel like you're ahead now, but TSM, they want the 5v5 engagements. They're more than happy to oblige.
Especially when Ravage is down. Like, you lack your key teamfight control when Collapse can't throw out that spell. So it starts to get pretty rough for the side of Spirit when that big piece of utility is taken away. TSM just forced them away. You know, they overstayed their welcome in Team Spirit. They overestimate what they can do without Ravage. And TSM, they reeled back the game just a little bit. You still have an issue with Yatoro. You still need a way of stopping this jug. The Basher coming out from Tomato is going to be a pretty solid solution. Until then, you don't have a great way of jumping in. I think that's one thing as well for TSM. Your initiation is a little bit awkward. You know, you don't have a Storm that can just zip in. You don't have a Blink Initiator on hand as well. So you are kind of forced to play almost like a counter fight style. So, Team Spirit looking to move forward. Ravage is off cooldown now.
Certainly is. In Team Spirit, they want to try and make use of it straight away. You can just force the Roshan if you really want. Smoke is broken. Tomato, he went through the twin gates and broke the smoke of Team Spirit. Though Spirit, they've got a great ward on the high ground now. Even some mines to give that information over with the sound cue. Kasane, he'll move up and get the D ward off. But Roshan, already at half HP, it's not an easy team fight for TSM to take into the Ravage of Collapses. Now Kasane, he's going to get jumped straight off the bat. Chain Frost committed, but Kasane is just melting, going down way too quick, and he's just gone. Whitemon also down. They are trying to focus Yatoro here with the focus fire, but the Ravage comes out from Collapse, landing on 3 targets. Blast off the follow-up. They've got the Wind Ranger. That's already 4 down for the side of TSM. They need to retreat. This is not the fight they wanted.
Oh,
Whitemon, yeah, I believe he just brought back into this fight. And he's going right back to the graveyard. Die back for Whitemon. And Team Spirit, what a comeback in this game 1 it has been so far. Roshan to go their way. And just understanding how powerful they are at the moment with all their spells up. And you saw it here, John. But Kasane, he tries to move up. But Yatoro with the Omni Slash and Diffusal Blade, it's just too much. His whole mana pool just disappears in an instant.
Yeah, you can't have Kasane soaking up the Omni like that. It actually has to be Bryle. It needs to be the Wind Ranger up there, and he's just low ground position trying to focus fire, uphill misses. Like, it's not a great spot to be in. Someone had to share that damage with Kasane. If he managed to get the Stone Gaze off in that fight, could have been a very different story. And then Whitemon just buying back and dying for no real gains. It's a massive loss for TSM. They're now 9k behind off the back of that fight. As Team Spirit had a better position, had a better understanding. And TSM, it's just looking a little bit shaky. They still have a way back into this game, but they've got to find some better positions. It's just, when they take these fights in such awkward angles, it's just so odd.
Yeah, now it gets even more challenging, John. Like, Yatoro's got a full butterfly up on the jug. So he's going to be that much more challenging to take down here, even with the focus fire up. And Olal, he's going to zip in. He found Tomato. That's the Bloodseeker being caught out. The BKB, it is there. He'll try to TP away in time, and he barely makes it. On about 100 HP, the Bloodseeker does get himself out. The rest of TSM retreating, tails between the legs. They don't not believe they can fight Team Spirit at the moment, and I kind of agree with them on that.
I don't know, like, these fights have to start with Bryle. He is probably the best here they have to start an engagement with. Oh no, Reflected Chain Frost.
It's going to be fine. Only bounces once towards Ari, but Team Spirit are collapsing right here at the top lane. They want to go. They found Kasane. The Omni Slash is available, and they'll pop it immediately with the creep wave. It does spawn up. Yatoro, they glyph the creep wave. They glyph the creep wave. The Omni Slash completely wasted, but you've still got Ravage available. You can still make use of that. Ari, he's going to be the first one to drop while being focus fired up, but he's going to be fine. A nice little trick with the glyph to waste the Omni Slash, finding only a 1-for-1. But Team Spirit, they still have Ravage. They can still go.
They still have this path onto the objectives if they wanted to. If they know Stone Gaze is down for a little bit longer, it is off cooldown now for Kasane though, as I say that. So a little bit of team fight coming out here for TSM. They've got to be able to share this damage with Kasane
Dip in,
somehow.
Lal, petrified immediately. Arrow actually off the mark here from Mira, so Kasane, he can get the Stone Gaze off in time and try to turn this one around. Shackle's going to land onto the junk, but it's not doing quite enough to lock him down. And he still has the Aegis anyway. And the thing is, Collapse on this Tide, like, he's just so damn tanky. He just takes the brunt of the damage for Spirit. And just the threat of his life is not really there. Like, he knows he's going to walk out of that.
Yeah. He knows he's not under any real threat. They maintain their 12k lead on Team Spirit. They hold on to the Ravage. TSM just going to go for the Tormentor. Should be able to find itself a secondary shard. Whitemon will have the Ice Spire up. So a little bit more you can do now for the Lich up front, but Team Spirit trying to smoke through here.
Yeah, trying to use Yatoro as bait. Collapse does reveal himself as well. TSM not taking said bait. And I think for Spirit, just waiting for the Omni Slash to be back up before they move high ground. But Yatoro, I mean, he has it in 20 seconds. So it's not too far away. He can start on the T3 tower and just wait that ulti up. Oh, nice shackle here from Brawl, though, locking him down. It's not going to be enough, however. Yatoro is still very, very healthy and still has the Aegis up. With the healing ward, he is going to be able to retreat quite safely. That may be it for them for now. Team Spirit still sticking around, but ultimately will decide better of it and will not try for the bottom tier 3.
Yeah. And they still have the safety net of the Aegis, though. So they're still going to clump around here. Again, Ravage back up. Or never been used. They have Omni Slash back up. Kasane?
Oh, Kasane. There's the zip in immediately from Lal. BKB popped to try and protect himself from this chain crossing. Yatoro, just with the spin alone, is going through the mana pool of the Medusa so darn quickly. Kasane just disappears. Does have buyback available, but doesn't really seem like he'd like to pop it. He will, however. They do not want to lose this lane of barracks, though. Mid lane, Tomato has been caught out. Collapse, he has the Ravage if they need it. They'll throw the Nullifier out from Mira. Arrow's going to connect as well. The Bloodseeker in huge trouble, and he's gone. No buyback as now the Ravage. Collapse landing on all four. Completely blind. Just landing on everyone. It's Kasane. He's going to be okay to back off with the Stone Gaze, but not quite. Mira's in with the Arrow. That's a dieback on the Medusa. Team Spirit. Oh, they make it look easy, John.
They just execute a lot better. Like, TSM take their time, they stall out this game, and they play a farm war where they don't hunt down Yatoro, gunning for the tier 4s.
Lal's in again, trying to really put a nail in the coffin of TSM here in this game. One Azari will go down. One buyback available here for Brawl, but it's not worth it. They call GG. And Team Spirit, I mean, man, oh man, they had a real rough time to start off this game. But I'll tell you what, John, they get it together and they make it work here in this game 1. And after that, say, 20-25 minute mark, it just felt like TSM, they just stopped having a game.
Yeah, it just they just took their time, right? They didn't push the advantage as hard as they could have. They didn't hunt down Yatoro. They allowed this jug to just keep building up. And they had a serious damage issue because, yes, you could tank with Kasane. He was up front for a lot of these team fights, but I don't think it's the matter that you wanted to take these fights. Like that positioning, especially in the Roche fight. Kasane on the high ground, Bryle on the lower ground jungle. That is just really awkward. Like if Bryle had the Ags, if they just shared the damage with Omni Slash with a Wind Run somehow and allowed the Dusa to survive, use the ult afterwards, and then come in with Tomato. Like the movement towards the end was just not ideal for TSM, and Team Spirit showing us how disciplined they were to ride through a pretty rough early to mid game and just bounce back in, knowing that left alone, left unchecked, their hero still had the answer.
Yeah, so I kind of wonder what you change up here in Game 2 for TSM to try and draw out the series, because it really felt like they did everything right for the first 20-25 minutes, but Team Spirit just showing their experience here. Again, the TI-10 champions. You can't underestimate these guys. And well, I'll ask you, Jonathan, you know, before we do end up approaching Game 2's draft, is there anything in particular you want to see changed up in gameplay, in draft? Like, What do you want to see from TSM? In fact, hold that thought, because we can see some highlights first. Because there was some really nice highlights here.
This is the real bad fight. Like, Kasane cops the entire Omni with a jug with the defusal up, and Bryle's just on the low ground. Like, they were not coordinating that move in. I get why they were so split up. They were scared of Ravage. But then it just leads to no answer for Omnislash. Like, there's nothing the Deuce does there. And so you lose your big tank, you lose your area control with a Stone Gaze, and it's just gone. I think at TSM, you asked me what I want to see different from them coming in. Coordination in late game fights and understanding when their power spikes are, because they just kind of sat back a little bit too much. They allowed the side of Team Spirit to dictate these fights instead. And to be fair, they did lack an initiator. I think you had no good way of starting these fights outside of maybe just running up and trying to Stone Gaze someone after you get the stone form on the snake. Not ideal. I think if Brawl maybe got a blink on the Wind Ranger just to angle in a little bit better, it could have been different, but who knows? Like, there wasn't as much activity as you'd want to see from TSM at past the 20-minute mark. And I think it's hard to say to draft around that, because I think they did so well with the draft, it's just executing on it, which is really hard to fix in between games.
Yeah, I mean, it was a very, very challenging game after that mid-game for TSM, and Team Spirit again, just proving how great of a team this is from Eastern Europe. Just, yeah, I dare say that is considered a comeback, but for them it's considered just another day for Team Spirit. As you know, I guess maybe later on we'll get the chance to talk with them and see exactly what they thought about that game one, but you know, knowing Team Spirit, they were probably very cool, calm, collected, probably just understood what they needed to do. And I mean, the split pushing that came out throughout that game one was fantastic as well, right? Like, you just saw the way they drag out the game. They buy Yatoro that space to get the Diffusal Blade up and, you know, make that magic happen against a Medusa in the form of Kasane. And, well, with that, you know, it just kind of all fell apart from there. I can only imagine what happens in game number 2 between these two teams. But again, these are best of 2s, right? So you either win the series or you draw out the series. And sadly for TSM, you know, it's either a draw or a loss now for them, because they have lost the first game. So not off to the hottest start, but there's plenty of Dota to be played throughout the group stages. And they've got a chance to try and rectify this series a little bit and draw it up here with Team Spirit in game number 2. Just a matter of what they adjust, I think, going into game 2 that's going to make all the difference. Because, I mean, again, Team Spirit, like, with a lead like that, Team Spirit, they still just looked very calm about it. They still just took their time, and it's tough, John. That's going to be a tough loss to swallow, I think, for TSM.
For sure. And they're going to have to rally. We're going to have to see Moon Meander with one of his prepared speeches rally them up and kind of get them prepped, because, again, it looked really good. Like, outside of my own expectations, outside of our expectations here, Mike, for that first 10 to 20 minutes, and just past that point, kind of falters. So maybe just a little whipping, a light whip, touch of the whip here for Moon to motivate the boys, and you know, maybe more food for Whitemon, or have everyone eat. I mean, it worked for Whitemon for the most part, so just have a full meal ready.
It did work for Whitemon at the start of the game. I'd say Whitemon was actually pretty consistent throughout the whole game, to be fair. I would have put the it's kind of hard to put the blame on anyone on TSM, isn't it, Jonathan? Because it's just like, who do you blame? It was more so the Team Spirit just played the right way and made the comeback happen. So I think props just have to go to them after this game 1. Apart from that, though, again, game 2's draft is going to be very, very interesting between these two. I think Team Spirit is going to be arguably one of the hardest teams to draft against because of how big their hero pools are. But before all that, Jonathan, we are going to head off to a short break. And of course, right after that break, we'll be back with game 2 between Team Spirit and TSM. Don't go anywhere.
You love it, you wear it.
Wear your passion. Share your passion. Wherever, whenever. Gaming is a lifestyle. Get your merch at shop.eslgaming.com.
I'm a creature with no skeleton inside your hands. Got no home address, I come and go as you command. And it's fine with me, and it's fine. I'm a bandit that you use to keep from bleeding out. I'm the lover you don't love, but love to keep around. And it's fine with me, promise that it's fine. Maybe I'm a fool. It's not like I'm expecting something new. You need examination. I'll be your medication. Whatever, whenever, I'll never tell you no. I'm a picture on your shelf that some days makes you smile. Then I gather dust and watch you go about your life. And it's fine with me. I swear it's fine. I'd be offended if I still had any dignity. Instead of savoring the drink, it's slowly killing me. Say it's fine with me. Tell me that it's fine. Such a fool, but I don't have the will to run from you. You need examination. I'll be your medication. Whatever, whenever, I'll never tell you no. Break me down. Go ahead and break me down. Go ahead and break me down. Go ahead. You need examination. I'll be your medication.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. We are going into our Game 2 draft here between TSM and, of course, the side of Team Spirit. Jonathan, what a Game 1 we just saw between these two teams. Team Spirit making a huge comeback in Game 1 after that 25-minute mark, and TSM, sadly for them, Jonathan, dropping the ball just a little bit. What's the adjustments, Jonathan? What do we need to see here from TSM to see a drawn series?
We need to see them play around their advantage. They had a really strong start. The first 20 minutes of the game were pretty much in their control. They managed to suppress every lane. We see Kasane take out the off-lane Dusa. First time we've seen him play it, and he looked amazing on it. And they just kind of took their time to push their advantage. The Roche fight in particular was a pretty hard fight for them. I think not quite the execution you were looking for. They were spread out to prevent a good Ravage, but that just left Kasane exposed to cop the full Omni Slash and just kind of die from there. So I'd like to see them execute a little bit better. Maybe look for something more active on mid. I say that, but Bryle was active pretty early on. It's just that starting the fights with a Wind Ranger was pretty difficult. I think if you had maybe Ember instead for Bryle, you would have a better time having a way of jumping into the backline, ripping through some of these softer targets and opening up the fight for you that way, because last game it was all just really Kasane standing forward, hoping he survives through the Omni Slash and going from there, which just isn't ideal.
Certainly wasn't, Jonathan. It certainly wasn't. And, Game 1 was a very, very fun matchup to watch at the very least. Can't wait to see exactly what these teams are implying for game number 2 here with their drafts, but we're going to have to wait just a little bit with that. Team Spirit, again, you know, I guess you were right in the end about that 80-20 prediction, Jonathan. I mean, it looked closer than it should have been. It looked a lot closer. I mean, I would have gone for maybe a 60-40 after watching that game, but, you know, it's good to see that it's a pretty even series between these two, because that's what we like. You know, we don't want these stomps. You know, we don't want these big 2-0s, these quick 2-0s that we're used to seeing, you know, in certain regions. We want the close, long matchups. That's what we love to see, John.
Yeah, just want a competitive game from both sides, and I'm keen to see whether or not that's what we'll get once more in game number 2, because game 1 did feel pretty competitive.
Yeah.
Well, at least, you know, TSM had the first 20 minutes, then Team Spirit had a rest, so they kind of split even between their times and dominance there in that game. It's going to be interesting to see what Team Spirit will be allowed to pick up once more. Will they get access to the Storm once more, or what else gets the slide through? Will they allow the Medusa, I think, from Kasani? That's a big question, because that offlane Medusa, it did look pretty sharp outside of just, again, not able to start the fights off. Medusa, as well as the game dragged on, it did look good. And Kasani did make the hero look pretty damn good, as you'd expect. Once the phylactery and travels came out, the hero was all over the map. Just maybe a lack of damage from the Medusa, but that had to be covered by Tomato. I think one point as well is that Tomato's impact in the Bloodseeker was pretty minimal in some of those later fights. Like, laning phase was pretty good with Whitemon's Lich, right? The setup for Bloodright with the slows was nice. But in the later fights, like, it's still Bloodseeker into Tide. It didn't feel amazing, and it's just harder for him to kind of chase these heroes down.
Yeah, I mean, that's what one guy we didn't really talk about too much is how well Collapse was playing that game 1. Like, just, I mean, he was playing Tide Hunters, so I suppose there's not too much to talk about, but the Ravages he was connecting, the tankiness of this hero was just ridiculous as well. Like, my goodness, just going frontline against 5 heroes and taking literally no damage. It was pretty demoralizing, I'm sure, for TSM during that game 1, and again, I'd like to see him rectify it, but it's very hard to draft against a team like Spirit, who have these insanely large hero pools. Like, they play the broken heroes, but then you also see heroes like Jug come out for your Toro. And Jug hasn't looked great, in my opinion, from what I've seen, Jonathan, throughout the pro meta, but when Yotoro is playing it, it seems like one of the best carries in the game.
It certainly does, and his itemization was perfect, even though, again, he had to go Battle Fury, he had to play it a lot slower. The TSM did give him the space to let him farm up, so kind of want to see what corrections we'll see in our Game 2 draft. We should be getting into that very, very shortly, and again, I expect it to be closer in this Game 2. I think Team Spirit should be able to adjust, maybe get some early game activity for them as well. And for TSM, just the late game. It's just kind of sort out that late game, sort out some of these fights. Maybe something else for Tomato on safe. Again, I don't think his Bloodseeker is bad. It's pretty hard to play into that lineup. And see if they can maybe hold out on some of the core picks towards the latter part of the draft.
It doesn't matter what they do to the Bloodseeker, Jonathan. I always say it, Pos1 Bloodseeker, it's a bait, it's trashy, it's a trash hero, Jonathan. You know, we see it a lot these days, but my opinion of it has not changed, and I know you hate when I carry on about this because you love to talk about the Aghanim Scepter build-up, but we also got to see that from our boy Arteezy throughout NADPC, and you know, sadly he did more damage to himself than he did to the enemy heroes, which is quite hilarious to watch, let me tell you. But you know, maybe a switch up in pos ones. I mean, Tomato, I'm sure, wants to play something else after that game 1, because again, it must have been a little bit demoralizing watching himself right click a Tide and doing literally no damage to said Tide. So that was a bit sad. But you know, we'll find out soon exactly where they want to go with their game 2 draft. Very soon.
Yeah. Should see seeing that up soon. And again, I think it's funny. I think the Terrorblade was actually an option there for TSM, which we know Tomato can perform on. So it would have been a pretty good Terrorblade game. I feel like you didn't have the best way of handling the illusion spam. You would have had a range advantage over the Jug. You would have had a lot of armor to play with as well. So maybe something like that for Tomato comes out in this game. I think that's what I'd like to see as a shakeup here in the draft, if any. And yeah, I'm just looking forward to what else we'll see. Like Bryle on something else besides Wind Ranger, something that can be more active. Ember Spirit, perhaps. Pango probably not that good in that game, but Ember might have been a little bit better at the least. His impact as a Wind Ranger later on was good, It's just hard to get the Wind Ranger up front to give you that early start or to maximize these fights. It's hard for the Wind Ranger to just run in and focus down there.
I bet it makes you so happy to see Wind Ranger lose again, John, because you love bringing up the stats of the Wind Ranger and how bad it's been as of late. Even though this is theoretically, if I remember correctly, this is one of your favorite heroes to play because you like these fun skill shotty sort of heroes, but it doesn't matter if it's universal or not. The Wind Ranger just has not been producing us some very good numbers, to say the least, throughout the International Pro meta of 7.33C, and well, sadly for the Wind Ranger, Jonathan, another loss. Slacks was right, I suppose.
Perhaps he was right. It fills me with dread to say that Slacks is right. It scares me because the next time we see him, he's just gonna keep telling us in our face, Slacks, I was right, I was right, I was right. I love Slacks, but yeah, it's a bait pick. It's a pretty big bait.
It is. Well, apart from that, Jonathan, any more other... go on. You seem like you want to say something. In fact, during Game 1, you wanted to rant about something. Did you remember what you wanted to rant about? Like, what was it that John X Fires had on his mind today?
I'm trying to remember. No, my mind's like a goldfish, Mike. It disappears. Oh, Winter knows all about that, I'm sure. But yeah.
Oh, fair enough. I like how you kind of threw Winter on the bus there. I mean, when I said goldfish to him... You were correcting me, saying, "Oh, it's not. He doesn't sell goldfish. He sells was a bowler fish. Or something. Who cares?
No,
they're goldfish.
They're. Oh, now I don't even remember the name. They're fighting fish. There's a name for them.
I'm pretty sure they're bowler.
They're not bola. It's not bola. It's definitely not bola. Let me search this up. Not. What is their common name? God, that's not betta. They're betta fish, Mike, not bola.
Beta fish.
Betta. Yeah, betta. B-E-T-T-A. Betta or something like that.
Does he sell alpha fish too? Does he sell sigma fish?
Ah, ha, ha, ha. Oh, ho, ho, ho. Hilarious, Mike. Wow, this Australian humor is truly getting to me.
Hey,
riveting, Mike, riveting.
It's not Australian humor, Jonathan, all right? It's, I became a dad recently, so I've got on board the dad jokes now. Lacoste, watch out, I'm coming for your job, sir. No, I couldn't. that guy's the king. I couldn't even think about taking his job, I'll tell you. The jokes he makes up, I can't believe it. It's incredible. Incredible. Yeah. Which is what Game 2 will be shortly between Team Spirit and TSM. In case you're wondering why we're not there, we just don't want to switch. John, you've been looking fantastic as of late, so I want to look at you.
I know. I'm looking sharp. I'm feeling sharp. I've been having a pretty good time. It's a good day.
Humble of you.
It's a good day, Mike. It's what we call in certain circles Saletta Sunday. So the new episode of Gundam released, DreamLeague's opening. What more could you ask for? It's a great day. Saletta Sunday.
Saletta Sunday.
Witch from Mercury. Great anime. I'm not sure why you're giving me crap for this, Mike. It's from the same guy who did Code Geass. And you love Code Geass, Lelouch, Tanya Gameshi, or whatever.
Well, hold
it's a great show, by the way.
You're the guy who always said those lines, John. I said it was a good anime. I didn't say it was like the best. It was a goated anime. It's not like Naruto, which is the best anime.
Hey! Don't get there, Mikey. Code Geass, Naruto over Code Geass. Your trash taste is seeping out. The sewage is coming true, Mikey. It's backing up.
I was surprised you didn't go down the Boruto route. I know how much you love to make fun of them.
Boruto is great. When they dragged in the dinosaurs, I hear it really picks up when the dinosaurs kick in. I wish we had a show about his dad.
I haven't watched Boruto, Jonathan. I've got no jokes on the subject. All right, I've got nothing.
Dinosaurs apparently. Dinosaurs are in there. And it really picks up when those dinosaurs kick in. It's like just like Transformers when, you see all the ads for the dinosaurs coming out in that one. Wow! Amazing! Yeah. Cinema, Mike.
My fault, I suppose, for bringing up anime with you, John. I know how defensive you get. I don't know if it's defensive is the right word, but you get, in some way, you get very passionate when it comes to anime, so there you go. Shout out to all the anime watchers out there, even though I usually focus on giving them crap, Jonathan, Shout out to them for once. Anyway, in case you were wondering, we will have a draft rather soon. Slight delays going on, but Game 2 is going to be coming up rather soon. In case you were wondering why you have to listen to our crap over and over again, very soon. TM. Trademark.
Yeah. Trademarked it is. Filed away. I'm sure that trademark will be rejected because I'm pretty sure you didn't even fill up the form, Mike, so it's not going to push through. What do I expect from you anyway?
No, you shouldn't expect much. You should not expect much.
Yep. It's just going to lead to disappointment.
Yeah.
Just never get your hopes up there.
You know what? It's been a while since I've asked you this question, Jonathan, but considering we're sitting here casually talking, well, have you had merienda today, Jonathan? Because it's been such a long time since I've had the pleasure of asking you that question.
I did have some merienda today, Mikey. I've had myself a nice bowl of salted egg noodles. Delicious. Scrumptious.
Well,
yes.
So how does that work? Like they brine the eggs while the shells are on, and then eventually the saltiness gets into the actual egg, and then you crack the egg open.
No. What are you even talking about?
What?
It's a bowl. It's an instant noodle. It's just you cook the noodle, you drop the powder and the oil, and it has the salted egg taste. It's simple.
Yeah, but I'm asking about the physical
actual salted egg. Okay.
The actual salted egg, John. What's the
No,
process?
it's not even anything like that. You just literally have some salted egg and you mix into the sauce. That's it. You break it down into whatever base sauce you have. It's really good. I had, let me tell you, Mick, I had way too much salted egg chicken and buttermilk chicken in Malaysia. I swear. If you were with me there, you would be having a great time with all the food. Grab would love you. You would be the best Grab user out there for sure.
Yeah, certainly would be. But I wasn't there, Jonathan. Alas, I was not there. I was busy casting some real NA Dota. That's what I was doing, Jonathan.
That's true. The real Dota, for sure.
Yeah.
Southeast Asia is, well, we only have one team. I guess, again, we're claiming secret now. So there's that.
Oh, don't do that to me, Jonathan. You know I miss SCA too. Come on now. Come on now.
At least we have Whitemon. Now, I want to see if he's chewing on something, but we won't get to see that yet. I asked him in the lobby, what was he eating? And he gave me an emoji response. I'm like, Matchy, what's wrong? Come on, we're buddies, man. I just want to know what's in your bowl.
Yeah, absolutely.
You know?
I mean, we'll never know with Whitemon. You know, I feel like every time we've asked him that question, he's never answered it truthfully, so we'll never understand.
He just never tells us anything. Like, remember that time when he hit Roshan to break the trees? And he never told us why?
Yeah.
He just doesn't want to tell us anything.
No,
And he mixes you and I up. Or he just thinks there are two Johns.
Yeah.
They're just two Johns to him.
Everyone thinks my name's Jonathan. I still haven't gotten away from that. Like, the fact that I have repeatedly casted with you, and I've referred to you by John multiple times, but you never refer to me by Mike. So they just think we're both John. Or I'm some anime character that just says John at the end of every sentence. Like a One Piece character.
Oh god, I'm imagining you like those quirky anime girls that always add Desu at the end. Disgusted.
It is disgusting, Jonathan. You're disgusting, Jonathan. You disgusting weeb. How dare you? How dare you bring that kind of stuff up? In case you're just tuning in, welcome back to the Mike X John or John X Mike podcast. It is MLP Dota and John X 5 podcasting with you here today. We do have some games underway very soon. Game 2 with Team Spirit vs TSM coming right up. The draft has been underway, ladies and gentlemen. We won't get into it too much. You know,
We won't spoil it for you. You'll see. No spoilers. No spoilers. You know, you'll have to find out. Yeah, you know, you could win a trip and meet Slacks if you sign up in the link shown on the screen.
Which is
God help you if you win that.
You don't want to do that. We aren't going to have the draft coming on screen, Jonathan. We're going to go straight into the game. So I am going to talk about what's been picked up. For the sake of the viewers who have tired of hearing our voices, Beastmaster, Magnus, Rubik, Oracle is the draft so far for Tier SM. Team Spirit, they've got a Bloodseeker, they've got a Techies, they've got a Lich, and they've got a Timbersaw. Both sides yet to make their final pick. TSM is picking up first, and they do go for a Puck mid lane. So there you go. Beastmaster, Magnus, Rubik, Oracle, Puck is the draft of TSM. And now Team Spirit are looking to pick up their final pick here.
Yeah, I mean, with a Bloodseeker, Techies, Lich, and Timbersaw are in a pretty good position. They could just take a Spirit Brother mid. I believe M left in the pool. Ember versus Puck is Battle Lane. So they can kind of gun into that for Team Spirit. The Timber Cell was an interesting pick by Team Spirit, and Collapse should probably just play it on the off lane now. The Puck is a pretty good solution to basically everything you have, and it's almost like a bit of a switcheroo from Spirit. They get the Bloodseeker Lich going for themselves, so they've got that strong lane. The Amber does come true for Team Spirit, so again, a matchup against the Puck should be fairly decent, and I am keen on seeing exactly how this game breaks out. I'm sorry, I just got distracted by my face going super fast for whatever reason. It just sped through. I'm very confused.
That's just how fast you're talking, Jonathan. We are going to head into it. As you can see, we're going to have a look at the players. Yatoro's forehead looking as fantastic as always. And well, I'll repeat the drafts for anyone that didn't catch that. So TSM, they've got a Beastmaster, Magnus, Rubik, Oracle, and Puck. Team Spirit, Bloodseeker, Techies, Lich, Timbersaw, and Ember Spirit is what they've got. Do you have a preferred draft, John, going into this game too?
I would say I'd actually prefer TSM's draft. I think they have a good Magnus game lined up here. There's no direct counters. Your core matchups look pretty solid as well. And I am keen on seeing what they can do. I think they've got much better tempo coming out from TSM now. Like, they can kind of make use of this draft fairly well. And they have a way of initiating now going into these, so should be rectifying a lot of the issues we saw in the last game for sure. And we should be able to see what they can do with a proper fight opener.
Well, game number 2 going to be underway very, very soon. Collapse, you're looking at the man right now, Jonathan. I mean, he was just fantastic last game with the Tide Hunter, and I can't wait to see what he does. Oh boy. Is it just me, or is there a lobby issue?
Yeah, no, we're remaking right now, so we'll get back into it.
So
and we should be able to see what they do get down to here as we go into game 2 after a little bit of an extended wait. You should be able to see what's going on. And we see the faces of our players itching to go, of course. Keen to see, again, what they do, because I think they've got like a pretty solid draft in TSM. Team Spirit has a more interesting draft, like maximizing the Bloodseeker Lich lane, I think is going to be interesting to see. And I'd want to see if they can maximize it the same way TSM did in game 1.
we'll see. Team Spirit, the thing is, like, even if they can't, like, just the way they can like maintain their composure in the way they did maintain their composure in game 1, it's just fantastic as always, just world class as you'd expect from this team. And it's kind of just the thing, right? Like, what do you do against a team that just, it doesn't matter how much you beat them in the first 10, 15, 20 minutes, they're just going to take it easy and come back anyway. That's what TSM do have to figure out here in this game number 2. We should be getting into it rather soon here between these two teams again. Again, TSM looking to try and force a draw here against the side of Spirit, and Spirit currently sitting in a 1-0 lead, looking to get a 2-0 victory to start off their season 20 of Dream League with this game 2 victory, if they can get one.
Yeah. You know what the issue here is, Mike? I'll let the viewers in on a little secret. Mike's not hitting the start button. You must spam cast or start game in chat so that the game may proceed. Everyone knows this. This is an open secret. This isn't even a secret. It's an open secret. In Dota 2. Mike, why haven't you clicked start game? What are you doing?
I'm not going to do it. I just want to keep talking. I'm going to keep talking, Jonathan.
Can't get enough of your voice, huh?
Yeah.
You sick man. Any person that enjoys the sound of their own voice is not to be trusted.
Oh, I certainly don't, let me tell you. I don't know how anybody... To be quite frank with you, Jonathan, I mean, my wife has to hear it all the time, and I'm convinced she's learnt the invaluable skill of turning her ears off with when it comes to me talking.
Yeah, I've learned it as well. It gets rather easy past the point, Mike. After knowing you for, 6 years now, maybe 7? Actually, inching towards that point. It gets pretty easy. You just have to filter out the Australian, and you have a peaceful zone, Mike. It's nice. It's nice.
It certainly is. Just like Whitemon.
He's not
very straight now. No food. Time to get serious. Now, mind you, Whitemon had a fantastic start to that game 1. Bit of a shame what happened to the poor guy, but No messing around now, Jonathan. Straight to business.
Straight to business as our lobby does launch. It is in all picks, so we'll just get our heroes lined up once more, and we should be able to see that game to kick in. Again, keen to see how the lane matchups work, how the tempo works out, as game one looked pretty decent from the side of TSM for quite a long time until it just wasn't. It's just a lot harder for them to play. Of course, I'm not sure how many more times I can go in circles here, Mike. I'm trying to think of a way to segue back to the same points, and I just realized I don't know what I'm saying anymore. I shut my own voice out of my head.
It doesn't matter what you're saying anymore, Jonathan. We are heading into game number 2. Hopefully the lobby is not broken this time around, and we can actually get the game underway here between Team Spirit and of course TSM. And it looks like we're going to be good. So let's head into it. Game number 2 here, TSM versus Team Spirit. See how this one pans out.
Yeah,
Very different drafts at the very least. So brand new game.
Yeah, I mean, they swap out the Bloodseeker Lich for Team Spirit to pick up, so they get to play with this fun combination now. Of course, Kasane does get to pick up his Beastmaster, which we've seen him excel at, so I'm keen to see just how much he can do with that and how much they can stop that Bloodseeker from starting off. Like, they did give Yatoro a pretty hard lane last time. Would hope that it would happen here again.
Just thank you for that, Fog. Team Spirit. I don't know if you saw that, John. I don't know if you understood the reference to that joke there for a moment, but it did say Fog.
It said Fog where?
Never mind. You missed it. Never mind. Mid-river, TSM, they're going to move up. They won't. They'll back off again.
Baited by Michael Phoenix again.
Yeah. Do they go for a level 1 team fight here? I mean, it feels like TSM won it.
For sure. I think their lineup does a pretty good job there. Team Spirit does as well. And there goes Kasane. You know, this is what's been missing from Kasane. That SMG voice line. It's back.
Oh, that's right.
Like, I was like, I just realized that's something that we have not been seeing for some time, and I'm glad to see that it's back up.
Certainly is, and we haven't figured out exactly who that is singing in that voice line as well, sadly, but I imagine it's JJ. It must be. Who else is it going to be? He literally owns the team. Anyway, we'll get into the draft, we'll get into the laning stage here. We'll start with top lane. Kasane and Ari. Beastmaster Rubik lane going to be up against Yatoro on the position 1 Bloodseeker, and now Maposhka is on the Lich. So you basically have the same safe lane, except different team now. Team Spirit taking the safe lane away from TSM, as Ari's already going to cop a fair bit of damage here on the Rubik, just with the slow to block.
To really CS himself, although...
Yeah, Ari is going to drop. Maposhka able to secure first blood on the Lich, trying to run from Kasane, but Kasane should have his way with him. World Axe is up in a moment. Maposhka attempts the sidestep, not going to work out. So a very nice start already for the side of Team Spirit.
Yeah, a solid beginning. And again, this is what you'd expect from a Bloodseeker Lich lane. Just stable setup, stable aggression coming out. You can see just how much more TSM can do to try to slow that down. Still taking a look at the mid lane here, where you do have Laurel and Bryle up against each other on the Ember Puck matchup. And this one tends to feel pretty good for the Ember. Puck doesn't really have too much to do in terms of harassment. Ember can just keep clearing out the waves. You don't have a direct threat. You should be able to get what you want. Taking a look down bot though, where a lot more hits are being traded here, as Whitemon on the Oracle already dropping low does support Tomato fairly well, and Tomato is farming up quite nicely, but this is not an easy lane for the mag. Any melee into a Timbersaw lane just doesn't feel great, and with the threat of techies as well, the kill threat is real from the side of Team Spirit.
It certainly is. See if they can manage to get aggressive here down in that bot lane. For now, though, they are just going to trade some harass with each other. Tomato's just casually running in circles, realizing, you know, against collapse on the Timber, there's limited amounts of things you can do as the Magnus. Sure, you could go for the skewer back play into the tier 1 tower, but even that, it's probably not going to feel that good against a Timbersaw of all things. Reactive armor just going to make it so you don't really do much damage even with the tier 1. This is a really toxic kind of lane to have to play against for TSM down at the bottom, right? Like, just not only just the kill potential, but just the fact that they can stop you from hitting any creeps as the Magnus is not going to feel very good for Tomato. Ari,
No.
top lane again going to go down here. Toro this time able to secure the kill. And sadly, Kasane could not really find any kind of a trade. In fact, Kasane now could be in danger himself. Bloodright does land, but he will be alright.
Yeah, he's not going to be able to do as much. At the least, he does have the Ring of Health up and running, so you should just be fine to sit in and try to regen. Did you manage to find some punishment onto Mira down bot? So they find something for the trouble here on TSM, evening it out 2-2. Still not doing much to stop Collapse, though. And that's always going to be the issue in this lane. I suppose the Oracle is somewhat of an answer, though. We've seen Oracle, with the magic damage you do with Purifying Flames, tend to burst down at him. So you can see when the levels are up on that.
Toro getting quite low at the top lane, but he does back off, as well as Maposhka getting quite low himself on the Lich. So the aggression really starting to ramp up here from TSM. Toro, be okay to just casually regen with the Thirst, but certainly not in a very comfortable position now, especially as Ari's going to hit level 3 and get the level 2 Fade Bolt. Maposhka could potentially just be dead. He's going to try and go for a bit of a run. Looks like Ari will hold out on the Fade Bolt. In fact, Yatoro is now going to rush in after Kasane. But Maposhka, getting baited by his own Pos 1, is going to end up dying.
Now, even managed to find that Timbersaw down stout. Again, the magic damage with level 2 Purifying Flames is pretty damn high. Well, they at least find a courier. Collapse is still getting aggressive here.
Yeah, Whitemon's going to drop down a bottom lane. Oracle is very simply dealt with as Collapse is going for a little bit more onto Tomato, but decides better of it because he has no mana to play with. You already got a kill on the Oracle, so you're more than happy. And the thing is, they know Tomato's not really hitting that many creeps at the moment. He's you know, CS 15 and 2 at the moment. Not really anything to write home about. And it's only set to get worse as the levels do come up on Collapse.
Yeah, it's not going to feel good, especially since Tomato is prioritizing Skewer in the lane. So he doesn't have the best points in Empower to just sit back and farm later on. At best, like a 1-2-2 build, which is not ideal in trying to catch up. So TSM are the ones to have to try to stall this one out now. Maybe use Bryle and his aggression on the puck to kind of get that space going for the Magnus. Still 3-3. TSM finding some trades at the least, but not enough to really make it comfy. And again, the lane CS is just not good. I think that is a concern here.
Absolutely. You compare it to... I mean, Yatoro's not having the craziest time either, to be fair. It's bottom lane. Last off attempt was out. Tomato, he's gone. Mira will trade his life for it, but it's well worth it. It's Collapse. Able to secure the kill on the Timbersaw. And again, Tomato, he's already having such a bad time. Now Collapse slowly going to start out-leveling him in the XP department. And again, this bottom lane, it's just not easy to recover. Like, at least Magnus can go into the jungle and farm that way, but laning-wise, you know, you might be forced to do it very, very soon with the way this game's going.
For sure. Not even able to go into the double stat items to start off here. Down mid, a bit of a scuttle over the runes. Maposhka, that's to take it.
Pick it up. Lal's, or rather, Ari's still being chased down as Lal is continuing, and Mira just going in with the blast off is going to secure, but now a 3-man Dream Coil is committed here by Brawl and Whitemon. Whitemon still in danger though, as Lal is just going right in for the dive. He'll find a secondary as Brawl. He will try to trade with Maposhka, but he needs to find a way out now. Warp, remnants forward from Lal, but is not going to be able to keep up with the puck. So at the very least, he finds a Lich for his trouble, but it's still a 2-for-1 in favor of Team Spirit. And Lal, I mean, he was around for all that bonus XP and gold, so he's a happy Ember.
Yeah, he's getting to ramp up quite fast on the timings. Full Orb of Corrosion up, not too far off from Phase Boots as well. And once you hit that mark on the Ember, the right-click harassment you get out with a Sleight of Fist starts to feel really suppressive. Really hard to play into. The hold of TSM, they are relying a lot on the Roar or the Coil to catch that Ember out. So we'll see if that's something they can put a lid on as the game does move forward. Team Spirit, again, looking a lot sharper in this laning phase in comparison to Game 1. And for the side of TSM, they're going to have to try to default to a slower style. They've got some stacks to play with, scouted out by Maposhka. So they should be able to contest down the line. You do want to feed that over to Kasane and to Tomato as much as possible.
Yeah, you look at the highlights of that previous engagement, and It's not an easy game for an Oracle this game around. You just have so much dive potential here with Mira and the Ember Spirit, and you kind of just saw it there. As speaking of diving, Mira gonna find Whitemon once again. This time around, Whitemon's gonna be more than happy to trade back, as Tomato's also gonna show up. They're onto the techies, and Mira is just gone. Collapse trying to make it in time to get somewhat of a trade going for his side. Nice tree chop from Whitemon though. Uses a Tango to chop down the tree. And Collapse, due to that, is not going to have enough damage to finish off the kill.
Yeah, Whitemon just staying on top. You're not hurting too badly here on Collapse. I mean, you lose Mira, sure, but it's not the biggest loss in the world. It is some much-needed catch-up gold for Tomato. And he can just start to go in and farm up now. Level 2 Empower, not the best, but it's a start for him to try to hit that timing onto the Harpoon. The game starts to simplify a little bit more once you do get that up. I do like what the Team Spirit's doing, though. Just focusing heavily on the mid, focusing on keeping Brawl down. The puck timings just... They've always been a little bit awkward, and they still kind of are. Like, Witchblade feels good, but it's not like the puck suddenly gets a massive advantage just with that item up.
Bottom lane, Tomato was forced to TP back to the fountain again here from Collapses. Well, gonna find Maposhka and Mira in his triangle. He'll go for the Dream Coil onto the Lich. That should be the Lich being dealt with, as Maposhka does take a little bit longer than anticipated to take down. But they do get him in the end. Lal does show up now on the Ember. Ari, oh boy, no chains to cancel.
Radiant's bottom tower
Not skilled up yet, so at the very least Ari is gonna be just fine. And TSM, they get away with a nice little pos 5 kill.
Yeah.
Kasane.
Oh, Kasane.
Top lane. I mean, they dropped the blood right. It's going to be way off the mark, though, as Kasane just going right in with the Raw now. Mira, he gets the blast off in time, and Yatoro, he barely is able to walk out as they rotate Lal in on the Ember to try and ensure that Kasane at least does go down. And they do get him. Lal, looking for a chains, will not land on anything but the creep wave. But Brawl is still in massive trouble. He has enough mana now for the orb. Needs to head up north, back into the arms of Yatoro, and that's the last person you want to run into, as Yatoro will hand over the tip to Brawl. Sadly for Brawl, he didn't really have many good options.
Yeah, didn't have too many angles left. And it does fall. Good camping done by Team Spirit to ensure that kill goes onto Yatoro. They don't find
nice
that
remnant.
kill.
Tomato forced to pop the RP just to secure the shield rune and not allow Lal that top up in the bottle. To be frank, for Tomato anyway, like it's not like he's gonna need the RP anytime. Oh, I say that. Coil's committed. Maybe now you would have liked it. Lal dropping very, very low, but Maposhka is there to save from the puck, as Brawl may need to back himself out now. Even I don't necessarily think they would have landed the RP anyway, but a nice attempt. Doesn't work out.
Yeah, might have been nice if they could get the skewer back. Not quite in position and not quite confident on Tomato to get that done. It's just back to the farm game for him. Still a strong start for Team Spirit overall. Again, maintaining that 2k lead up, getting space out for Yatoro, dragging around Tomato away from the jungle as well, stalling out that farm time you'd want on that Magnus. Like, this Harpoon is not going to be the quickest we've seen. It's going to be probably one of the later ones, actually, we've seen coming out of laning space, especially since you skip out on both of your starting bracers or bracer Wraith Band as well. So you don't have that early right-click stat advantage for the Magnus to feel good with. And for the side of Team Spirit, I mean, you're getting everything you want. Collapse, but Vanguard, pretty hard to zone out. Phase Boots, Orb of Corrosion, plus the Javelin up, and Laurel, his Sleight of Fist starts to really hurt Ari.
He's fine. Nice lift up on Lal to make sure that he cannot get the chains off. There's going to be a smoke here from TSM. Just Kasane and Whitemon going to rotate through the Radiant Triangle and try to make their way into the mid. So you don't want to take too much damage in this mid tier 1 tower if you can avoid it. TP's coming in from Brawl as well with a Dream Coil. Will commit it onto 2 heroes, but Collapse has also shown up. They're trying to deal with Maposhka. They've got him down. In fact, they've even found the Ember. Lal is gone as well. Can Team Spirit really keep this fight going? It's a 5v3 now for Team Spirit, but they're the ones trying to be aggressive. Eventually, though, they are forced to back away. Brawl even finding himself an Arcane Rune in the middle of all this. And Tomato, he'll pick off Mira. On the techies is Team Spirit. They will lose 3. TSM, they lose nothing.
And they're still ready to go. They've still got the RP to throw out. if they wanted to force out the fight. The defense is there for the mid. And with a Frost Shield up, not going to really want to try to pierce through that protection. But TSM showing their bite at last, isolating that Ember, stacking their stuns onto that hero. It's the one here that, again, they're going to struggle to lock down, so just finding a way to pin him down already is a pretty good sign. You're starting to reach some item timings to come out here as well. Kasane, 2 parts away from full Ags for the Drums of Slam to be up front here. Tomato, just the recipe away from the Harpoon. So you're going to be able to play these fights now. You're going to be able to try to drag back on the coil, get the forced break, start to get that setup you'd want. Yatoro still looking to play on the aggressive side here.
He's trying. Brawl now, just going to make the jump in. The techies, Mirror. He's just going to drop. Ari has plenty of damage. We'll just take him out on the Rubik. Just a little pickup once again here for TSM. So it will be 11-8 is the scoreline right now between these two teams, with a very slight net worth lead the way of TSM. And I'll tell you, Tomato, he is really doing a great job of keeping up now. Almost at the Harpoon. This is one of his favorite heroes to play as well in the POS 1 role. We did have an interview with Tomato during NA DPC, and he did specifically say he's a big fan of the patch purely based off the fact that he can play this hero again. You can kind of see why. Like, just the scale at which this hero can farm after having such a bad laning stage is just ridiculous. It's the puck. Brawl able to orb away. Chain's not going to prove to be enough from Lal. TSM, I mean, they could group up and go for a big smoke if they want. Off the back of this Harpoon timing from Tomato.
Dire are scanning.
Brawl's looking a little bit worse for wear, though, in terms of the mana department, so it looks like he'll just leave that be. But no, they are going to go for a 3-man. Line's being drawn down towards the bot lane where Collapse is currently farming. But his team is not too far away from him. And I don't think the Timber is going to die that quickly.
No, it's a hard target to gun down for. We'll see. Their smoke might break here.
Well, nice smoke break from Aposhka. You'd rather tank the gank as the POS 5 if you can, and that's exactly what Maposhka does. Collapse is still sneaking around. Harpoon is there from Tomato. Skewer back out as well. Collapse again, a very tanky boy to try and deal with, but he is completely surrounded by the side of TSM. He'll still go for a bit of a run. The Purifying Flame's actually healing him up throughout all this. Chain through Ari, but Ari just killed himself. Oh, Yatoro ruptured him up. They do get Collapse in the end, but Mirror's there now with a big blast off. It's TSM, the RP, completely whipped here on Lal. A mess for TSM, as they will give up 2 for 1. But more importantly, they lose their Magnus for Collapse's Timber. Of course, Ari going down to boot, just not a good fight whatsoever.
Yeah,
Look
it's
at
just...
this. Well, watch the chains from Ari.
Yeah, he's ruptured up. I want to see it again. And he had to do something. They wanted that kill.
They didn't realize, I don't think.
No,
I don't think he realized he was ruptured.
He must have. It was a chaotic fight, to be fair. Again, I like the attempt coming out from TSM, but Timbersaw's just not the target you gun down for there. At the least, you've got your Ags timing out now for Kasane with all that space, so the Drums of Slum are in play. Crimson Guard feels like it's a necessity here as well. And going there, it can start to get a little bit easier.
Collapse is by himself again, John. They do lift him up. Ari's there. Silence is out as well from Brawl into the root of Whitemon, and Collapse, he is just dropping. Great pickup for TSM once again.
Yeah, that's finally them netting that kill in the Timbersaw this time around. A nice strong start. Well, a nice comeback for them, finally taking that pick off. Some room to push mid here for Team Spirit, as they will trade their top away. Not going to fully commit for mid either, but it's low enough that a little poke and prod should get that done. And for the side of TSM, well, they're in position to try to force something. RP not too far off for Tomato.
Comforting rune of regeneration.
Spirit, they're thinking about it. Someone's actually got his courier just flying around, trying to get some vision of the observer ward that may have been placed on that little cliffside, but doesn't end up finding one. Somehow actually walks his way out as well, just not being punished here on the Oracle. It's TSM, they're going to head down bot because they saw Mirror just farming the creep wave. Mirror, though, with the reactive taser just proving to be way too fast to keep up with. Meanwhile, mid lane, Chains around on Tomato. RP is available. Tomato, he's been ruptured up now, so there's no skewer play, but he does commit the RP. He'll try to go for the fight. That collapse. Yatoro, he's dropping low, but no, the man fight's going to be enough. Kasane, he's just going up against 4 of them right now. And a 3-man Dream Coil.
Oh,
Bro
God.
coming in to save the day. Kasane with a triple kill. You just saw it in slow motion there for a moment, John. Everyone dropping so low on Team Spirit. And the Dream Coil was just the nail in the coffin for them.
Yeah, that was just sharp from TSM. Tomato, I mean, him dying is still a pretty big loss, but you managed to clean up. You're seeing the impact those drums of Slom have, as we do have a replay at that moment. Again, he cops everything. Like, he's the one to get ruptured up. They force the BKB out. And just slow motion. Kasane stands in the middle, regens True, does the damage. And the cleanup crew comes in with Bryle. Like, again, you still punish the Magus quite nicely, but it comes at a massive cost. And TSM, they reel themselves a lead off the back of that. Just a beautiful set of stacking of control coming out from TSM. You still probably don't want Tomato to comp the rupture every time, but they make up for it.
Maposhka, I mean, Bravo's diving very deep for this. Meanwhile, action across the map, the Twin Gates. Usage from Tomato right back towards his team as Collapse. He's taken the bait. He's trying to go for the kill, but he's not going to find it. Goes through the Twin Gates right into the loving arms of TSM. Now Roshan is under attack here by TSM, and while Team Spirit should know about it, there's not really much in the way of doing something about it.
And they can't punish. They had the vision come true, but again, you lose your Timbersaw, you lose this one tool, you have to be really disruptive up front. You might lose more if they're not careful.
Yeah, Mira gonna go for the TP out. Ari, oh, he couldn't get the lift in time.
Is under attack.
It's lacking that vision he needed.
Has fallen.
Didn't have the reaction speed to get the lift off, and
Radiant's middle
nevertheless, TSM still in a very strong position here for game 2. 3k advantage, Aegis up on Tomato. Everything just going swimmingly with this draft so far. Team Spirit, the ones that need to take their time to try and catch up in terms of the farm game. They will do so, like we saw this last game around. So Team Spirit, they fall behind, they just split pushing side lanes, pretty standard stuff, and then just eventually get to a point where they can actually put up an even team fight. TSM, though, they do not want to allow that to happen again. They go for a 3-man smoke.
Dire are scanning.
Kasane trying to bait for his team in the mid lane, but not going to be taken. What is it, John? Have you seen something?
Yeah, Collapse got out, so he got the Timber Chain out, but he was harpooned and skewered, but the Timber Chain still went through, so that looked pretty funny. You know, it's like the old Yule's chain.
Dire's bottom tower has fallen.
Poshka. Jump is there. Bryle can't really go through the Glimmer Cape, sadly, because he's got no detection. Kasane, though, will join in, and that's going to be enough to ensure the Lich is going to drop. A bit more committal than maybe you would like to commit here for TSM, but nevertheless, it gets done.
And it gets done. And not the kill you'd want. They were really lining up for Collapse, but just... He got the chain before the harpoon and skewer connected. So, you don't manage to find that. They are looking to invade for the Wisdom Rune. Whitemon still finds it, but will pay with his life.
Certainly will. Whitemon. I mean, you might just call that worth, though, because Whitemon's buying so much time as well. Eventually, he will die with all the damage coming out. But you'd love seeing the Wisdom Rune being taken, and they're going to find a trade anyway. Mira's been caught. They will secure here with Bryle. Meanwhile, bottom lane, Kasane by himself will try for a TP play out, and they've got the cancel. Lal is there with the chains, and that's going to prove to be enough.
Yeah, to clean up, and it's Team Spirit finding some opportunities. And maybe not the biggest kill on the Oracle, but certainly a lot more impactful finding Kasane top net worth right now for the side of TSM. And TSM just a little bit scattered coming in there. Again, they don't find their initial targets, they find support pickoffs, not the biggest ones. Team Spirit more than happy to play the farm game, as we saw them do in game number 1 as well. And for TSM, it was around this time where the game started to slide a little bit out of their control. And let's see if they'll give that room out, as they are on the hunt.
Yatoro being chased down now by Brawl, who does commit the coil immediately onto the Bloodseeker. Yatoro, he does have a BKB. For now, he's forced to just fight back as the skewer RP, rather the harpoon RP is there. Yatoro is just gone. The Bloodseeker just not having a game as the +1 in game 2 so far at least. Yatoro rather collapsed in the meantime, getting caught here on the timber by 4 heroes just surrounding him up, and he's just down. Brawl wants more now at the puck. After Mirror they go, but the Glimmer Cape going to allow him to get out for now, but not quite. Mirror blast off towards the high ground with a harpoon. Doesn't end up working in their favor.
Huh. It's a bit funky again. I guess it doesn't stop forced movement, because again, Timber Chain went through it. Went through the Skewer and the Harpoon. I guess you don't cancel stuff like blast off. Rather interesting. They miss out on a kill. They'll be able to find a tier 2 for the trouble, which more than makes up for it on the side of TSM. Team Spirit though, Kasane.
Dire's middle tower has fallen.
Poshka being chased here by Kasane, and Ari going to try for the TP, but the dust was there from Ari. Perfect usage. Does find Poshka. Tomato's very deep mid lane though. Rupture is there. Bloodright is not going to connect, but Tomato's just taking so much damage already. He does have the Aegis though, so he's going to go for the man fight. Yatoro not finishing the job because the false promise was out, and now Tomato. He's got a 3-man skewer. Oh, this is going to be a lot of damage against Team Spirit. But they have got the Aegis down on the Magnus. Mirror is down for Whitemon, and now the chase is truly on. It's collapsed, trying to chain away, but Ari is there with the Fade Bolt to secure. Team Spirit trying their best to take a good fight. It just hasn't been that easy though. Team Spirit having a lot of difficulty here against TSM for game 2.
Yeah, TSM. Again, they're showing us some fixes in their execution now, coming into the later portion of the game. They're not giving room out for Team Spirit to breed and farm. Just the angles they take in these fights, that skewer coming out from Tomato, getting great use onto his second life, stalling out the Aegis burst with a false promise, everything lining up. This is the kind of fight that we're looking for from game 1 at around the same time, but takes them a game to hit into that stride. TSM, 26-14, 8k up. They were the ones to have a little bit of a slower start in the laning phase as well. They just managed to reel it in once Tomato had his items going. And now you're at the point where you've got the BKB on Kasane. He's got the pipe to protect his team from the magic damage as well. You're having a lot of issues in trying to lock in Bryle. That is something Team Spirit lacks. Hard lockdown for the puck, not quite there. You've got the Gaze and Blast Off and Chains. It's not really reliable to keep Bryle down from jumping into these fights.
Tomato now having a hunt up towards the north. Yatoro, he is around the corner, though his team is looking to connect. Meanwhile, TSM hanging around that dire jungle for now, making sure the mid lane remains pushed in. So you don't really want to try to go for the high ground unless you can get a good team fight or you have the Aegis up. TSM looking for that next Roshan attempt, still a while away. As bottom lane, they have found Lal on the end, but that's a huge pick-off if they can get it. And with the Dream Core committed, they certainly can. Lal is going to drop, and that is huge for TSM because he has no buyback. He's down for 45.
And that's their opening if they wanted to try to pressure onto high ground. TSM, it looks like they will just wait for Roshan to be back up. They'll keep every lane shoved in. Again, minimize the space for the side of Team Spirit to farm in. Top lane is not addressed though. They should set their eyes up on that as they are starting to collapse into the area.
Oh, Mira also going to get caught. Disarm is there at the very least, but the lift is out. No TP for Mira. Another disarm here with the taser. Blast off attempt is not going to work either. Skewel was there to interrupt. Team Spirit is still just trying to buy more and more time. 26.5 minutes in now, 9k behind. Tomato is just absolutely massive on this Magnus, and the game's nowhere near over yet, but it's sure looking pretty tough. It's like, what itemization do you even look for here as Team Spirit to try and make a comeback?
The Ags and collapse is big. Oh?
They've got vision here, John, but they can't really play around it because Brawler's just jumped in. Coil is there immediately. Maposhka barely able to walk away because the orb did not connect, but now Yatoros get caught. So the Bloodseeker goes down instead. A much better target for TSM to take down. And Brawler's still going for more, looking for Maposhka. He barely misses out on him. Nevertheless, he's a little bit deep here underneath the tier 4 towers, but he will successfully be able to back up. It's TSM, they have started on the tier 3 mid.
Dire's middle tower
Bit of a slower process though, as they are not fully committing.
Yeah. Not gonna go too far and give any openings to the side of Team Spirit. Roshan still 2.5 minutes away. Again, they've addressed every lane except top. Collapse has just been shoving that out as you'd expect Timbersaw to do. So that's the only room you have space to farm in, but they can't even dip outside to farm. You know, Yatora dying, can't use this downtime to try to build up. And this should put TSM in position to take that next Roche in 2 minutes. They'll still poke and prod the high ground if an opportunity presents itself here. They could just take a tier 3 and maybe a Rax before that next Roche even spawns up. Again, it's all down to Team Spirit and how they position themselves for this aggression from TSM. This time it's Team Spirit that just doesn't feel like they have a front line that can make a play. Like, sure, you can bait with Timbersaw, but where's your follow-up?
Oh, Mira caught out top lane. The techies not having a good time as Mira is just down and Brawl's having a look for more now. He's running right towards 3 heroes on Spirit, but they don't have the vision to really know they're there. So it's like Brawl will look to back out. Just one by one, Team Spirit continue to be picked off. At the very least, it isn't any cores getting killed here. Allows time for Lal to pick up that full BKB now, though he needs to be a little bit cautious because Kasane was running right towards him. Yatoro is still lacking a lot of farm himself in the Bloodseeker. Looking for the S&Y build-up. It's a matter of whether they actually have time for all this. Because unlike last game, the split push just is not there.
Yeah. It's just a lot harder to get that space going here for Team Spirit. I mean, the big thing now is going to be Roche control. Daytime, so it should spawn down south. But you're in a good position again for TSM with all the lanes laid out as they are. They are smoked up. Only Collapse showing on the map, but could be a juicy kill to stop the split push.
Yeah, Collapse. Big target here on the Timber. Ari, going to be targeted already, but has the Glimmer Cape to avoid a lot of that damage as Collapse now going to get coiled up by Bryle. Might just be the Sacrificial Lamb once again as a nice skewer away from Tomato breaks the coil. But this is all Collapse can do. He's just buying more time for Yatoro and Lal to get to a point where they can fight back. Problem is TSM are not willing to give them that time because Bryle's already rotated. He will get ruptured here by Yatoro and Bryle. He may have gone too far too early. Oh boy.
Oh.
See, these are the kind of little errors you can't afford to make right now. As TSM, they're still going to keep going. Maposhka, he will drop. Team Spirit, they're not backing off yet. Yatoro's trying to go for the creep wave, so Mira's going to have to sacrifice himself for that. You do at least find 2 supports for the price of Bryle's life. But I question what that's really worth it for TSM right now, because Spirit are the ones that need the goal.
Yeah, not the most worthwhile. Roshan also spawns down south. So at the least they can take the gate down and start working onto that Roche. Tomato already on that objective. Team Spirit, it's still a rough state of affairs for them. It does look like Tomato maybe wants to kill first. Just clear out the wave.
It's a nice double damage rune down at the bot rune spot as well. I think Kasane may have just scouted it out, and he has. We'll just take it himself though. I mean, they are going for Roshan, so the double damage is not going to exactly last if you're going to try and go high ground after this. It's easy Roshan to be taken by TSM. Second one of the game here, so you'll get a cheese with the Aegis. And sadly for Team Spirit, they've got no kind of gameplay in terms of trying to go for a Roshan fight here.
No.
They're just going to kind of savor the time that they have. This Aegis will be picked up by Tomato. Kasane will not forget about the cheese. He will pick it up on the Beastmaster.
Oh.
And top lane, there is a Dream Call committed. They've got the Ember Spirit already. Lal being caught out. He'll pop the BKB to get away from this. And he'll be fine in doing so as well.
Backs off. BKB charge expended. And a little bit painful. A 9-second charge just gone. At the least, you save yourself. And again, you're just trying to stall here on Team Spirit. But at this point, TSM should not be looking to entertain that. You should be looking to find some kills. Kasane.
Roar out. They've got Collapse locked down at the Timber. Harpoon, skewer once again here from Tomato. Collapse, he's got the shoot up with the axe. He might be able to survive through this. In fact, he's looking to try and turn this one around. Collapse, still going down. Surely does do so as the skewer is there from Tomato. He can't survive through it. He will drop. TSM, you love to see this aggression. They are not slowing down this time. It's Tomato now going to see Mirror. Nice easy harpoon skewer back. Though Mirror does have a glimmer cape, so he does buy himself a little bit of time. But TSM still looking to chase him down. Skewer forward from Tomato, getting very, very deep. Lincoln's broken by Yatoro. He pops Eruption now. He's got the Magnus. He'll find at least the Aegis, but they've lost Maposhka in the meantime. And now the Roar's out of Yatoro. He might be forced to fight this one out. Another Eruption committed. This time on Kasane. As Lal's going to jump in. Tomato, though, looking for a big RP opportunity. Does find one. He's got 2 targets. Lal and Mirror are down. Yatoro still trying to get this done by himself. Maposhka there to help out, but he can't do it. He can't take the damage. Tomato is hitting way too hard. Lal is trying to run. He is the only survivor. And he's not going to last for long by the looks of it. He is down. Full team wipe for TSM. And they're looking to go right through the mid lane, it seems.
I love it. TSM, again, fixing some of those issues in game 1, having a way to stably start these fights. Bryle taking point. Collapse, trying to defend.
Collapse is going to try his best, but the roar out from Kasane again. And that's it. Team Spirit, they've seen enough. They'll call the GG. TSM do successfully manage to draw out the series 1-1 here with Team Spirit. And you've got to be pretty happy about that as TSM. But like after that game 1, seeing how strong of a performance Team Spirit showed up with, you got kind of worried for TSM there for a moment, but the props to the boys, they make it work for game 2, and this series will end in a 1-1 draw.
Yeah, it ends in a draw, and for TSM, it felt like it should have been a 2-0. You know, you look at that game 1, you look at what they did manage to do there, it felt like they should have been able to close that one out. If they play their advantage, they correct in game 2, and they correct in game 2, and they managed to, you know, keep that momentum up. Bryle takes a more active hero. He goes all across the map. He starts these fights on the puck. That's a fantastic time. No hard lockdown from Team Spirit to keep his puck down. And we see what happens. If TSM can just play that tempo, maintain that lead they had, then it starts to get really rough for Spirit. This is a great look from TSM. Even though it's a 1-1, like, they look a lot better than they did in the DPC, and I think for the side of Team Spirit, I mean, they're going to have to rally elsewhere. Their early game looked a little bit rough. They're drafting this one. No hard lockdown for a puck last pick. Just didn't feel like it was going to work out. And TSM, again, whatever they did between that time Div 1 ended into Dream League, it looks like they've really sharpened up here.
That they certainly have, Jonathan. A fantastic game overall. And another Bloodseeker loss, believe it or not, Jonathan. This POS1 Bloodseeker, I keep saying it. I've been saying it for years, in fact. It just not very, very good. You know, it doesn't work out here. And well, what can you do? Bloodseeker pickers will be Bloodseeker pickers, Jonathan. You know, it happens. It was a decent game for it, mind you. Like, he was doing some fantastic work in the early game, but well, sadly for Yatoro, just wasn't able to really pop off. And you know, as strong as the Lich Bloodseeker lane can be, it didn't feel that good, because Kasane on the Beastmaster with Ari on the Rubik, they were being real menaces against the safe lane of Spirit.
Yeah, they were. They really were. I mean, you were still getting some good Blood Rite and Frost Blast combinations coming out, so there was some early aggression coming out from your Bloodseeker there. It's just maintaining that tempo. I think they couldn't buy enough space for Yatoro to really grow big. Collapse was doing his best cutting down his creep waves, but even he had a pretty rough time in the lane. Sure, again, first 3 levels kind of felt alright, and you were bullying out Tomato, but you gave Tomato space. You couldn't hunt him down. Your attention was dragged towards that mid. And the exact same thing, like what TSM did in game 1, Team Spirit did in game 2, allowing the safe lane to just farm up a little bit too much, uncontested, and then having to try to deal with that. Like, a Magnus with Harpoon there's a reason why this hero is super popular. Right? The stats, the damage, the relocating potential is just too strong.
Well, we've got some monster moments by Monster coming up right here on the stream, as we can have a look back and see some highlights of that game number 2. And it was a big game here again for TSM. In fact, a huge game, getting the tie. Team Spirit, they were looking pretty damn good throughout the early game. It was a bit of a mirror matchup almost of what happened in game 1, because Team Spirit did have a semi-decent kind of momentum going for themselves, but or excuse me, rather Team Spirit had a semi-decent momentum going for themselves, but well, TSM not letting their foot off the gas pedal made it work. And yes, you saw that kind of hilarious moment there with Ari, getting ruptured into the chain and just literally dying from one move. But still fantastic plays overall for TSM here in this game too, as this is one of the big fights that looked like it was going to be the start of a huge takeover from Spirit. You kind of see it lead into the mid lane, and this is the one where they got, what, 3 kills on Kasane? Like the huge dream call from Bryle just made this happen. Look at that. That's perfect.
Yeah, it's everything you could have asked for. You lose Tomato at the start of that, but doesn't matter. You hit that Ag's timing for Kasane, shows up with it, and Bryle's there to follow through. Again, the activity Bryle took was just big in this game. In this one, they managed to stall out the Aegis use. The skewer back was amazing coming out from Tomato. Good save from White Bond to kind of ensure that the Aegis usage would pop a little bit later on. And just the coordination from TSM, it's just scarily on point. They look like a team that's in sync with each other, which I couldn't say about TSM in their DPC run. They looked a lot more lost. They looked disconnected. But again, like we heard what they had to say. We heard Moon, we heard Ari in our interviews before. They fixed their comms, and that's definitely showing. I personally have heard a lot of teams say they're fixing comms. It's starting to feel good, and for the most part, it's the hardest thing to fix. It certainly does look like TSM, they're not just all talk. There is a clear improvement here.
Oh, absolutely. It certainly is. And yeah, communication just so important in a game like Dota 2. Some players they like to just ping Jonathan, but in the pro meta, you can't just do that. You've got to talk quite a bit. And the side of TSM, obviously getting those communication issues resolved quite well here, at least for game number 2. Now, I actually can't wait to speak to somebody from TSM to see what they really have to say about this series overall, because mostly game 1 is where I want to find out what happened, because the lead was just huge during game 1, and obviously it didn't remain that way, but we'll have to see exactly what they think about it. What happened here against Spirit? I'm sure they're still very happy, though, to be fair, after that game 2 victory.
Yeah, for sure. Like, they should still be feeling pretty proud of themselves. I think game 1, we saw some snippets of what looked like improvements already, especially in their early game there for TSM. So I'm keen to dig their brains into it a little bit if we do get our interview down the line. And of course, a 1-to-1 start for both teams. Not the worst, but we said at the start of our broadcast, Mike, you don't want to also draw out every single match, because that's not enough to get you in top 4, as Execration did last time. They learned the hard way. All draws doesn't take you anywhere.
Yeah, it's one of those really kind of hard playoff brackets to get into. Like, you're going to be one of the 4 teams. It's not easy whatsoever for any team, and there's just so much competition to try and go up against. So every single individual win does really matter, even if it is just game number 1, and even if you end in a draw, it can mean all the difference. And again, props to TSM for at least getting a tie here against Team Spirit. But then props to Team Spirit, John, because they made a great comeback during game 1. You can't take that away from them.
Yeah, they played well to find that opening. They stalled out the game, and they utilized the resources they had on hand to just build up in Yatoro. I think it was also down to TSM, maybe not performing to the standard they should have in game 1. But again, it also takes skill to blast open when you do find that tiny sliver for an opening, that tiny crack in the game from your opponent, to drag it back your way. So a really good back and forth. And we talked about our outlook on this game earlier on, Mike, 80-20. It felt a lot more 50-50, which surprises me, because TSM is not a team that's not going to the major, and Team Spirit is. Team Spirit's a 7-0 team in the DPC, and TSM managed to draw them out. In fact, they look pretty dominant for a lot of these games here.
That they did, Jonathan. That they did. At the very least for TSM, though, and Team Spirit for that matter, because they do draw up. Sure, you don't get to go to the major, but if you could go to Riyadh, I mean, you saw that prize pool, John. It's a big amount of money. I mean, it's basically, I don't even know if I want to say mini TI at this point. It's like a second TI that's happening. It's in Riyadh. It's going to be amazing, and sure, it's important for teams like TSM to try and secure points for TI, but at least you've got a second variation of a similar thing. If you need it. You can kind of get there with the group stage here of the DreamLeague Season 20. So, again, huge props to both teams for the draw. I wonder what their comms will be like after this game, though. Like, what do you need to improve now? Because they've still got huge matchups coming up for both these sides. It's not like it's not like anything's over yet. You've got to kind of fix things quickly if you're both teams. As I believe TSM are playing later today again, and so are Team Spirit. Not easy matchups either. TSM up against Secret and Spirit up against PSG LGD. So, you know, if you need to fix things, you got to fix them real quick when it comes to this kind of Dota.
Yeah, you've got to sort things out. I think for TSM, well, we said they had to sort a lot of things out from Deep Sea. They've shown that they can. So I'm pretty sure Moon Meander is going to be on top of whipping the boys into shape, shoving bowls of food, you know, replicating what Whitemon did. Just give them a bowl of food before the match, have them munch away on the cams. That should sort out TSM. For Team Spirit, you know, it's going to be... I mean, I'm sure a loss like that doesn't rattle them too hard. Again, going 7-0 in the DPC tends to bolster your confidence. Maybe testing a couple of things out in that last draft, who knows? But I think going forward, again, you can't afford too many draws. And as you said, none of these opponents in Group A or even Group B, none of these opponents are easy. It's the best of the best from every region. It's pretty much a major for the most part, what we have here in Dream League.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, John, good news is we do have an interview ready with the man himself. Tomato is here to join us here for a big interview, and we get to speak to the man. Tomato, congratulations on your Game 2 victory and tying up the series 1-1 here with Team Spirit. I'll ask you straight off the bat, sir, how the hell are you feeling?
Good. I think that games were close compared to other times we've played Team Spirit. They usually tend to roll us pretty hard, or we don't get to scratch them. I think this time we had a good shot in game 1, but they kind of dodged us very well, and game 2 we managed to win.
Yeah, certainly so. I mean, going back to game 1 for a moment, you guys were in the lead for a solid 20-25 minutes, and then you kind of said it already, they would just start dodging you, as we see Whitemon in the background. Can you tell me from your guys' perspective, like, what exactly went wrong in game 1? Because the lead was massive for half the game.
Yeah, well, I mean, you can always blame, like, you can say first game of the tournament, right? Get it out of the way. But I think it came down to when we had the Roshan, we didn't use it very well. We started, like, kind of chasing them around, and it was really hard to kill this Juggernaut. And they managed to delay the game until they got their timings, and once they got their timings and we didn't punish them, then we lost this one team fight middle that kind of set that momentum to their favor. Because we use everything and they'll kind of live like 100 HP. They got a lot. You get a lot of gold out of killing and team fighting in this patch, right? So that was kind of, to me, the two big things.
What was the big change up going into game 2? Like, what did you guys discuss before the game 2 draft to be able to pull off a victory? Because you guys looked super dominant in game 2 as well.
Well, Moon just kind of came and he was like trying to cheer us up, like, hey, you guys destroyed them in lanes, because normally we lose to Team Spirit in lanes, and our laning has gotten a bit better. It was really hard either way. He was like, you guys just didn't catch him, you guys didn't use the Aegis very well, you're letting this Jatro guy get, like, you know, Jatro, like, amazing farmer, so you let him free farm, he's gonna, you know, get like 3 items super fast. He was like, just next time you get Aegis and stuff, set a plan and be a little more concise on what you want to do, and that's kind of what we tried to do this game.
Okay, go on, John.
All right, Tomato. I'm curious, you know, I've asked you this question, I've asked a few of you guys on TSM this question, but now, you know, seeing this great performance from you guys up against Team Spirit, as you said, you know, very different from the last times you guys played. What changed with TSM going into Dream League Season 20? What's the big improvement you see in yourselves going into this tournament now?
We've learned a lot throughout this year. Like, I would say we've lost a lot, and you tend to learn a lot from the losses. And each period we have focused on something differently. So now we got into the point where, like, kind of everyone on the team is on a very similar skill level and understanding of how we want to play, what are we playing for, what is it that we have to focus on in specific moments in the game. So we're a bit more synced up now. Before people would talk and your teammate would ignore it because he didn't really understand what was going on, what was said, what was the idea behind it. Now we understand each other better.
Yeah, it's certainly showing up here. I am curious, going forward here, Tomato, is there any opponent that you personally would like to face up against here in your group or the other group if you guys move on? Like, is there any team that you'd really want to play up against?
Yeah, I want to play as Liquid. I heard they've been playing a lot of CSGO and not really screaming, so I really want to beat them up. So they're like, damn, we lost to TSM, guys. Time to try hard again.
That does do that to you, you know, when you get sucked into that. And I've got a little bit of a funny question for you, Tomato. What the hell is Whitemon eating before the match? And why is he the only one eating?
I mean, he's the one that eats the most. Usually we give him the most food. Like yesterday we made pasta and there was like this specific like batch of noodles for him. It was like the Wyman noodles. So I don't know. He's just in the zone, you know, like helps him eat.
Okay, I have one follow-up question to that. Is Whitemon's choice in food good for you? Do you think his food choice is good? Do you enjoy his food?
I mean, to me, Wyman seems like one of those guys that like, you call him like garbage cans, where like you kind of just dump everything. You're just gonna go like the plane kind of like this, no matter what. He always has like the craziest plates,
Fair
you know,
enough.
because you try not to judge your teammates, right? But when you go to events and you look at their plates, right? Wyman's always got this massive like mountain, you know, that he always finishes. It's just crazy.
All right, thank you.
Oh, thank you for that, Tomato. With that, we do have to let you go, but congratulations on the Game 2 victory, and we can't wait to see you up against Team Secret later on.
Thank you. See ya.
See ya.
See ya.
Thank you. Bye-bye. Of course, that was the lovely Tomato here, and you kind of see the stats between the two. Of course, Yatoro not having the greatest game too. 6-6-4 was the KDA compared to Tomato's 14-11-3. Fantastic performance by the Magnus after a pretty tough laning stage, and you know it is what it is. It's a 1-to-1, Jonathan. You know, I can't say Yatoro did badly because he won game 1 in quite a convincing fashion after that mid game. And it was basically him that made it happen with the pace of farming that he goes through. So props to both these boys. Obviously fantastic position 1 performances from these guys, and they will both be leaving with a 1 win, 1 loss.
Yeah, I think it's a solid position for both of them to launch into the rest of Dream League Season 20. Of course, our Predator player versus player. Always good to kind of highlight those different performances coming out. Just a sharper game for Tomato in Game 2. I'm sure if we held that comparison in Game 1, it would look very different as well. But again, a strong footing for both teams, and I'm keen to see just how much TSM improved. Because quite frankly, they're the bigger surprise. Just how well they did in laning, how well they recovered in Game 2. It makes it look like TSM is a team to actually watch out for now, whereas last time, you know, people just memed on them. Now, not the case.
Not the case indeed, Jonathan. We are going to head off to a short break for now, though. And right after that break, we're going to be back with our next series here for Dream League Season 20. Don't go anywhere.
You love it, you wear it. What's your style? Get your merch at shop.eslgaming.com.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. We are going into our second series of the night. Of course, it is going to be the side of BetBoom against Team Asta. Jonathan, another great series coming up here on the Storm stream. But before I get into that, I always like to ask you how you're doing between series. I know you're you're one of those guys that changes his mood like he changes his underwear. So go on, John, how you doing?
I'm doing all right. I don't change my that was a trick question. That was a trick. All spell for it, Mikey. All spell for it. But, the underwear could use some changing because we've got the king on hand, Sumail.
Uh-oh.
King Sumail back. Yeah. What's up?
King Sumail? No.
Emperor. Emperor.
His title has been upgraded. He's the Emperor now. Jonathan, how dare you?
Yes, the Emperor back. And this is where he did originally sub in for Aster. It was in Dream League when that connection was formed. Me and good old Ricky managed to cast that, his debut here. And I'm keen to see what they can do up against BetBoom, which has been a tried and tested team, but maybe a little bit more of a struggle coming out of the DPC for themselves. Of course, they are replacing Execration in this tournament as Execration. Well, Philippine passports, Mike. What can you do about it? You can't head out to play closer to the servers. So we have BetBoom, and they're a very strong opponent. Number 2 in their DPC coming out. Aster a little bit more up and down. They lost their tiebreaker to IG. So I'm keen to see just how much more Aster can bring out here. How to utilize Emperor Sumail, as he's been a lively addition to Aster. I feel like when we saw him in Dream League, his debut, it looked like they played around him really well. And again, in Dream League, we were asking how the comps were. He was just pinging. I'm sure that's mildly improved now with at least 3 weeks spent with the team. So I'm hoping it's a little bit better at least.
Well, Mandarin's not a very easy language to learn.
True.
I don't know if 3 weeks is enough time for Sumail to really
but
be able to communicate.
He should know at least to say stop and go. At least, right?
I guess so. I'd probably just keep pinging, John. I'm a lazy person. I wouldn't bother learning anything, I mean, this is the Emperor, John. Surely they should just learn English for him, right? He's the Emperor. You can't demand things of the Emperor. He demands things of you.
That is fair. That is fair. I just find the thought funny because, I know Lai has come here. So I can imagine Sumail just saying lie, and that's just such a it's a very hawker thing. You're walking down Singapore, Malaysia, a stall wants you to go buy, the uncle selling lie, come here, buy some food. I'm like, I can imagine Sumail yelling that and it just gets me cracking up. Like the imagery doesn't match, but it might be happening for Aster. Who knows?
You brought back some very, very fond memories, Jonathan, as I am currently hungry, by the way, so thanks for that, Jonathan, reminding me of the hawker centers in Singapore. That makes me happy and sad at the same time right now, so there you go. So it's going to be a pretty interesting matchup. I mean, you kind of said it, the tried and tested BetBoom. But then Team Asta, I tell you, John, they were looking really damn hot with Sumail. I don't know if you caught any of the Chinese DPC as well, but they looked fantastic throughout that. Mm-hmm. And he's got a bit of a second wind going right now, he has his moments where he joins a team and suddenly he just becomes one of the best mid players in the world again. And that's kind of how it feels when he joined Team Asta.
Yeah, he's looked revitalized even all the way back to Dream League 19. When he joined the team, he looked amazing. Looked like, as you said, the second wind came out for Sumail. So I'm keen to see if that wind is still carrying on his back and what BetBoom can bring out for us. Because again, they're a last minute addition. So they might not have been able to prep in time in comparison to the other teams. They might not have been able to get their research all done to prep for this outside of, prepping for the Bali Major. I guess there is some crossover there at the very least. So some of that prep work should kick in here as we will see our BetBoom team up on our screens. They are a last minute addition, so we don't have their pictures. Don't worry about that. We're not playing with 5 Spectres here. We'll see them on the camps.
They're here. Pure GPK, Nightfall, Toronto, Tokyo, and I mean, everyone knows what these guys look like, John. Come on now. We don't need photos of these boys. I mean, they are very, very handsome lads, by the way, in case you didn't know what they look like. So we'll get to see them very, very soon on the cameras. But, I mean, like you said, this is a great team. You can't underestimate this side either. Even if you're a fan favorite of Asta and you think Asta should have this game under wrap, I would argue BetBoom might be one of the scarier teams to go up against because it's like that dark horse kind of side, right? You just never know what to expect from these boys.
Yeah, like they can bring out some wild stuff. And then, of course, we have Aster. Their beautiful faces. Unfortunate Bobo has been covered up here. It's a great pose. Don't get me wrong, it's a great pose, but yeah, poor old Boboka hiding. Just kind of sneering there. Not looking too pleased.
What can you do? It happens. It happens. Sometimes someone's just going to cover your face in a photo. Siamese cat being a little bit cheeky there, but it's all right. It's fine. I mean, he could work on his arms before he does that, to be fair, Jonathan, if you're going to cover half his face, arm day is important too.
Yeah, that's true, but they don't look too bad. Come on, Mike, who are you to talk, Check a mirror before you throw shade like that. He's looking pretty sharp. Good old Pichu.
Don't make me start flexing on the camera, Jonathan, right?
Don't flex right now. Flex right now. Let's see it. Let's see these arms you're talking about, huh? Oh, where are you at now? Knew you wouldn't do it.
Don't call me out like that, John. Come on now. Don't call me out like that.
I've seen your arms. They are big arms, Mikey. They are big.
Yeah, that's one way to put it, Jonathan. Big.
Yes.
You didn't say strong arms. You didn't say ripped arms. You went with big. A nice respectful way of saying, not ripped. Well done, John.
Well, they are ripped in a certain way, well, big and ripped.
Well, how's that, John?
All right. I'm not digging a hole. I'm not digging that hole any deeper.
Thank you for that, Jonathan. Anyway, you saw the nice faces here on both sides. Well, you saw Team Master. You didn't get to see Bet Bloom, sadly, but nevertheless, John, do you have a favorite going into this matchup? Like, do you favor one side or the other?
I don't think I would have a favorite coming in. I think it's really hard to compare because I feel like China did surge back in Tour 3. Their matches looked a lot more competitive with the teams they had on hand. So it's hard to say that China's going to have a tough performance again on LAN, as we've seen from the past two tours. When it comes to the majors, when it came to DreamLeague 19, China did fall short of the mark, but I don't think that's the same China we're seeing here in DreamLeague Season 20. So I would say this is actually a pretty 50-50 one. This one can go either way. It depends entirely on really how they play it out, how well they maintain that aggression, how well they use an early lead if one was to present itself, and what we see from draft. Because, in this patch, it feels like we've seen the meta shift multiple times. At the start of the patch, we were getting stuff like Alkdusa. Nowadays, it's more about the Magnus, it's more about Bad Rider Sports, Spirit Breaker, stuff like that. So I kind of want to see the ideas clash here first, Mike.
Can I just say as well, I'm so glad we're not seeing Alchemist do so every game like we did when the patch first came out. Because God, I can't stand watching Alchemist. It's just a hero. It's not fun to watch. It's not fun to play. It's just Alchemist. It's sickening. Get that hero out of here. I never want to see it in the meta again.
Yeah, it's a really boring one, and hopefully we don't see too many teams lean back into it. We'll see, as our draft should be coming up very, very shortly, and we can see what both teams are cooking up here into our first matchup from Group B, if I'm recalling right. My brain's not the best, Mike, but I believe this is our Group B match. And again, hard to call a favorite, because I feel like China's just looked better. This is the testing point. I suppose past this point, we can kind of start to make judgments as to whether or not China is back to be a on-land threat, as that has been a factor missing from them in the past two tours, the past two majors, the past Dream League. So this is really the test for us to see just how much has improved in the tour.
No, I think I totally agree with you, though. Like, China's been looking a lot stronger as we're going to get to see the boys. Now, we are into draft, of course. The initial bans are going to be the Storm Spirit, Techies, and there's a Timber and a Magnus ban. That Magnus has gone whereabouts. Jonathan, no idea where he is, but he was banned out. So Team Master get rid of the Mag Timber, Bet Boom getting rid of the Storm Techies, and Team Master, they start with the Doom, which this hero, it doesn't matter what nerfs they gave it, it's still just Doom. It's still just a busted hero. They wanted to take it and they will. Bet Boom, speaking of busted heroes, they do go down the Medusa and the Undying route.
Yeah, it's a strong opener from Bet Boom. They're pretty early Medusa. There is always that flex on the off lane here for sure. So you do have a way of just giving that to Pure. Although I think historically they've been giving that to Nightfall in the safe lane more than anything else. If that is the safe lane Dusa, there's still a lot of ways to counteract it here on the side of Aster. So I'm keen to see what our Dusa solution is coming out from Aster. Doom is already pretty stable, maybe not the best, but this gives you stable control to kind of deal with that. They will pick up the Slark, which does enjoy hitting these big tanky heroes. It's a diffusal builder as well. You don't have the best lockdown with the Undying. Granted, you also don't have the best tombstone hitters right now with Aster's opening. So you can get a lot of value from a good position tombstone here. And I like the core to core. I think if you are BetBoom, like Dusa Slark is not the best for a Dusa. Like, yeah, you're still durable, but Slark just enjoys having durable heroes. He'll stack up the Essence Shift. You'll feel good. You're not going to be able to outdamage the Slark, and a prolonged fight just doesn't feel good for BetBoom.
No, it certainly doesn't. A classic Slark kind of enjoy kind of game here against the Medusa. Mind you, we do see a lot of Medusa position 3 coming out, so it is a flexible hero. In fact, I think one game we saw in NA may have had a mid Medusa, though I can't exactly remember how that went, but regardless of what position it's in, any hero that Slark can hit forever is always going to be a good hero for Slark to hit. So we'll have to wait out for some more bans before we can see the drafts continue. BetBoom getting rid of the Disruptor for now. Team Asta, we can't see it on the screen, but they did get rid of the Bloodseeker and the Pugna. Pugna also going missing for some reason, but I assure you he has been banned. Now he's certainly missing in this game.
Yeah. Completely banned. Banned so hard that even his image isn't allowed, Mike. That's how hard that ban is. The ultimate ban coming out from Aster.
It's not one of those heroes as well, the Pugna, right? Like, you keep telling me about these mana batteries, but Pugna's another one of those heroes where, with a Medusa, because it never loses HP before the mana, you just guarantee the mana pool, going up and up with life drain. It's a really nice combination to have. Like, you've seen it before in pro games. It feels like the Medusa literally just can't die.
No.
With a Pugna behind it just life draining. But luckily for Asta, they've already gotten rid of it. They'll also get rid of the Enchantress. Pangolier going to be the ban out here for BetBoom. We do need one more ban from BetBoom before we can see more drafting happen between these two.
Yeah, I'm a little bit surprised to see so many mids left in the pool. Ember, Storm, Void Spirit all left in. Wondering if BetBoom will prioritize any of those bans. Sumiel, I'm sure, is going to have a field day and kind of deciding what he wants. It's looking like a pretty solid Storm game, to be fair. Like, if BetBoom lock in a 4 on their next pick, then I think Aster, if it looks favorable, just Storm. Like, there's not much to stop it. Dusa doesn't really stop Storm. Undying does literally nothing to Storm. You're a fat chance of you picking up something like Lion. Although I say that, maybe Aster dips into that themselves if they want that.
We'll see. They're going to have a bit of a heavy think about this this final ban out, BetBoom. Exactly what they're thinking about here with this this final ban out. You kind of already went over the fact that there's just so many spirit heroes left, and they're actually going to ban the Lich and go right into the Keeper of the Light. So it's another nice way of keeping the mana pool up on the Medusa. Obviously, Mystic Snake spam with the Chakra Magic is also pretty ridiculous to have to play against.
Yeah.
It's going to be
just go Ember
really
here.
annoying.
Just go Ember on Aster. Steal the way before the Ember Kotl comes out from BetBoom. Again, you don't have the lockdown on BetBoom because you've got a Kotl and Undying support. That duo does not feel great in rotations. They feel good in team fights for sure if there's someone to set up and start these fights for them, but they're not going to be able to suppress something like the Ember here. Aster have a pretty clear shot at that. To be fair, if you get the Ember, you do let through Storm Kotl, but Storm Kotl is just not as scary as double Sleight of Fist. They'll go with the Wind Ranger instead for Aster, so that should be here on lane. Rather interesting to take that over Void, Ember, or Storm. I'm a bit surprised, but we have seen Wind Rangers sort of pop off, and you do have a Doom that can start the fights for you, so there's not as much pressure on Emperor Sumail to kind of land the shackles every time to get these fights opened up.
The thing is as well, like for the Wind Ranger, there's literally no lockdown at the moment, right? Like it feels like with Windrun, you're just going to be able to kite in and out of the team fight very effectively here as Team Asta and as this Wind Ranger. Like no stuns at all. You've got Solar Bind and you've got Mystic Snake. And once you have the Ags up, can be a little bit more annoying, but overall, it's they're lacking quite a few disables at the moment as Team Asta are going to go right for a Phoenix. There's also nobody on the side of BetBoom that can really hit the egg effectively throughout a team fight, so it does seem like a pretty decent Phoenix game. nothing in the way of dealing with the egg, especially at level 2. Unless the egg just gets popped right in front, but that chances are that's not going to happen. And I suppose Phoenix is also decently... he's kind of annoying against the Deucer, right? Just like the Fire Spirit's being thrown out against Deucer constantly. Sunray's going to be effective as well. Against the other heroes, that is.
Yeah, against the other heroes, because percent-based damage on
It's
Deucer.
HP damage. I get it, Jonathan. I know.
It's funny. I always
not
find
that
it hilarious.
stupid,
I know you're not, Mike. I'm not implying anything here. You implied it yourself. You stated out yourself. I did nothing
I must
here.
admit, though, it would be really funny to watch, you know, a Sunray doing like 1 damage per tick to a Medusa.
It is funny and sad. With the Phoenix pick, though, you mentioned the benefits of the egg. And same thing goes for Betboom. Their Tombstone is pretty protected. The Wind Ranger can kind of hit it, but obviously you want to focus fire and melt someone else instead. So in a well-positioned fight, Betboom can still maximize that Tombstone quite nicely. I think the Phoenix is not also going to be able to clear it out. They go the LC pickup for Betboom. So that should be our offlane coming out here for Pure, more than likely. And I suppose I say that. I'm trying to think. Mid LC doesn't sound good against Wind Ranger, obviously. So yeah, should just be the offlane. Gives you a good way of starting these fights, maybe locking in some of these harder heroes. I'm not seeing the best follow-throughs from the duel, though. I guess duel plus decay, you can win pretty fast. Kotl on LC, overwhelming odds spam can be annoying up front, I suppose. So there is that. Like, you could theoretically get 2 overwhelming odds usages in a duel with Chakra. So that sounds nice.
That's fair. I think just the Blade Mail build-up for the LC this game is going to be quite valuable, right? Because you're up against Wind Ranger, so Focus Fire is not going to feel good against Blade Mail, and see the Slark's not going to enjoy hitting itself very much. So I think the thing is as well for Betboom is they desperately kind of needed a bit of lockdown, because there was no catch on this team. So now at least with an LC who's generally going to go down the Blade Mail Blink route, you have some nice catch here for as the Legion Commander. And that's something they really did desperately need, because they have nobody else to catch anyone. In fact, this last pickup may as well be at least some form of disable here for Betboom. Because I don't know if you solely want to rely on this LC to do all the work in terms of catching somebody up.
Yeah. Not sure what else is left on mid to kind of give you that control. Perhaps something like a Puck, which is banned out by Aster. So I'm really not seeing a stable solution for team fights here, with no Puck option. It's a little bit rough for Betboom. For Aster, just looking for a hard support. Honestly, a Lion. And you always laugh at me when I say a Lion, but Lion to deal with Dusa could be one way. Just mana drain. It can be pretty effective. Hex is going to feel nice as well. Maybe an Oracle if you really wanted to. Just keep spamming your Purifying Flames. Another way to melt the Dusa down. And I think that's the only standing issue. It's either dealing with Deucer or saving from duel. Like either one on the sport, which means something like, well, Shadow Demon's out. But again, Oracle kind of fits both. And they go with the winner instead. Ooh. This is interesting because it can be flexed. Sumail could play that mid, and I think the Winter Wyvern mid is a lot better support Winter Wyvern right now. Granted, this is support Winter Wyvern game, as they close out with a Void Spirit on Betboom, which oddly enough just gets left until the end. So you have a really strong mid lane coming out here. What's Aster gonna do? Yeah, Sumail Winter Wyvern. There you go.
Wow, okay. All right, I mean, this gets me pretty excited, John. This is not what I was expecting to come out, but I mean, Core Winter Wyvern in this current patch, being a universal hero, it hits really hard once you have a couple of stat items up. And Core Winter Wyvern as well, it's really annoying to play against. Like, this is not a fun hero to have to match up against. So we'll see how all this pans out, because he's going to be up against the Void Spirit mid here for GPK, so I'm not sure exactly how to expect that matchup to go, because I haven't seen Void Spirit versus Winter Wyvern very much, if ever, throughout 7.33C, but I want to say the Wyvern should have a good time, but that's pure speculation.
Yeah, I'd agree with you on that one, though. Like, Winter Wyvern can just outrange, you can always harass out with your Splinter Blast. Void Spirit doesn't tend to go for Dissimulate early on. It's going to be harder to run up and try to use your Resonant Pulse, try to use your Remnant. So I feel like this should be a very manageable lane for Sumail. Like, if this was Void Spirit versus Wind Ranger, arguably a better matchup for Void Spirit to play into in comparison to Winter Wyvern Void Spirit. This is just a rough time. And I think maybe BetBoom didn't expect that flex to come out. But Winter Wyvern here, right? You talk about universal type. Something like Dragonlance, Gleipnir, Dragonlance, Maelstrom feels pretty good. We've got the cat ears again.
Oh, not again. Not again. I thought we'd escape this. The cat
Never
ears
do,
are
mate.
upon us once again. My goodness.
They're
I don't know what to
stylish.
say about this, Jonathan.
Stylish.
No, it's not.
They are.
Stop it.
I mean, it's better than your headphones. No, I'm just kidding. The SHP 9500 is very good. Very good.
Thank you, Jonathan. We didn't need the ad. I appreciate it, though.
It's not an ad. Not recommending.
No, it's not.
Just saying they're pretty all right.
Game one here between Asta and BetBoom. John, give me your prediction. Like, do you prefer the draft of BetBoom? Do you prefer the draft of Asta going into this game one?
I'd say I heavily favor Aster's draft. I think you have a really good win condition, a good core-to-core matchup for Monet to play into. You've got a great lane lined up here for Sumail. And the team fights just look insane because you've got fire and ice working together. And so you've got the Supernova plus the Winter's Curse, which it's going to be a lot coming out. Do have a lot of pauses, which is why we're stuck looking at our players instead, but I don't mind staring at a few foreheads here, Mike.
Foreheads are nice, Jonathan. Foreheads are very, very nice. I do appreciate that as well. Like, you kind of pointed this out, but they got the ice dragon, they got the fire dragon. Sadly, there's no lightning dragon in Dota 2. Oh, John, don't start. All right, I know you're going to be nitpicky about that. You know, I was making a Pokemon reference. You've ruined it now. But you were probably too young to enjoy Pokemon Generation 1, which was,
no,
you know,
but they weren't dragons. What are you talking about? Those were the 3 legendary birds. Michael Phoenix, how dare you? How dare you?
You are correct. I'll give you that. You're I'm old.
Mike.
All right? I'm
Michael
old.
Phoenix. Michael
Leave me
Phoenix.
alone.
No, actually, speaking of Pokemon references, this is more like Gen 2. I mean, Lugia isn't the right type, but Phoenix and Winter Wyvern are like Lugia and Ho-Oh, right? Kind of. Did you ever play Gen 2? You didn't play Silver or Gold?
I think I did have Silver, but I didn't care for it. I'll be
What?
frank. Anyway.
Huh?
What do you want me to say?
You are the weirdest person. You watch nothing but shonens. You play Gen 1 but not Gen 2. You think any anime is trash if it's not action? Like, what are you? Are you even a real person? Do they make real people in Australia? What is this? Huh?
To be fair, I did take your anime recommendation once, Jonathan. Violet Evergarden, for anyone wondering
It was
what
good.
that was.
It is good. Violet Evergarden
You
is
don't get
great.
to make that. You don't get to make that decision, Jonathan. I do.
Well,
Anyway.
okay. Was it good or not?
It was mid.
Oh,
Going into
mid.
game number 1.
Mid. I'm done. You're solo casting here. I'm out. Have fun, Michael Phoenix. Go on, give it to us. Give it to us.
Game number 1 here between these two teams. Apparently, I'll be solo casting here as John X Fire has decided to leave the building. Very curious to see how this does pan out. As do the teams look for a level 1 team fight? I feel like I'm asking you that for the 3rd time in a row, but I do love me a level 1 team fight, John. I want to see it.
Sorry, you're asking who?
Bad at all.
They could gun for it. I feel like Aster would be very happy to fight into that. You get level 1 Splinter Blast. You have a lot of AoE in Aster. I don't think you want to tempt fate here if you're BetBoom. They're going to posture around for the runes, at the very least, so could try to fight over that, but they just don't have lockdown. You do have Undying coming in with Decay, which is nice, but you have no way of pinning them down to an area.
Samel's going to think about going for the banner rune down bot, but decides better of it. Obviously sees 3 heroes there and realizes it's not the time to go for that. I think it is going to be a 2-for-2 trade anyway, so pretty even kind of start between these two teams. And I would really like to start with the mid lane here between Samel and, of course, GPK, because this is the one lane I just don't get to see very often. Between a Winter Wyvern and a Void Spirit. Like, how does this... What are we looking out for here, John, in this mid matchup?
Well, Winter Wyvern outdamages, well, not outdamage, but should be fairly comfy outranging the Void Spirit. You've got the spell spam. You have in the Splinter Blast down the line. You can harass freely with Arctic Burn. This is a pretty winning lane for Winter Wyvern. I'm curious what Sumail does. Will he go for an early stat item like, say, a Wraith Band or a Bracer, just have more right-click, then go into his main itemization? Because I think that's where the Winter Wyvern can get scary as the stats go up. GPK is not going to be able to leverage too much in this lane. You can't threaten with Resonant Pulse, you can't line up for the Remnant. So it's pretty much a freebie for Winter Wyvern. This is not a fun matchup at all for the Void Spirit.
It doesn't seem like it. GPK taking a fair bit of harass there. We should have a look at the side lanes as well. Top lane, Monet was taking a lot of damage. It's going to be just fine as we're having a look at bottom lane. Toronto, Tokyo, and Nightfall against XXS and Baboka. So the +4 Wind Ranger is not something I was quite expecting. Let's come out here from Baboka as, of course, XXS is going to be on the +3 Doom. I wonder though, like, do you find much CS here as the Doom? Because you're up against a position 5 Undying and a position 1 Medusa. It's just so much harass that comes out if you approach the creep wave.
Yeah, you're not really able to do as much. There's not much you can really do as well for Baboka to relieve that pressure. At the least, when you run out of mana in Toronto, Tokyo, once he eats through the mangoes, that's when the things can get more manageable. And once you get devoured, it should stabilize for XXS. You're not going to look to get aggressive. Nightfall's going to be free to farm. That is showing up in our CS, top of the board right now, uncontested in that lane. But as a Doom, you don't mind too much. As long as you soak your levels and you get to use Devour, you're still a happy lad in that Doom.
I bet you are. Of course, top lane. The one lane we haven't really talked about, Monet and Siamese Cat against Pure, and of course Save. Now going very well for Pure on the LC, which is something you kind of expect, right? Because the LC doesn't really lose many lanes at the moment, especially with the buffs it did receive. Even against the Slark, like, Monet can't really approach the creep wave very well because you always have the overwhelming odd spam, and well, even then, just with the right clicks alone with the moment of courage, the LC can really just force you back every time, and Pure's been doing a really good job of just never allowing Monet the chance to approach the creep wave. Like, Monet literally has to wait for the creep wave to get to the tier 1 tower before he can even think about it.
Yeah, it's rough going. 8-0 in comparison to how much you're getting out here for Pure, and the constant damage from the overwhelming odds just means that your timing into, say, the fusel's not there.
Top lane he's gonna go down. Siamese Cat able to secure the kill here on the Phoenix. Save sticking around a little bit too long there with no HP on the Keeper of the Light, and he is gonna drop. That's gonna allow Monet some much needed space on the Slark, because again, he has been struggling at the top lane.
Yeah. It's not too much space though. Your main issue is still Pure. When you walk up, you get overwhelming odds. It's still not fun.
Nightfall. Look at Baboka. Nightfall's going in. Excuse me, Baboka's going in. Nightfall's out of mana. It's going to pop the mango to be able to remain in this lane. Looks like Nightfall's going to be just fine for now, but Baboka's doing a really damn good job of just zoning him out. Toronto Tokyo did drag the creep wave behind the tier 1 tower, but that's giving some much needed time for XXS, because the start of this laning phase for XXS was pretty atrocious, which is not his fault. He's up against Undying Medusa. Pretty revolting lane to have to try and go against. But props to Baboka for kind of relieving some of the pressure here for his Doom.
I'm a bit curious about what XXS is going for, because he went for a 0-2-1 build. So no Devour, and very minimal farm coming out on the Doom, which means your Midas timing is really stalled out with this kind of skill build. The kill opportunities, perhaps they present themselves with no mana left on the Undying. And this is where the lanes should start to open up for XXS, but again, no Devour means you're not ramping up into that usual Midas Octarine or Midas Vanguard sort of timing we're used to seeing here. Mid lane, and GPK starting to get a little bit more as well as they're trading blows all across the map.
I think GPK, especially once he hits that level 6 mark, should be able to at least attempt to take the life of Sumail. I suppose the same can be said for Sumail though. Once he's got level 6, he can just pop the Winter's Curse into Arctic Burn, and GPK could find himself in some very, very dangerous situations as Toronto Tokyo, meanwhile, bottom lane, falling quite low, and so will XXS on the Doom. Thing is, XXS obviously the much bigger target here. Baboka, oh, he's got Toronto Tokyo. Just a simple wind run plus right click gets the job done.
Don't think you mind too much in Toronto Tokyo. That's a reset for the Undying. So you'll come back in with full mana again, and that lane becomes as oppressive as it was before. Sumail?
Oh, that's a big kill. GPK hitting the level 6 mark before Sumail does, and immediately making full use of it with the actual step charges, able to secure a solo pick off onto the Winter Wyvern. You really love to see that if you're Beppu.
Yeah, that's what you need to kind of run away with the lane. And that's already setting Sumail back quite a fair bit, missing out on a lot of CS, but Boca has to come in to sort of soak up and try to balance out the lane. And Sumail should be able to hit 6, and he does have a regen rune for himself to pick up. So not going to feel as lousy there.
Lane, the Doom's taking a fair bit of damage there. Toronto Tokyo not able to get the body blocks off that he wanted. So XXS is able to walk his way out, pop the Scorched Earth to make sure he could definitely kind of kite out, though lane has become rather challenging once again. Nightfall, 36 and 6 in terms of CS, has had a really good laning stage. XXS now being chased down. Tombstone will be committed. They'd love to go for a dive, but even that short duration shackle from Baboka was enough to force Nightfall back, as Sumail mid lane again in danger is going to be able to survive, and now at least does hit level 6.
Yeah, he's got the curse to bail out, but GPK has been dancing around this lane quite nicely. You do have the double crown ready on Sumail, so his right click damage is feeling good. It's just that he can't really deal with that mobility coming out from GPK now, and just how durable he is.
Top lane, the chase is on. John Pure trying to get to the Slark. Monet still trying his best to run. The jewel is up. They just need to get within range for it, and now he's got it. But his attack slow has been slowed, so I don't know if he's actually got the damage for this shot. Oh, and he doesn't. The jewel will not work out, but Pure, he just wants the kill, and they will get it. Nice blinding light from Save to ensure they secure that kill. Who cares about the jewel damage when you can kill off the enemy pos 1? And that's exactly what Betboom will do.
Even drag Toronto Tokyo up top here to secure that push. And for Aster, it's ending up to be a really passive game. Pichu?
Yeah, Siamese Cat is trying his best to run here. He's probably going to be just fine. It's Pure. Doesn't want to really get kited by the Icarus dive, I don't think, though he was just actually trying to juke around through the twin gates. Now Monet showed up. Slow is going to be there, but Pure will purge it off immediately with the press of the attack. That'll be about it. Pure, again, he's doing a fantastic job on this LC. Really dominated this top lane quite effectively.
Yeah, I mean, Monet is still about to hit level 5. He's severely behind in farm. Aster is going to have to play a really slow game in trying to build up for these cores. And there's going to be an issue because you don't have too many heroes that can connect together well. I suppose you could play around a curse and try to clump up your team fight with your Phoenix 6 as well. But it does feel like once the ball's rolling for Betboom, they can just keep it bad for Aster. Just keep suppressing that farm, suppressing that build-up. Aster will have to try to make space for themselves here, and that's easier said than done. I mean, look at this clump up. Betboom just maintaining the tri-lane top because you have that 6 on Pure. You know you can play off this Legion Commander and just make things super awkward. At the least, Picho will find the stacks. Just try to block out again, blocking the large camp. So they might be able to contest down the line. I suppose you can drag in Sumail and try to play with a Splinter Blast and maybe get some damage with Pichu as well, but again, you don't have the space to even get that done here.
Top lane, bit of a group up here, 3v3. Pure is getting quite close to the Blade Mail pickup now, and that's going to make life very challenging here for Aster. Pure, very confident to just move up, understands they can't really deal with him at the moment. Monet being chased down by Pure, but Monet will be able to get the pounce off and make some distances. Now Sumail's going to show up. Wyvern has the curse, but GPK has also shown up as himself as the jewel comes out. Pure, he catches the Wyvern, and that is going to be the first jewel victory of the game, as Pure has somehow got himself out of this fight. They've even caught Siamese Cat on the Phoenix. He will go down. GPK with a double kill. And the most surprising part is Pure did not die throughout all that.
Yeah, he just had enough. The double Wraith Band plus the armor you're getting from Phase Boots, barely enough to keep Pure alive in that engagement. And the side of Aster, they're really trying their best to give Monet something to play with, but he's just lost top. There's just too much coming out from Betboom this early on. You've got a free lane for Nightfall as well. XXS can't really stop the Dusa farming. Yeah, Sumail, maybe once he gets the Atos, feels a little bit better. Even then, like the Winter Wyvern core feels like it's something that needs time to build up, as we're seeing the replay. And just the positioning, dancing around up top for Pure, having the double usage of press the attack, healing through all of that. You just don't have the burst damage to play with here on Aster.
What can I say?
You certainly don't, not quite yet. Boom. In full control of this game one so far, 3k advantage their way, and all 3 cores on BetBoom at the top of the net worth graph. Top lane. Group up is there again from Pure and Toronto Tokyo. You know Manet's around this area just farming the top wave, though he is by the tier 2 tower, so he should remain safe. I think Pure might just take the time anyway to just farm up the Blink before they really get going. But he does also already have the Blade Mail up. Blink is not going to be too far behind. We've seen how scary this LC can be as a hero once you have these 2 core items up. This is very, very... you can basically just solo anyone with Blade Mail or Blink, you know, in the right circumstances. And well, Pure, considering he's top of the net worth board right now, I'm sure he's not going to find any issues doing that this game one.
Yeah. It's after a really good start. I mean, you only have 1 victory from the duels, but you don't need that much. It's just these item timings coming out for the LC in comparison to what Aster has. They have no counterplay at all at the moment here. Rune control also kind of getting away. GPK managing to pick up the shield rune, and they'll smoke off the back of that.
That they will. BetBoom looking to move down towards the bottom lane where they could find XXS. XXS, he's got the Hurricane ability up, but that's probably not going to save him in all this, as GPK looking to close the gap, does get there with the Aether Remnant and Astral Step. XXS still alive, however, as Samel has now shown up. They could not burst him down in time. Toronto Tokyo is still going on his own with the Tombstone Zombies, trying to get the damage done to XXS. Now the Mystic Snake flies through. XXS looking for a Doom attempt before he dies, but no, he's gone. A 1-for-1, certainly in the favor of BetBoom, as now the curse is out, but it's only really caught 1 in Nightfall. And GPK literally just took no damage. He'll just walk away from this.
Yeah, they just don't have that much output yet in the Medusa. That the curse is a threat. And they get away once more with a big kill onto the Doom, suppressing the side of Aster further. Sumail can't just sit back and farm. These fights aren't lining up for them. The space is made for Monet at the least. But this is just not the timing you want on Aster. Maybe now with a level 6 up on Siamese Cat, it starts to get a little bit simpler. You can try to chain that Winter's Curse along with a Supernova. But, I don't know.
GBK jump in, he sees the Emperor. Samel is going to try to run out of this, and he should be just fine. GPK, no more Astral Steps to commit here to try and take down the Winter Wyvern. But just the constant threat for Samel proving to be so much to deal with. And it's only getting worse now, because you've got the Echo Saber coming out on GPK. So now he's got so much more burst potential on this Void Spirit. And we've seen how fast Void Spirits can just delete heroes with this item up.
Yeah, they just melt heroes down. Especially the backline. I don't think you're going to be that secure here on your Wind Ranger or on your Phoenix. Not to mention even the Winter Wyvern with no Cold Embrace to save. It's going to be a little bit harder to maintain some sort of presence out for Aster. BetBoom 3k up. All their cores farming up quite nicely. The only core to have any room is really XXS. That's because he has Devourer and Midas. But Monet, Sumail lagging a little bit behind. These heroes still scale. It's just that it's hard to see how they stall this game for like 20 to 25 more minutes here, or even 15, for them to get enough space to build back into this.
Pretty hard to imagine so far, but it's only a 3k advantage. It only takes 1 team fight faster to come back into this as GPK, mid lane, going to jump Sumail. Rod of Atos is going to be there to lock him down, and now the curse into the shackle. They stack them up. They'll drop the egg even to try and make sure they can kill off GPK, but he's fine. Now the jewel comes out. They've caught the Wind Ranger. Pure coming out of nowhere, finding himself a dual victories. Now XXS is going to be chased down. Rod of Atos to hold him, but Pure is just continuing to move forward. Monet, however, he's going to show up. They have the Doom out on the Void Spirits. They should have enough damage, and they will. Monet able to pick up a pretty big pick-off, but now Nightfall is going to show up on the Medusa. And Pure, just afraid of nothing, is moving in though. Monet is going to keep up the team fight. He might drop here. Even with the Blade Bell, he is going to go down to Monet, who wants to keep fighting. He'll move on to save now. This could be a lot of perma going his way. Nightfall also caught out by a shackle, is going to be in trouble. And it's going to be the fourth hero down if he's not careful. Then now Monet's in trouble. Monet will need to retreat. So they did not have enough damage to take down Nightfall. But a huge team fight victory, it seems, for Team Asta.
That could have gone so much better for Aster, though. Like, the shackles come in, and then the curse comes out from Sumail just a little bit afterwards. If they just played with Shackle, stacked the Winter's Curse and Egg a little bit better, got the Doom off earlier, you wouldn't have needed to sacrifice so many heroes to find that trade. Still, signs of life after Master. Early activity from Monet with that Echo Saber up. Very important kills for him to take part of, as he is saving into the Ags, and that's the launching point for Aster. Having this Slark that can get the double pounce in changes these fights in a big way.
I see a free Jewel. Icarus dive. It's going to be there, but he's coming right back to Pure. The Jewel had begun. Even more Jewel damage to go the way of Pure now, up to 46. Well, bottom lane, Nightfall being chased down, does run out of mana. But with the Stone Gaze, he is able to just casually walk out, as XXS and Samel could not continue for the chase. And Bet Boom, they are moving down bottom lane through the Twin Gates. They want to try and go for a fight here down bot. XXS is stuck around. Will he continue sticking around for this next creep wave? Oh, it seems like he will. XXS, you've got Samel there with the Winter's Curse, but they're just too split up here on Bet Boom. The curse will just do nothing.
Forced to just back off. Sumail has to be careful. GPK has a DD.
Oh, JPK, just an immediate jump in. Samel just melting to the damage. But the curse this time will save his life. JPK, no more Astral Step charges. We'll have to watch him walk out. But nevertheless, Bet Boom, they'll find a bottom tier 1 tower out of this, and there's just no signs of slowing down with this team. They're just moving straight ahead.
And you still have to wait for Aster. You need so many more items to be up on your Slark, on your Doom, on your Winter Wyvern to really take these engagements. And Sumail's still trying to find that form for the Boots of Travels to be up to have that mobility in the middle of these fights. And the Echo and the Ags for Monet still 1,000 gold away, 1,050. So more time necessary. Aster needs to keep trying to stall. They can play around the BKB. They can play around the Crimson Guard and the Doom up on XXS. That can be an opening for them if they find an angle in.
They're going to try for Pure, but a quick blink out from the LC is going to ensure that there was no catch from Baboka. Team Asta, like, they had that one good team fight, but right after that, Bet Boom continued to just start applying pressure. But now there's some big itemization on Monet. He does have the Ags up. Generally, when Slarks like to start getting involved, with the Ags, you'll go back into the Echo Saber here for Monet. And I think with the way this game is going so far for Asta, he might be forced to really get involved a little bit earlier than he would like. And we did see it last team fight, like he found himself a couple nice kills and backed his way out. But he probably doesn't have as much time as he would like to just sit there and hit creeps now.
Yeah, he needs to take an active position. He needs to be able to follow through from when Aster does jump in. There's some good tanky heroes for him to build up a lot of Essence Shift stacks on, and just try to take control in these longer fights that Aster have been forcing out. But it's just, it's awkward right now for the Slark, right? You're still level 13, you don't have the max out Essence Shift. We're still a long way away from your level 25 talent as well, or even just your level 20 talent, which is pretty impactful for that hero. 5k lead still maintaining from the side of Bet Boom. All your cores, again, having a field day right now in terms of farm and build up.
Icarus Dive is there. Is he going to make it, though? The damage from GPK just proving to be too much.
I push the future.
We'll go down, TP or not. I mean, at least that is just the position 5 Phoenix, so it's not the biggest deal in the world. Just going to be another sack here for GPK. He's currently sitting at 5-1 and 3 on the Void Spirit. But at least they know exactly where he is, so Asta can continue safely farming up in their cores. So, I mean, pings are coming up for the bottom tier 2 tower here for the side of Bet Boom, so they want to try and move in through the bot lane, it seems. Not sure if this is considered a little bit too early, but I guess with the lead they have, they want to try and force a fight.
They've got really good vision around the area as well. Good ward on the ramp by the triangle. even by mid to see any sort of movement out here. So they're fairly well protected to try to get something done, but they don't fully commit. They just kind of back off when the response kicks in, and not going to be able to sneak a steal onto any objective just yet. Wisdom Rune in a minute, very important for Aster to find that, especially for Siamese Cat right now. Level's not quite there in the Phoenix. It's a level 1 egg. It's still impactful, but not that well protected with not as much durability there. Bet Boom, off to Roche they go. And not the fastest one, to be fair, but they've got the output. Still Aster with a smoke read here.
Yeah, I mean, they've got to go for the fight, and you know what, John? They've got decent Roshan pit fight here for Team Aster, but Bet Boom, they are holding high ground right now by the Twin Gates. Smoke will break on XXS, immediately caught out by an Aether Remnant. Roshan will continue here by Bet Boom, getting lower and lower. Is Aster not rushing for this fight yet? Jump in is there from Monet now. He'll see the HP pool of the Roshan, but he's pounced right back out. How do you get back in now? They're still going for it. Pure's there, looking for a dual attempt. Aegis on the deck. Who's going to pick it up? No one's got it yet. The curse is out, holding everyone down.
Wait,
but the Aegis?
Huh?
Where is the Aegis?
Monet didn't pick it up.
Oh, Nightfall's got it. Monet couldn't just click on the Aegis. I believe it was just covered by a hero. The Siamese Cat's going to go down. XXS also caught out. GPK right on target. We've got to see a highlight of that. I mean, it's just, I think what it was, John, is he literally couldn't click on it. I think it was just surrounded by heroes.
I couldn't see it either. It was just covered up by the bodies. The duel comes in, they're right on top, and no one could click it. It's just such an awkward moment for Aster. They got pretty decent teamfight coming out there. Yeah, it's just covered up.
Oh, it's such a shame. Such a shame. Because it was a perfect curse, a perfect follow-up shackle, but they just could not click on the damn thing. It happens.
It happens, but that's a massive loss for Aster. They're behind by 7k. They have to deal with 2 lives on Nightfall, which, to be fair, I think is still manageable at this point. Although I say that, with the Butterfly, it's hard to even just find 1 life of Nightfall right now, and for Aster. And this draft still needs so much more time to cook up. We're not nearly close to any of their major power spikes onto Winter Wyvern and onto Doom. But they've already lost a significant portion of the map. 9k behind, Bat Boom, with how big they are on GPK and on Nightfall. There's no easy answer for how to take these fights. Like, it has to be almost like a perfect use of the curse, a perfect use of the egg to back that up. The shackle fall through, everything has to land layered quite nicely, and it's just so hard with how Bethlehem's playing. They're just constantly pushing forward, finding these heroes one by one, and forcing a very staggered response out from Aster.
Yeah, they certainly are. Bethlem just looking so strong here in Game 1 against Team Aster, and well, props to Aster. They haven't lost too much yet. Yeah, you still got plenty of time to try and catch up in the net worth department and find a good team fight for yourselves. Sure, like, this Medusa's getting pretty big, to me, mind you, Jonathan. It's 15k net worth here on Nightfall at the moment. He's going into the Daedalus build-up now. Monet is trying to pick up the Diffusal Blade for himself to have a decent opportunity at getting through the mana pool of the Medusa. Still going to be pretty hard, though, like, considering the Butterfly's there for Nightfall. You're not going to have just those guaranteed hits anymore. And Bet Boom, they're heading down bot through the Twin Gates again. Siamese Cat, he might find out the hard way, because here comes Pure with the jewel out. He has caught the Phoenix. Nice easy pickup here for Pure and GPK. And Siamese Cat at least avoids Monet getting caught by a jewel, because he just tanked the gank. But still a jewel victory nonetheless. Pure? Jump is there. Monet, he can't actually man fight. Pure just pumps the blade mail, and it's just too much damage.
It's pretty ballsy from Monet. Don't mind seeing that, but yeah, can't really find too much for that kind of play either. Inside of Aster, again, you have to sacrifice someone on the map. At the very least, if it's your supports, you don't feel too bad. We are starting to reach the point where Boboka is also going to have his Diffusal Blade up. So once he manages to get the skill point for Focus Fire up as well, Medusa is going to be a very, very manageable target at that point for it. Although, again, Butterfly is going to ruin a lot of that burst you'd want on the shield. But you have some solutions coming in. And to be fair to Aster, their high ground defense is pretty damn good. They've got Curse, they've got Egg, They can hold high ground for quite a fair bit of time, and if they just manage to keep trying to stall,
Dire's middle
this
tower
lineup can
has
still
fallen.
scale, but again, it's looking harder and harder to see that stall tactic come into play here.
Here we go, down towards the bot lane, bet boom. They might run right into Monet.
Dire's middle
Pings are out, they
tower is
seem
under
to know
attack.
exactly where he may be. Pure might now realize Monet, smoke is broken, will pounce towards the north. Pure will miss out on the duel opportunity. An immediate TP's coming in from Sumel. Pure, though, still going for the fight, but this might be a bit of an issue, though. He's going to go for the duel out, but the Cold Embrace is going to protect Monet for now, as a curse is there as well. They've got Pure. He is down on the LC. A massive start for Team Astra in this team fight. XXS in the meantime trying to deal with the tombstone. Now the egg being dropped. GPK getting doomed up here. Bedford, what have you done? It's just so much being lost here. If they've lost the Void Spirit and GPK's gone. Nightfall, he's out of mana. Oh, no. Nightfall's out of mana. This is not the fight anymore. XXS somehow going to walk out. A perfect shackle from Baboka. Only Medusa left trying to fight this one out. Nightfall can't
Aegis
do
is
it.
expiring.
Yeah, they are just casually waiting. The Aegis is gone. Onto the Coddle, save is gone. It's a full team wipe. What the hell just happened?
The patience from Aster, the staggering of that fight. They go on to Pure when he's chasing forward. The rest of his team not catching up, and it's Betboom that staggers into that one. They go in one by one. They get controlled up. They pop the Lincolns on this Void Spirit. They take a look. This move out from Monet, knowing that Sumail had the value point to save him. More than enough, and then suddenly they stagger in. Like GPK tries to go forward, his Lincoln's breaks, and they get the Doom off. And then the patience.
That was all Sumail. It really felt like all Sumail there, John. Like the way they get the fight started, right? Like the Cold Embrace to waste the duel, and then the curse afterwards to make sure Pure does die. And yeah, the patience afterwards to just hold on and wait for that Aegis to expire on Nightfall was beautiful as Nightfall. Just begging them to just kill him off, but they just wouldn't do it.
Oh my God.
Again, a massive fight here for Team Asta, something they desperately needed, and suddenly there's only a 2k net worth lead.
Look at the graph. Open up the graph. Look at that dive in EXP. Aster just pulls ahead, and this is a lineup that needs a lot of experience as well. Hello?
Pure does get a nice duel off though, but Boka's going to go down. So back to stacking that duel damage here for Pure. If we're going to bring up Pure though, like, he's going to be a little bit worried about those initiations, because he did see Sumail on the Winter Wyvern before that initial duel came out in the last fight. You got to kind of remember that Cold Embrace, it does make it so your duel's pretty useless.
Yeah, he needs to be a little bit more patient with that usage in these wider team fights. Sumail, he's only one part away from full axe. That's a huge power spike for that Winter Wyvern to just have that long range form on hand every single time, with the added move speed as well. Sumail's going to be able to zip in and out of these fights quite nicely. And again, the high ground of Aster it's pretty damn sharp. Without the Aegis, you're not going to feel secure in trying to even attempt this just yet on Betboom unless you get a key pickoff. So it's back to a little bit of a slower game for them. And that's exactly what Aster wants. They just need time to farm up themselves. They've got the Octarine up on XXS, more uptime on the Doom, more opportunities to Midas and Devour away. Some gold back. Oh, Monet?
Jump in is there. Jewel is out. Monet's gone. Oh boy. He's down for 65 without buyback here, John. That is massive.
That should be the opening to high ground. And he's just going shopping in secret shop. Doesn't respect that high ground control. And does get punished. 7k coming out from Betboom. Aster, they still have the curse. They still have the egg. And they have the full Ags on Sumaila. So they have some play here to wait out until the Slark is back up and running.
They do. XXS. A bit of damage will break the Lincolns of GPK. Can't get in range for a nice duel off or rather a nice Doom. Meanwhile, Sumail getting to work, but this Medusa proving to still be a massive issue. So the tier 3 tower is dropping. They'll disarm him for a moment. Meanwhile, Jump is there. They've got the duel onto Sumail. Still Shackle going to help him out for a little bit. The Cold Embrace buying him a little bit of time, but not much. He is down. Baboka in the meantime, trying to run, trying to kite, trying to go after GPK, but none of it's enough. GPK makes it up. Baboka will go down, and Betboom will continue their high ground attempt.
Are fortified.
Yeah, just really good target prioritization from BetBoom now. Getting that Blink Duel onto Sumail, that's the one target you need to take out. Just remove that curse, remove the Cold Embrace as a factor, and the fights just simplify. They still have a Fortify to stall out for the racks. Respawn's not the longest. You have Monet around as well, if you can find an angle into this one, along with still having Egg and Duma.
Well, Midrax is still under siege. Sumail back up in 6 seconds now. Maboka will be there just after him. Midrax is gone, and now XXS, immediate duel from Pure, is going to be saved by the Depth Shroud of Monet. They are going to try and make the jump in on the Medusa now, but he is a big, big boy. Nightfall is just manning up. Back in onto the egg they go. They want to deal with that first, but the curse is perfect. Emperor Shamel making sure that they cannot deal with the egg here, as Siamese Cat will pop off. And now they can turn right back on the Medusa. So he's on the run. Nightfall somehow still alive throughout all this, but they will eventually take him down. Onto another. They've got the Undying. Toronto Tokyo will drop. 2 down for BetBoom. They got the melee barracks, but it does cost them a bit.
Yeah, when Aster can leverage this team fight in these engagements, it's really damn strong. Like, BetBoom's own team fight isn't that sparkly. You know, it's not as wide AoE control. They stagger their spell use, they get a good Doom usage off onto the LC, and they manage to focus down that Medusa, as we are seeing in the highlights. They still have a lineup that can fight. You have to respect that team fight. Roche is up. Aster's gonna try to sneak this one away.
Yeah, that they will. Roshan not going to take very long here, and it's a massive loss for BetBoom, who are going to smoke up and try to rush towards the Roshan pit. Roshan getting very, very low now. I don't think they'll have the time to try and contest this. They might still force a fight. They are approaching now. Roshan just about to drop, will go down, but BetBoom are still going. They want to still continue this fight as they do jump in with a duel out. They've caught the Phoenix straight off the bat. Monet, he's just going to go for the fight against Pure, but eventually decides he wants out of this. Like, you've already got the Aegis cheese. No need to risk handing that away too early. They'll get out safely with only Siamese Cat going down. And I'd say overall you have to call that a pretty big win for the side of Aston.
Yeah, you still drop the gem, so BetBoom can take over the map in terms of vision once more. That's traded away by Siamese Cat's life. Still, Aegis on hand, some time to build up, cheese to back up Monet. You didn't have Doom available in that fight anyways, so it would have been very awkward to try and force it out. A lot of protection coming out from BetBoom though. Second Lincoln's up on Pure for their lineup, with one already running on GPK since earlier on. So it's going to be maybe a little bit harder to pin down that Legion commander. And Aster, their execution has to be so on point. It's not an easy game for them to find these openings in, being behind as they are, and the high ground is something to be scared of for BetBoom. Just not able to pierce through that. We'll get the Void Shard off the Tormentor at the very least, and for BetBoom's part, despite losing a couple of those fights, Aster has no clear path forward onto objectives themselves. They're stalling, but they're not able to reel back map control by taking some of these towers here.
No, they certainly are not quite yet. Slowly but surely though, John, they're getting there. Team Asta
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
trying to just split push the mid and top lane, buy themselves the time they need. BetBoom in the meantime looking to start sieging that bottom tier 3 tower. At least they will constantly keep the creep wave forced in. Hoping for a defense and maybe a bit of a pick off here. But nobody's coming in to defend that bottom tier 3. Team Asta realizing they can't really afford to lose any bodies at the moment. And they're going to go for a 5-man smoke. They'll go for the fight. Dire Triangle is currently occupied here by BetBoom. Toronto Tokyo in a position to break the smoke as the Undying. But he will back off. GPK now the one that might get caught out, but the Lincoln is broken by the Rod of Atos from Sumail. GPK, oh, that's a nice shackle. They got the Doom off as well. The Void Spirit has been caught to start with. The egg dropped as well, but no, he's just running. He just runs out. They left Nightfall behind. Nightfall's the one manning up here. The rest of BetBoom will finally come in. So they've got the Aegis down on Sumail. And they will get him. Jewel is there. Sumail is down. Monet trying to find a way out of this team fight now, realizing this is not the one they wanted. but GPK is right behind him. The cheese has been ate. In the meantime, XXS does go on the Doom. The Siamese Cat will also drop on the Phoenix. And Bet Boom, they're going to look to go through the bottom lane as GPK getting tipped by Pure. And I'll tell you what, he did a fantastic job of just baiting them into that team fight.
Yeah, that was a great press the attack to break off the shackles with the Doom coming in. And even the Lincolns down there was just kind of potent. But the save, just to break off that Doom usage, just to ensure that the team fight wouldn't break out. Sumail also trying to Winter's Curse, but being stopped by Lincolns. No break on him for that. And Pure's just able to stand his ground. None of the big team fight spells you wanted from Aster could come in, and they'll take another set of racks for free.
Yeah, absolutely. Bet Boom have looked so clean this game. Yeah, a couple mess ups here and there, but you got to give props to Asta. They're the ones that are really finding those opportunities. Bet Boom mostly have been playing a very, very solid game as Monet. He's going to try and pounce in and deal with the Medusa's mana pool, but Nightfall is just fine as now the duel out on the backside. But Sumail, he will get saved by the Depth Shroud of Monet, cancelling the duel once again against Pure. The Gale Force being committed by Baboka, trying to drag Nightfall back as they'll commit the Doom immediately, but he got the BKB off in time, so he can turn and fight if he really wants to. But they want to retreat, wait out this Doom on the Medusa, and then maybe go back in. As Team Asta, they are desperately trying to chase and find some kind of straggler, but they are not finding anything. Everyone is fine, and now they'll reinitiate. XXS, he'll be the target. Nullify to slow him down, but he's fine for now to just walk out. Instead, they'll look for Baboka, but he's also just wind running away. So Bet Boom probably just very happy for not losing any of their heroes, especially the Medusa. And it seems like they can just slowly reset and go back after that top racks.
They've got an opportunity to do so. Doom down for a minute. It's a big tool taken away from the side of Aster. They still have the Curse and Egg, but they need to find a way to pop some of these Lincolns to get a good curse off. It's not a simple process at all for Aster to try to take any of these engagements. For Bet Boom, and they're in complete control. 19k up, 22 to 14, and they'll just go for it.
If they will, Nightfall going to move up to the high ground. No Doom for 30 seconds. Mind you, Nightfall doesn't have a BKB available. Monet's just pounced right in. Shadow Dance has already been popped though on the Slark, so he could be a little bit vulnerable here. As now Sumail's going to get jumped on by GPK, but will back his way up.
It's Winter's Curse down again. He popped the Lincolns.
It is gone. He popped the Lincolns with him. Oh boy. Well, they're back on the Medusa, but Monet, I'm really not sure how much he can get done here. Still trying to drain the mana pool as they do Doom up the Medusa again, but he got the BKB off in time. They're trying to go underneath the egg and just fight this one out. Asta, they've at least got Nightfall down. It's a huge pickup here for Team Asta if they can keep this fight going. XXS in the meantime, though, is going to drop as well. Pure, he got Baboka to boot, but they want to pounce, they want to keep going. Team Asta, seeing the opening without the Medusa up, they need to fight while they can. GPK somehow getting out with an invis. Toronto Tokyo, he's going to be the sacrificial lamb. They'll even lose the coddle. But I suppose it could have been worse for Bet Boom.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Not clean at all for Aster. They're forced to buy back on multiple heroes. They managed to find that opportunity on the Dusa at last, but even then, having the BKB up makes it a lot harder for them to find that kill. The egg had to be right on top as well. You have to make so many sacrifices on Aster. They hang on to the game for sure. They've got an opportunity to try to scale up themselves, but man, the way you find these fights is it's so difficult. The Lincoln spam from Bet Boom's just ruining a lot of what Aster needs to achieve in these engagements. At the least, we're starting to reach that point where Monet is getting scarier and scarier. If it drags on onto his level 25 talent, with the Essence Shift lasting as long as they do, I mean, that's when fighting into Slark in these longer fights starts to be detrimental for your cause for Bet Boom. So, Aster, I mean, even with this game, with their backs against the wall, they're still putting everything they have to try to defend this.
Here we go again, Bet Boom. Smoking up as 5. They're 1 racks away from having Megas. They know Monet was around the bottom lane somewhere. So they're going to try and wrap around through the bottom lane into that dire triangle and see if they can find him. In fact, they'll go towards the right side of the map. Go towards the Dire Tormentor, though it isn't there, to be fair. Just trying to find the Slug somewhere off this map. They won't get away with it. In fact, they'll go for the D-wards instead. So now Asta, they know exactly where they're hanging about here, BetBoom. Asta preparing for a big fight. The BetBoom decide better of it. They are going to retreat for now. 16k advantage, but it won't matter so much in a game like this because Asta, one good team fight could turn this right back their way. I bet Boom, they have lost a couple. You can't afford to get wiped here by Team Asta. That would be disastrous for.
As things start to go south. Smoke out from Asta again. Roshan a longer timer, but they take a fight here. They might be able to get themselves room to go into the Roche pit.
Monet moving in, should see Toronto, Tokyo. Smoke will now break. A lot of patience here from both sides. Asta will reveal themselves on the creep wave. XXS inviting them to come in. He does have almost 4.3k HP, so he's feeling tanky enough to get through the initial onslaught of BetBoom. BetBoom, meanwhile, they'll wrap around. Monet, though, is going to break the smoke, but immediately retreats. But not what he was quite expecting to see when he did move up north. The team that wins this fight will have the next Roshan in their control. While all this is happening, John, there is a creep wave pushing into the tier 4 towers now, so Asta need to make a choice. Pure is going to get pounced on, but no, they missed the pounce. Monet immediately has to pop the Shadow Dance. In fact, it's just complete chaos down the bot lane. Phoenix Egg does come off just in the nick of time as well. It's Team Asta almost losing Siamese Cap, but he pumps the ulti. But now you don't have Egg. XXS, he'll jump in on Toronto, Tokyo, but now he's the one being hunted. He's in big danger. A nice shackles from Aboka to create the gap, but now the duel out. They've caught the Phoenix. Siamese Cat is going to go down. So will XXS. Curse is committed onto Pure, but nobody's attacking Pure apart from Monet, who's still trying to do with the LC, but Pure's just running out. A pounce to follow him up, but he's just fine to be forced up the way as Monet is down. Monet is down. BetBoom have played this team fight perfectly. Sumail at least able to TP out. But Roshan is going to be open now for BetBoom.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
This is...
So Roshan 8 seconds away.
This is not looking like a defendable position for Asta with no buybacks. In the fight, the smoke back in for BetBoom. Breaking up that angle Asta was trying to work on and just ruining any hope they had. Chris does come out, Lincoln Star pop, but they're not really catching anyone. BetBoom just so disciplined to stay split apart. And again, every single time they try for the Dusa, the BKB is always there to cover them anywhere. As Roshan will fall their way. And they get the freebie, they get free Ags out for Pure as well. So now it's a uninterruptible duel. At least, well, you won't be able to try to damage down the LC there. Just really good hard lockdown for 7.5 seconds if you can't get the Cold Embrace or the Death Shroud off. BetBoom. One last fight, it feels like, Mike, before they go for the end game. Only one tier 4 tower here and one set of racks here.
Yeah, they're going to go up top. BetBoom. Nothing to be afraid of for the next 15 seconds as Monet has to wait out that timer. Plenty of time for the racks to go. Because Team Asta will probably play to the end. No need to call it quite yet. Pure was trying to go for a jump in onto Sumail, but broke the Lincolns with the duel, so didn't quite get the lockdown he was looking for. But BetBoom now taking down both tier 4 towers is XXS. He's going to jump in for a Doom attempt. Monet is going to be there to follow up. They'll try for the Doosa. Keep in mind the Aegis is available. Egg is dropped as well. Siamese Cat trying to savor this team fight the best he possibly can. Actually gets the Egg off in time. This could be the one Team Asta have been looking for. They've got the Aegis down. But can they deal with the Medusa a second time is the real question. Nightfall's going to stand his ground. Monet, he's got a lot of energy, but he's been doomed up. He is down. No buyback available. This one should be over for Team Asta, as they call it. They have seen enough. And BetBoom playing mostly a very clean game. Team Asta showing us some signs of brilliance here in this game one. Maybe some signs of a comeback, but it doesn't happen. They'll have to try and make it work in game 2.
Yeah, they had an interesting idea with this draft, flexing the Wind Ranger onto support, closing out with the core Winter Wyvern. but their lanes didn't go out the way they wanted to, especially mid. I think you can accept maybe your Doom lane being slower. Doom when Ranger's not particularly amazing in dealing with, say, Dedusa, but a Winter Wyvern versus Void Spirit, you'd expect the Winter Wyvern to maybe get away with a little bit more. GPK just outplays Sumail. Plays really well with his positioning, gets his levels up, and Sumail's not able to leverage his range, leverage the Splinter Blast really to build himself up a lead there. So really rough for the side of Aster, especially since they did try to go for that flex with the Winter Wyvern last. I am curious to see what ideas Aster has next. BetBoom though, really strong start. Pure especially on the offlane, looking amazing on that LC, making it near impossible for Aster to have a way back in. He looked spectacular. Monet had no game at all. Like, he was level 4 when the LC hit 6. That was just unplayable for Slark.
Yeah, Pure. I mean, he's been known to be a very, very aggressive laning kind of player, and on the LC, like, it's a very busted hero right now. It feels like, and Pure really popped off. Like, if you had to pick an MVP between him and GPK, I still feel like you'd lean towards Pure, because just the kind of aggression and the pacing he put on Aster was just too much to deal with. And it's a really fun combo, right, between him and GPK, because they're both quite aggressive players. So you put these two on heroes like this, and they win out their lanes, and they just pop off every time. It's quite a hard thing to deal with here, and as of course Aster found that out the hard way during game number 1. You know, again, there were a couple moments where it felt like they could make the comeback happen, but ultimately just did not pan out that way. BetBoom still proving to be the stronger team, at least for game 1. John, do you think it goes back to draft? Because, you know, I must admit the Midwinter Wyvern, it didn't really feel like it had the greatest impact.
Yeah, maybe a little bit into draft. You had a lot of options to close out there for Sumail. The Winter Wyvern, again, it was an interesting idea, especially with the team fight you had, and theoretically your lane matchup against Void Spirit shouldn't be too bad, but it took way too long to cook up. I think it was just a little bit too inactive for them to play with, and it just led to a harder game overall for Aster. Like, they had no launching point. Sumail was trying to get active early, but even just this build-up that we saw in BetBoom, going for a lot of these Lincolns coming out, just made it feel impossible for you to find that opening, since you were relying on single target spells in the Doom and the Curse to really get anything working. So partially into the draft, gonna have to see how the side of Aster corrects. And it also looked just a little bit disconnected, especially in that one fight where they got the Curse and the Shackle stacking up. Like, this draft needed pinpoint execution, and just falls a bit short of those expectations here.
It does. I can't wait to see what Aster do here for game number 2 to try and change things up a little bit. Because, you know, this isn't a bad team by any stretch. This is a really damn good team in the form of Aster, but, you know, maybe just some adjustments to the draft are necessary. Maybe the Fire and Ice Pokemon, Jonathan, weren't quite enough here for their end of things, and we'll see what they do. I mean, Game 2's draft is going to be very intriguing now, considering what happened here in Game 1. But if you're BetBoom, though, you're going to be going into Game 2 feeling really confident, because all the lanes went really damn well. And then after the laning stage, they just took over. Like, maybe a couple creases to be ironed out throughout the gameplay of Game 1, because there was a couple times where they lost a bit more than they would have liked, I'm sure. But overall, you know, just the fact that they were able to mentally reset every time they took a bad team fight and just make it so they could just run at you again and again and again, just not straying from the game plan that was necessary to follow. It was really nice to watch. Really clean gameplay from BetBoom.
Yeah, it certainly was. I think they've shown a really good understanding of aggression coming out. They've shown how well they understand when to find these openings. It felt like they barely gave Aster any room to breed. And outside of, again, maybe a couple of team fights that went Aster's way just because they staggered into it, they've been pretty on point. So I'm looking forward to see how BetBoom maintains that, what Aster does do to try to change that. Game 2 is going to be an interesting one. We've started with one draw already, Mike. We've seen this before in some of the Dream Leagues, where the groups can go into a lot of draws. Keen to see if we can get that situation going here for Aster.
Well, I believe we can have a look at a player head-to-head here and see what the comparison was truly like here between two of the players here between this series. Let's see exactly who it is. It's going to be Monet and, of course, Nightfall. And, well, you know, the KDA is much better on Monet by the looks of it. Like, Nightfall, you know, I wouldn't say he had a bad game. He just did Medusa things. It's kind of the story of Medusa. Is it likes hitting a lot of creeps. It doesn't like being quite as active as a Slark does.
I believe that's actually kills, assists, and deaths. That's a KAD in terms of numbers.
I
he
see.
He didn't die 15 times. He had 15 assists. So it's not as crazy. I was like, I don't remember Juicer dying that much.
I gotta admit, I was a bit confused for a moment, Jonathan. I was like, hold on a minute. 15
all
deaths? My goodness. Thank you for that, John. Of course, the GPM is maybe a bit more of a better reflection here in terms of stats as 760 to 546. But again, it's a Medusa. So you kind of expect these things.
For sure. Like the hero damage as well. I mean, you have so much damage coming through the snake spam, a split shot coming out. The positioning of Nightfall was pretty on point every single time. And his team did play around him really well, bailing him out in some really risky positions. Monet was just kind of left to the wolves, especially in his laning phase. Like, he just couldn't do much. And I'm keen to see whether or not Monet can get himself a better lane coming out. That was our Predator player versus player there, highlighting a couple of performances. And again, Nightfall having a really good game. Monet, not so much, especially the laning phase. For Aster, stronger lanes, I think, is what we have to see. Just stronger lanes coming out, because none of their lanes really won out. The laning phase was a pretty big disaster overall. Even Sumail's lane, which, again, probably shouldn't have been as bad, but ended up being that way. GPK playing really well. I think Aster's just got to find a launching point here, Mike.
Yeah, Sumail probably had the best time out of anyone, and even then it's a midwinter wyvern that needs a bit of time, needs a bit of farm to really feel like it's that big kind of core you're looking for. And I mean, I think all props are just going to BetBoom here in this game one, because again, they just didn't really make any openings here for Aster to try and abuse, and it was definitely fantastic gameplay. Can't wait to see how we change things up for game number 2 at the very least. You've already kind of said it. Like, you've got a draft to win out these lanes here against BetBoom, because they have proven to be a team that can be extremely dominant during the laning stage, and that they certainly were. Gameplay-wise, I don't think it's fair to comment gameplay-wise, because it's like, if you lose all lanes like that, chances are you are probably going to end up losing the game, especially against an aggressive team that does tend to take full use of the advantage they have gained. So I'd like to comment on gameplay, John, but it did feel like after losing all the lanes, it felt like there was not much of a chance for Team Aster.
Yeah, it just felt that way. I think, again, just try to win out your lanes, change up your draft a bit, get a little bit more activity going, and see how it goes from there. I mean, the Winter Wyvern, very interesting idea. Wind Ranger, to be fair, Baboka had some shining moments, but when you have a Wind Ranger and Phoenix support duo, it's really not the most playmaking. It relied a little bit too much on your cores connecting there as well, and just wasn't a straightforward draft to play.
Okay, well, with that, Jonathan, we are going to head off to a short break, and right after that break, we'll be back with our Game 2 draft between BetBoom and, of course, Team Aster. We'll see you then.
You love it, you wear it.
Wear your passion. Share your passion. Wherever, whenever. Gaming is a lifestyle. Get your merch at shop.eslgaming.com.
Alright, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. We are going into our second game of this best of two series between Team Asta and, of course, the side of BetBoom, and it is MLP Dota and John X Fire. Joining you once again, Jonathan, welcome back. So, game one, quite a dominant affair from the side of BetBoom. Game two, however, is now upon us. We've discussed the changes that you would like to see taking place here to try and give Asta a chance of tying up the series. Do you want to refresh us, though, Jonathan? It's been 5 minutes.
Yeah, it's been a fair bit of time. I'd like to see Aster come out with maybe more active lanes. We saw Monet's lane get absolutely crushed, and XXS not being able to do much in his own lane as well. And even Sumail in his matchup, Winter Wyvern versus Void Spirit, not quite panning out his way. So I want to see more active lanes coming out, or more winning lanes coming out, really. Just get something out from laning phase, get something that you can play with from 15 minutes onwards, and it starts to simplify a bit. Because for the side of Aster, the last game, it felt like they relied a little bit too much on a lot of farm. Like, Doom needed farm, your Winter Wyvern had no one it could really connect with outside of maybe playing with the Curse and Egg, which was pretty hard to pull off. And Monet had no build-up. Like, his Ags was pretty delayed. He was taking some good early fights, and some of the judgment calls from Aster were on point, but again, just the laning phase was rough. So I want to see a better laning phase coming out here for Aster.
We're going to find out how that is going to happen, Jonathan, because the draft has begun. Game number 2. Team Asta immediately starting the Magnus ban, and BetBoom, they are continuously respecting the Sumail Storm Spirits. They'll get rid of that, and you can't quite blame them for that as well, because the Storm on Sumail, you don't want to have to deal with that if you can avoid it. It's a bit of a problem, so just get rid of it. Just respect ban it. Don't give them that opportunity.
Yeah. Don't even try to play into it. I'm wondering what else is prioritized. Doom Techies still bannable? Techies banned by Aster. BetBoom, do they ban the Doom? Or do they ban Beastmaster? It feels like that's the either or right now. It's a ban out. Aster, a little bit more respect, of course, taking out the Undying from last time. Lots of presence coming out there from Toronto, Tokyo. Pretty hard to deal with the Tombstone. We saw them have to switch gears, focus on Tombstone mid-fight, and give a lot of openings out for the side of BetBoom there.
They certainly did. A lot of time being put into this second ban. The Undying, the Techies both being removed, and now Team Asta, they are going to go back to the Doom, which I don't think XXS was the issue that game. In fact, I think XXS was doing a really good job of finding some really great Doom targets. Obviously, it was quite a challenge with all the Lincoln Spheres that were available, but he was using the Purge creep to get rid of the Lincolns most of the time, so I think XXS, considering the laning stage he had, did have some pretty good impact in that game for Team Asta. And regardless of what happened in Game 1, John, Doom's always going to be a broken hero. Any hero I think that can mute is always going to be completely broken, and guess what, John? He's the only one. So, pick up the Doom. Why not?
Yeah. And you see the Dusa come out once more for BetBoom. So I'm hoping Aster has a much more stable response here. Last time around, we saw them pick Slark first phase. When they saw the Dusa come out, it's still viable. Just again, if you get a better lane for yourself, perhaps it feels better. Same thing for XXS's lane though. Like early on, he wasn't able to really do much to stop that Medusa, and they get the Kotl once more for BetBoom. So there's a little bit of a battery out for the Medusa. The double snake spam is always annoying. And it just plays really nice because you always top up the mana shield, giving an opportunity for the Dusa to slip away. Aster back into the Slark, so not too much different from the first phase, Mike. Same here so far. I want the supports to be different. Aster has got to get something that gives this Doom more presence up against the Dusa, because that really was the early issue. Like, your Doom lane and your Slark lane were both pretty atrocious.
It's quite interesting to see the same style of draft already with the openings for sure. But like you said, the supports you think is probably the way to change things up here for Team Astra, and I'm sure that's exactly what they're thinking as well. Even the mid lane, right? I don't think you want to go back for the Winter Wyvern this time around. It's fun to experiment with it, see if you can kind of cheese your way through Game 1, but obviously did not work out. I mean, to be fair, they could run it back again if they really want to. It is still a busted kind of core to have. Universal hero, very, very strong, but probably not worth the risk. You're probably just better off going with a bit more of a standard mid lane and giving Sumail an actual chance, because the Winter Wyvern, one of those heroes where if you fall behind, it doesn't do as much as you would like.
Yeah, even as a universal type, the damage coming through from Smail didn't feel significant, even when the axe was up. So, let's see how they shake things up. Betboom batting out the Disruptor once more. Side of Aster taking care of the LC, so some respect coming out. That was a really strong game coming out from pure unplayable lane for Monet. So, just taking care of that hopefully leads to a bit of a better time for Monet.
Pure was very dominant on that LC last game for sure. Not gonna have that opportunity this time around though. I think Pure, he's one of those players where it's like no matter what you give him, he's probably still gonna have a good game. Let's see what they do want to pick up. So they do get rid of the Wind Range now on Betboom, and you kind of did say it before we headed to break, right? But you thought the Wind Ranger Pos 4 wasn't so bad from Baboka, and I tend to agree with you. Like, there was some very nice shackles that came out. The Wind Run just kiting in and out of a team fight's always going to be nice. And I think Baboka, considering we haven't seen much position for Wind Ranger, I think he did a pretty good job. So Betboom, they're going to respect ban that one out. We're going to see the axe being removed here from Team Aster, which, believe it or not, does pretty well against Slark most of the time during the laning stage, so they're not going to give Pure that option either.
Yeah, limiting what he can play there. I suppose you always have a Tide that you could fall back into as well if you want to crush that lane for Betboom, as they do take care of the Slark Lich lane pretty good. They go to Spirit instead for Betboom, which is hilarious when you have the Keeper of the Light already. Chakra up the Spirit Breaker, multiple charges come out even without the axe. Like, it's a pretty scary combination to have on hand. Betboom has a lot of aggression lined up once more. And I like that. You've been harping on about the Spirit Breaker quite a fair bit. Haven't seen it today in our own stream, but we see it now.
Oh, I mean, Spirit Breaker, just, you know, in my opinion, one of the defining heroes of 7.33C for sure. Do like to see it coming out, and I think it's a very strong pickup here for Betboom. You can't underestimate the Chakra Magic Spirit Breaker as well, Jonathan. Like, the speed at which you can charge again with Chakra Magic can get a little bit overwhelming. If I'm remembering correctly, at max level charge is 11 seconds. So -6, you'll get a 5-second charge cooldown. If you get an Octarine Core, going to be even faster. If you get an Aghanim Scepter, then good luck to Team Aster with that, because then you're going to have a 1-second charge cooldown, which is not going to be very fun to deal with, to say the least.
Yeah.
They'll go for the Shadow Demon pickup.
Yeah. It's funny to see Shadow Demon Breaker, Demonic per charging Spirit Breaker. Looks sad. Save as well for the with the Disrupt. So you have to, and even just the Disrupt Medusa is going to feel good, because, well, having Medusa illusions on your side is always good. So this coming out, the putt for Aster, as big of a fan. I understand why man on a life drain on is one way to kind of deal with your shard, feel deal with the illusions, so you can kind of take away from the Medusa with Manta. But here's a Pugna Doom, not particularly. It's not really that synergistic. The best synergy is like Decrep and Scorched Earth, and that's particularly great. So this actually planning with his Pugna is, again, like a Pugna is. I'm gonna be a bit. I feel like that's hot trash.
Oh, hold on a minute. I haven't heard you say the word trash to define any hero, Jonathan.
No, I mean not individuals together in lane.
Yeah,
it's absolute garbage. And we've seen that multiple times as well. We've seen it a couple of times. I've seen it the one time I casted it, I think. I've seen it in Southeast Asia multiple times. Absolutely.
Yes.
I don't pressure this Medusa.
Come to the dark side, Jonathan. Come to me.
I have too much time with Winter. Too much time with Winter. That guy is just off the rails, you know?
He is. Must be all the goldfish he has to deal with.
All the betta fish, yeah. He talks to them, you know. Don't
correct me, Jonathan. I'm doing this on purpose. Winter knows it. Betboom. Fourth pickup now for themselves. A lot of time thinking about this one.
Like
2 more cores to come out, unless it's a Spirit Breaker Pos 3. And it just might be, because we have the Edge to come out here.
Great solution for the Pugna. You've got a Dispel for the Decrep. You can just right-click her ass down as well, no problems. There's nothing to really magically burst down the Enchantress. You have really strong lanes coming out here for the side of Bet Boom. Like, Kotl Dusa lane's great, although, honestly, I'd say you run a Kotl Spirit Breaker lane. Just tracker the hell out of that one and just keep running down with charge. Like, how do you even lane in that? Like, that, it's just atrocious. Then run the Enchantress Medusa. Again, enchant to take off the Decrep if they want to run down the Medusa and just be fine. Trade right clicks favorably against the Doom with your impetus. Pugna can't really stop you. Like, the lanes just look fantastic from Bet Boom.
They do look rather strong. I might say though, I don't mind the SD Pugna support duo against the Medusa, because like Decrepify plus the illusions that you're going to be able to provide is kind of nice against Dusa. But I appreciate the comments you were making about the laning stage though. I do tend to agree with you on the points you made earlier. But I mean, this draft from Bet Boom, it is looking pretty strong. Can't lie.
Yeah, I mean, it's the same issue, almost like game one, where these heroes in a big 5v5, it makes sense. But in lane, where you have to kind of launch yourself off to get into the 5v5s mid game, it's less than ideal. Like, Slark Shadow Demons maybe a little bit better, but Doom Pugna is really just, it's always a question mark in my mind when a team drafts that. Like, it doesn't do much. Maybe Aster proves me wrong. I'd love to be proven wrong, because I do want to see like a strong lane coming out from Aster. But we'll see. Mid picks left. Void Spirit taken out by the side of Bet Boom. So only the Ember Spirits left in the pool from the Spirit Brothers right now, unless you want to count an Earth Spirit mid. Would you want to count that, Mike?
No, I won't, John.
Good.
We've talked about this many times with the Earth Spirit. I'm not going to defend a hero that never gets buffed, right? I'm going the opposite route.
Wait,
I'm going to keep calling it trash until it gets buffed.
What if Earth Spirit was universal?
You know what, John? I still don't think it would be good. I'll be frank. You know, maybe you could go like a Harpoon build up into right-click Earth Spirit if it was universal. I'll give it that. You know, it's not going to happen though. Because, you know, we got to keep him a strength hero. Otherwise, you're not going to have a strength spirit brother. Still going to make sure we never buff the guy, though. Can't have his Q stun again. Too broken.
No.
But we can have heroes like Pango and Primal Beast.
Yeah. Makes sense to me, Mike. I don't know what you're so sad about.
I'm not sad, Jonathan. I'm mad. Big difference.
I don't know why you're so mad, Mike.
Final pickup for Team Aster. You've made me very upset with this Earth Spirit talk.
What's left here for Aster? Again, no Spirit Brothers left. Wind Ranger mid, I suppose, but I hesitate to say that. Yeah, Wind Ranger, Timbersaw, Snap, Timbersaw. Is the... I mean... I'm normally a big fan of Timber mid, but it doesn't feel like you really have anything scary to lane into. Like, none of the melee Spirit Brothers are left. There's still an option for here for Bet Boom. And a Quap pretty much ruins the Timbersaw, I feel like, in that lane. Heck, you could even go extra toxic, take a Viper if you wanted to on Bet Boom. Just run that mid. And Sumail literally has no game. I don't know about the Tim.
Like once you...
I love Timbersaw mid, but your matchups are awkward, and even the TA is going to be a little bit hard to deal with. Just early level refresh, you're not going to be able to burn. You have a pretty well TA doesn't have attack range to play with, so you can kind of just jump in, harass off, and be pretty happy. But just even meld here, it's going to be annoying for Timbersaw level 1 to 2. And GPK can work that lane pretty damn well. So I'm rather curious how much Sumail can get out with a Timp. He's going to have to really take early activity out. I suppose the Pugna does kind of play into Timbersaw well. Like, if you think about it, this is a good HP and mana battery for the Timbersaw to play with. So I like that coming out, but I'm not sure about Aster on this draft, Mike. It still feels like you lack control. You have even less teamfight than you did before, with the fact that last time you had Curse and Supernova. Now you have Doom and Chakram, really. Like, there's no big AoE hold. Bet Boom can just constantly run you down. You have Save in your Shadow Demon, but And I'm not sure how much, if ever, if that's enough.
Yeah, I'm questioning this as well. At the very least, John, we don't have a mid-winter wyvern. We have the mid-timber now, which has been very popular throughout 7.33c. So I don't know if I can say the draft from Astra is like preferable to what we saw in Game 1, but at the very least, it's going to be different. And I can't wait to see how it does pan out. As, of course, Astra are looking to try and tie up this series 1-1 here against Bet Boom. And, of course, Bet Boom looking for a strong start to their run at DreamLeague Season 20 with a 2-0 victory if they can get it. We do have Game 2 underway, so we should be able to head into it rather soon and see exactly what is going to happen in this Game 2. I think we both kind of are on the same page with the drafts. I think we both kind of agree that Bet Boom do look stronger once again. Nevertheless, though, Team Asta, not ones to just bow out. They're going to put up a great fight, I'm sure.
Yeah, should be able to try to ramp up, maybe correct a little bit from that Game 1. Keen to see what Sumail can do against a TA. Again, level 1 to 2 should be pretty good for the Timb. Level 3, 4 onwards is where maybe things get a little bit tougher. Again, you can't melt through refraction yourself all too well until chalk ramps up. And by level 6, the TA should just be in the jungle farming up anyway. So we'll see. Your rotations as well for Aster with your supports, it's not amazing. Like a Pugna and a Shadow Demon rotating mid. Sounds more like a meme than anything else. You can make it work for sure, but it's not really a threat. Whereas you have Spirit Breaker Charge, you have a Kotl and Ench that can rotate mid fairly nicely. You have a lot of ways of just controlling the early game here.
See Sumail for a moment there. Obviously can't lock him down yet. Won't even bother with the Timber. Going to be a 2-for-2 trade again. So a very kind of even start between these two teams. And pretty much exactly what we saw in Game 1 here between Astra and Bet Boom. The laning stage is going to be the big deal, I think. The big talking point between these two teams is we can start with the mid lane. GPK on the TA going to be up against Sumail on the mid Timbersaw. You kind of said it already. It's not necessarily going to be too one-sided, I don't think. But it's kind of hard to see any kills happening prior to the level 6 mark. Mind you, once you do have the Chakram up on Sumail, I think there's a lot of kill potential against GPK, but chances are he's just going to go jungle anyway, once he sees the level 6 up on the Timbersaw, so I don't think that's really too big of a deal.
Yeah, and you don't even care for too much of that reactive anyway as a TA. You can always play with the side blades and just feed off some pure damage onto Sumail. So it's a pretty manageable lane for the TA. You can see again how well that shapes up. Still taking a look at the other lanes down bot, you do have Monet on the Slark along with Baboka on the Pugna. So at the least you're not running Doom Pugna lane. You are up against Pure on the Ench, Save on that Kotl. They are running the off lane Ench here, so they are still keeping that Spirit Breaker support. A little bit surprising, but I don't mind an Ench getting farm here. Again, you can't really run down the Ench in this lane. You can just get free impetus shots out. You've got a battery in Save that just lets you keep spamming your spells.
GPK is getting aggressive mid lane. Sumail going to try and turn now with the Whirling Death and try to punish GPK for this. And that Meld Strike really starting to hurt quite a bit for Sumail, but now he does have the reactive armor, so he should feel a lot safer. See, the GPK was just trying to get as much harass as he possibly could during that level 1 timing, and he does do a pretty good job of it, but now I think Sumail should be, even with the side blades, as long as he doesn't get caught out, he should be just fine. As he continues to try and be as aggressive as humanly possible. Both mid lane is actually sitting quite low at the moment.
I like this coming out from GPK, just trying to force the issue. Has to respect the output of Sumail, but as soon as he hits
Top
level
lane.
3, it feels a bit more manageable.
Bit of a charge up from Toronto Tokyo. Siamese Cat is quite far behind the tier 1 tower right now, and he's going to be in a bit of danger top lane because the Shadow Demon is getting bashed up constantly. Mystic Snake will connect. One more right click will do it for Nightfall, but he can't quite get there. So Toronto Tokyo with the charge out is going to have enough damage. And of course, Nightfall did have to back off as he was completely out of mana.
Yeah, but you're still happy in this lane as the Dusa. Again, you're not getting zoned out too hard. A little bit more playable for XXS this time around. Like, he is actually keeping up in CS and slowing down Nightfall by a tad bit. And again, you're not running a Pugna Doom lane, which is always a benefit as well. So a Shadow Demon Doom is maybe a little bit more playable. You can run down, you can try to punish. You've got the save for the Spirit Breaker charge. So it's not as aggressive as it can be for Betboom. But still, you get first blood like that, Nightfall not dying, just managing to hold the lane. Once he hits level 3, that same play becomes a lot harder. As more points in the mana shield come in, you just don't have a good way of melting it down here.
You do not. Bottom lane. Yeah, I gotta tell you, John, I'm a big fan of this pos 3 Enchantress. It's this hero, like, hard to kill with the Slark. You might not have too many issues with the Timber dealing with it, but in fact, speaking of the Timber, Samel's taking a lot of damage mid lane. GPK might actually have him. One more hit will do it. Samel, oh, he's going to be able to run out of range. He's okay. Meanwhile, top lane, another team fight to break out. Siamese Cat already going down on the Shadow Demon. XXS forced to back away. There's nothing he can do to trade. Even with Nightfall at no mana. Just can't close the gap.
Yeah, and they constantly find this punishment onto the Shadow Demon. At the least, again, you have a little bit more of a playable lane for XXS in that he's not being shut down. But you're also not stopping Nightfall too much. And feeding away kills like that definitely just builds up for Dedusa, despite the CS, again, not being the cleanest. More than happy. Down bot, though.
Down bot, Provoker barely surviving. Cannot secure the kill, but now Monet might be in danger. Save's going for a chase. The Impetus just doing so much damage, and with the Blinding Light, they'll find one and they'll find two. Each person from Betboom down to this bot lane securing a kill each, and this pos 3 Ench with a constant mana battery in save on the Coddle. It's scary, John. Like, you know, you just essentially have no limits on your Impetus because you've got no mana to worry about. Just so much damage can be dealt.
Yeah, you can just do so much. There's nothing to stop you from keeping that aggression out on the Ench. And you can just keep building up. Mid lane, they get the top up for Sumail, so it's going to be a bit harder to shove him away. But again, GPK's been doing a great job of just shoving that Timbersaw away, removing that threat onto himself, and just working his way up. Like a couple of melt strikes just melts that HP, and melee lane for TA to go into. It's not too hard to line up the side blades when they go in for the CS. So you always have some good options there. Overall, a strong start for Betboom, 0-4. That's more than just strong. That's pretty dominant for them to go off. The charge is here.
Will be cancelled. Instead, they'll try for Siamese Cat, but he gets a disruption off onto GPK, and he's the real target right now. But Samel, he misses the Whirling Death. He wasn't within range for it. So the TA is going to be just fine. Toronto Tokyo bashing on the way out. Why the hell not? They're trying their absolute best. GPK again being targeted by Samel with the Chakram, but it's just not enough. In fact, even Save shows up now. Takes the Arcane Rune away from Samel. And Betboom, they are really playing like a team here.
Yeah. On point with the coordination, on point with the aggression on every single lane. Finding a lot of initial farm to play with here. Pure all the way up top once more, having a spectacular lane up against Monet. And the Slark just can't do much. We saw Nightfall kind of suffering in CS. It's even worse for Monet in terms of net worth. Still focusing on mid with the aggression. With the Chakram, again, it's a little bit more manageable onto the TA, but GPK, he's still comfy enough. Like, he's not melting. He's got the side blades to fall back to. And Sumail is just constantly low. Even with a Vanguard, it's still squishy enough for the TA to handle.
Absolutely. I tell you, I get very concerned for Asta. Like, with Pure finding this much free farm. He's top CS on the board right now. In fact, never mind that for a moment. Siamese Cat. He's going to be able to take a Wisdom Rune. It is his own one, to be fair. Toronto Tokyo are going to try and punish him for this. No bashes yet. And does get one on the end. Just what he needed to secure the kill before he dies to the tier 2 tower. He's going to try and make this as hard as possible for Smell to secure. In fact, he has charged back up now. Just waiting to get past the tier 2s, and he's actually fine. Tips out from the boys. Toronto. That was a fantastic play from the Breaker.
Nice little grab, nice little kill. Manages to bail out. Maybe even get a reset or just camp around for the 8-minute rune here, as he's not even bothering to go back home. And again, no openings for Aster. 0-5. Just not able to find any punishment onto this movement from Betboom. Just trying to get what they can from the lanes, but this is not the kind of start you want to see your lineup, because again, you're going to default to a slower style. You have a launching point in Timbersaw. Guess you could try to set up for your Timbersaw with your 2 supports, but Shadow Demon Pugna. How does that connect? I mean, it does work against Dusa well, but in the wider scope of the game, what do you do to set up for your team here?
That's a good question, John. It's a very good question, and I don't have an answer for it at the moment. Baboka charges out. They know the Pugna is there, but they don't want to dive tier 1 towers. They will leave him be. Monet's a much bigger target anyway, but without the charge, they don't really have the lockdown, and, well, quite frankly, even with the charge, they'd probably still struggle with it.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Baboka, though, reveals he is still around with another blast, so the chase is on from Save to try and find out where this Pugna's gone. Baboka hiding in the tree line the best he possibly can, and they are not going to check. He is safe for now. Save still looking. Oh, he's not going to find him. A little bit unfortunate. Not the biggest deal in the world, though. It is just a +5 Pugna.
Yeah, not the biggest kill to miss out on. You force Siamese Cat to come down here as well. True to Gate will work his way back up. Try and give a steady lane through for XXS. But it's a little bit of time being wasted by the side of Betboom, to be sure. Then again, I don't feel like there's anything else they can do in the other lanes. Like, they've just won out so hard that you're fine with just kind of looking for opportunities or forcing an opportunity out in the other lanes anyway.
And the bottom tier 1 tower going to be forced down by Pure. Asta are trying their best to find a way to slow this down, but Baboka's going to get spotted, so Toronto Tokyo will go for a charge right in onto the Pugna, and the Blinding Light to knock him back into Pure. The Decrepify TP is going to be enough. We'll barely make it out. Quick thinking here from our Pugna. Still, though, this laning stage has not gone the best as Pure is taking down the bot tier 1 tower. Meanwhile, top lane, Siamese Cat going to get caught out here on the Shadow Demon. At least he will deny the kill away from Nightfall, but he will go down nevertheless. Betboom, they were even thinking about trying to chase down XXS, but instead they found Monet, who's trying to go through the twin gates, but Toronto Tokyo will land with the charge, and now Monet needs to find a way out of this. He'll go for the Shadow Dance TP, and they do not have the charge to try and cancel that.
Just a little bit too long in the cooldown at level 2 just at the moment. Unable to do as much. 0 to 6 again, Betboom just finding everything. A smoke out from Siamese Cat and XXS. They've got the Doom to play with. They've got the War Stomp to follow through from the Disruption as well. So this is the connection we might be looking for here if Aster finds the hero.
Bottom lane, grouping up. Pure is the target. Keep in mind, he is level 7. He does have the Untouchable. Save actually outrunning them so far, but Baboka does at least get a Decrepify off. The Coddle, though, still a very, very fast old man. He's actually going to be just fine. As now Toronto has rotated through the twin gates. They are looking to go again. Siamese Cat getting bashed immediately upon hit from Toronto Tokyo. And Asta, not only do they not find a kill, but they lose their Pulse Fire Shadow Demon.
Yeah, then that's a smoke rotation that doesn't pan out to anything at all for the side of Aster. 0 to 7, Betboom looking to play the perfect game. Like, at this point, it's almost feasible to actually imagine a zero-death game for Betboom if they keep playing cleanly.
Well, chase into the mid lane. GPK, though, proving to be just fine. They just don't have the lockdown, and now Baboka going to be targeted here by Toronto. The disruption will at least save him from the Nether Strike. Baboka, he'll Decrepify and Life Drain, but in the end, is still going to go down to Pure. In they go on Samal as well, and Pure is just doing so much Pure damage. With those impetus, it's just too much to deal with. And this is what I was talking about earlier on this pos 3 inch. You can't underestimate it. It hits really hard.
It hits so hard. And you had so much room here for Betboom to get everything from the lane. I'll make one guess with you, Mike, right now. I'm pretty sure someone in chat is asking FTK? F10K? With the scoreline. You know, you're pretty happy right now, I'm sure.
Certainly are, Jonathan. You certainly are. Unless Asta can make some magic happen.
They just get 10 kills in a row, 2 team wipes in a row with no losses. Let's go. God bless. Always makes me chuckle. Thinking about those guys typing F10K. You guys always give me a good laugh. Thank you. Thank you for being yourselves. It's very cool. As Bedroom, they're just being themselves right now as well, Mike. They're expressing themselves. They've got good stacks to clear out for GPK, who again had a pretty good lane up against Sumail. And the laning phase for Aster just, it falls apart. It's just, you have two supports that can't link up and do anything. Like, I get why you have a Pugna and a Shadow Demon, but this is the result, Mike. You don't have a launching point. You don't have anything that the Timbersaw can really connect to. Your Doom could maybe connect with a War Stomp when he has a Blink, but that's not a priority for Dooms early on.
Oh, Monet. Rod of Atos locked him down for a little bit, but he's okay to pounce out. Boca trying to get some wards down here so Monet can farm in peace. Speaking of the farm though on the Slark, man, look at his net worth, John. So far behind anyone else on the map right now on Bet-Boom. It's not really his fault. He just hasn't had a lane against his POS 3-inch of Pure. But it's going to be pretty tough to catch up here as a Slark now. And it feels like an even worse time than last game for him, to be fair.
Yeah, it does. If not, at the very least, just as bad as game one. Bet-Boom going out for a smoke, taking the gate up top. Gonna be a nice gank if they find someone here.
Baboka's the only one really close by. And I think they did just see him for a moment. So Baboka, not the biggest kill in the world, but pretty POS 4 kill to take here for Bet-Boom. His XXS does retreat in time to avoid that ganking coming. But that is your 0 to 10 scoreline now. Some happy people in the chat, I'm sure. And some very unhappy ones, I'm sure.
Yeah, there you go. F10K people. Your time has come, 0 to 10. Easiest time of your life, but still go for more.
Yeah, Samel will be chased down. Meanwhile, Siamese Cat, I mean, he cancels the charge off with the disruption, but it's not going to matter. Save is there with the blinding light to secure the kill, and GPK had most of the damage necessary. You know, the scary part as well for Team Aster, John, is you're going to have the Vessel up soon on save. And in conjunction with Solar Bind, with the Solar Bind, it's a lot of damage. It starts to hurt.
It does. It hurts every single time. I mean, this game is just completely suffering for Aster. 0 to 11 at 15. I don't know if you and I have ever seen a 0 kill scoreline go for this long. All the way up to 11, Mike. This is...
It's a lot.
This is quite... It's not really a stomp. It doesn't feel like it because it's not that many kills, but boy oh boy. 0 to 11, 8k up. It's pretty much definition of a stomp, Mike.
It certainly is, John. Certainly is. And Team Aster, like, while they're not out of this game yet, it is looking pretty tough for them. Can't lie about that. Roshan now going to get started. Bet-Boom just taking all the objectives they can. Plenty of minus armor to play with here thanks to GPK. Look at that. There was 4 stacks of minus armor on poor old Roshan. Eventually, they're just going to take this down for completely free, really. Team Aster just not in a position where they can try to counter this Roshan attempt by Bet-Boom. And they will get away with it quite easily. Rotations coming now from Baboka and Siamese Cat, but they're just trying to push the creep wave up. They're not even here to try and fight Roshan. I don't think they were aware that that was happening.
No. Just can't even respond, you know?
Siamese Cat charges there. They've got the Shadow Demon. Gonna be a nice little bonus here for Bet-Boom. Aster, they are still just trying to take the time they can to keep this farm going. But it's just such a hard game. It really is. Like, there's no other way to put it. Such a challenging game. And if game one was anything to go off, Bet-Boom, they're not ones to give openings very frequently.
They are not. They just, once they've got their foot in the pedal, they don't let go. Full throttle all the way. And 0 to 12, Deso up on GPK. Tier 2. Slowly but surely all by himself. Clearing out. Have to be careful though.
Yeah, disruption out on GPK. Keep in mind, he does have the Aegis up. And the thing is, with the Chakra Magic, your Refraction's not really that long of a cooldown anymore, so... just how one spell can change everything, huh?
Pretty much. Just constantly refracted up. Not gonna take any damage. Oh, Pure.
Jump in on Pure, but Samel, he really can't deal with him on his own. In fact, now Samel's being chased. Did have a shield rune there for a moment.
No,
In fact, he's going to
Pure.
go back in on Pure. Pure almost going down, but barely alive for now. He's going to try for the TP play, but they doom him up.
Oh,
They can't
no.
afford to let him go. It's the first kill. It's GPK. He might lose the Aegis. He will. Do they keep going for this team fight? It seems like they want to. Nightfall's in. Has the Stone Gaze to use. Won't have the opportunity to use it. And Team Asta, they find the first kill of the game for themselves.
That's worthwhile. That's 491 plus 558 gold. A full 1,000 gold from one pick-off there, Mike. Huge opening for Astor. Not enough to equalize the game, but it is a sign of life at very least coming out here. And the side of Beckman, they have to respect some of that. I mean, TPing out up front from Pure like that, a little bit cocky and is punished for it. You know, you would have wanted to go through this game without any deaths at all, but Astor crushes that dream, and who knows, that could be the one kill that gives them momentum. Again, 1k gold swing. Not insignificant at all.
Certainly is not. Charge out, Siamese Cat. Going to be spotted. Doesn't really have any play here after he's used the disruption. And GPK gets the kill anyway, so it's not really too big of a deal for him. At least Monet is getting to the stage where he's going to have the Ags up soon enough. Like, it's 1.6k just about from having the Aghanim Scepter available. We saw last game that they were able to make some things happen once the Ags was available. But then again, like, this TA is huge. Butterfly is going to be made soon for Nightfall. You know, I'm trying to find some signs of life here for Team Asta, John. It is hard, but I'm trying.
I know it's difficult, Mike. Because I'm trying to think of it. It's my job to think of that. So, yeah, I know it's a challenge. It's not quite presenting itself. I guess if Aster find a way to just get pick-off after pick-off, they come back into it. Look at Betboom's position. They're kind of loosely scattered around the map. There is an opportunity for Aster to kind of just look for one to kill. And that's what Aster has to focus on. Just one kill. It's all they need to bounce back into this game. Single target pickoffs back to back. But now these targets are all hard to pin down. Medusa with Butterfly up. At least the Axe is up for Monet. This is normally the point where he does start to get a little bit more active. And we'll see. The Axe is almost done for your Pure, Mike. Good old Spoink ready to go. That's a fun spell. Imagine that with Chakra. Just 2 Spoinks in a row.
Bottom tower is under attack.
It's a lot of damage. I may have preferred Hurricane Pike first, but, you know, it's Pure.
No.
He knows what he's doing.
Yeah.
And Spoink is a real pain, like, just 3 impetus shots flying out. Just the amount of, like, you basically deal 1k Pure damage. Probably more, actually. In the click of a button on a 4-second cooldown.
Yeah, Pure is going to be doing a lot of Pure damage.
Yeah, that's true, John. That is true. Like his namesake, he has been doing the Pure damage as Monet. Charges out. GPK right behind him. They want to control up the Slug as long as possible to try and burst him down. XXS though with a nice doom out. Did catch the Medusa with that. The Toronto Tokyo has dropped and now Team Asta in a 4v5 scenario might be able to make some magic happen. Pure, nice juke on the pounce. With the Spoink, he just completely avoids it. Monet, though, he has the Ags up. He should be just fine to retreat. I can't say the same for Baboka. And in fact, Monet forced to pop the Shadow Dance to try and avoid the impetus shots. He's barely going to make it out. Siamese Cat won't be so lucky. So at least Asta, they only lose their supports here, but boy, it could have been so much worse.
I mean, they find a kill. That's... I'm legitimately not even memeing. That kill is big. It gives him a lot more gold to get that kill and lose their 2 supports than anything else. On the side of Aster, I mean, that's a sign of life out. Maybe stacking up their spells a bit too much, like dooming up Medusa and then disrupting, and probably not the best bet, so you're not able to chase down and get the follow-up. They do manage to punish the overextension coming out from Toronto Tokyo, and they find something. So if you can maybe find just this kind of punishment onto Betboom when they're kind of scattered around, their initiation isn't smooth, that's how you get back into it. They still have a massive mountain to try to climb back in. 2-15, 9k lead for Betboom still stands. And that team fight could have been a lot worse, but it also could have been a lot better for Aster.
That it could have. Well, there goes the mid-tier 2 tower.
Radiant's middle
Easy
tower is
take
under
here for
attack.
Betboom.
Radiant's middle tower has fallen.
Only one T2 left standing on the outside of the map here for Team Asta. And it seems like BetBoom is slowly setting up to take down that final outer tower. Or maybe even setting up for a big team fight, because Nightfall trying to bait here in the mid lane. Smoke is up right behind him. They'll rush in immediately. Charge. Toronto was going right after Samel. Meanwhile, Baboka has been caught in the Pugna, and so is Siamese Cat. They both just die instantly. There's no real gameplay if they get caught out. And BetBoom, they might just say screw the top tier 2. They could even just go high ground right here, right now for the tier 3 tower mid.
Yeah.
Samel going to be targeted by Pure, who's just frontlining for his team. Rodovatos is out. Samel getting used up mid-chains as well. He's in a bit of danger here. Silence is out. Toronto Tokyo with a charge in, and the Nether Strike holding down Samel, and he's just gone. Monet will at least pounce out safely. They even committed the Doom on Pure just to try and stop the impetus from flying out. But that did not prove to be enough.
No, it's just not enough. And they just reset. That does hold them off from the high ground push at the least. But Aster are going to lack that Doom in the next team fight. And it's still a big opening for BetBoom if they find something to pick off here. I mean, you're getting just so damn big on Nightfall. Just lacking that Demon Edge for the full Crystallis now, for the full Daedalus. And what do you do about the Medusa? You have to worry about the Inch, you have to worry about the TA, and you have no clear answer for the Medusa still.
BetBoom again. Nice scan out. Did find Team Astra on the western side of the map here. Not going to stick around. Might just wait out the next Roshan, which is up in a minute 20. Much safer to just secure the Roshan first and then go for the tier 2 outer tower. They do have a nice 13k advantage, and as you can see, win probability sitting at 94% for the side of BetBoom. Still just applying that pressure top lane here against Team Asta.
You know what I just realized, Mike? You ever try mousing over Sproink and seeing the flavor text it has? All it says is Sproink is as Sproink does. They don't even bother explaining the lore of Sproink. It's just it just is.
I mean, she's literally just leaping backwards, John. I'm not sure what they could have said.
But why does she need an axe?
What are they going to say?
Like, can't the doe leap backwards by itself without having to pick up Aghanim's scepter? The
You've
most
always
learned
got something
mage.
to pick on, don't you? You've always got something you've got to pick out.
I gotta find
just
something.
can't win
Mike.
with you, Jonathan.
No one
just can't
wins,
win with you. Team Asta grouping up, ready for the next Roshan, which does now spawn up. Vision is there thanks to the enchanted creep of Pure, who is not actually around the Roshan pit at the moment. He's just pushing out the mid wave. We'll TP over to the outpost though, so BetBoom going to group up and perhaps force a smoke attempt. Or maybe just walk into the Roshan pit and just go for it. Just invite Team Asta into the Roshan. Team Asta, it's like, how do you initiate this fight? We saw last time they had a decent Roshan fight, but they could not pick up the Aegis in time. Here we go again. Roshan already going to go down. Cheese, Aegis both picked up. And now they've even found Samel for their trouble. Samel already losing half his HP. The life drain going to hold him up just a little bit. So he will be able to back off. And instead they'll pick off XXX by the looks of it, though. He is still going with the Decrepify. He will survive. Toronto Tokyo is the one to go down first, but he's going to buy back. Meanwhile, Nightfall is out of mana. Maybe they can deal with the Aegis straight off the bat, and it seems like they can. Nightfall is down, but he's got that secondary life to try and deal with this team fight. It's Samel. Samel's being controlled up. Benet's down as well on this Slark. And this is not the fight they wanted. Like, you got the Aegis off the Medusa, but you lose 3 for your trouble, and they're all 3 cores to boot. Only the supports end up surviving for Asta.
Yeah, it's the reverse of the last few team fights where the supports were dying, the cores get to live. This is a rough outcome for Aster. At the least, again, no 2 lives, no cheese left. You did force a buyback out from Toronto Tokyo. So you do find a little bit for yourself as we see the replay. Some good spell use coming out from Aster. A good decreps to stall out. A really good disarm coming out there as well from XXS. Just not enough to turn the tides. The high ground does begin on our live cam
Look at
here.
Pure. Yeah, I mean, Pure is just, he's just moving right in as we are getting to the end of this replay here. And luckily, the action has stopped. Yeah, I mean, Asta giving the best shot here in this team fight that we did just see, but sadly just didn't prove to be enough. And look at this now, back to the live action. Pure is just throwing impetus shots everywhere. This Sproink is just so infuriating to try and play against. As Pure can just do this safely, as Monet forced to jump in and try to do something about it. Already popped the Shadow Dance though, so in a bit of an awkward scenario now to try and back off, as they have already lost Siamese Cat. The top racks, it is just melting. They'll leave with the range rack standing, but they've got the melee barracks already down. And again, just the fact that this Ench can just stand in front and just zone them out so effectively, it's proving to be impossible to deal with for Team Asta.
That's pretty hilarious. Just having this little dough. Oh.
GPK. Jump in is there. They do land the stun, and GPK gets caught on his own. He's down. Right underneath the vision of Team Asta.
That's a big one. That does bring us all the way up to 4-2-2 now on our scoreline. Maybe feeling a little bit too overconfident, not respecting the vision game coming out here from Aster, and the punishment is severe. Not enough to really drag them back into the game, to be fair, but should be a bit of a wake-up call for BetBoom to not laze around too hard. Aster can still pull the numbers in, and again, for Aster, their way back into this game is single-target pickoffs. When BetBoom does play greedy like this, when they split up on the map, they can just get taken down with the control, the damage Aster has on hand. So you have to respect that still, despite being so far ahead. You say that, but Save does have the Dagon up.
That they do.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
Now even a Lincoln Sphere coming out on Pure, so
Are scanning.
even more defense for the end. Just that much more challenging to land this Doom that seems to be so important to allow Astra a chance to actually jump in and get some damage off. So props to Team Astra, John. They aren't out of this game yet, 4-22 with a 22k advantage, but certainly not over yet. They still got a chance in this one. Though it may be a very slim chance, but a chance nonetheless. In fact, the chances have actually gone up by 1%, John, so that's good news.
Yeah. And Dota Plus just giving them a little bit more to play with, Mike, you know. Just a little bit of hope. 5%. We have seen swings from that point. Let's see if BetBoom will give them that opening, as they will start on the bottom tier 3 here.
They will. Tier 3 bottom tower, not going to be lasting very long like this. Skadi is out for the Medusa now, so Nightfall even more of a terror to try and deal with here on the Medusa. I think BetBoom are going to wrap around, perhaps through the top lane. They did smoke up, but they haven't run really directed towards the high ground yet. Maybe they take the Tormentor? BetBoom, who have they found? They have found Baboka with a nullifier. It's going to be too hard to take him out, but they do have the depth trap to try and buy Baboka a little bit of time. And that they will. Baboka does make it. Pure. Starting with XXS with all this impetus.
Radiant's top barracks are under
BetBoom, they're being a little bit cautious here, and I think that's fair. Understanding that one bad team fight could throw this game right back the other way. They won't underestimate Team Asta.
And they show some respect. They don't overcommit. They don't give any opportunities out. They will smoke up once more, though.
haste.
Sumel charges out, he lands a stun. Oh boy, Toronto Tokyo has cancelled the TP off. Sumel now in huge trouble. Doesn't actually end up hitting the chains either. And that is your mid-timber going down for 65 with the buyback gold available. That is problematic now as the bottom tier 3 is being forced in. The impetus. Oh, Monet!
Oh, God. Oh, God.
Oh, he's alright. He's okay.
Oh.
Couple of those missed.
Jesus.
That's a scary sight to watch, I'll tell you. I mean, to be fair, he had the Shadow Dance anyway, so he probably would have been okay. Monet now trying to make sure Siamese Cat gets out of this alive. Bottom Rax is completely wiped out, so they'll go into the mid-tier 3 tower.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Mid-Rax now completely under siege as Team Asta. They've got to try one last time, it seems, to try and go after somebody, but Monet forced the Shadow Dance just to get away from all this damage.
Are under attack.
Onto Monet once again. The Slark trying his best to get close to Pure, but it's just not happening. Pure is just holding everyone back. My goodness.
Radiant's top barracks.
Just giving them zero chances to get close.
Yeah. Oh.
XXS, nice Doom. He's at least found the edge, so now that's one thing you don't have to worry about. But the problem is you still have a Medusa and a TA to worry about. XXS is gone. Monet pouncing out immediately. Sumail, meanwhile, being used up, is in a bit of danger. Nullifier is going to be there as well. Sumail not able to get to the high ground of the fountain, is going to go down. And the tier 4s are still under siege. They've called GG. Team Asta, they have had enough. And Bet Boom, what a showing on day 1 of the group stages of Dream League Season 20. A 2-0 victory against Team Asta. John, this is a team that get called in short notice because the Execration couldn't show up. I'll tell you, John, they look like one of the stronger teams we've seen so far.
Yeah, that was a completely dominating performance coming out from Bet Boom, almost start to finish. And dropping a couple of kills, not quite going for a 0-25, but fairly close to it with how they played here, and just looking spectacular for a last-minute call-in. Like their performance has been stunning. Aster, it was a rough go for them, especially in this game for sure. I think the draft is just maybe one aspect that really fell flat. Like the support duo just not doing too much there, and it caused a lot of issues coming out for the side of Aster. Bet Boom managing to play to their strengths, just maintain this constant aggression, no punishment out from Aster in this game, and they come out with really strong lane solutions. Like TA up against Timbersoft, pretty strong lane to have. You have the Spirit Breaker support running around to just help your Dusa as well, get some spacing from that Doom. And for Aster, it's just, again, like a support duo of Pugna and Shadow Demon. With the course they had, it's doesn't do much. Like it doesn't win your lane too hard. It doesn't dominate in the way you want it to. So I'm keen to see down the line what Aster does to correct. But for now, it's, well, they're gonna have to look for that elsewhere. Bet Boom do come on top in a very clean manner.
Do we know how long Bet Boom had? Like in terms of being called in to join Dream League Season 20 because Execration couldn't show up. Do we know what the time frame was? Because I'll tell you what, John, I realize they're playing Division 1 DPC for Eastern Europe, but they look pretty impressive. Even though we know these players are great, you know, coming into Dream League Season 20, you'd want a bit of preparation. This is international Dota, Jonathan. This isn't regional Dota.
Yeah.
So, do we know how long they had?
I'm not sure. I'm guessing Execration probably informed as late as they could, just because that's how it tends to go. With Phases, you try to push it as long as you can. So I'm pretty sure it's not much time for Bet Boom to have prepped. At the least, I'm pretty sure they've been prepping for the major as well. So for sure, they've been getting their everything in order to try and get a good showing in Bali. So that prep work does carry into Dream League, and this is further prep work for that major as well. And it is showing. Like, this team has looked impressive. Aster, not an easy opponent, but they make it look very, very easy in game number 2. And arguably, they're performing better than Execration would have. I don't like putting my C-boys down, but that was just super scary.
Hold that thought, John. We're going to have to look at some monster moments here of our game number 2, and obviously some fantastic moments to look at here. So let's have a sneak peek at exactly what happened in case some people missed it. Obviously, yeah, 0-12 was the scoreline at one stage. John, this is the first death Pure had, I believe, as he tried for the TP out, but got doomed by XXS. And that's how desperate things were for Team Aster in this game, too. Like, you know things are bad when you have to doom the Ench, pos 3, because she's about to TP out on about 100 HP, but that's pretty much where they were. And that was the first kill for Aster. One of the very few kills, sadly, here is... It did not get any better after that kill, let me tell you, for the Radiant side. Bet Boom continuing their domination. Props to Pure on this Ench, John. Honestly, if I had to choose an MVP of any sort, it would be this pos 3 Enchantress. In fact, over the series, I'd probably say Pure just dominated everywhere. For sure. You know, just game 1 and game 2. This guy is just insane.
He was. is really on point with his ulti, and in this game, of course, with the Enchantress. I have to say, these monster moments are looking like literally every moment that we get a kill from Master. It's truly monstrous to show that as well.
We got it, John. Come on now.
Name, for sure. Bet Boom, again, on point. Every player performing well. Pure has been standing out, but even GPK has looked amazing on his mid. Again, his matchups perhaps just favoring him a little bit more, but he's able to really eke out that lead he'd want. And I love this constant aggression coming out. It looks like Toronto Tokyo is finally super comfy on his spots 5, knowing when to go in and out, knowing when to sacrifice for the team. And it is showing, especially in this game for his Spirit Breaker. For Aster, it does feel like, again, drafting is a little bit off the mark, I want to say. They got some adaptations to deal with Medusa, but in the wider scheme of the game, it just doesn't line up with what every hero wants to do. So this should give them a little bit more to try to work towards. But yeah, it's like BetBoom just looking like the stronger team. Our monster moments truly showing that spectacular, monstrous performance out from BetBoom and just highlighting very few kills from Master. We got a sneak peek at least 3 of their kills there, Mike.
Oh, Jonathan, you look so smug when you say it as well. It was a bit of a sad affair for Team Asta. I mean, it is their first series, Jonathan. It's going to get better from here, I'm sure, for the boys, but props to BetBoom. They look fantastic. I mean, you've already kind of pointed it out. Like, obviously, they're going to the major. They're going to be doing preparation there. They just came out of NA Div 1, so, obviously a lot of practice there. It might be a bit of a null question to ask anyone that we get to interview how you prepared for it, but I probably will still ask just in case they have anything up their sleeves to give me here, because, this performance is impressive. Like, Team Asta, while the games didn't look very close, it was quite one-sided towards BetBoom's end of things. This isn't a bad team. This is one of the best teams in China, if not the best team right now. Kind of shocked to see how one-sided it was. BetBoom, though, I wouldn't say Team Asta was bad by any stretch. I just think BetBoom was that good going into this first series.
For sure.
Which is kind of scary for every other team involved.
It is, especially since maybe they prepared for something like Execration instead. So BetBoom might catch them off guard here. What?
Why are you going to give... poor old Execration. They're just taking shots from John and they're not even here.
I'm just saying, the research, the drafts they've read into are probably more for Execration than it is for BetBoom. As a last-minute addition, they've got a little bit of that dark horse factor where, people might not know what pocket picks you have, might not know what kind of timings you enjoy, what kind of playstyle you bring out, and now they're going to have to mix that into their research. A lot of coaches will have to dig deep and try to cover some of that information that they miss out here. So I'm keen to see if BetBoom can maintain that performance. They have been looking pretty sharp. As you mentioned, Aster, one of the best teams in China. Not an easy opponent, but BetBoom makes that look like a pretty easy matchup, and that's worrying for a lot of the other teams here.
It certainly is, Jonathan. It is certainly a very worrying sign. And shout out to Execration. Sadly, the boys couldn't make it. Apologies for John X Fire. He's just feeling very spicy today. Very, very spicy indeed. And, I'm sure they're out there watching, Jonathan. Watching their stand-in team. Watching how they're doing. Rooting on BetBoom. Not their SCA brothers, of course. They'd never do that. Never.
No, Execration would probably just relax. I think they'd actually just, chill out a little bit. Not too many sprint partners right now, I'm pretty sure. Don't want to burn out. Would be nice to hang out with them. We had fun with Execration when they were around in Japan, Mike, didn't we?
You had fun.
Yeah, I did. I had a lot of fun.
I was trying to sleep in my hotel room and I could hear 10 crazy Filipinos outside just drinking beer and talking nonsense. I couldn't understand what you were saying, Jonathan, but I'm pretty sure it was complete nonsense you guys were talking. So there you go.
Oh,
But you did have a great time.
I did have a great time. You know me, Mike. It's all nonsense with me. Even in our cast. It's just complete and utter nonsense coming out in the middle of these broadcasts, Mike, but we try to make it work.
It certainly is. That's why we pay you the big bucks, Jonathan. That's why we pay you the big money. You deserve it, sir. You deserve it. We are waiting for an interview here with somebody from BetBoom. Can't wait to have a chat with the boys and see exactly what they've got to say about this series overall, and more importantly, like what they think about certain things with DreamLeague Season 20. Like, just their expectations going into it. Again, last minute call for themselves. Like, do you think they thought about knocking it back in any sense? Because you know, most teams care a lot about TI. Do you feel like BetBoom gets an advantage out of being in Dream League Season 20 and just playing more international Dota? Because that seems like a huge advantage going to the major, especially because there will be teams in the major that did not get the opportunity to be in Dream League Season 20, and they're not going to have that same practice right before the major starts.
For sure. This is a great time for you to take some of this international experience, mainly because not just the official games you play, but the fact that you're in Europe so all these teams are in Europe, opens up a lot of different scrimmage partners, right? Especially for the teams from South America, from China, and from Southeast Asia, get a big opportunity to widen some scrim partners, test some ideas out. So for a team like BetBoom, of course, this is going to feel great for them to kind of set up for that journey to TI, into the major as well. And yeah, that just helps you out. There's no negatives here, Mike.
Well, bad news, Jonathan, is we don't have an interview, so we are going to be heading off to a short break before our next series, but you know, that's absolutely fine. It's MLP Dota Tronics Fire. We're going to head to a break and we'll be right back with some more great Dota action. We'll see you all again very soon.
You love it, you wear it. What's your style? Get your merch at shop.eslgaming.com.
Hello, everyone. We are back, and we've got a little bit of a couple new faces here joining you on the call for the second half here on the Storm stream. Hope you guys enjoyed the lovely coverage by MLP and Jonathan X Fire. But now we've got a little bit of a shift change in. It's myself, Seek and Strike, and joining me is my good friend in his finest, most vintage SCA team jersey. Is that an Alpha X hashtag jersey I see there, Winter?
It's the most comfy one I have. I'm all about the comfort, you know.
Of course, getting comfy right before a couple of pretty good series that we have here to wrap up on the day. Isn't that right, Winter? Did you manage to catch the first two series that these teams played?
Yeah, some of it. It's pretty fun so far. We're off to a very good start today.
Yeah, I would have to agree with you. Let's see, where can I go off of this? Well, I suppose what we can talk about a little bit, Winter, is you got that jersey from coaching on that team, if I'm not mistaken. Is that right?
And playing, dude. I was on the team.
And playing. My bad, Winter. Mea culpa, mea culpa. But the reason I bring that up is because I think one of the more interesting talking points about both of these teams is the coach, right? The coaches for both of these two teams, which is my great segue, right? On one side, you have Mr. Moonmeander stepping in after the team made roster changes following to TI-11. And of course, Heen, the longtime coach for Secret. I don't know. I just wanted to bring that up, Winter. What are your thoughts on the coach diff?
One guy is a very strong voice. Obviously, that's Moonmeander. He's a person that I feel like when you have that guy on your team, you're gonna have to let him do a lot of the important decision making, the direction of the team. Whereas Heen feels more like a person that would try to make the ideas of the team better, amplify the team. So they're both very different characters, and I feel like very different styles, you know, in terms of how they work with a team. And whenever a team decides a coach, those are the things that you consider a lot.
Got it. That's really cool to consider. There's a lot of things changing as well for Secret, of course. They kicked, well, Boom is off the team and Boom FBZ is on the team now.
You can't help it, man.
Puppy said it himself, actually. He said, I needed to change a Boom, so I took a Boom offlaner, right? So he had a lovely interview after their win because both of these teams actually, seem to be back in better form. I think a lot of people in particular were quite surprised by the fall of TSM following 2 DPC online tours of basically perfection. They even did pretty well in DreamLeague Season 19, if I'm not mistaken, but have since kind of fallen in a bit of a slump, right? They lost their series versus Shopify and Nouns. I was listening to a couple of interviews with their coach, Moon. This was following their completion of Tour 1. And they sounded really hungry to beat Nouns again. To quote Moon, let me see, I've got the quote here somewhere. He said that, Winter, he hopes that Nouns does not directly qualify on points and that TSM do not directly qualify on points so that TSM can beat Nouns in the regional qualifiers.
A fight to the
they're that
death.
Hungry. Yeah, they're that hungry. Only one NA team can go, and Moon thinks it ought to be them.
I like the spirit, man, but I'm not sure if the NA fans are gonna want one less NA team being at TI, and this year it's gonna be in NA. TI is gonna be in Seattle again.
That's true. Back with the home crowd, which is always going to be really excellent. Yeah, so I thought that was a really interesting thing for them. But even more so, I think, is that both these teams are kind of on the bounce back right now. They both lost their premier game in DreamLeague Season 20 here. TSM lost Game 1 versus Spirit, and Secret lost Game 1 versus Talon. Secret's game was a little bit more one-sided in Game 1. I'm not sure if you got to catch it, but TSM actually had a decent lead in Game 2. I would say it was like 60-40 their advantage before like a Roche fight didn't go their way, and then the game kind of spiraled out of control. But they were really dominant in Game 2, so I'm wondering if this is just like a new TSM that's come back to LAN, quite reinvigorated after missing out on the Bali Major.
Yeah, team spirit is definitely not a weak team. They're a pretty strong team. So being able to take one game out of them definitely does say something about the team. And right now, a lot of the drafts are still changing. A lot of the meta is still developing. Stuff are being discovered, or the old stuff are being brought back. We'll just have to see, who has the better direction, who has the clearer mind when it comes to breaking down the patch.
Definitely. I think breaking down the patch and having a clear mind is something that's interesting to consider when you talk about Team Secret as well, right? This is a team that, I mean, they're kind of at LAN, they're kind of not really at LAN for Dream League. It's a big tournament. A lot of teams do boot camp, but it's still not like a LAN environment. But they do have themselves, of course, FBZ replacing Boom in the offlane. The last time Secret made like a really big roster change ahead of a tournament was actually last year at the Riyadh Masters, where Ice was kind of removed from the team, and then Rezo and Zayat started, you know, that period. I think Secret went on to place like 4th at that tournament. They did excellently. So maybe this is just like the start of another honeymoon period for them, though. What is it about like the first time a new team plays together? Because FBZ has never played with Armel. He's never played with anyone else on this team, right? FBZ's been on Boom for the past 5 years, actually. He's had one of the longest tenures on a single team of all time. I think he's like top 20 on that list. But like, what's it like when a team comes together for the first time and they start winning games?
They haven't started fighting yet. That's the beauty of starting a new team. Everybody is still friends. But after a while, the friendship tends to turn sour and you talk less to each other. You only talk during serious team meetings after the game is over, and Puppy with his machete is looking at you, staring at you. What was wrong with the laning phase? I did everything correctly. I denied the creeps. I did a hard pull. I denied the whole wave, you know. Why are we still losing the lane? And then everything spirals out of control there. You can take it for the first month or two, but if you have to do it 3 months, 4 months, 5 months, 6 months, you start to get tired.
Starts to get a bit tired, perhaps. I wonder if Crystalis is maybe tired of it. These two, well, obviously it's Puppy being the long-standing member on this team, but Crystalis is now the second most experienced on this roster, with the exception of Heen, of course. But let me just check this. Prior to the start of this tournament, so you're only going to need to add 2 to this stat, Crystalis has played with Puppy a total of 238 times now, right? So they're crossing into some pretty familiar territory. Back when you used to play, like, what's that like when you start laning with the same person for so long? It's been well over a year now with these two, you know what I mean? Like, do you think they're kind of finally in tune, or have you been seeing perhaps a bit of miscommunication between the two still?
It can be a bad thing, you know, when you play with the same person for a long time, and then you're finding it difficult to point out certain things because you feel like probably saying that will hurt the other person's feelings and whatnot, and you don't really want to talk about it, and then the laning phase deteriorates. I mean, I mentioned laning phase because the laning phase is the most important part when you talk about like the partnership of especially because Puppy, he's the 5 and the carry is Crystalis, so they are going to be always laning together. So when you talk about the Dota stuff, usually the laning part is the first thing that you talk about a lot. And if you lane with the same person a lot, I find that from my experience, it can be quite difficult sometimes to talk about the small little details in the lane. Oh, you actually did this pull a little too early, or you actually shouldn't stand on the left because it made it hard for me to do this. Sometimes it can be hard, you know, and at the beginning, when the slate is clean, it's easy, you know, like you just tell the person and you say, oh, I want this, I want that. Why do I feel like this is good, this is bad? It's easy, you know, but when you start to have a history and people get mad previously, then it gets to your head.
Well, you talk about lanes, let's focus and look at TSM, right? A team who have been getting their lanes right both times here. It's been pretty big for them in what Coach Moon Meander calls the team a little bit less experienced. I believe he quoted 2 of these players, which would be Ari and Kasane in particular. Have been learning a lot over this year, you know, not going to a lot of lands. There's Ari, our boy. But they've been looking pretty good. You know, they've had their ups and downs. But we'll see now how they face off versus Secret and mysterious shadow player FBZ. What is FBZ going to bring to this team? I mean, we got to cast him until he got told to go upstairs by Mushi, right? We casted him all year. You've probably coached him, or not coached him, but you've probably interacted with him much more than I have.
I did coach him for a couple of months. Yeah, when he was a mid player.
Okay. How do you think he's changed since then in the offlane?
I think there was a period where he was really, really good. A year and a half ago.
Right, on the glorious days of Boom, right?
But after that, it seems to have gotten really bad for him. I feel like his laning phase and his mid-game itemization, his decision making has all gone gone to the drain. You know, when he was, I mean, the last couple of months especially, I feel like he lost a lot of confidence. And as a core player, when you lose a lot of confidence, you tend to doubt yourself so much that you keep making the wrong decisions and the wrong move. You know, and he's a player where I feel like he has a very, very high ceiling. He has very, very good mechanical skill. He has a great understanding about the game. It's more about how does he get into a team, get comfortable, and able to perform his best.
Yeah, certainly. We'll see how they're going to be able to get that going, especially with a new laner. So far, both teams 1-1 winter. We're going to have to see, after I think a quick break that we're going to be going to, how this match is going to turn out. So we'll see you in just a bit before we get live with Game 1 of Secret versus TSM.
You love it, you wear it.
Wear your passion. Share your passion. Wherever, whenever. Gaming is a lifestyle. Get your merch at shop.eslgaming.com.
Welcome back, everyone. Back to the Storm stream for Dream League Season 20 here, where we have Team Secret and TSM all about ready to go. Thank you guys for joining us. This is going to be an interesting one, Winter. Again, both teams kind of on the bounce back now. I was kind of curious, as of course this is the second match, I believe, for Group A these guys are in, how they would kind of perform, right? Secret a little bit more of a last-minute stand-in, as I believe Execration were unable to attend, or maybe they were invited off of points. I may have forgotten that, but TS...
They couldn't get their
was
visa.
it Visa?
Yeah.
I wasn't sure if it was them or an Eastern European team who stood in as a result of Execration having visa issues. Either way, you know, this is a team that did finish in 8th place for the second time in their DPC tour this year. Even though they did manage to get promoted in the Spring Tour, they're back to Div 2 when it comes time for DPC next year. TSM, again, unseeded as the champions of their region 2 times running. I think when I was listening to Coach Moon in a couple of their interviews, he said something that was really interesting that I think kind of paints Secret and TSM as like the complete antithesis, right? He was kind of talking about how his team, they're all a little bit more young. No one's really like the in-game leader per se. And to quote him, he said, "We don't have a boomer voice, but they have the skills to win."
Brow?
Right?
So
No.
Brow
I mean, he's experienced. Look, this is from the coach, right? The coach says we do not have a boomer voice. And I think if you're going to say there's one captain in Dota 2 who is going to have a boomer voice, it's probably Puppy, right?
Puppy, Kuroki, all the old guys.
Yeah, that's right.
Xiao
That's
Ei.
right. Xiao Ba, right? I think Puppy is like holds this place, you know, perhaps the top step of the podium, or maybe he's the one really to look out to for me, Winter, because of course the man's been to every single TI. No one else holds that title.
Can he keep it going this year? We'll find out.
We'll find out. We'll find out. For now, though, of course, I think the quest for Secret is to be able to get out of group stage number 1 into group stage 2 and try and get a high placement. Perhaps looking forward towards Riyadh Masters, since there's going to be a bit of a break, most likely, until those Western European qualifiers. But they're going to have a decent seed, at least. They should at least start an upper bracket, depending on how many points are actually distributed and how many Western European teams end up directly invited to TI. But that should be an exciting time ahead for them. But if this is going to be the final roster with FBZ, I mean, they really have to figure themselves out now, don't they? Right?
I feel like it's a good change for them. I expect better results from now on. As I said, you have a new player in your team. It's a clean slate. Everybody feels like more motivated usually. And when you're having like a string of bad results, and it definitely damages the morale. And then you do a small little roster change, it will lighten the moods of the players, especially when you're playing with the same people for one whole year, and then you keep running into the same problems, like the laning phases or whatever is either laning phase or mid-game team fights. You're always going on the wrong hero, so it has to be some sort of communication issue. So a roster swap definitely helps with a lot of things.
Yeah, it certainly does. And I think, Winter, for me, something really special about this game as well, that's just a little fun fact, is hello to all the Indonesian fans, because even though this is a Western European team and an NA team, there are 2 Indonesians here, one on each side, which is kind of exciting, I think, for me.
A little bit of sea flavor.
Yeah, just a bit.
A little bit of
Indonesian
sambal.
sambal. Is that your favorite one, Winter? The Indonesian sambal?
Probably not, because I can't take the spiciness. Too much.
How?
I like a sweeter version of sambal.
All right, the Malaysian version is it, I see. Well, we'll see here whether or not game 1 is going to be sweet or, I guess, spicy for both of these sides, as we are going to get going with draft number 1. There's TSM getting ready to go with the start of their draft. They're always pretty happy during drafts, Winter, at least in their last couple of games. They're always kind of just like cracking jokes and having a good time. So the vibes definitely seem pretty good for TSM, especially after they do manage to draw in their first series over Spirit.
Yeah, good vibes, They're all kind of good friends, I guess, with each other. When you're just co-workers, then the vibe is definitely not going to be the same, It's definitely important to not just be co-workers. You want to be able to converse outside of the game. It definitely helps with things like problem solving when the team runs into a brick wall. If your relationship is not strong enough, then it becomes hard to discuss the problems and fix it.
All right, Winter. We've got 3 universal heroes in the first phase of bans.
Of course.
No surprises there. How many universal heroes do you expect to see now?
At least
in the first phase.
At least, in the first phase, probably at least 2 to 3. I think 2.
I agree.
But the whole draft, I feel like it's at least in the games that I watch mostly, I feel like there's always at least 5 heroes, 4 to 5 universal heroes in a game on both sides. I mean both sides in total, not on both sides. Yeah.
Okay. We'll see how this one ends up here. Shadow Demon likely to be for Yamich, so setting up for a save and a little bit of a setup here for the side of.
He's also a hero specialist. He really likes Shadow Demon and Pugna. I see him playing those heroes quite a fair bit. He doesn't play the in the previous patch the initiating position force, whereas he plays more of the very annoying defensive post force.
I think that maybe that's why FBZ fits decently into this team, because FBZ likes his kind of initiating heavy heroes. Quite famously, his Mars Brewmaster, right, Centaur, he's been excellent on in the past. Kind of just like your blink initiation kind of heroes, right?
Yeah, you're right. I think they might strike a balance between him and Yamich. You know? Only time will tell. But from what I've understand of the both of two of these players, I feel like it should come together, like the way they play the game.
Yes, did think quite a bit here. They are going to take that before mentioned Beastmaster for themselves and the Magnus.
Double core.
Yeah, so I think this is, I can't remember, it was either Moon or Puppy. I do apologize. I was watching a lot of interviews today to prep, but one of them was saying, two great minds in Dota, all the same, right? One of them was saying that it's okay to first pick your cores now earlier. I think Giannis as well was discussing this idea.
On the first pick, when you have 5 and 8, I feel like it's okay, you know. But in 6 and 7, I'm not so sure if it's a very, very good idea right now, because it gives your opponent a very strong 8th pick, right? Because when your first pick, the 8th pick is your strongest pick. And if the enemy on 6 and 7 picks 2 cores, I'm pretty sure on number 8, you're going to be able to find a very good hero to deal with the 2 heroes. And their cores.
Exactly. This isn't maybe the hero everyone was expecting to see based on the 6-7 Beast and Magnus, but I mean, I think by now everyone knows the Crystallis memes, right? You need his Monkey King, or you need his Bloodseeker. You got his Bloodseeker here, right? And in fact, TSM they didn't even ban the monkey, so it seems like Secret able to get the carry of their dreams here, pretty much.
Yeah, Bloodseeker is a very, very strong hero in the meta, in my opinion. It's better than Monkey King. He fits like the meta because he's really strong in the lane, and mid game, late game, he's also really, really good. Like you got a lot of good items to build, the axe, the shards, everything's great. And on top of it, I feel like the reason what pushed the hero over the scale is being able to break the Lincolns, because right now you can click stuff on the BKB heroes to break their Lincolns and rupture them. Before you couldn't do it.
Yep, I get what you mean.
So it makes a big difference for Bloodseeker.
It's going to be Crystallis' 3rd game on the Bloodseeker this month, Winter. The hero, though, against him has been banned. Not too much, actually. I was expecting this to be a much more contested hero. It's only been banned once against him, actually. So he's not really being focused too hard, at least for how Secret tend to draft him, but likely to be the carry Bloodseeker.
There's just too many annoying heroes to ban in the early game, you know. The early phase, the first 2 heroes on each side. Like, I feel like a lot of the annoying heroes are support heroes right now, especially Techies, Bat Rider. Those are, for me, the 2 heroes that I just want to ban it right away. They're just too annoying to deal with in the lane. I just feel like when you pick those heroes, right, or when you at least give away those heroes, you're more or less guaranteed to win one of your lanes. It's too difficult to deal with.
Well, speaking of difficult to deal with, I do think Secret might still have to throw something towards this Magnus. With the Beastmaster showing, we can expect this to, what do you think, probably guaranteed a safe laner here for Timato. He has been playing it a lot recently, especially in pubs.
Yeah, I guess Magnus is definitely a hero that you can put him on any lane. He's definitely able to perform well on any of the roles, especially the carry or the off lane. I feel they're the same, you know. You put a Magnus on off lane, you put the Magnus on carry, they go the same builds, they do the same things, they farm the whole game.
That's true.
It's like the same thing. Doesn't really matter. Yeah, so in the second phase bans, TSM banned out the Timber. This was one of the heroes I was actually thinking about on the 8th pick when I was...
especially for FBZ.
Yeah, when you first pick SD and you see 6-7 Magnus Beastmaster, Timber is one of the heroes that I was immediately thinking about. I guess it's not as good against the Magnus right now because he's a universal hero.
Well, I mean, you're still removing damage, right?
Yeah.
I think it's not as good because, of course, back when Mag was a strength hero, you would be reducing much more stats and whatever his primary stat and what therefore much more of his damage, but it's something, you know what I mean?
Yeah, it's still good against those 2 heroes because Beastmaster and Magnus, they are both dealing a lot of physical damage. So Timbersaw is obviously very good against physical damage lineup.
Yep. Hard to burst in the duration of like 1 RP and 1 roar as well.
Yeah, and on top of that, you have a Shadow Demon behind you, so it gives you a lot of ways of playing around in the team fight. You can be really aggressive and just wait for the SD to save you and then turn the fight around.
On the note of that physical damage, there's the Lich band out. Quite a popular support so far in DreamLeague Season 20.
Yeah.
Clears with the summons extremely effectively, and of course all that physical damage you're talking about, the Frost Shield is absolutely incredible. And Winter, one of my favorite heroes in the game. I have hit.
They
in fact,
banned
level
my
29 on
favorite
this
hero and they picked your favorite hero. This is
Hell
bias.
yeah.
This is
Which
bias, man.
Doctor, here he is, out for TSM. What a hero. I'm actually a little bit surprised. Europe, basically every region outside of SCA has been picking this hero every now and then. Haven't not been spoiled for very much in the SCA DPC. So I'm not really sure what the build is. I assume it's probably
I've seen the no stun build.
Oh, really? So
in my game
heal
yesterday.
into Malady. I mean, that's...
I'm not saying it's good, but I've seen the build.
I can't believe you ran into me yesterday and you didn't say anything.
I mean, I think the Witch Doctor here could serve two purposes. One, you can use your cast, obviously if you decide to scale it against the Shadow Demon Disruption illusions. And number two, you can use the heal against the Rupture. So the guy gets Ruptured, you just stand near him, just keep healing him so he can stand and fight.
That's true.
And
I think Voodoo Switcheroo is really good against the Bloodseeker too.
And you're very good with the RP and the Raw because you provide damage into those big spells.
Good point. Yeah, you're not so much needed for your initiation here, which I would say is really where this hero tends to struggle after laning stage ends.
Melodic is good against the Bloodseeker, so there's that.
Yes. If you can kill him in the first couple of major ticks. Otherwise, it's useless if he kills you and gets a huge heal. But in general, I completely agree with you.
It can
Secret
go both
then.
ways, but for sure, I feel early game to mid game, Witch Doctor has the upper hand.
I agree, especially against the Shadow Demon. I do like how you bring up that point. Would expect to see the stun build.
Hopefully.
For Secret, pick an Armel hero here, perhaps, or do you save that for 23rd? There's the Spirit Breaker here.
Yeah, one of the strongest heroes in the patch right now. I like him on position 4 the most, personally. I don't like him on off lane as much.
Yeah, I don't know if FBZ plays the hero very much. When I was diving into his pub history, I didn't see it. I actually saw a Spirit Breaker a little bit more for Yemich, but he's also the Shadow Demon specialist. So if I had to, my life on the line, I would certainly say that's off lane. And now I think it is, basically, with the Bane coming in for Puppy.
Bane.
That's a strong lane right there.
Bane
have you seen
SD.
this new Enfeeble build?
So you max Enfeeble, what, level 7?
Yeah. And then you do like 400 damage.
What?
Yeah, Enfeeble does
see.
DPS now. And it's still pure, right?
And you're a universal hero, okay.
And you're universal, and you still have the lane combo with the Bloodseeker.
So what, it does damage per second?
That's correct.
30 damage per second? Holy shit,
Yep.
so much damage?
Yeah, I know, Winter. That's what I'm saying. I haven't seen a whole lot of this hero personally, but that was one of the biggest surprises of the change log. Here's 18 now.
That was what
for
was
TSM.
happening in my lane yesterday because I was so confused when I was laning against the Bane and I didn't click on the Bane. I was like, what the hell is happening?
Oh my god. That's okay, Winter. Do you still think Ursa's a ranged hero? Are you still really confused by that change as well?
TA is
Why
a
your
ranged
Diffuser
hero.
Blade
TA
doesn't have charges?
TA is a range hero.
Yeah, Ursa used to be a ranged hero too back in Dota 1, Winter.
Yeah, so
Anyway.
they go for the Keeper of the Light. So they have this very, very strong 5-man lineup, which I really like when you go for Beastmaster. You have the heal from the Illuminate, the heal from the Witch Doctor. So you just ball together with whatever carry they decide to pick with, or Magnus. If it's Magnus, it's Magnus, and then you pick a fast tempo mid hero, so you can play really fast with the Beastmaster.
I'll tell you what I really like out from Secret here, taking a look at their bans, is the Storm Spirit ban, taking that out of the pool. But what I am in love with is just the ideology of this. Right now on Secret, you have two incredibly annoying supports.
Everything is single target on their lineup, dude.
Yeah.
Buy Lincoln's, Lotus.
But there's too many things to break it. You've got Disseminate, you've got Disruption, Rupture, of course, which is the biggest one, Charge, Nether Strike, like three Bane abilities.
I mean, can't they just pick an Illusion hero to fuck them out like some Naga? Because they're all single target hero.
Okay, I like the Winter Wyvern ban, kind of focusing on all that physical damage they do.
Wyvern is good against Magnus and Beast.
Yeah. And wins a lot of mid lanes just because you have that range and the ability to last hit with the Splinter Blast. What do you go here for your Secret? Do you want to... It sounds like you're convinced they should cover the Illusion base.
Yeah.
I don't really think they have. With the Void Spirit, he's okay, but...
I mean, Bloodseeker you can buy Radiance to deal with Illusion heroes. So you should still be fine, I guess. But the Naga still seems like a very annoying hero to deal with, especially with Bane and Spirit Breaker.
Yeah. Naga in the pool. We've got a TB, which I bring up because I know Team Auto plays a lot of Terrorblade.
I actually don't really like TB so much against the heroes here. I feel like you're gonna have a hard time. So they go Morph. Morph will be good against the universal hero Void Spirit. So you take away all his stats with your axe. That's great. And you can also turn into the SB. So I think I like it. I think it's a good pick.
I like it as well. And what I really like from TSM in this pick is because I think Secret banned out the Storm and the Ember, if I'm not mistaken. It's a hero, this Morphling, that can just get on top of these supports with Waveform and just kill them right away. These kinds of heroes, your Shadow Demons, your Banes, I kind of classify them as like, you know, heroes that they're not going to like solo kill anyone, but they will completely ruin your game if they're completely uncontested. Like, you just need to be able to bother them and force them out of position. Otherwise, it's like, you know, like a shaman. He's just shackling people for full duration in the fight. You can't let that happen.
Shaman? That's not even a hero right now. Shaman.
I know. Listen, I agree. I'm just bringing it up. You know, you ever been in a game of Dota where it's a 40-minute team fight and somehow Shadow Shaman is still getting full channel shackles? You just... the Shadow Demon and the Banes, those to me are two heroes that want to play similarly. You know, they want to be kind of tucked away in the fights, counter-initiate, and just completely screw you over. These Morphlings, these Storms, these Embers do a great job of like flushing them out and bursting them pretty quickly.
But I hate to break it to you. Beastmaster has Hawk, so good luck.
Agreed. Yeah, I mean, he's got Hawk, but until this Morphling pick, I wouldn't really say that the follow-up was too incredible. I think Shadow Demon and Bane, they can cover for each other. I don't think there's a world where Mag is ever going to be able to hit an RP onto the two of them, even with the Hawk vision, which is why I like that Morphling pick, right? Because now you can kind of just choose a target and make the best play here if you're TSM. Which draft do you like better, Winter?
I mean, obviously, the Morphing draft.
Obvious.
TSM. I think.
Why do you say obviously?
Yeah, I think it's. I'm a big fan of ease of execution. I don't like drafts that you need to play really really well. You know, like this Bane SD SB draft. You know, I feel like they need to really execute in the team fights. You land your spells on the right heroes, you go on the right heroes, and like you say, they have to position themselves in a way where the Hawk doesn't see them, so that they don't get caught by some harpoon skewer or the Morphing comes in and just bursts them. It's not easy, you know, and. Whereas if you look at TSM in the team fights, all they need to do is just ball together. You have aura items, ideally on your Cortal, and then you use the Hawk Vision and use it to your advantage. Play during the daytime. Their heroes are very strong with daytime vision.
Play during the daytime. Well, we'll see what they can make use of that or how they can look to make use of that. I think Spirit Breaker does have night vision as well and might have vision for first blood onto Ari. Kill's actually going to go the way towards Yamich. It is going to cost them their ward, but a little bit of bonus gold onto the supports never hurt.
Yeah, so who got the kill? Did the mid get the
Shadow
kill?
Demon.
Oh no, it was Shadow Demon. Not the best hero to get the kill on, but either way, still, first blood is first blood.
Yeah, they'll be happy with that. And we'll see how much resources they use. And looks like they're going to be looking to skirmish again. FBZ committing for the points, by the way, in Bash. 2 blood grenades still on Yamich with Armel as well here to contest. Boom. They're going to try and make a play for a lot of these bounties here. Bounty top here. That is going to be a Maledict now onto Armel. He is in boatloads of trouble here. He might pop here. Yes, and he will.
It's probably better that he died anyway. If he doesn't die, then he'll be really low, and then he has to send a salve, he has to wait. I think it's better that he died.
Yeah. I mean, look, I tend to agree with you there. Otherwise, he just can't contest the first waves. He can still TP in time, and maybe he just misses one.
He still gets... Oh, he doesn't get it, but still, it's good enough.
He got the XP. Didn't get denied. He'll have to be happy with that for now, as he does settle into his lane. Down and bottom, it is going to be this Bane puppy into Chrysalis as well. He's got himself this Brain Sap Classic level 1 trading ability here. So he's getting really aggressive behind Kasane. Oh, he's going to get a courier for free as well.
Yeah, this...
Now the Brain Sap, 2 stick charges.
This
lane boss, man.
This lane at early levels should be quite favorable for the Bane and Bloodseeker. But when you get more levels on the Axe and the Cortal, you get... more points in your chakra, and then you keep spamming, then the lane will be quite hard for the Bloodseeker. But before that, the Bloodseeker should still be able to farm, get last hits, and yeah.
And Winter, there is the no stun build so far from Whitemon with the second point in
Are
view
you an
restoration.
advocate for the no stun build? Tell me.
I mean, not in this lane personally. I think against a Shadow Demon, having that point in Maledict is basically at least one guaranteed stun, or two maybe, even with a single point.
But would you say
I
in
think,
the lane it's just better not to skill it? So you just use your mana for the Maledict and the heal.
well, the thing is, you also have to consider your laning partner as always, right? Down bottom, Puppey is going to be able to get out of this one. Considering going underneath his tower, but he'll be A-okay with those 4-stick charges and having Brain Sap. And I think, Winter, to get back to my point, when you consider who his laning partner is, right, Morphling, it's a hero who is going to disproportionately gain a lot of benefit off of having a heal, right? And Voodoo Restoration level 1 is one of the most efficient heals in the entire game. So you're going to be able to get Tomato through a pretty spam and attack-heavy lane, you know? This Shadow Demon heroes can be really annoying, just throwing illusions at you, eventually the Shadow Poison, right? So having this little Voodoo Restoration to top him back up, and you can see him abusing, quote-unquote, the attribute shift here, he'll be quite happy with that. Mid lane, a little bit of action now, as Armel does tank the tower, but he's going to be A-okay now. No harm, no foul there, and he'll go off to collect the Water Rune. Does have to be a bit careful here of fighting too much over on the side of TSM, right? They do have this thirsted Bloodseeker already, 2 points there. So he does slightly get a bit aggressive towards Kasane.
Yeah, the lane is gonna start to become harder and harder for him. You have the Chakra Magic up right now. 3-minute Lotus is gonna spawn. So if the Kotal is gonna get it, it's gonna just give them more resources to spam the Bloodseeker down in the lane.
Well, we'll see. They do chase after Ari, gets Silence Ball. And like did not connect onto Crystallis, but he's going to go ahead and stop and take the Lotus anyway. Puppey has himself Nightmare available. This ought to be a kill down here, I believe. As they catch him with that, the right clicks, and he is going to go down.
I mean, not the biggest kill for them, but because the Beastmaster, in the meantime, he's able to drag the wave in front of his tower, so...
Top lane, Whitemon in a bit of trouble. They hit him with the Blood Grenade here, and they... Oh, lots of healing here. Okay, he's A-okay. There's been a lot of thirst speed to Crystallis down bottom, but otherwise, no harm, no foul, no kill.
Yeah, so this build is actually also good because of the Bloodseeker on the opposing team. So you try to... not giving too much movement speed and attack speed in the lane.
Very true, Winter. The problem with taking an early point in Voodoo Restoration is that the longer it takes for you to max your cask, and most Witch Doctors I've seen, including the offlane, not including offlane Witch Doctors, pardon me, they actually didn't take any points in Maledict, but most support Witch Doctors do take points in Maledict and tend to max it first. But the cask is your farming mechanism here, so we'll see how Whitemon is able to do here. I don't believe he's got enough damage for the kill onto FPC.
Do you think he gets to farm here?
He doesn't really get to farm, Winter, but eventually you can just kind of walk up to a creep wave, throw a cask on it, and you kill almost the whole wave.
Yeah.
Relatively risk-free.
That's actually something that means a lot to a position 5 hero.
Exactly.
You sometimes get like opportunities to go to a dead lane, and then you have to be able to clear the creeps very, very quickly because you don't have much time.
Especially for a hero like a Witch Doctor, you know, who is not going to be the greatest counter initiator, or like he's not the greatest hero to be playing from behind from. You know, you can imagine in a tough Witch Doctor game, they can kill you pretty quickly. They might have a silence. Maybe they have BKBs or something to ignore your stun. You know, you're not going to be super relevant in these comeback games, right? So at least being able to farm up a bit of gold with cask could go a long ways. Down bottom is going to be Puppey. Yeah, collects the kill there. Nice job.
Yeah,
that is a big one.
But
that's
wouldn't you say like
delay Vanguard?
Yeah, wouldn't you say that in this game the stun has so much value that you should at least put 1 point in it early to at least stop a charge, stop the Bane's ulti?
Look, I agree with you. I'm not the biggest fan of the Maledict build, but Whitemon, he must have a reason for this, and well, at least in lane, it's doing pretty good to keep the pressure off of Timado. You can see with the Adaptive Strike and Maledict, they do have a little bit of a good nuke.
Yep, so 6-minute power rune, the first rune of the game. So right now the SD is already trying to secure the top side. Same goes for the Witch Doctor. And Kotal's here too.
Bottom. This could be a little messy as they catch Brio. Armel quickly runs in, collects the haste stream. Dissimulate is going to need to be popped here. So he does end up skewering it back in the tower. Yeah, Whitemon though in trouble. He's gonna end up being taken down here. They get on top of him real fast.
I mean, this is why all the spirit heroes are just preferred in the mid lane, you know? Like, you want a hero that can just abuse all these haste runes and DDs, whatnot.
Bad whatsoever. Ryle is a little bit behind here on levels as well. Winter, what's happened here? Armel has 15 denies.
Huh. That's supposed to happen.
I don't believe so. I think it's generally considered to be quite challenging to out CS a mag, especially when he's got Shockwave, he's got level 3 Empower now.
Yeah.
The full Bracer.
I mean, with Empower, you do not expect the mag to lose in terms of trading for last hits. So
see if Armel can keep this up.
Yeah, that's definitely an interesting one. And we didn't really even see that many rotations to gank the mid, you know, so it's just purely, I guess, being able to outplay the opponent in terms of last hitting. And yeah,
big stacks here, kind of being split. Puppy's making his way on over to sap some of this experience.
He got a good amount of XP, so that's really good for him. And Armel is ganking top. It's going on the morph lane.
There they go, charge underneath the tier 1 tower, into the Nether Strike as well. Still not enough, and now FBZ out of mana, but with a Vanguard? Not really sure if they can get through him, even with the Maledict applied. Instead, Armel and Yamich now looking to perhaps turn this. More reinforcements come in as Crystal is through the Twin Gates to be able to drop the Rupture on the Tomato. They got vision with the charge, and FBZ connects it for the kill. Whitemon now underneath his tower. The points and Voodoo Restoration, the second points that is not going to be able to out-heal against 4. Big rotations from Secret, but coming out of the lane strong here, Winter.
Yeah, this is definitely like a result of the Void Spirit winning his lane very handily and taking control of the 6-minute rune. So it gives him enough resources to rotate and help and destabilize the side lanes and getting his SB a kill on the carry. So that's definitely a very, very big play in terms of how the game is progressing right now in the early stages.
Yeah, certainly. I mean, it's going to now take a little bit more recovery. It's going to be able to allow Armel as well, you know, more time to pop off here, right? The longer it takes for Tomato to get his Scepter up, basically, the longer and more impact Armel's going to have before he's getting morphed into. And then he loses his stats, right? No damage, becomes quite a sad Void Spirit. 8 minutes in, Winter. Any big surprises other than Armel winning the lane so hard? Bottom as well, going very well, but I would say that's kind of par for what Secret drafted down there.
Yeah, but I definitely did not expect the bot lane to go this badly for the Beast, you know. He started the lane okay, then after that I remember he died once when there's a creep wave under the tower, top lane.
They are looking for Tomato as well. I heard a Rupture, and they will go now, charge to close the gap. This is a lot of unrelenting pressure, but now reinforcements swinging back in from the side of TSM. They do have themselves an RP. They're going to look to try and focus down onto Whitemon. It's Yamich who will collect that kill, but they've at least saved the life of the Morphlane Winter.
I mean, wouldn't it be nice if he had stun there? Maybe he might be able to set up for RP, like getting so many points in in the heal and the Maledict. Like, I don't know, I feel like at least I would have a point in stun, you know, just in case for situations like this when I need to stun and set up for my teammates.
Yeah, I see that, honestly. I certainly would have taken at least level 4 point in my first point in the paralyzing cast. But he's got other ideas in mind. Maybe this will come to fruition a bit later.
And he's gonna have to rely on the Magnus and the Beastmaster stuns, you know, to play and catch the enemy hero. Because you're also having a partner with Keeper of the Light, which doesn't have a stun.
True.
So that's
very true.
That's definitely not easy to play when you're this far behind, you know, without stuns.
Well, Kasane has a stun. I mean, it's ready. There's Primal Roar over on the Beastmaster, and he'll soon have a drum as well, Winter, as he's going to farm his way up towards that. So that's what the Beastmaster at least is going for. FBZ, after his Vanguard, looking for the Lotus. We talked about the amount of single target that TSM have.
Load the second item. Right.
Yeah.
I guess
you tend to see this as well with the Shard, with that planar pocket to absorb a spell and then reflect even more.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
It's good to remove the blinding light. Oh, why does he want it? I guess it's just for the Roar?
It's for Roar. You would also... Yeah, I mean, I guess it is going to be mostly for Roar, isn't it?
The stats is nice, I guess, on this hero.
Yeah, I mean, it's not bad. You redirect the spell and you reflect it, so it's silly, but it's pretty good.
mean, so right now, Secret, they're gonna try to pop a smoke. Daytime. Don't have a rune on the Void Spirit, so they're just gonna try to pressure the bot tower, I guess.
I guess so. Puppey is sitting down here with level 6, his Point and Fiend's grip ready. Oh, and now he sees a target. There's the grip immediately as well, wasting absolutely no time. And Charge is going to connect for the kill. Okay. I mean, hey, it's a smoke, but it got them a kill. Bryle almost committing the RP there. It's going to be chain stun now. They do have themselves a Nightmare, throwing the blood grenade on forward as Bryle beat Nightmared up. Reinforcements coming back in. There's still no points in the stun, by the way, at level 5 on the Witch Doctor. And obviously no Death Ward. Kasane is going to be able to throw in that roar as Puppey does have to turn back in this fight. A big charge,
Bryle
stuns up on a 3, but Bryle is going to be able to at least skewer FBZ behind the tower. Out comes the RP as Tomato and Kasane will be able to clean up. In they go now for more, as Armel is in a bit of trouble here, trying to fight Ari as well. Is going to be ruptured up, having to stand still. Puppey able to save himself up for now, as it's Armel who's in the thick of it now, fighting versus 4 heroes. Secret losing out here, Winter.
I mean, that's a very, very good fight for TSM. Somehow they were able to turn the fight around. I guess the overcommitment on the Magnus was also like part of the reason why they lost the fight. SB actually just went in way too deep. I feel like after the first kill on the Kotal, like they already forced people to TP down to defend the tower. I think that was actually good enough for them, you know. They could have just backed off and just take the whole map, because when your enemy uses 2 TPs to the bottom side, you go top and you take the top farm.
Yeah, big fight there. I mean, it's going to be a 3-for-1 trade at the end of the day, but with Tomato getting involved, it gets him much closer to this Linken's, right? That's going to be a big turning point. We talked about the single target and maybe the effect the Lotus is going to have on the offlane Spirit Breaker, but Secret's single target, I mean, almost every single hero is basically single target here.
Yeah. Actually, FBZ is getting Octarine Core. I got confused. You're talking about what, the Planner Pocket?
Yeah, no, so he's oh, he does have Octarine Core. I could have sworn that was Lotus earlier, pardon me.
Right, mid lane, Disrupt.
Yeah, little disruption. They're gonna have to really commit for this kill onto Tomato though. Got heals behind him. Yeah, they won't be able to spook him. Without the RP though, TSM not too willing to try and defend this tower. They also, well, maybe they are actually. They're smoked up. Kasane from the wings has still a Primal Roar. Whitemon with the maxed Maledict and Deathward, but no points in the cask. Also waiting, but so far no initiation. Instead, on the 14-minute runes, they shall go as Puppey is going to get disrupted there. They didn't actually interrupt the Death Ward, so he's doomed as soon as he comes out. Quick little rune there for Tomato. That'll be that.
I mean, not the biggest rune, regen rune. Wisdom.
I think we still have yet to seen the DD rune, Winter. Indeed.
So it's what, haste, regen?
We've seen haste, illusion, regen, shield, arcane. So we've got DD left, and I think we're still missing one, aren't we? What are we missing?
Invis? You say?
Ah, correct. Yeah. Invis and DD. So these next 2 runes are pretty big, especially with RP being up again. You know, Brian will be able to potentially sneak around and get a good RP to kick things off. I think Secret, they ought to be very committed now into either taking down this tier 1 tower and making the fight that much more difficult at the 16-minute mark, or just bringing the bodies.
They're waiting for BKB on the Bloodseeker. He's very close.
Yeah. That he is.
But
He might have it by now.
Yeah, meanwhile, Armor's like, I don't care. I'm hitting the tower. They can't kill me. I'm a universal hero. I have the occult bracelet. I'm tanky.
Yeah, and you'll be able to put that shield rune to use. Not bad at all.
I mean, this
Secret, they'll have a little advantage here, but I would still say TSM have some pretty wicked team fight.
When you get the Aghanim's on the Beastmaster, combined with the RP, oh, that's gonna be some
damage.
Serious damage in the team fights. Whereas for Secret, they want to try to play like a kiting way, like you just go in, go out, you kite some spells, you draw some aggression out of the enemy, try to see if they step out of their comfort zone or they split up, because TSM's lineup, they want to be very close together, you know, as a team. They want to be huddled up together. Where?
Runes spawning here very shortly. Winters both sides now gearing up for this. TSM with the tower advantage, with the wards as well.
Invis.
Will not contest here. Invis rune picked up. Next one will be DD, but for now, it's TSM who are going to look to try and take advantage of this. There it is. Invis into the bottom of the mag. As Brile
this is going to be
activates it now,
huge.
looking for an RP. This could be big, but oh, they've got vision onto him. There's going to be the rupture of the grip. 3 ultis onto him, Winter. And Brile, he can do nothing but die, as now it's Secret who look for more. Kasane commits the roar. The disruption aggressively used here to allow FBZ to close the gap, get the charge back on out. He's got absolutely nowhere to go, Winter. Down he goes, and Crystal is collecting on both kills.
They got baited by the Invis rune.
They did.
Yeah, why is there a sentry there? Did they see him pick up the Invis rune or something? Not sure.
No, but 50-50 chance that it was a DD or a Invis or DD, you know?
Yeah, so it's actually really important that you keep track of all these things in the game, you know.
Agreed. I mean, look, it's Puppy who placed that ward down. Confirm, Winter, that he had that timing on block. Let's take another look at that team fight here in the replays. Just great counter initiation, honestly. Just super clean stuff.
Yeah.
Acknowledging who the target was, and again, without that RP, it's like the tape that basically holds TSM together until they can get this Ag Scepter up on the Morph lane.
Yeah, it's pretty straightforward. After they killed the Magnus, that was Invis there. I feel like there's nothing much TSM could do anymore at that point. They just need to turn tail and run, and Secret just wants to get as many kills as possible. So right now, Magnus is gonna finish his Harpoon up in a little bit, 400 gold. Maybe that will allow them to get some pickups and get themselves back into the game.
Well, Winter, they still have RP here, and we know this is a DD rune. Everyone knows that.
Do they?
The Secret, they're gambling on it being bottom, but actually they're going to smoke up. They want to take down Kasane.
Kasane.
DD spawns. I mean, there it is. Secret, not interested in contesting for it yet, but TSM, without any vision on the map, they're going to play it safe as well. As Armel, he'll go ahead and bottle up that DD rune. Thank you very much. And we'll see what they can connect on now. TSM, they know something's coming, though, by the looks of things. And they're so close to 2 big items. That Harpoon, like you mentioned, Winter, and Lincoln's about to both be finished up for TSM. If I were them, I'd definitely want to be dodging a fight right now.
This Bloodseeker with BKB is very, very powerful right now. Like TSM, they're waiting for their axe on the Beastmaster. They're waiting for
3 items, you're right.
Yeah, more or less 3 items.
Diffusal as well. Oh, wow. Armel immediately in. They'll waste no time getting on top of Whiteman.
Yeah, and if you look at the difference in the vision as well, you can see like TSM is more...
Wait, Brile? Oh, RP off the Harpoon reveal as well. Timato's going in as well. Oh, morphs into the Void Spirit. Even without the Ag Scepter, Winter able to use the Stolen Aether Remnant to collect the kill. Beautifully done.
Secret still wants to fight here, even though they don't have Void Spirit. They're positioning themselves really, really aggressive. And looking at the vision as well, they have 2 very aggressive wards on the bottom area, so they want to try to control the ancient farming of TSM.
They don't have RP, right? I mean, you did commit that as well as the Morph, so maybe Secret feeling a little strong against this as they will break the
they don't have the
Lincolns.
Void Spirit, so I'm not sure.
It's a big, big reveal, right? That's Harpoon. That's going to now be Ag Scepter, so the Drums of Slam ready for Kasane. And of course, that Lincoln Sphere all done. So a triple item time in here. That BKB on Bloodseeker, Winter, just not feeling quite as effective. Maybe the Mjolnir's the item? I mean, he's got it now. Oh, they're actually maybe skirmishing here again in the mid lane. Little Scepter here onto Puppy. The roar's out as well. In come the Drums of Slam. Goodbye, Puppy. Absolutely deleted.
Yeah, Shadow Demon wasn't near enough to get the disruption off. He has Aether Lens, but it wasn't near enough. I mean, I feel like Secret, they have this like 4-5k lead for some time right now, and they are not able to build anything on it. And like you said before, the Magnus Beastmaster team fight with the Kotal, their 5-man is very, very strong with the Morphling, you know. So even if you have this 4-5k lead with Secret's lineup, it's not enough. You're more like single target spells. You're trying to isolate heroes, you're trying to play the farm game, you know, split the map, then you get pickoffs with the SB charge.
And Armel, he's under Hawk vision, so he's going to get himself away. Didn't know he was under a Hawk, but maybe felt it coming as Secret might be maybe a bit the wiser here. We'll see if TSM is quite ready for this. Right now, showing top
TSM is strong. Yeah, very strong
but the
here.
rest of the team here, Secret, smoked up and trying to sneak around here. But with the Hawk up, they're going to need to find the perfect path. Puppey setting up the wards now, looking for that first target, but they got to get through the Lincoln Sphere.
Oh, nice. Binding light.
In for this. They're going to interrupt it. Yule Scepter as well, but the Rupture finds its man. It's onto Kasane. Oh, and he does not have Roar. Can't do anything with the drums of Slam. Timato now, they've gotten through his Lincoln Sphere, silenced up into the Fiend's Grip. Whitemon didn't throw the stun out, so the Death Ward, oh my goodness, Chrysalis, he's just going to heal through it. He does not care, Winter.
Yeah, just way too much damage from Secret right there. I mean, kind of very weird way of playing the team fight there. They were really aggressive without the Beastmaster having the roll there. I felt like they should have stayed back, wait a little bit more before they commit into a really aggressive position, or at very least try to hug a high ground ward and wait for your cooldowns there. You know, they were just like standing on the low ground. I'm not really sure what they need to do there.
Yeah,
oh, they missed the RP. Oh no.
Oh, they did. They did miss the RP.
Oh no.
That's
not
that's
like
in
this.
Live. We didn't quite catch it here on the stream, Winter, but Bryle looked for an RP onto Armel, and he just assimilated out of there, didn't he, in time?
Bottom tower is under attack.
Yeah, it's going to be painful here. That's the Blink reveal as well. This Blink Harpoon, and Bryle still can't catch his man. That hurts, especially after the punch you just took.
I feel like they're just too nervous. They just need to chill down, chill down, farm. Their heroes are way stronger in a team fight together with their core items. Even if you're like 4 or 5k, you're slightly behind, you know. Obviously, they don't know the actual number, but you feel that you're slightly behind. But I don't think that you should be too nervous about it with the TSM lineup. Your lineup is strong, very strong when you get one more item on your core heroes. And right now, they're in a very aggressive position again.
Yeah, and there they go. They're going
The
to
Rupture
connect onto the Witch Doctor. Puppey as well. The Rupture doing a ton of damage. In comes the Roar, trying to do something, but Chrysalis with the BKB active. So far, so good. They're on top to Yamich as well, but Tomato, he's morphed into the Spirit Breaker, trying to get out of this fight. Charged by the real ones, still tanking through it. Needs to find a bash. The waveform does not get Tomato up to the high ground. Has vision to charge away. 60 HP. They see him thanks to the Thirst Winter, but he is safe and sound, just barely getting out.
But I don't understand why they were playing so aggressive. I feel like they needed to chill out. Farm your items.
Able to now collapse back onto Kasane, silenced up and killed. Got off his Roar in the fight, Winter, but they barely got through Yamich there. They could barely just muster that, and now Secret with 2 big teamfight wins in a row.
This is very difficult right now for TSM. I felt like they were in a reasonable position before with a 5k, 4-5k deficit, but right now the game is going to become really hard. Roshan is going to be dropped by Secret very soon, and there's nothing you can do if you're TSM because you just lost 2 fights in a row. You're gonna definitely need to farm and catch up and try to get like the Axe Scepter. I really don't understand why they were actually so aggressive before, you know. I feel like they are really overestimating how strong they are. They need to get their core items, at least the Aghanims on the Morph, and I guess you get... What else do you get on the Magnus? He's trying to get a Lincolns. I guess that's okay.
Lincolns, yeah. It's just a good Lincolns game. Winter, I mean, the thing for me is, you know me. I'm support player, right? I'm always going to talk about wards. But even if I don't talk about wards, let's talk about the Hawks, right? Not fighting around that either. It's just, you got to play to the strengths of your draft. You know
what?
Squeeze.
You're giving me an idea. How about you play position 5 Beastmaster? And you tell our team, I don't buy wards, I give you Hawk.
I give Hawk, that's right. And then let me farm Drums of Slom.
You stack Ancients and you farm it on your own.
That's right, that's right. I'll stack it with Boar. I'll take level 1 Boar and just use it to stack. Not to harass him.
Yeah,
and then I farm
see you in the low priority pool soon.
I'll see you there, Winter. I'll see you there. Yeah, I mean, the game gonna get rather difficult now for the side of TSM. Axe Scepter, I think it might have to be the thing to turn this one around for Timato. He's still, a full point booster away from that, but it's just about halfway towards the amount of money he needs for it. Do you see that maybe making the difference here potentially for TSM?
They just need to be patient, farm their core items up, the Aghanims on the Morphling, that's really crucial, and use the Hawk Vision and identify which fights you should be taking and which fights you shouldn't be taking. And ideally wait for daytime, because that's when you can use your Keeper of the Light and the Beastmaster Vision.
Careful. Looking for more fights now. Whitemon does get at least the high ground D ward. Able to see
Oh, they have
himself
to
in
run
relative
now.
safety. But in comes the chase, and that's a fast close in by FBZ on the pursuit as Whitemon is going to be chain stunned to death. No chance out there for him. Quick, smart thinking by Tomato, who very quickly gets onto that one. But he's got his ads now delivered. Are they really
to fight on this high ground here?
That's what I'm saying. I'm a bit surprised. This is bold, but I mean, with the DD rune active on Bryle, maybe it's enough.
We shall see if Secret commits to run up the high ground. They have Aegis still on Bloodseeker, so I'm not so sure if they should go on the Bloodseeker if he's the first one running up the ramp.
Crystal's also, he's got the Axe, he's got Blood Mist. That's tons of damage. We saw that in one of our SCA DPC games, don't you remember?
You get the shield if you overheal. You just run in like a madman, tank everything.
There's that shield you run in.
Hey, wouldn't you say it's similar to the Aghanim's of Timbersaw? In a way.
Yes, except it doesn't give you the burst damage, right?
Yeah. Timado.
I guess it's more
hugging the
more
wall.
DOT. Oh, okay. Finds Puppey, finds the captain. Actually, Puppey using the Nightmare rather aggressively. Cannot grip Tomato because of the Lincoln Sphere. Yamich tried to actually save him. BZ charging on through very casually. They didn't commit any ultimates there now to find that kill onto Puppey. So they're going to have to get
2
out
minutes
of here.
on
Crystal
Aegis.
being slowed to a crawl here. Still has that Aegis for 2 minutes, as you say. But with the Boar applying a slow, he is struggling to get away. Has his BKB, but will not be forced to use it as he is whipped back to the high
Yeah,
ground.
Puppey actually used the Queen's Grip on the Lincolns just now.
Oh, he did.
Yeah, so he doesn't
He
have
did.
it.
I thought that was an Enfeeble or a Brain Sap or a Nightmare. Any one of the other spells he could have used, Winter. Perhaps they were not ready. I saw the Nightmare go out first, so.
He's going Aghanims on Bane?
I see this quite a bit, actually, in my Immortal games.
Is it that good to go for it right now?
The thing is, like, it is a pretty big strength. Because, yeah, it reduces cooldown, but it gives two friends of yours that also create the illusions. To me, that's the big one. They take like 1 million damage, but the AoE damage kind of lacking from TSM right now. They'd have to focus down those things. Kasane is going to be killed. I mean, there's that big, beefy Blood Mist. Look at that shield, 700 shield on Crystallis. Maybe this thing's way better.
But
I mean,
what if you have the block of cheese and you have the Blood Mist overheal on top of you?
I assume it's just additive. It's just a big shield. A big bloody shield, as the British would say.
Can't wait for that to happen.
Well, I am not sure at the rate this game's going, Winter, that we're gonna get there.
Oh, Ari.
TSM?
Do they see him?
They're gonna try and muster a defense here. Bryle!
Oh, here comes Puppey.
I'm not sure what he did, but he messed up that combo. Didn't quite get the combo he was expecting. Death Ward being channeled now. FBZ charging on through will quickly cancel that. Rupture is onto Ari. Crystal's taking a lot of damage here from the Maledict, though. He's going to need to get a big heal, and he does. Set up for a second one as well. He out-heals the Maledict, no problem. Bryle
is running out.
Next for trouble.
7 seconds.
Tomato, he's going to be able to steal charge and get on through the fight. With the Aegis expiring soon, for now, it's still Secret winning this fight, as now Kasane is able to find a roar onto Armel up on the high ground. FBZ trying to save him, but the counter charge in from Timato is big. Crystallis, he's in onto the fight now as his silence from the Blood Right catches to Kasane. Condemned as now Timato is the target, does not have a waveform. Oh, just coming off cooldown now. Will he make it back into the fountain? Charging back into the Blood Mist range. Almost ended up killing himself there, but will be able to stay alive. Whew, that was close.
Sounds like we have a SEA game, you know. Tier 2 towers alive, but we are taking fights in the A base.
What can we say? FBZ and Makoto are sorry, not Makoto. Pardon me, Whitemon, just going off. Look at this fight, Winter. Look at how this started.
Tier 2 behind the Tier 2, Bloodseeker runs in because he still has the Aegis. He really wants to use the Aegis. Use his body to initiate. I think he was really close to overcommitting here. Like he was like what 7 seconds at this point before the Aegis ran out.
And Crystallis, he nearly died. I know I'm Witch Doctor spammer, so I'll always overcast the Witch Doctor in fights. I apologize, but that Maledict would have killed him if he wasn't careful there. He needed to get those last hits for the Thirst heal, or he probably would be dead right now.
I mean, you see the power of the Bloodseeker. You know why I said like Bloodseeker is a very strong hero in the patch. He's just really good throughout the game. He has very good build-ups with his items. He has a great shot, great Aghanims.
How much of it do you think this game is it like maybe TSM not drafting well enough against the Bloodseeker? And I know that's crazy because there's 2 BKB piercing abilities, you know, already. But like in a way, I don't know. It's like one of those. What's Bloodseeker? One of those heroes where once if it's a type of game where you can just BKB and run around, he loves those.
It's not that. It's just TSM not understanding. Like I feel for the power of their lineup when they should be grouping up together, when they should be farming. I feel like they are just playing way too aggressive when they should be farming, and it blew their timing. You know.
Okay,
Oh,
this is gonna
Puppey.
get spicy. Puppey integrate
Again.
the smoke, stops the skewer on back. Throws another strike in onto Brile. They ruptured him up as well. There's gonna be the Fiends get committed.
Oh,
They
Brile's
need a bit
dead.
more damage, and they have it for the kill. Now onto Brile. Godlike streak for Crystals as FBZ
Oh,
charging
three-man
through the
charge.
fight, looking for more as well as Armel taking down Whiteman. The roar committed. Out comes the drum of slum for Kasane, but
And what? Drum of slums and what?
drums of slum for what? They were sounding the rhythm of retreat. This TSM, they're just falling apart at every single fight here. Secret managing to land blow after blow.
They're just way too strong right now. The Morphling doesn't have enough items to be able to stand and deliver and do a lot of damage in the team fights. Yeah, you have this drums of slum on the Beastmaster, but you're just not allowed to stand in the team fights and utilize all those damage that you have.
Yep. AoE Fiend script now for Puppey. Maybe makes a bit of a difference. Bigger deal for him.
This is gonna be fun to watch.
So who does not have their shard right now for Secret? FBZ and Armel. Okay, fair enough. Fair enough. But they're collecting Wisdom Runes, Winter. They're stealing Tormentors. I don't believe TSM have taken a single one of their Tormentors. So any shards that they have been purchased, which is a grand total of 0.
Yep.
It's a big one for Whitemon as well, honestly.
They have only themselves to blame for taking too many fights they shouldn't be taking when they should be farming. And right now they're in a very deep hole that I would say they dig the hole for themselves, you know. It's not even like Secret doing some amazing things. Sure, you know, they played well, they took advantage of the mistakes that TSM made. But you can't help but wonder if TSM actually farm, get to their items, use their timings, group up with this Beastmaster and Magnus in the team fight, use the Blinding Light, the heal from the Illuminate, fight during daytime, and you have this Axe Morphing coming in. I just feel like the game would have been a different game.
Well, I mean, look, I tend to agree with you. Maybe that's the difference having, as Moon calls it, like a boomer captain coach, you know, like Puppey. I mean, look, listen.
It gets me all the time, boomer captain coach.
Look, those are the words of Moon, okay? That's the only reason I say it. It's on tape, ladies and gentlemen, and Winter. But Puppey, earlier, you know, I remember the play at the 60-minute power run, right? 50-50 chance it's an Invis or a DD. Puppey recalls the boys to go bottom,
And
drops a sentry, and they win the fight.
Yeah, I mean,
You know?
yeah. Can't argue
He's the
with that.
one leading in. He's got the team always like at his back because he knows that he's got Yamich who can, you know, disrupt him, maybe force him out of trouble. Puppey as well, very quick on the nightmares this game, interrupting the skewers of Brile.
Yeah.
Like, maybe that is the biggest difference we're seeing here potentially.
And he has a psychic headband, you know. That's probably one of the best things to have on Bane.
He's got a damn Ag Scepter as well, so you're going to see triple the Puppey. Your eyes deceive you not. And again, taking those things down is going to be difficult. So Puppey, in case you've never seen this, he can stop channeling Fiend's Grip so long as his 2 illusions stay alive. He can just cast other spells, so it frees him up in a way.
I mean, do
It's
they
like,
behave like normal illusions where you can just dig on and remove them?
correct, and they take 700% damage, so they take twice as much damage as illusions already take. Normally they take, I think, 350% by
Time to
default.
try this build. Pick Bane, +5 in my game, farm agonies.
Yeah, definitely.
Get reported.
And then just say, come on, guys, Puppey did it. Don't report me.
And then they reply, who is Puppey? I have a puppy at home.
They would probably say some more, I should say less creative things, Winter, in the Singapore server. For now, TSM smoking out, once again, looking for a fight. Ari is nowhere nearby. Neither is FBZ, but he can charge in. Ari now looking for the TP play on it. There's
Yes, it is.
Grip, triple grip onto Whitemon as it's FBZ collecting the kill with the charge. Hit that Witch Doctor like a truck. Brile trying to be able to get off the RP, will not. They do at least get through that Aegis. So first life is down. Kasane now looking to try and turn this one around, but he's already committed the roar, and BKB will not save him, even if he had one. Ari trying to evade, trying to get out of this game, but it's FBZ chasing after him. Timato as well, following suit, has some decent damage here. Finally gets a core kill, but into the Blood Mist now, Crystallis, and now supported by 3 other heroes, will encircle and take down Timato. That is going to be a 1-for-5 trade. Aegis well utilized there by Crystallis.
Time to hit the buildings, boys.
And look how much damage he's doing. Crystallis did 12k damage in that fight. That's ridiculous. We can't
Blood
even
miss.
show it. It's rated R, Winter. We can't show it on broadcast. Not safe for broadcast. A secret cleaning up here in game number 1.
That's the power of the blood mist against all these like tanky universal heroes. Magnus, Morphling, Beastmaster.
True. I mean, and just killed so quickly as well.
I mean, you can even say that blood mist is the counter in the late game because the spell is just too good late game.
It's crazy how much of a turnaround there is on this kind of a spell. I remember when this came out, everyone was kind of memeing on it, and I was one of them.
It's so difficult to play against it. Like, why would you pick Lifestealer when you have Bloodseeker? Bloodseeker is just like so much more better than Lifestealer as a hero in the game. You're more useful. As Lifestealer, it feels so sad right now. You can't even stand and fight.
I mean, look at this overheal as well for Crystal. He's just constantly rocking another 1,000 damage.
Do you think that's too strong?
Shield.
Do you feel like that's too strong? He shouldn't be able to get that overheal shield barrier. Like, it's too
I mean,
much.
what would you want to restrict it to like 15 or 30% his total HP pool or something
Maybe
like that instead of just
maybe 50% would be reasonable.
I mean, 1,500. I mean, that's still so much, right?
I guess.
I mean, who knows? For TSM, they see, or I think they know.
Puppey
Puppey is here.
again.
Bryle, no.
Nice disruption.
Yamich saving him with the disruption. Crystal is blinking in, wants to find a fight here, even without the Aegis, Winter. We'll see if now, without Aegis, and this time Bryle more prepared to use the RP if they can find the jump they're looking for.
I mean, this is why you always play under your ward. That's why he could have. He got that disruption off pretty easily because he sees the enemy. He knows what to expect in the fight.
There it is. There it is. And now Armel just casually jumping in, nuking the waves. Look at all these illusions he's doing. What do you? Oh, right, disruption and mantle illusions.
Right.
Doing work on
TSM is running
tower.
out. Puppey
There
again.
they are. They're looking for a fight. They will be able to find Puppey. Signs him up. FBZ as well, joining the fight.
Yes, buyback.
Tomato will be able to beat down Puppey. He's got buyback, but are we at a stage of the game where he needs to use it, Winter? Crystal
They're running
is
to
retreating now with the
They're running to the outpost. Maybe they can use the buyback.
They are. FBZ. Got to be careful with how far they go off this fight. FBZ shadow bladed up, not caught by the smoke, but of course the lingering vision now can prevent him from finding a charge in. And TSM, they will be able to beat back Secret at least for one more fight.
Yep. Now Armel has a DD, so that's going to be a pretty darn good rune in the later fights.
Yes, it is. Yes, it is, Winter.
The supports are just going to die, especially the Witch
It's gonna
Doctor.
be, he right clicks, by the way, Winter, for 600 damage. And with the ninja gear. Oh, with the DD active, of course.
How is that fair? Tell me. How is that fair?
How is that balanced? How is that balanced? Well, we'll see now as Armel waiting to make the jump in. They've got the vision thanks to the charge.
He's dead.
Oh, goodness. Oh, goodness, White Man. Nothing you could do there,
One step, he's
unfortunately.
dead.
Go Scepter, be damned. Turned you into a damn ghost. RP, it missed again. Winter the RP, it missed a second time this match. Bryle unable to connect. Pinging the help in chat, but they're actually kind of turning this until the Gamage finds the disruption onto Crystallis. Another skewer to interrupt, and the Will-O-Wisp. It turns things around now for TSM. FBZ being beat back by Bryle. They don't even need the RP, but there's still a DD online for Armel. And look at the damage he's punching in onto Bryle. Skewer onto the high ground, but Armel comfortable fighting into this one. The Dissemblate aggressively used.
still has
He's going to
G's.
be able to try and steal the gem. He does steal FG's as well. Kasane disrupted, prevents him from picking up the gem as Timano will not charge off the high ground. A 1-3 fight. TSM, I think they can be relatively happy with that, honestly.
Was that the first time they killed Remco?
Yes, it is. They take down... What did you call him?
Remco, I don't know, because Puppey called him Remco.
Oh, really? When? I don't remember that.
One of the one of the interviews. I don't remember which one.
It is. They end his godlike streak 10-0 and 19 until he takes his first death there. And a good recovery there by Bryle. His skewer was critical in connecting on the chain stuns there for them to find the damage. Really, really well played. No, he will go down for that.
Yeah.
I'm sure TSM, if they win this game, I'm going to be sure to thank Bryle for that moment. And I don't know, Winter. I mean, it's still definitely a long shot. I imagine Secret now at this stage with 90 seconds until Rose can spawn in are going to choose to play it rather
At
safe.
least they need to win 2 team fights first. Then maybe we can talk about turning the game around. Like they need to win 2 more team fights. And right now, if you're Secret, I would say that you just sit tight, use your vision, wait for Roche, and don't do anything too over aggressive. Feed away kills, just group up, play together, control the runes, wait for Roche. Actually, no, they are smoking, so they don't care.
Yeah.
All right.
They don't care. That Will-O-Wisp also a really big turning point in the fight. Observers showing Ari's recent purchase. Not a lot of net worth here for the Coddle, but crucial in continuing again that sleep, the chain stun.
That's a pretty big deal in the fights.
He's about to finish up his Satanic on top of this Crystals. He's got Satanic now. This is big. This is a big item for him. Yeah, that might be enough.
Yeah.
I mean, is it morph time yet? Is it Mighty Morphin time?
Click your Satanic, waveform in with the talent, heal to full.
Yep.
Sounds like
Heal
a
to
plan.
full. And then a pretty damn good plan at that as well.
Yeah.
He's got this
He has Empower.
Ninja Gear, Lincoln Sphere to back him up. We'll see as now both
I mean,
teams
how is the
begin to-
Magnus having more damage than the Morphling?
Well, yeah. You
It's
know
a
what?
freaking
No, he
Morphling.
doesn't have more damage. What do you...
Am
Winter.
I doing the math wrong? Oh, he
Yeah,
does.
you are.
100.
You know what, Winter?
All right, okay,
they're
the
gonna
math
fight.
is
you,
wrong.
You, you redo your math because they're going in again. Armel failing to find his man as they have already dropped the Will-O-Wisp. FBZ a bit deep in on this fight as he is being taken down rather quickly. Dissemblate. Oh no! Ultimato! No, they have it dispelled for, but the charge up through. He can't heal in time.
He has no
He gets the
buyback.
Satanic off, and he bought out for that. No buyback. FBZ charging through the 3. Waveon trying to TP out from the fight. No chance. Roar committed, not doing a damn thing as TSM are wiped.
That's the
Not even
nail.
Ari's going to be able to escape.
Oh, he
Because
canceled the TP
finds him
with
on
the
way
charge.
Through. That's going to have to be the team wipe, and almost certainly the game here, Winter. Oh, unbelievable play out from the side of Secret, who are going to struggle to catch up to Ari with the haste rune.
It's a SB.
But they can focus on bigger things.
Killing the keeper is a bigger thing.
I suppose so.
You use me in the
strike.
team fight, keep yelling me, I'm gonna take you out.
Well done there, and just a massive fight there. Again, you can just see the damage that they're able to accumulate. Can't believe how quickly they took down this Morphling. Just try and keep your eyes on this. Morphs into the Spirit Breaker. A couple
Puppy.
seconds only of the grip.
Yeah, Puppy just
And that's it.
MVP that fight.
That's all she wrote. Game ending here already. There's a couple buybacks out from the side of TSM, but that's Mega's tier 4s already going down as they're onto the throne now. Double buyback. This is it for TSM as the Roar does connect onto one. Puppy from the side, though, is going to be able to hold down at least the Coddle, but the throne at Winter, it's just falling way too quickly, and there's not a damn thing TSM can do about it. It's Secret who win game number 1.
In China, they call him Father Puppy, you know? And this game is definitely MVP, Father Puppy. The father carrying the kids, you know, showing the kids the way. This is how we do it. This is how we roll. Follow my lead. I'm going to win you the game.
Certainly did very well there, Puppy. On an incredible Bane game, found the farm he was looking for and managing to be able to put together there. Very well done in game number 1 out from Secret as they are going to be able to take a 1-0 lead. I think for TSM, that one's going to have to sting a little bit. I really thought that with their kind of a draft, we would get to see a little bit of a couple better fights out from them, but just did not end up panning out.
Yeah, the early game, like for me, it's a very, very huge problem. When there was a point where it was 15 minutes when they were trying to get to the Aghanims on Beastmaster. They were also farming. I can't remember what the Morphling was about to get, but they were playing way too aggressive when they were 5k behind. I agree, they were strong at that point, you know. If you are getting the right initiation with the Hawk and everything, with the RP, you have Blink and Harpoon, you get a pick off. Yeah, sure, you know. But then again, I feel like the way they were positioning themselves when, in particular, there was one fight where the Beastmaster Roar was on cooldown for another 3 seconds and they were standing on the low ground instead of standing on the high ground. You hug the high ground, you place the Observer Ward, you wait there, you know. I felt like that would have gave them a maximum opportunity to get a good fight going, but they were sort of like running around the low ground. Just gives off the vibe that they don't really know what's happening and what they're supposed to be doing, and no clear direction for the team, and they got picked off before, I think it was 2 seconds before the Raw came online and they lost the fight.
Yeah, indeed. As we'll take a couple look at our highlights here, Winter, on screen. the early game, I think totally fine out from TSM. I think the biggest question mark for me was how exactly Armel was able to get such a big lead over Bryle. I think maybe I wouldn't say that necessarily shattered the confidence of Bryle, but we did see a couple of missed RPs, and overall, I think
I would say that there is a reason Father Puppy recruits mid players from SEA. That's where I'll leave it there.
Okay. All right. Look, I like it, but I mean, Armel's certainly earning his keep in that game. He's certainly really keeping Bryle down. And that was a big struggle for TSM. He was the one that was meant to start off fights. In general, though, like I was saying, I agree with you. You know, this game felt a lot to me like Secret, like a step ahead and moving together against TSM, who were not as quite lockstep as we were hoping for them to be.
You know what's the difference? I'll tell you right now. The difference is Secret has Father playing in the game, and TSM, the Father is outside of the game yelling. So maybe he should sit down and play.
Maybe he should sit down and play the Mushi method, you think?
Yeah.
That's what got FBZ over on Team Secret in the first place here in his second series now, finding win number 2 with his brand new squad. How would you say he's fitting into this team so far off of just this game?
So far, so good. I feel like he's not been playing like this for some time, you know, in Bloom. It just felt like everything was stale for him. And right now, he feels like he's a person that has a renewed confidence. It's a breath of fresh air playing with different players, and he's able to play his best, you know. Maybe not his best yet, but certainly better than before.
Definitely. And I think for me, you know, Chrysalis always gets a lot of flack. I mean, you know, someone's got to take the blame publicly, and everyone likes to point the finger
He's the
towards
cuckoo.
him. He is the cuckoo, right? And a lot of people always say, you know, 2-hero pool, but you have to say, he gets his hero, he plays damn well, doesn't he, on this Bloodseeker?
Yeah, that's all that matters, you know. Nobody fears the man who plays 1,000 hero, but everybody fears the man who plays a single hero 1,000 times.
Absolutely, and that was Secret in game number 1, who are going to be our victors here. Really well thought out draft, the double save, TSM just unable to really connect and break apart the team fight. The Secret kind of just ran them down. In the cases of FBZ, charging them down, fight after fight after fight, despite coming decently out of lanes. TSM back to the drawing board here for game 2.
Yeah. The lanes definitely could have been better. I feel like especially the Beastmaster quarter lane, I expected that lane to go a little bit better for them, you know. The Bloodseeker just, I felt like he got way too much out of the lane. That's why he was snowballing so quickly. But even then, you know, with the 4-5k lead, I felt like the game was still manageable, you know. They just need to be patient. That was number 1. Use the map, farm for your core items, understand that your lineup needs this item or that item to be ready to fight. And that's it, you know. I just felt like the game was actually pretty straightforward for me. At least in my eyes, you know, I feel like I look at their heroes and I would immediately figure out that, oh, I need this item on Beast. I'm gonna try to play for the Aghanim's or the Morphling because it's so good against their heroes. And just try to be patient and play the long game, you know. Secret, they have to be more concerned about snowballing in the game because their lineup expires. I mean, obviously maybe not the Bloodseeker's Aghanim's, but their lineup is definitely, I feel like, not as strong when it goes to late game against the Morphling with Beastmaster and Magnus behind him.
Right.
I feel like they just needed to be patient if you're TSM.
Yeah, not enough patience for TSM, not really finding their anchor to swing around on this game of the map, and FBZ finding his footing here in Team Secret as the second series nets Secret a second win. They're 2-1 now in DreamLeague Season 20. We'll see if TSM can bounce back and go even now with Secret for in Game 2 after the break.
You love it, you wear it. What's your style? Get your merch at shop.eslgaming.com.
It starts with this, a person that you miss. Mine draws a blank. I wanna go back to the early days when life was an escape. Now I just wait for better days. I lost myself in your reality. Lost myself. I lost myself in your reality. Lost myself. I feel that life, according to a friend, we're all shrink wrapped in families and making ends meet, stuck in jobs we'll never leave. I never wanna be like that, so I wanna go back to my reality. Wanna go back. I wanna go back to my reality. Wanna go back. Didn't mean to sound so concerning. Am I alone in the hurt? I never followed anyone. It's so absurd. I wanna go back to my reality. Wanna go back. I wanna go back to my reality. Wanna go back. Gonna go back. Gonna go back. Gonna go
Welcome back, everyone. Dream League Season 20 continues now as TSM and Team Secret head into Game 2 here. Our draft beginning shortly, so you can strike. And joining me on the call is Mr. Winter Chandler. Ben, Winter, how are you feeling after game number 1? What's your read right now on both teams?
I feel like Secret has the better team play, like the mid game. They also have the better laning, I feel like, based on the first game. But TSM, they kind of have good drafts. They just need to figure out how to play the lanes better. I wouldn't say they lost because of the lanes. They definitely came out a bit of a disadvantage from the lanes. It's more about like the mid game when they are deciding where they should be going, the direction, you know, the voice in the game, which I felt was lacking.
One way, because we've seen this quite a bit in SEA DPC this year, I would say, especially this summer tour. And one thing that you started talking about, which I think is a rather interesting concept, is having someone, like having an anchor on the team to play around, right? Do you think TSM in that last game had an anchor?
Nope. The Beastmaster, he was dying and dying and dying, so no, he was supposed to be the anchor. When I say the anchor, it's more about like, how should I put this? A hero that holds a position on the map and the team can smoke towards it. That's how, if I would simplify it, that's how I would say it. And usually that hero would be like some Underlord type hero, Timber hero, which they are holding a portion of the map or at least defending a tower, and then your team smokes to that area. And I feel like when the Beastmaster is supposed to do it, I feel like he's dying a lot because he's doing it when he's not supposed to do it. He's like playing too aggressive when his team is clearly doing something else on the other side of the map, and then he got killed off. And when his team is done doing that thing, they are supposed to connect to him, but because he died, so everybody has nothing to do.
Yeah, I mean, that makes sense, right? And to me, the Beastmaster does seem like a natural choice as this anchor, right? He's got the summons, he's got the Hawks for vision.
Is amazing for anchor hero. You're not supposed to die like this unless the enemy smokes and does a really, really good move. Like, even if the enemy smokes, right, because you have the Hawk, you sort of should sniff it out that you look at the vision, okay, based on the process of elimination, oh, they're not here. We have the observer wall on the other side, and they're also not there. So where else could they be? You know, it's probably coming for me, you know, and then you should know that, oh, it's probably time for me to run away. Or if you really feel confident enough that you can bait until the last point because you want them to go for you and you run away, so you waste their time. You don't want to run away too quickly because then they would also do something else. They would see that, oh, Beastmaster's backing off. They probably know, so they would just do something else. They would just move to the other side of the map. So to do that in the best way is you want them to come for you and run away at the last second with the hot vision.
Right. I mean, something else I want to touch upon, not to very quickly point a finger, but I would also say that Bryle not having the most impact on that mag. You know, there was a couple missed RPs, wasn't able to connect, and maybe there's bigger problems there for TSM, and it's not right to just look at the mid laner. But that being said, if we just want to ignore that and look at the mid laner, you know, dropping behind 15 denies in a melee versus melee matchup, missing on the spells, like, would you maybe be looking to try and give Bryle a different hero here?
It's hard, you know, sometimes. I feel like if it's his own fault that the matchup is going bad, then it becomes really difficult for whoever's drafting to draft, you know, when your player's like, oh, he's losing this lane when the matchup is not supposed to be this way. Then you draft another lane, it's probably going to end up the same. And at the same time, you need to balance out whether his hero works with the draft. There are just a lot of things that you need to consider, you know. And
of course,
if you have to limit everything into a really, really small junction, so it makes it just really difficult for the drafter to pick, and more or less you're gonna get out drafted, you know, if you are put in that kind of situation.
Well, you talked about the matchup. Let's take a look at our head-to-head matchup here by Acer Predator, and take a look now, right? Get that supported by some stats, as we'll take a look at the head-to-head. But yeah, I mean, that's an interesting point you bring up, right, about the draft there. I think that's going to be something kind of important to consider here when you do head into game 2. But for now, it's going to be, you know, a little bit more difficult here for them to really, you know, fix that as quickly just in the draft. That being said, I'm sure a new one would certainly go a long way to kind of rebuilding the confidence there. When I was listening and doing a lot of research ahead of this match, Winter, TSM, they kind of blamed their kind of lack of results, I would say, in the summer tour, right? Getting third place, losing to teams that they beat previously. They blamed it on focusing on fixing things outside of the game, right? And now they're looking a little bit more towards this patch and fixing that. So maybe, you know, that's where that experience, that's where that practice is going to pay off here, and we'll see Bryle bounce back in game 2.
They definitely need to fix a lot of the movements, you know, the macro movements, like how everybody is supposed to be positioned on the map. I feel like that part is the glaring weakness that they have right now. And usually to fix that problem, I would say that it's more of like an in-game problem, you know. maybe you have some disagreements outside of the game that's affecting a tiny bit of it, but it's mostly come down to everybody sitting down together. The coach is sitting down in front of the PC, showing everybody the replay. Okay, you're supposed to be here. You're on this red dot. You're supposed to be on this dot. You're supposed to be here because we are doing this, and they're gonna smoke him, and he wants to farm and push this wave up to this area, and you are supposed to feed there. You know, he's not supposed to die. You know? And if you can't do that, you need to tell him so that he backs the fuck off, and nobody dies.
Right. Well, yeah, maybe they're just lacking that clear, demanding voice. They need the head chef in the kitchen. I've been watching too much Hell's Kitchen. Maybe that's what TSM needs here.
Too many sous chefs.
Too many sous chefs. Someone needs to be in the past. Get the lime sauce. You know, it's very important here for TSM as they do look to try and now take game 2. That draft, I'm sure, beginning quite shortly here. But for Secret, I think it's going to be more of the same, right? Continuing to try and outfight your opponents here. I mean, I really didn't see a whole lot of problems from them in that game, Winter. I'm not going to lie to you.
Yeah, Secret just needs to keep it up with the. I feel like the laning. Like whenever you're a new roster, I feel like just focusing on the lanes, you can't go wrong with that. You know, I always say keep the game simple, draft strong lanes. When you win your lanes, the rest becomes easy.
Of course. Yeah, and well, we'll see if Secret are going to look to repeat that strategy. Yeah, this honeymoon period as well with Team Secret. I do wonder how long that's gonna last for them with FPZ in the offlane. Boom, you know, having joined this team following it was right after TI, right? After Nisha made the move to Liquid, Boom ends up joining the team. Then with Rezo and Zayats leaving, that is when Yamich and Armel ended up joining. Boom demoted to the offlane, and now demoted again with FPZ flying on over. You talked about the SCA mid laners, how Puppy's always looking for SCA mids, right? That might be true, and it is true, I would say in general. But Winter, talk to me about SCA offlaners. What do you think they bring to the table that's unique? What's the unique SCA offlane flavor?
They all need a strong voice. I feel like they all have the same problem. They're really good in the lane. They have very high individual skill, but they're not very sure of the big picture, so they need somebody to guide them. That's what I feel like they are always lacking. So whenever those players, they go to a team like Secret, which has a strong voice, then they tend to get a lot better, you know, it gets amplified. But when you put them in a team that everything is everywhere, everybody is not very sure what's happening, then they become a lot worse.
Right. Yeah, I mean, I think we've definitely seen that play out a couple times, and you need a strong voice, you need an experienced voice. I think can't really go wrong with, what do you call him? What the father Puppy? Who calls him that? Is that the
China?
What nickname is that?
Puppy Tie, they call him. It's directly translated as a father puppy because he's one of the older generation players. Doom is also another hero they call father because it's all like that hero is like, I don't know why, but they call Doom Baba, like Doom Father, so I don't know.
Interesting. I didn't know. I knew that not every single Western player gets one of these like Chinese nicknames. Off the top of my head, I can only remember a couple, and they're ex-Novas when they called them like Chen Wei and Awe, which is like, what was the other one? They had a really good name for him as well that I can't quite remember, but something like the sunshine after the rain, they would call him. Lots of really, really fun nicknames, but I didn't know that Puppy had one as well. Who else on these teams might get a Chinese nickname? Who else deserves a moniker, Winter, would you say? The epithet. Perhaps Crystallis?
The Monkey King? I don't know.
That's what I was. That's what came first to my head as well, right? If he wins a TI, they'll call him, you know, Journey to the West, back to TI. Crystallis winning on the Monkey King. What do you think? Come on, that's not bad.
Do you watch that movie? Oh, that's
yeah, of course. Well, the first one where he goes into the cave and then the Broodmother comes out with the twin demons that try and abduct him.
He was punished to be. He was under a mountain or something. He was under a mountain. The god put him under a mountain because he's too mischievous. For 1,000 years, or 5,000 years, something like that.
for 1,000 years or 5,000 years. Not to worry about it, guys. We do apologize. We're going to have to throw it over to a quick break. We've got a little bit of tech difficulties. So stand by, folks. We're going to be right back with our draft for TSM versus Secret. Hello, everyone, and welcome back. We are now live with our draft for game number 2. Fear not on that overlay. It's Team Secret, who lead 1-0, who have just picked up that last pick, Phantom Lancer. Quick Winter, your dinner's on this one. Who do you have in this game and why?
Phantom Lancer against Medusa. Sign me up. Shadow Demon against Medusa. Sign me up.
Okay, it's just that easy. Talk to me a little bit about this Shadow Demon and Medusa. I mean, I think we've all seen it by now, right? It's the disruption illusions against her. But yeah, I mean, I'm quite excited to see how this one plays out. That TA is a bit of a new one. We don't see a ton of that in Southeast Asia. Talk to me a little bit about this hero. Oh, wait a second. This is an offlane Dusa, isn't it? It is. Kasane played offlane Dusa earlier today. Okay. Does that change your Shadow Demon Medusa?
Yeah,
Sorry.
I mean, it's definitely changes things up. The matchup is because it's good because Medusa is a core. You copy her, you use it to kill her teammates. But right now, I guess you're gonna be doing some phylactery, dagger, Shivas. I don't know, like some Agadin's build. So you're
It's
more
usually phylactery ags.
utility. So then the disruption doesn't pose a problem for our teammates as much.
Yeah, I mean, I certainly think that makes a large degree of sense. But still this PL pick, right? Obviously, I assume Secret knew that this PL had been downgraded by the time for last pick. Into the Void Spirit, into the TA, why do they still decide to go for the PL in this game, despite it being a Crystallis Classic? Like, why do you think PL is a strong last pick here, Winter?
Their supports, number one, don't really deal with illusions very well. I mean, Takis is fine in the team fights, but early game, I feel like you like to pick carry heroes that can sort of dodge the blast off. You can do it with PR with your doppelganger, and you can do it also with Monkey King with the Mischief. So these are the two heroes that are really good against, at least for me, carries against Takis in the lane. Because Takis is widely regarded as like the best laner right now as a support, pos 4. So you need to pick cores that can deal with the Takis in the lane.
Yeah, definitely. And, well, it's a core that can deal with techies. It seems like a pretty free PL game, as you're implying. We'll see how this one gets going. We don't tend to see a ton of offlane Medusa in the SCA, where we have been casting for the most part. But we'll see here how Kasane is going to be able to make it work. Again, they did pick it earlier. They lost with it, but it did make it significantly more difficult to push into Winter. So certainly not to be underestimated if it can get the kind of money it needs for the items. We shall see here.
Here you can see both teams are trying to get more information before they decide which rune to commit. You have TSM trying to wait for the bounty to place down some wards or at least scout out some heroes.
Have you seen this ward block before? Well, look at him. Look at what Ari's doing.
This is new.
This bounty hunter blocked both of the camp's top. I've never seen this. What? Against a PL?
I think it's for the Chen. He's doing it for the Chen.
Oh, yeah, okay. How many camps of his have they blocked? Puppy's blocked his own hard camp, and then the two top camps have been blocked right above the tier 1 tower. So 3 camps total blocked early, and I imagine Ari's going to look to body block a couple of more here. That's sneaky.
Yep, bounty runes. Can he steal the rune?
Nope. No, he cannot. Spoiler alert. Let's range 2 apiece here at the out of the gates.
Points for effort, I always say.
Is that what you say? I've not known you to say that, Winter. So,
what am I known for then?
You're known.
I probably shouldn't ask that.
Oh,
digging my own grave.
Well, we'll see. You're known. I'll tell you what, Winter. You're known for holding on. We had to wait for you to stop talking so we can start the game, but now we're here, ladies and gentlemen, for game number 2. And not to be confused, Secret did win game number 1. This time they have the mid lane Magnus, against Bryle. But it is going to be a classic here, Winter. Puppy on the Chen. I'm excited for this, man. He got a pretty large quality of life change on that Holy Persuasion. You get like the bonus gold. So that personally excites me. But for now, Puppy, denied of all of his creeps, is going to have to revert to just what I call dumb Chen, where you just take Divine Favor and beat the crap out of the enemy support.
Yeah, why not? Universal hero, bro.
True, honestly.
Circlet 3 branches, 4 branches.
And I mean, the bonus armor is going to do a lot of work as well against a hero like Ari, who's going to be mostly able to harass through physical. This is such a curious top lane.
It's so weird, man.
I suspect Kasane is going to get pretty good farm here, though.
Yeah, he should. I don't think the PL and Chen combination can really pressure to the Medusa to a point where she will struggle to get last hits. Medusa is also a hero that's really, really strong in the lane. So I like what TSM is doing a lot more this time around. Yeah. Using the heroes that are much better in the lanes. They're trying to play simple Dota, draft strong lanes, and make the game easy for you.
Winter, let's look at mid lane for a bit, shall we?
No.
Right? Oh, what's wrong?
No. 11 and 4 and 5 and 0. You're telling me to look at the mid lane?
I mean, that is a good point. I mean, we need to discuss this, though. This is 2 times in a row now where Armel is breaking this early lead. I was going to ask you, Winter, I would assume with Refraction and even the Psyblade spill, you might be able to at least hold your own as a TA in this lane.
You're asking a fellow support player.
That's
what
true.
What do I know?
Well, you're the ex-pro, you know? So anything you say, everyone's going to believe.
I don't want to be lying to everybody, but I do only play Lich.
Well, fair enough. I mean, for now, at least after that wave, Bryle is going to be able to double his CS as Armel went for the Water Rune refill. So that's going a bit more swimmingly. Down bottom, though, is where I wanted to talk to you about, Winter, a little bit more. We've seen FBZ even on Boom, where they have not found too many wins against Division 1 tier opponents. He's always succeeded on the Timbersaw, though, right? I mean, talk to me a bit about this kind of a hero and how you see his lane going against a carry Void Spirit, which we saw fail spectacularly over in C. Did not look good.
Yeah, I've seen a couple of games where people use Void Spirit carry. Didn't work out well. I think I was a fan of one of the games where it was used in tandem with a Magnus, so you have Empower as a carry Void Spirit. But other than that, I feel like I generally don't really get a very confident thing with this Void Spirit being on the safe lane. I mean, I guess TA is like a very greedy win condition mid hero, so Void Spirit can sort of just play the game for the TA, you run around and gank. But it's really not the same as putting the Void Spirit mid and the TA on the safe lane. Because Void Spirit, you want levels quickly so that you can control runes and upset the balance on the side lanes, you know, and you put him in a dual lane, that's going to slow down his ganking a lot.
That's true. DZ as well, getting a little bit harassed here, but he's got level 2 reactive armor now and the Ring of Health. A big wand to back him up. He's going to be able to get that off right before they connect on the Aether Remnant. Keen move there by FBZ. Okay, I mean, this lane's starting to get really difficult, though. Tons of damage in between the 2 universal heroes. I mean, nearly 80 damage. You're pushing 80 damage right now on the Void Spirit, and 67 plus, of course, the sticky bombs on the techies.
I mean, it's just techies, you know. I don't feel like any other hero would have provided the same result in what's happening right now in the lane. If you change it to, let's say, like a Lich or any other position 5 hero, I don't feel like the lane would become like this for the Void Spirit. The Void Spirit is having too good of a time.
And speaking of having a good time, it's Armel twice in a row. At least now with the levels, we're starting to see the gap close. Bryle able to collect on a little bit more CS, but there's still quite a little bit of a level discrepancy here in the mid lane. We'll see if that comes to a boil at the minute 6 rune. There's a skewer under tower, though. Armel does find Bryle. The block not effective here, and so it's just a good amount of damage.
Yeah, so a bit of just 5 minutes of farming for both sides so far in the laning phase. A 6-minute rune should maybe amp things up a little bit, but I guess if you're a TA and you pick up a rune, you're probably still gonna farm.
Yeah, maybe if it's a haste, you consider rotating, right? But probably not even. I agree. I don't know how much action we'll see, actually, to be honest. Both supports kind of just lingering in their lanes here. Puppey has found a couple of creeps, and actually they burn the mana for Kasane now. Could be first blood now, 5.5 minutes in. He's got a wand. He has a healing Lotus. We'll probably have to use both as Puppey looking to beat him back. Ari now with some decent damage. That's all Kasane has left in the tank. Throws the blood grenade, will go down. Ari at least collecting the kill in response. But it is a nice kill there in advantage for Secret.
If he turned a little bit faster, he would have gotten the XP for killing the Chen.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Okay. Hastrun does go the way towards the Templar Assassin, by the way.
All right.
So that's bottled up.
He should try to gank, I feel like. Try to do something with the rune. Try to help his team.
Yeah, and check out the stacks, by the way, that Yamich has made. I think those are 2 double stacks already in the triangle. 2 heroes now down bottom, 2 supports, I should say, from TSM.
Oh, yeah. It would be nice if the TA finds it and steals it.
Oh, great disruption there. Can't cancel Sticky Bomb mid-flight. Oh, and 4 stacks now with the Shadow Poison. They're going to need to pop this wand. Even then, with the 5th stack, nothing's going to be able to save Whitemon. Hastrun active. They are now running the Templar over to this fight. No, she's going to actually divert into the triangle and farm some stacks.
Oh, guys, I'm popping Hastrun. Okay, we'll wait for you. Never mind, guys, I'm doing some stacks.
Never mind, I'm farming stacks. I mean, hey, this is not bad at all, though. Using
3
the
stacks.
traps for vision, the triple
It's like a
stacks
kill.
cleared out. Not bad.
Are scanning.
Gets a neutral item now.
It is just funny to see. Oh, Puppy! He's going to be able to get the Wisdom Rune. No
Wow.
one from TSM able to get there in time with
The
White
man
Mom kind
with
of
the true
responding.
wisdom
That's right.
steals the rune.
You know what they say? No one is more wise than your father. And this is Father Puppy,
that-
isn't it?
Is that what they say?
You must listen to the wisdom of your
Radiant's
father.
turret has been killed.
Isn't that right, Winter?
Because my father holds a machete.
Hey, listen, you know, that's some form of authority.
Oh,
Rule by
my
an
father
iron
is
fist.
going on Medusa.
Yes, he is. Not again. See what they can do here. Good damage out from Puppy. The body blocks as
It's
well.
not level 6 on
Quite
Duza.
effective. Oh, but she has this phylactery and still enough mana to Mystic Snake. Man, I cannot believe this hero. She just tanks through that basically no problem. Does miss on that Mystic Snake bounce though, so it's not going to get free mana.
If everything is imbalanced, then nothing is
Dire's middle
imbalanced.
tower
True.
is under attack.
You right. There's, by the way, a DD rune now into the Bottle of Armel. The support's rotating quite quick enough here.
Yeah, so according to our rune tab, it's haste and DD so far.
These are the 2 big action runes as well. Maybe Invis in this kind of a game as well, with the Mag can be considered a bit of an action rune. But all the rest of the runes, I think, are not quite...
Farming runes.
Yeah, they're farming runes. Maybe,
Gotta regen.
maybe shield. I don't know. Maybe shield.
If the TA gets a shield, oh great, I'm gonna do more stacks. You know, I'm a shield.
Pretty much. No one top, by the way. No one contesting the farm of Crystallis. So
Nice
his
disruption.
farm going well as there is a disruption to say from the blast off. Yamech safe and sound here. This is pretty good play out from these TSM supports though. They're just in general being quite big nuisances, aren't they?
Yeah, talk about your favorite thing. Look at the wards, man. They have everything covered. They see the stacks.
Dire's middle tower is
Blocking
under
the stack
attack.
season.
I mean, TA is gonna like steal it, I feel.
Especially if she can take down this tower. Where is Secret? They need to try and defend this. FBZ rotates on in. Very limited
no
on the amount of
mana.
mana he has, but still able to assist here in the kill. As it is
He
going to be
has-
Ari who goes down.
He has Arcane Boot soon. Soon.
I mean, that's only a tier 1 tower taken down, though. Into Armel, I think he's going to need to try and clear these stacks with the DD, and it is probably going to, skewer on over to buy some time.
Can they smoke right now and try to steal it on the TA? I
They're
guess
too
not.
far. I think they're too far, Winter. Maybe they can try top lane instead, where Puppy has 2 Centaur Conquerors. That's right, he's fathered to twins, Winter. Kasane not getting nearly enough mana back from that Mystic Snake is simply going to be ran down. Has another
Lotus?
Healing Lotus? No way, right? Healing Lotus is going to save it. Okay, fair enough.
He forgot about his Lotus, I guess.
I think he just wanted to save it. I don't think he lives there. You know, Puppy, eager to show off the twins. He's happy with them. He says,
No, you're
look how
probably
big
right.
and strong they've grown.
That's a pretty low chance of him
Radiant's top
surviving.
tower is
I would
under
have been
attack.
a dumbass player that clicked on the Lotus in the hopes of getting out alive and still die.
And in contrast, TSM, they've managed to hold on to, 3 bounty runes down bottom that Tomato is going to pick up, as well as his double healing lotuses. So he's almost got a greater healing lotus already, which is pretty impressive. He hasn't been really pressured into popping too many of those. Action is top, however, where Ari does rotate under the Sentry Ward, though he's not going to really find anything. But Bryle's here now as well. Regen Rune is going to at least full heal him. Do you see Secret defending this now? Are they going to defend any towers?
I think they
When-
should. Timber needs to come. Does he have a TP? Oh, he has no TP. Oh, he has a
what?
TP now.
It's on cooldown. Oh, sorry, he does have TP, pardon me.
Yeah, he has Occult Bracelet. He should fight. Like, there's no way he doesn't fight here, right? I don't think they should give the tower.
Puppy. Just
He's taking
marshalling
reactive
orders
charges.
for the team. As there's the
taking
dust.
armor
They're going to
charges.
try and open up now onto Ari Armel with a skewer, with the RP. Ultimately, both unnecessary as Puppy collects the kill. Oh my god, Puppy has a solar crest already.
Radiant's
What?
middle tower is under attack.
Yeah.
My goodness, this hero farms now.
I mean, look, like, this is weird, right? They're trying to make an aggressive play, and then the hero that's supposed to be initiating fights, the Void Spirit, he's farming bot. He's not the person involved in the push at top. And the TA, remember, a while ago, he came and tried to help with the push, but the actual hero should be the Void, and the TA should be farming, like what the Void is doing. So,
would you say that then, because earlier you said FBZ is not top lane, would you say FBZ is doing the right thing here by mirroring the Void Spirit in that way?
I mean, it's more because the Void Spirit is doing the wrong thing.
Okay. Sure. I mean, that's something.
Because I don't feel like he should be standing against the Timber. I mean, you're right, you know, FBC wants to stand against the Void because the Void can't do anything to him. And mid lane,
Skewer, Ari is going to go down. As Bryle comes out of the disruption looking for more. A nice Techie's blast off the mines, the explosions, the nukes are here. TSM have a first kill in the mid lane, pardon me.
yeah,
Go
so
one for
now
one.
he has an Arcane Rune on the TA. I would say it's a fairly useful rune for TA.
Okay, now FBZ is fighting versus 2.
I mean, he's not dying. Let's be real.
He's not dying, but yeah, no blast off for 13 seconds. I think he's fine. Timato really committing for this, though. Another sticky mine somehow does not latch.
Timato is the one dying,
yeah,
not the Timber.
Wow, I mean, I know he had the double healing loaders. I'm just shocked he feels that aggressive. I suppose with the power treads and the Echo Saber, he is tanked, but against the pure damage, that's a risky move.
Yeah, that's why I feel like he shouldn't be here. Like, the Medusa wants to be in this lane because the Medusa and Timber is like two walls looking at each other. And the Void Spirit is not the wall, that's why you're not having a good time looking at the Timber. I just feel like they're not in the right position. Right now you see the Medusa at top and the Void Spirit at bottom. It just doesn't feel right, you know? Like, the Void Spirit doesn't want to be here, so he's gonna move with the Twin Gate. They're gonna go top, try to open up the map. Right now it feels correct when the Void Spirit is involved in the fights. But he's at 600 HP.
That's fine. He's got a great healing lotus. He's not going down anytime soon, Winter.
Okay.
What do you think? Puppy's gonna kill him? I don't think so. Tomato, his smoke breaks. Puppy.
This is
More
scary. Okay, they're not defending. Okay, fine. You're right.
I wonder if I cannot doubt it, but they also call puppy papi in Spanish, which also means father. And then he could be Mr. Worldwide Father, you know?
Oh, deny. The tech is denied. Oh no.
What, he denied the room?
FBZ, he denied the tower in front of the Timber.
Well, that. I mean, that happens now.
I guess it's not that.
Yeah.
It's not that hard now. It's hard before when you
It's
had
hard
the
before, but this
40
Techie's-
shit base damage.
Yeah, Techie's at 2 levels behind, by the way, on the Medusa, which, sure, it's an offlane Medusa who doesn't have a ton of stats, who has BOTs, excuse me? Kasane, he's got BOTs. He's going to look for the kill onto FBZ. They are rotating Timato down as well. They're so eager to fight here on TSM, but do they have the damage? They don't even have the control, Winter. What?
Yep. I mean, I feel like even if he lands the Aether Emerald, I'm not entirely sure if they can kill him.
Yeah, I don't know either. I mean, he's just so tanky
Just
between the
ignore him.
Vanguard,
Like
the
you said,
reactive armor, occult bracelet.
Medusa has travel, right? So you just let Medusa deal with this pesky Timber. Your team goes to the other side, and she can travel to you. But they're still insisting on playing bot.
Blink reveal. Armel's gone for the blink early instead of rushing into the harpoon. Kasane quickly popping the ulti. Has still 10 more
Here
magic
comes
wand
Brawl.
checks.
He's TPing down.
They are trying to fight Puppy. Oh, they baited him, actually. Yamich, he might get the machete for that one as they've caused the stun to miss. In goes now Whitemon as Tomato looking for the backlines. RP is out. The Hand of God heal keeping Secret alive through this fight as it's TSM who've committed slightly too far. They're underneath the TSM ward, but Secret looking for more as Timato popping everything here to stay alive, but cut down by the whirling death.
Oh, defusal.
Kasane in for a rough time now, looking for the TP on out. I think he's going to be able to get out safe and sound, but a punishing fight there for TSM.
Yeah, this is why I feel like they should be playing top. They shouldn't be bringing heroes to the Timber. You know, you don't want to be fighting the Timber now. Your lineup has so much physical damage with the Void and the TA. You definitely don't want to be running into a fight where Timber is already there in front, and you don't want to be going on the Timber first. You know, you want to be playing away from the Timber.
Definitely.
But, I mean, that's very strange. It's very similar to the previous game where, you know, during 14-15 minute mark, they were like playing on the wrong side. I mean, it's the same thing again.
Okay, and actually they're looking for Chrysalis now, as he does get the doppelganger.
Oh, they got the right
away.
one with the track?
They have the right one with the track as well. Into the river he goes. They missed the 8th remnant. They might not need it though. Puppy trying to save him with the hurricane, but he can't get out in time. And now Puppy's tracked up. Armel's tracked up as well, but they have found Ari now underneath the tower. That's an easy kill here. TSM, are they doing it again, Winter? Puppy? He's got really no creep abilities here for some time though. Okay, Kasane nearby is going to throw the snake to disengage, and that's that.
I mean, this time is a good trade. They got the carry in exchange for support, so they're happy. Right now, Templar has Blink, Dragonlance, so she feels like she really wants to try to take some good fights. maybe open up Roche at some point. They're running into the Ancients. They're trying to get some good vision down.
Radiant's bottom tower is
Whitemon's
under
holding an
attack.
ops, figuring out where he should be
Dire
placing this
are
board.
scanning.
And now, you know. Oh,
Radiant's
you're
top
talking about
tower
wards,
is
huh?
under
I
attack.
love wards.
Thanks to you, man.
It's important, isn't it? I mean, it can really kind of. I think for me.
to the most important part of the game. Let's
It's true.
about the ops.
Well, here's why, Winter. Right? Here's why I think it's important, because I am a 6K scrub. Right? I don't know anything that the pro players really want to do.
Hey.
All right. You are an ex-pro, so you have some insight. But for me, all I can tell all I can tell that players want to do, it's just what they put down on the map, how they ping, what items they build up. And wards, to me, indicate so much of what a team wants to do, where they want to play
Agreed.
around.
Yeah,
It's I think for us, it's like the windows into what a team is kind of trying to think. For now, both teams quite eager to fight around this mid lane. Oh, but Armel finds the TA. They're going to need a little bit more. Kasane trying to save the blast off as well. TSM, they're just charging in. The RP trying to disengage here. Puppy, Hand of God Heal is not nearly enough as FPZ. Oh, he's got them all in the chakram, but even with the whirling death, it will be his own death. And he is going to assume here. Yamich underneath his tier 2
Yamich.
tower, trying to stop them from diving, but it's TSM running down Secret here in the mid lane.
Yeah, they're 5 heroes. PL wasn't there. He didn't decide to TP. And it's probably the right choice. Because I feel like even if he TPs there, fight was probably already over. There's no way Secret could have turned things around. So he just decides to stay top and farm.
And look how quickly TSM just move in. I mean, this for me is a pretty
With
good
a
turnaround.
Stone Gaze initiation.
Yeah, the
Not
Stone
something you
Gaze
expect.
initiation, a blast off initiation. I mean, really, they're initiating off of Secret finding an initiation. It's a counter initiation. But Winter, what I really like about this is that compared to last game, it's united. You know, sure, maybe you would have made a different call. You can argue that, but at least I'd rather see TSM making a move as one, just getting in there. Leroy Jenkins this fight, right?
Win together, lose together.
Exactly. Win together, lose together, stay together, slay together, I believe they say. And that guy's playing again. Can you believe it? Winter, how come Seb can keep playing but you can't? What's up with that?
Why are you doing this to me? Why? I'm just not good, you know? I can't click my buttons. Everybody complains.
That's fine, Winter. BZ getting a big stack here. So it seems like, I almost call it Boom, Secret rather, are going to try and prioritize a little bit more farm there. How do you feel about this Timbersaw Ag Scepter? I don't know. I'm just not convinced about this item.
I don't like it, if you ask me.
Yeah. Why not?
I rather build eggs, because people can just ignore you in the team fights and you don't do damage and you just spend a bunch of gold and not
Wait,
being
sorry.
useful.
You don't like Timbersaw Ags, so you would rather build Ags?
Oh, sorry, no. The flamethrower. The shard.
The shard. Okay, got it.
Yeah.
Right, I see that.
You're making me confused now.
Wait, look at this! Well, Roche is going through the gate on like no HP! Oh my goodness, TSM! They've just gifted Secret to Roche!
Is it Christmas?
That is the... Well, I cannot believe TSM missed the call on that! Winter! What have we just seen?
Just when you think you've seen it all.
Roche going through the gate says, all right, TSM, I've had enough of this. And now Secret, I mean, thanks to no doing of their own, have got the advantage. They've got an Aegis on Armel. What in the world?
Shit happens, you know. What else can I say?
That Roche was on like 800 HP. That's absolutely hilarious. I can't believe what we've seen.
You better believe it.
Only in professional Dota, huh? Only NA Dota can deliver on such a move.
I thought
so
people just say only in SEA things like this happen. Oh, I guess
Well,
they have SEA players.
They have an SEA player and they're an NA org, so you know we'll take it, Winter. We will take it for now.
BZ,
TSM,
he's alone.
He is alone, but can I really catch him? 4 years
He's
here.
tracked.
There's the track vision.
Oh, TSM, they're desperate. They just gave away Aegis. They want something in return.
They need something. They're hungry for it, Winter. Tomato now, he's in on the Aether Remnant. Crystallis is here, though. There's a tier 1, so Secret, it's not unreasonable for them to fight around this. Not to mention, FPZ is really tanky, so yeah, good luck taking him down. Secret, looking maybe now for the counter initiation. They've got this ward here on the cliff that they can look to try and fight around.
Smoke?
And TSM,
They want to
very
run
eager
in?
to fight it. Boys, you just lost the Roche, don't you remember? But maybe they can still get the jump. Puppey, his smoke breaks. Ari still invis as it's Puppey who is going to get gone on here. They need to burst him before he gets off the mech. They can't do that, but they will still be able to kill him. The RP catches 2! Unbelievable! Bryle already down. Oh no, Bryle's still alive. It's Tomato who goes down. They are at least managing to save the mid TA just for a couple more seconds, getting the blink out. Another disruption though here as TSM, they have just bitten off far more than they could chew into.
TSM is definitely crumbling. Bounty? Okay, dust ends, so at least the bounty is gonna survive. Oh no, there's another dust being put in his inventory at BZ. He wants to go.
No, he can't. He can't possibly. Although, well, maybe he'll try now.
Radiant's middle tower is under
Mid tower taken down in the meantime as we were.
TSM, that's so surprising that they're deciding to fight against the Aegis. Like the normal thing, you would assume that, oh, enemy gets Aegis, sure, be fucked up, then we just have to wait out the Aegis.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Or at least go for pickoffs, don't go for team fight.
Look, I would completely agree.
That would be
I was just as surprised as you to see that kind of a move. I mean, they get Puppey, like that's the right way you want to be starting these fights, I have to imagine, right? Taking down one of the supports, but
then you blew your spells on the support, you know, which he actually had buyback to use Hand of God. And he didn't even have to use it to win the fight.
well, so far it's an incredible start, honestly, for the side of Secret as they have managed to bounce back after some, well, not too difficult lanes here, honestly, I'd have to say.
Okay, so what can TSM do right now? What kind of item timing? I'm really not so sure what are their very clear timings, because your Medusa is going for all this utility items, I would say that. So your timing has to come down with the Void and the TA. They need to get to a certain stage of the game where they can out-carry the PL, which I feel like it's probably not going to happen. As PL just is going to out-carry them when you get to a stage where he has heart. He's going to get his Aghanim's first. And then when he gets to his heart, I feel like you can't kill him. And in the team fights, he just keeps throwing the lances at you. You're going to lose your mana as Void Spirit and TA, and then you can't fight.
And it's difficult to fight, you know, the repositioning here proving to be
Yeah,
as
they have
as
no
ever.
ways, no good ways of dealing with the illusions, you know, in the team fight. Like the PL sends the illusions in, then what? You pop Stone Gaze. You can do it one time, sure, and then he goes out. The next fight, he comes back in. You have to run.
You know, Winter, you know what I absolutely love is that when you say "and then," it's like you know that there's just no more. There's no answer. It's just a lovely thing. We'll see what TSM can do to try and figure it out. For now, Bryle, I think going for this Blink Hurricane Pike, I'd say it's the right move though, right? Now having all this repositioning to try and get yourself into a better way to fight.
They need to blow up the Shadow Demon. I feel like Shadow Demon is the first hero they have to kill. You need to get a vision, good ward, or you track him with the bounty. You find the bounty hunter has to be very, very clear who he needs to find first, the SD or the Chen, those two heroes. I would say the SD is the first person I would definitely want to get first and give vision to my Void, and they come in, burst the SD, and then only you decide whether you should take the fight or you should just run away.
Got it. Yeah. Well, we'll see now how Secret are going to try and make that decision in this fight. They do smoke up now. Smoke breaking. Armel finding the skewer back. That's a nice jump here onto Whitemon, who is a lot harder to kill. That reactive taser. They're leaving the PL illusions, but it's finally Yamich from the low ground with the Shadow Poison to get the job done. Not bad.
Yeah, so right now, they're just trying to kick TSM out of the map. PL is really, really strong with his Aghanims that he just recently picked up. He's going for a heart next.
Yeah, and they're onto Puppey. Not only they're going to kill him, Winter, they'll take down all of his children. Father Puppey is going to need to get back.
Grandchildren or children?
Yeah, grandchildren.
I would assume his teammates are the children and the creeps are the grandchildren.
Okay, you know what? I like that. Actually, I like that. What about when he picks up the Ancients? If he gets the, what is it? It's a talent now, isn't it?
Ancestor.
His ancestors. Pardon me, it's the shard. Holy Persuasion allows you to take Ancients here. Down bottom, by the way, looking for another quick pick off here. They will be able to get through Yamish. FBZ now without much support. We'll see what he can do. Really nuking through Whitemon, though, but coming back down into a world of pain. No, actually. Another mine's detonating underneath him. FBZ still very tanky, however. We'll see against 4 if he can continue to tank. Armel ready to jump back in, as is Chris.
Oh, he missed!
No! Armel finding out that it's quite difficult to get the job done as Bryle did last game. That's going to mean FBZ goes down as Chrysalis bailing out of this fight. They do catch him on that Yule Scepter, though. Aether Remnant not going to find him as Chrysalis trying to avoid it. They find the real one, trying to pump in the damage here, isolating the 1 PL illusion. Gets up another Doppelganger. I don't think he's making it out alive in Winter, and he will not. Bryle with a double kill, and it's Secret who flubbed the counter initiation. Tomato too fast there on the Dissemblate. They will crumble.
The Timber kind of baited his team, especially the PL in. The PL felt like, oh, maybe I can do something here. You know, the Timber is taking a long time to die. Just maybe, you know.
I have to agree. Ari's positioned pretty far back here, looking for that 28-minute Wisdom Rune. He will be able to take that right underneath the nose of Yamich. That's always annoying, isn't it? You just have to dust. You just have to dust preemptively now.
This guy is actually so annoying.
I agree.
I feel like he could also play Slug Possible and be this annoying.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
All those heroes that can utilize vision and abuse it. I mean, obviously it's harder to execute it as Slug, but for Bounty, it's pretty straightforward. You run around, you're invis, you kill couriers, you steal as much runes as you can, you give your team information. But on the downside, you're a lot more weaker in the team fights when it comes to 5v5.
Yeah, definitely.
Yeah, TSM, they're coming top here. They're bringing the numbers. Secret, I feel like they probably should try to fight under at least their Observer Ward. If they want to take a fight here in front of the tower, they need to place an Observer. Okay, they don't have the Observer Ward here. TSM has a high ground Observer Ward here, so they should be the ones hugging this ward. Okay, never mind, they're just backing off. Rosh might spawn in 50 seconds, so they're probably trying to get Rosh for real this time.
I like how you specify for real this time.
Okay, never mind. TSM, they're gonna run in. Kasane?
Yeah, they're running in. Kasane, well, able to at least assist in the kill against Puppey. There's going to be now the skewer back. Kasane in deep, but has the Stone Gaze now as the rest of TSM jumping on in. That's Tomato already committed heavily here. Oh my goodness, did you see the harpoon damage? Barely got to see him there. Big, quick kill, and it's TSM with a couple more pickoffs. That is going to allow them to try and finish off Roche. If only he was home, Winter.
He'll be home right now. I mean, I swear, if this happens again,
no way. It can't possibly.
I mean, imagine if you're the players and it happens to you twice in a game.
No, I mean, they'd have to take 4.5 minutes, Winter. Come on now.
Wouldn't you say that it's probably that one of the more demoralizing things if that actually happened? Like you're trying to kill Rosh, you didn't look at the time, and then the Rosh runs away, and then he's camping on the other side of the Twin Gate, and they get the Rosh.
I mean, let's rank them, right? What is the most embarrassing in this patch? Is it A, being level 5 like 21 minutes into the game and not getting the Wisdom Rune? Is it B, losing Roche the way TSM have lost it, but then, you know, they bounce back, they got the next one? Or is it C, dying to the Tormentor as a core? What do you think?
D, not picking up Aegis.
That is pretty embarrassing.
Did you forget what happened in SE?
That's true. I mean, that's true. Boom was on that team. RPZ was on that team.
He knows.
He knows. He knows.
Just can't can't forget all these things, you know. You think that, oh, they're pro players, you know, it's probably not gonna happen, you know. And then stuff like that happen, and then you're not surprised anymore. Surely they're getting paid to play Dota. Surely they'll remember.
Surely they will remember, of course. Well, for now, it's TSM who are going to, you know, bring it back down to basics. Seems like they're quite happy to slow this game down just a little bit. Timato, they did lose his courier, so he's about to finish off his Daedalus. He's got the recipe, it's just in his stash. No courier to deliver it to him, so plenty of damage there. Nullifier and now a full Deso on this Templar with the Aegis to back her up for another 3.5 minutes, Winter. So they will smoke up and look for a pick-off. Good wards, though, by Secret on their own side of the map. This won't be super easy for TSM. They have to be careful of overextending, especially now that Armel has just finished up his AC. That's his second aura now alongside the Crimson. I guess Crimson's not really an aura, but it kind of is, right?
Aura item. Let's consider it as an aura item.
I agree.
Wait, so the Medusa decided to become a Medusa?
I guess she did. I mean, someone's got to deal with the PL, right? And that's the beauty of having a good laning stage and a good early game, is that you build this Mjolnir, you get level 25, you know, and you're a solution to PL.
Yeah, I think it's the right call.
I agree. Especially because Crystallis has, you know, fallen a little bit behind in farm, speaking honestly. I mean, Secret, they have not found teamfight wins. They haven't been able to, you know, really get too much safe space for Crystallis to farm. He's been eager to join fights. Now finally has heart, but no butterfly yet. So he's still very vulnerable here, especially as Kasane. Oh, I thought he was just going to run in and stone gaze again, honestly. Not this fast. Not too fast.
Yeah, Kasane and Medusa.
Oh, Armel does not connect there on the harpoon.
I mean, this Dusa is going to be very, very difficult to run past you. You ideally have to ignore her if you're a Secret. You need to try to run past her, go to the back line, get the supports first, if you can. The Taki is the bounty. But if the Medusa is doing so much damage right now, then it kind of makes it hard to ignore her. So your Shadow Demon has to try to prioritize disrupting the Medusa now and using the illusions to your advantage.
Using the illusions, yeah, that's a really good point actually.
Then maybe if you create enough chaos with the disruption illusions, your Magnus can get a good RP off.
Yeah,
just maybe.
Or just, you know, allow the PL to exist in these fights. I think with Heart, it's a better chance now. Still a lot of damage though. On the side
but
of
then
TSM.
when I say his timing is the hard, that was when I assumed the game was gonna go better. You know, now that they took 2 bad fights, so the hard timing kind of doesn't feel as strong anymore.
Right. I mean, I'd say it's now Butterfly. You know, is probably his next big moment.
Yeah.
But as you say, it's still pretty far away, to be honest.
Like if you imagine the game going like 50-60 minutes, sure, I can still see the PL being able to outscale and outcarry the Dusa in a very long, drawn-out engagement. But TSM, they don't want the game to become that long. They're trying to force things right now. They have the Aegis, but for 30 seconds only.
They get the Fortify out at least. Now, it's the first Tier 3 tower Secret would lose, so they'd have another Fortify to save the barracks. BZ, complete Ag Scepter, complete BKB now. That's a fresh 9-second one.
You know what? I think they should give up the barracks if they feel like the fight is not going to be good and it's no point throwing bodies at the barracks. I think they should be maybe ready to consider those things. Because I feel like if you're in their shoes, you want to drag out the game as long as possible, and even if it means giving up your racks to buy time for PR to get more items. At BZ, he has a gem. He's standing in front. He's a bait.
He is the bait. But he's a bit too far to be effective bait. You know, you need to be able to catch it right away, don't you?
Level 20. He wants his 20.
He will get it here. But magic resist, I suppose, this game. Do you need the magic resist? I don't know.
I think it's kind of nice, though, the magic resist. I don't know.
I guess it nearly doubles the Chakram slow. Right? Yeah, that's pretty valuable.
That's good, too, in the team fights.
I just don't know how much. I mean, that's a lot of magic resist, though. But how much is it going to really do? What magic damage are you blocking? A little bit of the Void Spirit, but I'd say it's mostly physical now.
The
The
techies,
Medusa.
Dire's middle tower
the
guess
bombs,
techies,
the mines,
Yeah. That's a good
the
point.
phylactery Medusa.
Phylactery.
Yeah, with the chain lightnings, man.
Yeah.
Those things hurt.
Okay. Okay. And you know what? He is going to take that 20 talent. You're right, Winter. See, look, you still know a thing or two.
I have, 300 games of Timbersaw?
That's right.
I mean, the old Timbersaw, okay, not the new one.
What I was going to say is even a broken clock's right twice a day, my friend. You have that saying here in Malaysia? I assume yes.
No.
Oh.
I'm afraid not.
That's okay. You know what I'm afraid of? I'm afraid of this this bounty hunter shard now. He's casting Shadow Walk on Timado. That's a stun when he auto attacks out of it. I mean, there's a gem on secret, so it's not too effective now.
Yeah, that's actually very useful in the fights.
Yeah. Even if you just kind of
range attack stun.
Yeah. That'll do. I mean, right before you get your Mel's hit bash, as Bryle takes down the Tormentor. I think they all have shard. So do you get anything if you kill Tormentor? You just XP or something? What do you get for that? Nothing,
You
I
get
guess.
gold refunded or something?
I don't know. Honestly, I should know that, but I don't.
Dota is just... there's too many things, you know. I mean, when you get an extra X from Elk, he refunds you the gold if you already have
That's
it.
right. The same thing with the
you
third Roche.
Probably would say that if you do it for the shard, it's the same thing, gives you money. But I don't know. I mean, Dota is... Sometimes you feel like that should be normal, and then it's not.
Well, you know, which, like I like to say, Dota is a game of rules, but it's mostly a game of exceptions.
Nice one.
Yeah. For now, I think it's TSM who is ruling in this game so far. Up 6k Winter without Aegis, as Roche could be spawning now, and it's a medium timer Roche. 1 minute until he's back up. Teams, of course, won't know this.
Is this the third Roche already?
This is third Roche, that's correct. Remember, TSM almost got the first one and then let Secret have it. They were like, you guys, we don't need it. It's a true BM move, honestly. You remember Midas mode? That's like a Midas mode challenge right there.
Give your opponents the Roche when you already had it down to 10% HP.
That's right. Let them take Roche. And they did.
No, the true Midas mode challenge will be take Roche down to 10% HP and tell your opponent to take it.
Well, I mean, I guess Secret kind of just lucked their way into that, didn't they? It's like the equivalent of someone falling into a hole and then accidentally finding gold down there, you know? They did it to themselves, basically.
It's running into some hidden treasure.
Yep, that's right. You know what? Honestly, TSM, they've got a chance. If they are top right as Roche spawns, they can almost kill him, and then he'll run down bottom. They could, TSM Winter, they could do the funniest thing right now.
Right,
But
they
they
force a BKB.
They won't.
So time
Instead-
to check the Roche now.
Yeah,
You
Roche
force the
spawns
Timber
top,
BKB.
and he goes back down bottom. He does switch his inventory now, so he's got the Ag's Blessing. I'm not sure exactly how that triggers, because sometimes, like, if you start doing damage to him, he'll keep whatever he spawned with, but it immediately
really?
changed. Yeah, yeah. You can tell the item changed because it took the refresher shard out of his inventory from the third slot, and it gave him the Ag's Blessing in the fourth. It's kind of curious like that. But that's not important now.
I also wonder if you should also plan things around whether your lineup needs the X or the refresher shot.
I would say, Winter, it's much more valuable to have the Aegis, but we'll see here as a fight.
Yeah, that's true
is
too.
About to kick off. Crystallis looking for the right kind of initiation here. As they have actually
disrupt
found
on
Medusa with the disruption. That's a lot of illusions.
No!
Armel, what do you RP? Armel RP and his inner demons here as he's taunted back now in by them. Ari falling low, the stun does manage to actually find the PL. Whitemon popping off
He
with
was
the
in
bombs
trouble.
now. Is the
He's silenced.
in trouble? No, he's gonna get away in time. And actually it's FBZ doing tons of damage here off of that Scepter. They have managed to find another disruption off of Kasane. The illusion's doing work here, but it's Puppey turned into stone. It's gonna be Puppey killed off by the arrows. Supports for supports down for now, but look at Bryle in trouble being ran down by Crystallis, able to get through those refraction charges with ease. Kasane now, he's gonna be the last to fall.
What is
As
going
TSM,
on?
they will lose 3 only in exchange for Puppey.
They don't even need the RP, man.
Dire's structures are fortified.
Yeah, it's just that easy.
Zero man RP still win team fights. PL runs away from the initial burst of damage, regens on the side with the heart, comes back in. The Shadow Demon Illusions does a ton of damage. Easy fight, and obviously the team saw as well in the middle of everything.
Yeah, in the meantime, it's going to be TSM who make that secret, pardon me, who secure the Roche. And Winter, it's a big Ag Scepter for them. Yamich, who has a Manta style. Am I seeing this right?
What? Is this Amar?
Why does he have a Manta style? Well, it doesn't matter. He's got Ag Scepter now as well for free.
Is he a universal hero? No?
Nope.
So you want to dispel?
But Winter, why?
Track?
It's so weird.
I think he just wants the move speed, the Yasha from it. Because the move speed is nice on a positional hero, like SD.
Yeah.
So, but why wouldn't you just get Kaya Sans, right?
Yeah.
Bottom tower is under attack.
That's a wild one for me. I can't lie.
Disrupt
really...
disrupt your Manta illusions to bait the enemy. Why do you even want to do that? You can just disrupt yourself. I don't know, man.
That's a weird one. I'm not gonna lie. I don't know if I've ever seen that before. Manta style on the Disruptor. Sorry, on the Shadow Demon. That'd be even probably weirder on Disruptor. I don't even.
Dude, it's. I swear, it's as weird as on Shadow Demon as Disruptor.
Yeah, definitely. All right. Well, that's certainly a weird one.
Just when you think this series it can't get weirder, first you see a Roche getting gifted to the enemy, then you see a team fight where a team that drafted Magnus misses the RP, still destroys the team fight, and then a Manta support.
And a Manta on Shadow Demon of all supports. I mean, it's not like a Manta, I don't know, who would be reasonable with a Manta? Like Ench, I guess, is like not crazy.
No, man, Ench Manta, no. Just no, please. Stop giving the people ideas, man.
Look, it's a weird one, I'll admit, but maybe not the craziest thing ever.
You see somebody in your pub with a Manta queued up on Enchantress. Oh, thanks to Sick and Strikes. It's my build now. It's a standard build.
It's me. I got to 6K using Manta style. It's like the Shaggy post on Reddit. Divine Rapier Rush is chill. Just do it, man. Yamich now, I mean, he's fast, man. I can't deny that, but it's just... I am questioning his methodology
Wait till he
here.
gets yields as well. He has ninja gear now too. 450.
Yeah, he's zipping around these fights, getting a Blink Dagger next. And Secret, not out of the question that they win this game, but the thing that is scary is that in this next fight, Winter, Kasane is a core. I mean, he's a core right now. He's got Butterfly, he's got the MKB, he's got Mjolnir, and most importantly on this Medusa Winter, we have Split Shot now uses modifiers. So PL, his game is going to be rather difficult.
Just wait for the Shadow Demon to carry the fight.
That's right, with the Manta style, and we'll see how it pops off now. Bryle keen to... Oh no, Bryle actually blinking defensively as Tomato kicks off the fight by murdering Puppey. That's a good one, as Chrysalis is starting to struggle now versus the damage of Kasane. Oh, the RP, Winter, it's a thing of beauty, but they can't get any kills, and look now, they're turning it! The cleave damage out from the Templar Assassin. It's massive as Kasane can just be a brick wall for the side of TSM. He's taken down, though, by the battering ram that is Chrysalis, as all of a sudden, just like that, the team fight turning on its tail. Tomato jumping back on in.
Oh, buyback,
Buyback
Medusa.
number 1 out from Kasane, and he's got BOT, so he's back in the fight instantly. Yamich has Manta Style still, so he still has a huge power spike in this fight, but it's Crystallis who's awkwardly on the rails here. Yamich stuck inside now in this little well here. I don't think he makes it out alive as Bryle lays into him. Tomato looking to cut the backliners, but he's instead being cut down by the illusions of Crystallis. Kasane now off the buyback, really starting to dish out some damage. It's a bit too much. As look at the illusions on the backlines, Bryle as well has cut down an additional core. FBZ down for the count as Crystallis, lucky to get off another cast of the Doppelganger. Armel Winter, he bought back for this. He needs to try and get something, but he's running into his own death now. Crystallis with the heart regen, eager to continue fighting for more, but this is a core Dusa at this stage. She is not an offlaner. You need to be careful fighting into her. Buybacks for buybacks. Gems on the deck as the couriers will be able to retrieve 1 for 1.
So now they land the RP and they lose the fight. The last time they didn't land the RP and they win the fight. So this must have been the deciding factor. Don't land your RPs, then you win the fight.
It just powers him up, man. He gets better.
Yeah, I mean, the difference is when they RP'd the Dusa, she got her Stone Gaze off. So the Timber, he couldn't do anything, you know? He couldn't unload his damage onto the RP.
Mm-hmm. And just ended up being too difficult for him there, honestly.
I mean, Yamich is really, really important in the team fights right now. He can't afford to die. He needs to get his disruption. I think his first disruption was on the Void Spirit.
It could have been, yeah.
Yeah. I feel like he probably has to exclusively only disrupt the Medusa right now to win the fights. So he has Bongo Boots right now, so even more move speed.
Even more move speed on the Bongo Boots. Okay, so...
Just wait till he gets the use, man.
I mean, this game is going to start to get pretty crazy here, isn't it? I mean, we'll see.
It is already crazy.
I mean, look, I agree. I cannot believe this Manta style is so casually a thing.
Dude, have you forgotten what we've seen so far? One team hits Roche to 10% HP, gives it to the other team. The team that misses the RP wins the team fight, and when they land the RP, they lose the team fight.
They lose the team fight. I mean, it's because they didn't get Bryle, honestly, and he was just started pumping in the damage. I think there's too many cores. It's too spicy. Fair enough. A fair point, I would say, Winter, but let a man enjoy some Dota, you know? For now, I choose to be surprised. What is the law of the surprise? Miss the RP to confuse your opponents? And then you win the fight. I mean, we'll see how this one's going to be able to go, as it is a secret now. Smoking up. Trying to maybe contest this bottom part. Go. Yep. Winter, we're going to need to... You're spitting all this knowledge, but unfortunately the stream can't hear you. If you can get reconnected there. Let me know if you need help, my boomer friend. Oh, no, Winter, not the Discord call, Winter, the VMix call, you silly. Winter. Oh. Oh no, guys. We'll see if he can figure it out. TS7 for now. They're the ones smoked up, looking to get aggressive, but again, it's just so awkward until we do hit this next Roche point. Neither team really too eager to look for a fight outside of the base. There we go. 50 minutes now. Secret feeling like they want to make a move. 2 minutes until Roche spawns now. The Secret moving fairly confidently here, but do want to take things easy. Now, it's just hit 50 minutes, so teams know that Roche is definitely going to spawn and go down bottom. That means it's another Ag's blessing for the victor, but of course, the greatest spoil of them all, that Aegis, is going to end up being really important here. Ari was scouted now. You do have a global vision on the contents of both Lotus Pools, so they knew someone was here, but they couldn't quite catch him in time. Welcome back, Winter. This game on a knife's edge now.
Did I miss anything important?
No, team's jostling over position now for the Roche pit, as it's not up yet, but in this window, Winter, both teams are going to know that it's going to spawn down bottom, and that's where he's going to go down as well. That's where this fight's gonna go down.
Who has the better vision right now? Do they have any high ground ward around this area? So Secret has a ops on the twin gate.
Which oh, they have two actually. Funny enough.
Oh, two?
Yamach and Puppy putting down redundant wards. Okay, they've maybe found a pick off as it's kicking up. No, Yamach, oh no! He actually got the disruption off! Okay, now the fight's turning. RP used, but no immediate follow-up out from the side of Secret means this fight's really awkward for them. Tomato starting to pump in the damage as Yamach, hexed up, trying to live a bit longer, will be taken down. That's Secret now taking this fight without both of their supports, and perhaps next without FBZ. But Chrysalis, he's into the fight, trying to take down Ari as Armel trying to pump out the physical damage as well. But that's FBZ now down for the count as Secret losing this fight, being beaten back. Armel trying to TP out. He's got no buyback, but will at least be able to make it out alive for now. TSM have not lost a single hero here, Winter, and they're eager to chase for more. Chrysalis, he stopped to farm the camp. He thinks he can turn and try and take this fight versus Tomato, but Tomato has the Dispel, missed on the Scythe device, allows Chrysalis to get out of here in time. Chrysalis with his 25 talent now is going to be able to evade basically the entirety of TSM, but certainly cannot fight alone versus the entirety of TSM, so will have to disengage.
Yeah, that was very, very strange, right? They placed the observers on the twin gate, and they decided to walk down to the Lotus area, Lotus pool, to take a fight. I mean, the normal thing that you would expect happens, you place the ward on the twin gate, and then you try to hover around that area and maybe have one hero stand on the high ground and wait for the opponent to run over.
Yeah, I mean, I agree. It was kind of a weird move to make. But
you could even send the PL to try like solo Roche, and just the other heroes all standing outside and just waiting for the right moment. Wait, what? They are not picking up. Are they just leaving it to the Dusa? Okay,
they're
fine.
gonna give it to the Dusa. Kasane is the carry now. It's just that easy, Winter. Don't worry about it.
Yeah, I'm nervous, you know, looking at the whole game, you know. I told you I'm not even gonna be surprised if it happens.
I wouldn't even be surprised. Come on, Winter. You gotta give them more credit than that. Certainly they can't let you down that much.
After giving the Roche to enemy at 10% HP, I don't know what to expect anymore, man.
They're gonna be fine, Winter. TSM, it's taken them 53 minutes, but now all three of their cores here are extremely farmed. And Aegis in Kasane's inventory. And Aegis, by the way, and Kasane, who's using it to farm the jungle for now, because he's trying to go, Winter, for the Shaggy strat, the NA. You can take the player out from NA, even if he's Russian, and he's still gonna go back for the Juice strategy. This Divine Rapier, I think he's gonna buy it. I think he's just going to stone cold buy this Rapier, Winter. There he goes. Oh, he doesn't have gold. He doesn't have enough money for it, though. Oh, wait.
It's on
no,
the
he
ground.
bought two relics. No,
bought two.
Sell one of the relics. Sell the relic. Sell the relic, my friend. Okay, he did it. He did it in time. Okay, that's fine. He got confused there because he had a full inventory.
Look,
he
man, I'm not even surprised anymore.
It's fine. He almost just lost 1,600 golds, but it's okay. He saved it. And I believe that's bots 2 purchased. The thing is, Winter, Armel has also bought out. He has a Swift Blink now. He thinks more physical damage will fix this for him. The thing that's awkward about this is that even though he's paid his toll in terms of his dieback timer, he has no buyback because he's bought out for this item. So he needs to get it right. I mean, there's just no room for error anymore.
They need to get a skewer on the Dusa onto at least the tier 4s and maybe move him into
the fountain.
The fountain if you can. And what TSM needs to do is pre-cast Aether Remnant on top of the Dusa.
Yeah. And they also need to... Yeah. I think Yamach is going to need to explain himself as well on this Manta style purchase. Did he maybe he was trying to type something else and then he accidentally bought Manta? Maybe he was trying to buy a Mantle of Intelligence and then bought a Manta style. It happens to the best of us, you know? Come on.
He's just trying to be Amma, right? Amma likes the Mantle of Intelligence, and he likes
why on the Shadow Demon? Just you disjoint projectiles, I guess, and then you can maybe cast Disruption. Maybe that's it, honestly.
I told you it's a 10% move speed. Why don't you believe me?
Because why don't you just get a
Yasha?
Yeah.
But he wants a dispel.
Okay. Okay.
What more do you want me to tell you? He wants a dispel and he wants the move speed.
You're right, Winter. Honestly, I can't blame you.
I mean, this guy, look at the heroes that he likes to play. He likes to play Pugna. Pugna is a fast hero. And now on a slow hero, he's trying to have Pugna's move speed. I'm telling you, man, all these players, they have kind of like a very distinct habit, you know. Everybody has that. You just need to figure out what is the habit.
That's right. What do you think? Is this going to go plus 60 minutes? Or is TSM gearing up for the push now?
It's a Medusa against a PL. I look at the Aether Remnant, the precast.
Yeah, that's right. They know. They know. Armel has BKB now, Winter. He's got BKB, he's got a Lincoln's. So you can see they're throwing PL illusions here. There's going to be a good jump. Oh, they're going to look for the play. No, no. Armel, he only caught the illusion somehow. What in the world? How has that happened? And now Kasane, he's free to go in. Puppey's going to be caught out. Tomato, he blows him out of the water as they have managed to at least get through the mana pool of Kasane, but they need actually someone to go in and do the damage. That's FBZ's job. He's got at least the first life off the Dusa, and all TSM have to show for it is only going to be that, but the cast on the Aether Remnant into the Hex. But this Armel, his Magnus, he's tanky enough. Yes, for now, receives a save courtesy of the disruption, but stunned up, he looked into the eyes of Kasane, turned into stone and killed off. Kasane, though, once again burned up his mana pool as Tomato trying to cover him here has done a great job. These PL illusions making life difficult, but Bryle and TSM have now claimed their second full lane of barracks.
Yep, Medusa has the cheese right now. Consume the cheese.
There's no buyback either. Bryle taken down, Winter. Or sorry, make that not Bryle. Make that Armel taken down.
I don't see how they can defend this Rex, you know. Like, they have to just try to spam and hope for the best, burn the Medusa's mana. They need to disrupt the Medusa.
They do. Disruption ready in another second. They need to find the Dusa or one of her own illusions. They're trying their best here. The Manta-style illusions from the Shadow Demon not getting any bites here on that bait, and instead TSM, they're going to be happy with the Megas. I don't know if they know there's no buyback on this Mag. I mean, he is close. Winter, oh no! FBZ has buyback though. Puppey tried to save him with the Hand of God. That was already committed. Disruption save used defensively. They don't have that now for the Deuce, but the buyback from FBZ is going to send TSM back off the high ground for now. I'm sure they're eager to make another jump at this, especially Brian, who wants Puppey. Oh, so does Tomato in with the Scythe of Vice. Will be able to find the kill behind the Tier 4 towers. It's another die back there as Crystallis might be next if he's not too careful. Eager to try and fight against the techies as FBZ. Let's whirl the chakrams, finds a kill. That's an insta buyback here. So TSM, they're at risk of maybe throwing this as well if they are not too careful. Buybacks for buybacks as now Puppey's got buyback with the assist gold. They've also got Armel back in 30 seconds here. Armel being bent back. Remember, Winter, there is no more Aegis. This Divine Rapier in the hands of the Dusa as Tomato wants to get this big kill onto at least the Shadow Demon. Able to save himself for now, but Tomato relentless. Will find his man as Crystallis doing his best against these Dusas, but there's just nothing they can do. That's the dieback now in FBZ as Tomato is cleaving through him. He's just got too much damage, Winter. Armel back alive. We'll see
Get
what
him
he can
into the fountain.
What can he do? They need a skewer back into the fountain. That's the Ninja Gear active. Armel trying to sneak around in these fights. Kasane, though, ripping through your buildings. It's the Megas as well, getting the work done. That's a big RP. They need a little bit more damage. Shimano, he's taken down. 3 buybacks from TSM. They're committing for this one hard, though. Oh, but they've caught Crystallis, and that could be it. Gets off at least the Doppelganger, but they found the right one off the Hex. Tomato popping off. Crystallis fires back immediately, but they need to do something. The throne going down. The Yule Scepter used aggressively there onto the Magnus, preventing him from doing anything at all as the damage from TSM is overwhelming. They take down the throne. They will be able to draw 1-1 here versus Team Secret.
What a seesaw of a game, man. Like, just going back and forth. Like, the amount of surprising things that we've seen in this game just makes this game so much more entertaining. It started first with the Roche. A free gift Roche to Secret. TSM hitting the Roche until 10% HP and then forgot that Roche is going to travel to the other side of the map. Secret waiting on the other side of the map gets a free Roche. And then the subsequent fight, they totally whiff an RP, but they still win the fight. And then the next fight, they land like a 3-man RP and they lose the fight.
Yeah. I mean, just so difficult here, as we can see. Trying to see a couple of the player cams now. Everyone disconnecting. We'll see now how happy TSM now are that they win. I'm not sure if it's the longest game. We're playing a lot of matches simultaneously here. Thanks for joining us on the Storm stream, where you've just seen TSM draw even versus Team Secret. Both of these two teams now are going to be 2 for 2 after this match. So well played to both of them. I mean, honestly, again, much like TSM's series versus Team Spirit, it was a comfortable early game for them where things got really messy after the first Roche, which funnily enough, TSM also struggled with against Spirit. Not quite in this fashion, where of course they give Secret a big opening into this game, but Secret unable to, execute on it. And yeah, it's a 1-1.
They're gonna need more time to sort a lot of fundamental things over with the team, Like, I feel like TSM and Secret, they both have very similar issues in terms of the mid game, where I'm not sure it's because of the lack of voice. Because if you're talking about Secret, I don't think they lack a voice. It's more like they have a voice, but they have a trouble getting everybody to do the same thing. Sometimes I feel like I remember in the game where FBZ was like all bot on his lonesome, and then when the fight started, Yamage and Papi, they got killed. But Crystalis, he was farming on the Ancients, and then he decided to run all the way down. When he got to the fight, Timber died, and he went in. He's still hard committed with Doppelganger. He goes in, he tries to 1v3, 1v4, and he died. And then they just got wiped.
Yeah, they got wiped out, and well, a game sure full of highlights, right? Lots of great fights like we're talking about. Let's go to take a look at a couple of our replays in our Monster Energy, Monster Moments now, because too many fights, Winter. We can talk about them all day, but we really need to see them to do it justice here. We'll take a look now at just how crazy this game was. I mean, again, you hit RP, lose fight basically was the name of this. Unfortunately for Armel, he could never really get an opening, could he?
He needs to, I feel like he needs to be a little bit more patient. Sometimes I think that he's just looking at, there's 3 heroes clump here, I want to get my RP here, but he didn't realize that, the damage dealers are actually not near enough, which in this instance is mostly referring to the Timber. Whenever you land the RP, the Timber has to be around the vicinity and drop his spells onto the RP.
Right. And this is, another missed RP. I think this is a missed RP into a fight.
But they
loss.
won the fight, right?
They lose this one, right? This is where FBZ kind of baits his team. They catch Crystalis here as well.
Yeah.
Right. And then we don't see it in this team fight. Another awkward one, right? Where again, another whiff, just a big whiffed RP there from Armel. Unfortunately, it's a bit more of a low light reel for him. And Tomato just relentlessly getting onto the right heroes in this game. I think for me, he was super standout on this Void Spirit. Definitely played it very similar to what we'd expect to see from a mid lane Void Spirit, with the Dusa ending up being the win condition and the carry in the late game. But I mean, whatever gets the job done for TSM, I think by the end they were happy with that.
Yeah, I think I want to highlight Kasane as well on the Medusa. He started out with a Phylactery, those are travel agonies, and then he realizes at a point in the game where, I actually need to be the carry to close out the game. SPL is starting to be a problem in the team fights. No one else can deal with him, and he transitioned after that, and it was a really, really good timing. He did his early game job as a utility hero, and then it's time for him to switch to damage.
Absolutely. This fight was crazy as well. Everyone committing on the buybacks here. This is where Armel makes that kind of fatal mistake, unfortunately for them. And well, I mean, that's all she wrote there, right? It's going to be a 1-1. So again, both teams now tied at 2-2 apiece. So not the worst outcome from either team, but I think especially how Secret had a big opportunity in this game, they're going to be pretty sore. I'm sure they didn't manage to find a victory here.
I mean, good stuff from both teams, considering that they didn't really, especially for Secret, they didn't really get... Not sure how much time they got to scrim with FBZ. But
it's a good point, right?
Yeah, still showing a lot of potential as FBZ takes some time to get used to the team. And as for Papi, he needs to figure out what he needs to draft for FBZ that will fit in his repertoire.
Yep. This series kind of felt as a whole like a bit of a matchup, basically, or like a comparison between the Magnuses. Both of them not really killing it, but I'm eager to see what our other head-to-head is here by Ace or Predator, to see what other stats that we have from our series, Winter, to go and talk about just a bit. We'll see now that it's going to be Brile and FBZ. Okay. So for KDA, and I think this is only for game number 2, as indeed. So this is Brile's Templar versus FBZ's Timbersaw.
No, you're reminding me of the early game where I feel like they should be playing away from the Timber, but they are always running into the Timber in the early game. So I'm not really that impressed by that. But if you're talking about, I'm not sure how you should compare the two players here with a TA and a Timber, because they both function very differently. I would say in the game, one is a win condition, the other is like an anchor. Timbersaw is an anchor on the map where you hold on to and you try to smoke towards there or defend your position. So it's definitely difficult to compare the two. But I would say that I feel like they both kind of did okay in terms of like the laning phase, and then when it came to the mid game, a lot of the fights that they won or lost, it wasn't really decided by their heroes.
Yeah, in general, I agree with you. I think for me, the GPM stats at least a little bit interesting to look at, because it basically foretold Brile struggling in that early lane, but eventually having enough damage and cleave, and stealing enough stacks there, and just being good. I mean, we kind of laughed. He activated Haste Rune and then stole the stacks instead. But I think like those kinds of moves are, in general, the right ones to make, right? It's about slowing down the Magnus' starts after he kind of, had a bit of an edge on you in lane. And, well, he does just that. And Brile able to jump in alongside Tomato, get some solo pickoffs, and end up taking the win. Really impressive stuff.
Yeah, both of the teams, I feel like they have very similar issues that they have to iron out. Like in the mid game, I think the laning phase, I would say I would give Secret the edge. I feel like they showed they were able to play the first 10 minutes much better, much cleaner. Whereas both of them, when it comes to the mid game, they were both kind of very shaky. So either they need to draft something that can allow them, like if you're Secret, you can draft something that allows you to snowball very hard early, like the draft on the first game where they had the Bloodseeker, Spirit Breaker, Shell Demon. There are a lot of really strong laners and heroes that can allow them to snowball. You get a lead in the game from the lanes and you just ball together, you keep killing heroes, you run at the opponents, you play really aggressive, and that's going to help you deal with your problems with making good decisions in the mid game. Because when you win your lanes, everything else just becomes easy.
Yep.
Simple.
Some words of advice for Secret as they do end their day alongside TSM, tied at 2 apiece here in DreamLeague Season 20. We're now back on over to Group B here, Winter, where we're going to watch OG take on Team Aster. Stick around for that, guys, as we're going to be going to a quick break. And when we come back, we'll be talking about that next match. We'll see you soon.
You love it, you wear it. What's your style? Get your merch at shop.eslgaming.com.
Hello, everyone, and welcome back. We are about to end our day here, Winter. Already our fourth and final series here on the Storm stream. Scheduled to start here in just a little bit of time. Thank you guys so much for joining us. Seek and Strike, and of course, joining me is Winter. Chanlet Bin, how are you doing tonight? Into the early mornings here in KL.
I mean, what a first series that we both casted at least. Can't get any better than that, man.
Are you sure, Winter? Are you sure?
Positive.
Well, if that's the case, then yeah, I mean, maybe we're in for quite a treat here as well. I mean, Aster taking on OG, of course, I think this is going to be quite a popular match, honestly. Aster starting off strong out of the gate with, of course, the Emperor, Sumail, joining them. King back to mid. He received the heavenly mandate to go play over in the Chinese region. Despite, you know, of course, still speaking not a whole lot of Chinese. Mandarin, I assume, is how Aster communicates primarily, if I had to guess. But apparently, Winter, just with Jiaoyo, that's enough.
You don't really need to know a lot of complicated words. I feel like all you need to understand is what's go and what's back. And what is, I guess, the runes. Because the post 4 needs to communicate with the mid about the runes. What do you need me to come help or whatnot? I don't think you need to know a lot of Mandarin like Dota. I feel like Dota, there's a Dota language in the game. Even if you use different languages, there are certain things that if you are at that level, everybody at that level understands certain things just by pinging, you know, and you would know, you know, if you ping the time, you ping the rune, whatever it is, the other person will know what you need. So you don't even need to speak.
Oh, yeah. It's, I mean, I'm sure we've all gone pubs without really chatting or even using voice chat, right? I'm sure. What do they say? I think in his Berlin interview, he said he just used Jiaoyo, so add oil, but also just back and just spams the voice. What is it? The chat wheel, and that's how they get it done.
Didn't they say that when Sumail says go, they just go regardless? Everybody just follows him.
Makes sense.
If the Emperor wants to go in and die, we shall die together.
That they do on occasion, because of course Aster didn't have the smoothest journey throughout their summer tour, but of course still managed to finish pretty strong, honestly. I think they can be pretty happy with their finish overall. But yeah, I mean, for them, you know, what's left for them at this stage, I suppose, as they do end up finishing out their DPC run. For OG, though, of course, Team Stand-In, as they tend to call themselves, for good reason, right? They, I think even since last year, have really struggled to really always get the full current roster. I don't know what you want to call it, but
Visa.
the visas and all that really complicating things, and then Taiga most recently taking a little bit of a breather, right? Pardon me, during this most recent DPC tour as well. But now the team, at least back with a Winter familiar face, shall we say, as Seb is going to be taking up the mantle and playing with them. And can I say, Winter, I watched their first series here that OG had versus Beast Coast, which ended up being a 1-1, but he looked good. I mean, he was playing Shaker in the one game I got to fully watch. And if there was any rust, I mean, didn't really appear to, be...
Rust?
No rust.
Are you
No
kidding?
rust.
The guy plays... Let me see.
He
I'm
played,
sure
I believe,
he plays
44
like
pubs in the past 16 days.
this
is what
guy.
I saw.
Let me look at his profile.
I've done my research. He's played 44 games, I believe, in the past 8 days.
I mean, even yesterday he played 6 games plus whatever scrims. I mean, 6 pub games and whatever scrim that
True.
they played. And was he playing Div 2 games yesterday?
Oh,
or the
was
day
he?
before?
Oh, that's right, because he is.
This
That's
guy is
right,
crazy.
because old G. Yeah, he just he loves his Dota. That's such a good point. I always forget about old G, but they're still battling for it now. I mean, what a storyline for OG. When you consider all these things and still the fact that they do manage to find success fairly regularly. I mean, you just look to the past DreamLeague Season 19 where they did manage to get up to 5th place. So a team that certainly can put together wins. And I think is going to have a lot of fans, having pretty decent expectations. The last time that Seb stood in for this team, was it Arlington or was it Stockholm? I don't know if he stood in for them at Arlington, but I remember at Stockholm, of course, the team did pretty well with a stand-in. So using the word stand-in for Seb, maybe not the most appropriate word, but eager to see how the team is going to perform now against Team Master, right?
Everybody needs a father figure in the team. It's difficult to find those kind of players nowadays. I think that a lot of the teams that are being assembled right now, you get like 5 players that are not exactly captains. Some might be co-captains. They have ideas, they have solid ideas, but they do better in terms of being a co-captain when there's somebody that's very that has a very strong voice around, and then they help the other person, but they then are not good when they are alone.
Right.
I think those players are quite easy to find, but the true captains are difficult to find. That's why you see all these old players coming back time and time again.
Yeah,
they're in demand, You're old, but people still want you.
Old, but as they say, gold. And we'll see how that works out here for OG, of course, as they do chase, I'm sure, a win here in their second match. It's funny, Winter. All the teams we've casted today. Actually, I didn't see how Game 2 of Aster versus Beppoon played out, but they did lose Game 1. Are you up to date on that result by chance, Winter?
No, I actually did not see that game.
Let me check. Yeah, because we ended up going live here. They did get 2-0'd, so Aster coming in at a loss. In fact, quite phenomenally, there haven't been too many 2-0s so far.
Wait, they lost both games to Medusa.
Ooh.
That might say something.
What does that say to you?
Bad Medusa.
Bad Medusa. I thought you... Nia, I don't know how to say no in China. I am so... Jiayo, no Dusa. No Dusa. Do not add oil to the
Medusa. No Medusa.
There it is. We'll see. I mean, maybe that's easy as it is, just finding a moral victories. We'll take a look at our lineup here for Team Aster. Legends here, really. Of course, is that Siamese cat, I believe, on the farthest right next to Baboka. But Sumel doing excellent here, I would say. Really finding his stride on this team. How common is this, Winter? Just, very big. Because, I mean, obviously Malaysians making the jump over to China is... we've seen it a handful of times, right? Of course, there's a couple of notable examples. But, like, Western players, it's like Black and Sumail that come to mind, really, right?
The LGD, wasn't there like a pie cut? Like, was it LGD?
LGDFY or something?
No, the LGD international team.
Oh,
I guess
right.
that's different, right? They brought like 5 European players to China.
They did. Who was on that team? Yeah, Piecat, that was Black as well. Misery, Brax, and X Freedom. Good point. Yowie was on that team as well. Man, what What a turn of events. And for OG, of course, playing with a stand-in. Oh, Winter, and another change, of course, right? Because someone needs to leave the team in order for Seb to stand in. And of course, that's Chuvash. So back to taking the assistant coach role alongside Misha. So no more choo-choo time. Oh, well, at least in the game. Instead, it'll be up to Seb here on the position 4, pretty much. To see how it does. Position 3.5, maybe, although he did play a really neat position for Shaker. So again, I do have to commend him. He is playing just buttery smooth, right back into the swing
Can't
of things.
wait for his PUS 4 Wind Ranger. He did that on PUS 5 in a different patch. I remember he was winning. I think he won a major with a PUS 5
He
Wind
did.
Ranger,
It was the before referenced Stockholm major. And Winter, you know, I don't think you'd guess which hero he just used. Just used a couple hours ago against Beast Coast to find a win. It was Bat Rider. He ended up playing Bat Rider against Beast Coast, and they won that game.
As long as you put the guy on some core hero on support, he's gonna own.
Yeah.
Wind Ranger, that's the key, man.
Making a lot of moves, making a lot of space for OG. Eager to see how these teams play. I mean, Sumail had a stint on OG as well, didn't he? For, was it the TI 10 days? Was it? If I'm not mistaken. So maybe there's a little bit of inside knowledge there as well for the side of OG, knowing how Sumail's most recently played. But yeah, just a star-studded match, honestly, and excited to see how this draft gets underway, which is going to be quite soon, guys. So stick around for that. Any predictions for this series, Winter? I'm not going to lie to you. I didn't get the chance to watch as much Chinese DPC as I was hoping this year.
I think Esther, they've been solid in the first 2 weeks, and then the last week they kind of played bad in the last couple of series, and then they lost those games. But overall, I feel like they definitely showed a lot of potential with Sumail. Good chemistry between the players, even though they don't speak the same language.
Right.
A lot of the moves that they make as a team just definitely look a lot better compared to XW when they had XWY.
Correct.
Yeah. So only time will tell whether it's just what do you call it?
Honeymoon.
Honeymoon period for the first 2 weeks, or they are actually the real deal.
We shall see indeed. I'm curious as to how Sumail enjoyed his stay in China as well throughout the past couple of weeks, right? Of course, needing to be on that LAN that Perfect World did host for their division.
Yeah.
Super exciting, you know. I
I
wonder
love
how
it.
he... Do you?
I love the LAN, man.
Yeah.
Why can't we also have the LAN in SCA?
Oh, Winter. Oh, Winter. I mean, maybe one day, right? Maybe one day that'd be quite the dream. But for now, it is going to be asked not on LAN, but still online and on boot camp here, playing in the Western Europe region here, taking on OG. Draft now starting any second now, Winter. But I mean, again, you keep dodging my predictions, Winter. What do you think is going to happen here? Who do you have winning this game?
So my prediction is going to be based on who's going to win the mid lane. It's going to be BZM against Sumail.
Right.
The young kid against, I guess Sumail is also a young kid. He's still a young kid.
You think he's still a young kid? I mean, look, I would agree, but for me, it's wild to call the guy I watched win TI to get me into this game, which was 8 years ago, 9 years ago. When was it TI?
Yeah, TI5.
It's crazy to call that a young guy, but it's all at the same time hard to not disagree with you with how flashy he is and with how consistent he is in the mid lane.
Yeah, he's 22. I think he's just 22 this year. Like, he's definitely young.
Oh my god, I guess you're right. He was really young when he won TI, wasn't he? No, okay, you're a bit off. He's 99, so he's 24. But still young.
Still, man, young.
I agree. Eager to see how this one gets going as our draft, Winter, already underway. OG, they flexed the Bat Rioter to support for Seb once already, so just keep that in mind as we head into our 8th pick here. Why are you surprised to see Storm banned in the first phase?
I guess if you're first picking Bat Rider and you have the intention of maybe putting Bat Rider mid, and yeah, I think it makes a lot of sense, and you're playing against Sumail. So they play Bat on 3 roles. They play him on mid, position 4, and off lane. They're 3 players, so this is a very good opening pick, at least for their team.
Yeah, very true. Haven't seen the most bat games out of BZM when I was doing a bit of research, but you're completely correct here for DM. It is a favorite of his, and he's been spamming it quite frequently.
Esther goes for a very classic Doom plus techies opening, strong lane, and Doom is like an offlane hero that you don't really care about showing your hand early, because if he gets into a hard matchup, like in this case, OG picked up Monkey King as a response. You don't really mind. I mean, it's a hard lane for you, but Doom you can recover easily with your Devour, your Midas, if you decide to go for that route. So this hero is just, it's okay, you know, you pick him out early and you don't really care about getting countered. It's the same with, I feel like Beastmaster, and Bat Rider. Even if you draft those off lane early, you don't know your matchup. But even if you get dealt a bad hand, they pick a counter matchup for Bat. You can always just jungle, like you go behind, you pull the creep wave, because there's a lot of extra camps on the side right now. You pull the wave to the camp and you farm both of them together. So even then it's okay. Or you can just flex the bat and you show the bat early and you see a bad matchup and put him in a position 4. So you don't care.
You see a bat matchup? No, I mean, very good analysis, I would say, right? Out from that, I also wonder for Aster if his Doom is potentially going to be flexed over to the mid lane, if OG are going to play around with the Monkey King mid. You know, lots of options here are pretty flexible.
Carry Doom, man. Bring back the carry Doom.
The last person I saw doing that was Miracle, I believe. No, yeah, it was Miracle. Yep.
Radiance, Octarine, Core, Shivas.
There it is. Midas, BKB, Refresher, Ag Scepter.
What
Just
can
all
go
the-
wrong? Double Doom, double BKB. Can't lose a team fight if you get to that stage.
Very true. Aster here with last pick as well, which means they're going to have this next pick in the phase. Keeping that in mind, of course, for this banning phase.
I mean, you just pick another support here. I feel like you could, if you want to protect against the Bat Rider, you can pick something like Oracle. So you get a save and a dispel.
But then your Oracle Techie support duo, are you cool with that?
Yeah. I mean,
Okay.
Tekis is
He's got a stun.
a hero that does everything, you know. he has a stun, he can initiate, he does damage in a team fight, he builds Greaves, he builds anything the team needs. And then Oracle saves, and Oracle's also strong in the lane, so as Tekis. And Oracle's also decent against Monkey King, you can disarm him.
That's a really good point, actually. I guess I really wouldn't mind that.
They both can disarm him, reactive taser as well.
That's right. That's right. Especially with, I believe it's the Shard upgrade, isn't it? Yeah, it's the they moved it to the Shard now, which can be extremely effective. Yeah, I'm not opposed to it. The disarms can be incredibly annoying here, and you can dispel Monkey King's Jingu Mastery as well. Which is really strong for the lane if you somehow manage to run it.
PQ likes playing the hero too. And you also want to plan when you're picking Oracle, you want to plan your other hero that can abuse the false promise, you know, something like maybe like a Terrorblade so you can sunder, or something like a DP Huskar kind of hero where they are allowed to dish out an immense amount of damage with false promise. Those are the heroes that you should try to combo the Oracle with.
Winter, I like this point of analysis, but I do have to stop you and clarify something. You've called him PQ. That's Siamese Cat, is it? The position 5 for Aster?
Isn't that his other name? Like he uses both names.
I'm not sure. I've only ever known him by Siamese Cat, unfortunately, because I guess that's the Pinion, right? Is what I'm reading here? PQ.
Yeah. He has another. So that am I getting the wrong guy?
No, I guess you're right. He goes by PQ now. You're right. I apologize. My information was outdated.
It's Rubber Ball. The direct translation, rubber ball or whatever, something ball.
like a bouncy ball, maybe. Like
bouncy ball, rubber ball. Some people call it rubber ball.
Okay, I like that, and I think for him, it's not the Oracle that we were both kind of theory crafting for PQ. Instead, it is going to be that Venomancer.
This is particularly directed at a position for Bat Rider because you need a hero that can deal with him in the lane. I would say that Bat Rider position 4 is a little bit similar to Kling's position 4. They deal a lot of damage in the lane, so you need a hero that can limit and mitigate that. So Venom with the Gale can do that against the Bat, and you're also pretty good against the Monkey King later in the game.
Now that's a hero.
Whoa, why? So what's the idea?
I'm also a bit curious about the idea here. Because it's like,
look at the first 3 picks, man. Come on, Bat Rider, Monkey King, Arc Warden.
I mean, look, it's a little greedy, right? It's a little greedy. I won't deny that, but it is a particularly exciting hero here if he does pop
why?
off. We saw one game of Arc Warden in the SCA DPC, and that guy, I mean, he's a man fighter now. He's a completely different hero.
So why is it good here? It's good against Doom? Is that the reason why? It's good against Venom?
I think so. I think you can keep lanes pushed out as well using your Tempest double. It's potentially the idea here as well. Yeah, it's quite a pick. And then
so
paired
what's the support? So Bat and Ange is the support. So you have a mid
now.
Arc Warden and carry. So I guess Monkey King against the Doom. That's what you want to keep.
Right.
And then you put the Arc Warden mid.
But can't
So
Aster run this Doom mid? Is Arc Warden still fine being a safe lane carry these days, you think?
I'm not very sure though. The game that we saw in C, it was a carry, but I don't know if that's the best way of playing the hero right now. Feel like he kind of fits better as a mid.
Yep.
You get early levels and you run around killing people.
Arc Warden has been played, or Yuragi, I should say, has played Arc Warden 7 times, so it is something that they could potentially flex into if needed.
I mean, Esther just has a very conventional draft. They're taking boxes, you know, we have team fight, we have good lane, we have a catch.
Listen. Oh no, we have a stun. Techies has a stun. Shame on me. I keep forgetting that about him.
Doom has a stun. Doom has 2 stuns. 3 stuns.
Oh yeah, okay, yeah.
Infernal Blade, the Doom itself is a stun, and you have War Stomp.
I guess that could be enough. I mean, all right. I mean, I'm down for it. I'm always down as well for Sumail Ember Spirit, a classic of his. I think that's going to meant to just kind of cover their bases overall against maybe this trio of heroes that could go mid. Maybe OG are just going to put 3 heroes mid. Honestly.
Yeah, you always have to remember that, oh, there's a bat, you know, the bat might go mid, so whatever you're picking there has to be able to lane against Bat Rider in mid.
I've seen, I mean, I'd still say Bat Ember is still definitely Bat favored, but I've seen a couple Embers manage to squeeze their way out of that lane and still come out.
You can definitely play the lane quite easily, I would say, in most of the games that I watched. But it was the previous Bat Rider, wasn't the current one. The Embers always, they can farm, they can push out the wave. It's pretty unlikely you die unless you really make a very, very big mistake in the lane. But otherwise, you are always going to be able to get your levels, you control the runes, and you just gang the side lanes, you know? You avoid the direct confrontation against the Bat Rider.
I think that's the goal, right? We'll see if the OG can look to force the issue. I mean, I don't know. I guess maybe they're looking for an offlane. I mean, it could be the Bat Rider still. I think Aster as well. Perhaps scratching their heads a little bit, trying to make heads or tails basically out of these first 3 picks.
I don't think they care though. Like all these
Really?
Chinese teams, they have this mindset of like, we don't really mind what our opponents are doing, but we just want to focus on what we want to build with our draft, and we make sure that person A is supposed to do this, so we make sure we have this setup where we are always going to play the game in the same way.
Wouldn't you say that there's some merit towards making sure that your lanes at least are livable, right? Because given how snowball this can really get, I'd say there's still some consideration there. I mean, you look at a monkey, you look at a bat, these are heroes that can definitely dominate a lane. Maybe it's worth a little bit of consideration. And Aster banning out the Magnus.
So they think that Arc Warden's mid, so they need an offlaner. I guess so.
I guess maybe they're just covering a lot of bases here, right? They take out the a hero that can go mid, offlane, or carry, and basically be played the same style. Yeah,
I mean, what if they just pick like something like that can flex to all the lanes? You know, pick some DP, and then you never know where are they gonna put their heroes.
I mean, I guess honestly that could very well do.
Because DP is good against Ember in the mid lane, the lane matchup, and you're pretty okay against Doom. Like if you pop all your spells already, he dooms you whatever, and you're still running in, you're going in, you know.
It's just such an out there draft. What are they gonna want to go for next? Then I was thinking, well, the Slark's ban, they've actually taken out a Juggernaut ban as well on the field, in addition to the PL. Okay, the PL makes sense given the Mag ban and the Darkseer ban. I think Aster may be considering leaning in the direction of an illusion hero here, of which there's just Naga and PB, but I don't know if I love those into an arc. Or even a bat off lane.
If you want to counter Arc Warden, you need like a hero that can get him like Phantom Assassin, Spectre. But those are heroes that are really not seen at all. You know, you need a gap closing carry or maybe a Chaos Knight kind of hero. But I'm not sure if those are the good options here given the scenario. And ban out the Underlord last. So does it mean PA? I mean PA?
Could be
I don't
PA.
know. And PA is good against Arc Warden. But the hero is, I don't know how good is the hero right now. Like
Right.
he feels pretty lackluster. At least in the games that I met the hero in pubs, he feels lackluster.
Okay, so it's a Medusa now. So they've picked 4 cores basically here, Winter. Obviously that could go anywhere. I mean, mid would certainly be the most surprising, but that very well might be a 4.
You literally have no idea how is OG gonna lane their heroes right now.
Yeah, there's just simply too many options for them. I'd say if you're Aster, you could use your 10 seconds left of reserve time here. You try and just draft your best hero.
I mean, just
for
pick
your
an
draft.
anti-mage.
Yeah,
don't know,
okay.
man.
Yeah, that'll do it. That'll do it.
When you don't know what to do, anti-mage is the answer.
24th AM here, Winter has gap close, right? Can get into the face of the Arc Warden. Decent laning presence, right? With the changes, especially how strong Vanguard is as an item.
But I would say his weakness is if Monkey King goes for Desolator build, that's gonna be problematic for anti-mage. Because AM doesn't build armor items until very late in the game. So you could be vulnerable to the Monkey King's Desol timing with the Boundless Strike. I feel like in certain matchups it's okay for the Monkey to go Maelstrom. Like you want to farm, right? But against anti-mage, I feel like it's better to get a Desol and you try to use that timing to press and limit the map.
Okay.
Because you're not gonna... Sorry?
No, I was just going to say, I think you're right, but I just want to give this conversation some context because I don't know if everyone saw what everyone locked in. It's Yuragi Monkey King, it's BZM Arc Warden, so it's going mid, and it's Taiga on the Bat Rider. So that means DM's taking this Medusa off lane, and Seb is on a real support hero. He's on the edge.
Real support hero. And Chandras is not a support hero. Come on.
That's true. I mean, honestly, you're right. I fully expect Seb to go Treads, Lance, and genuinely do a ton of damage into this AM. Like, yeah, you're right.
It's gonna be trying to push out the dead lane, getting some creeps, getting some items, show up casually to a team fight. Whoops! I killed anti-mage, guys.
Whoops! I've done it again. Seb just can't stop. We'll see how it goes this time for OG. I mean, what do you make of these lanes? What do you make of the Bat Rider support here? OG, not only will they flex the Bat Rider to support, both of their supports will play it. They've done it 4. They're now going to try it 5.
I mean, it's a pretty interesting draft for sure. I like the way they set things up, and the way their drafting is really confusing for their opponents. So you don't really know what they're doing. So the only thing you can do is just try to focus on what you want to draft. You know.
And what is it that Aster? What do you think they've given themselves here? What are they trying to execute on?
I mean, they have Doom and Anti-Mage. Late game, ultra late game. You have tools to deal with the Medusa, which is the AM late game. Anti-Mage is also good against Arc Warden, like you mentioned. You can blink the gap close to get into the bubble, kill him. And you only worry about the early game against the Monkey King, if he does indeed go for the Desol build. And late game, obviously, when he gets a lot of items, you don't want to man fight him in the Monkey King arena. Oh, 5 against 5.
5 on 5.
5-man stun.
Oh, what's gonna go down? Oh my goodness, what a venomous gale. Will it be able to do enough though? Absolute madness here. Everyone fighting to the blood grenades thrown down. Everyone's out here throwing haymakers. Seb's already off to a double kill. DM out of mana as XXS continuing to fight through this one as well. BZM collects his life as DM with a bit more mana.
Oh, triple kill.
It is gonna be OG.
Give him the kill.
Whoa, with Seb getting the ultra kill. BZM, you thought you're the core? I think not. Absolutely not. He's back.
So what did he buy? Did he start with a boots right away? What did he get? Oh my god, he's gonna have... What did he buy? A bottle for the mid laner?
Oh, it must be, right? Yeah. It must be. It's going to be ZM. There it is. Okay.
So we first saw this with Talent. I mean, correct me if I'm wrong. The first team that did, I guess, was it during Lima or something? Or DPC?
I think it might have been Lima. I think you're right about that. Look at this.
I think Jebs got a kill early and he bought a bottle for his mid laner.
I can't believe how much damage Seb's done in this fight. Wow. All right. Well, Winter, if that's any indication of how this series is going to go, well, I am thoroughly excited. As you can see, that's the bottle of Seb into the inventory of ZM.
I mean, I really need this, man. The night we're going into late night and starting the game like this definitely is like having a cup of coffee right away.
Oh yeah, there it is. A double shot here for Seb, who is going to start off with 4 kills. This Ench, that's the only problem I see here, Winters. This is a hero that is going to die eventually. You know, you get that, he's already on a streak, right? You give that to Monet, and, you know, you might be off for a very difficult lane, as they do get a kill down bottom in the meantime. This lane also not going to be super easy into this techies here, as it's Yuragi and Taiga able to connect for a kill.
Radiant's bottom tower is
Yeah,
under
but because
attack.
of the start they had, Medusa has like 2 Sage Masks, so he's going to make one into the Basi, so it's going to give the Enchantress more mana to spam. I mean, this lane is going to get really hard for the anti-mage. I'm not even sure if the Venom can help him too much in this lane. You know? He misses a Gale, so that's going to be problematic. He just needs to make sure that he gets the creep wave under, or at least near the tower, so AM can last hit without getting poked too much by the Enchantress.
Ench already running in with boots. I mean, just a ridiculous start here for Seb. Certainly one that I'm sure got the entire team all riled up, all fired up here ahead of this series for them. Could be a big one. Already 8 kills, Winter. This is, well...
And now Enchantress gets the pull. Man, this AM is going to have a really, really difficult lane. It's going to destroy at least 2 or 3 creeps by doing this. And now the wave is going to push in the middle of the lane. Oh boy. This AM is going to have a bad start, and they're going to have to rely on Sumail to try to make rotation, so they have to try to help him control runes at least.
You know, Winter, honestly, doesn't sound like the scariest things. If I got to rely on Sumail, I reckon I'm resting pretty easy. We'll see, though, as Sumail is going to get caught, actually, by that Spark Wraith. Uphill auto attacks also connecting.
Oh, Yuragi?
That's nearly Sumail dead, but it's Yuragi down bottom, who's taken down by XSS and Baboka.
Yeah,
like
the frost attack, you know, attack slow. That's a pretty interesting creep for the laning phase against the Monkey King.
It's a big one, right? I mean, Monkey King, obviously that 25 attack speed slow is going to impede how quickly he can get that Jingu up, which is obviously big for his laning, his trades, right?
Yeah, he was able to dodge the blast off with the mischief, but still, like, the Scorch Earth alone just did way too much damage.
Yeah.
I mean, this spell is actually just way too strong for the laning phase, the Scorch Earth, especially the level 2. When you get level 2, you just run him down, whatever carry you're facing, and you just kill him.
You're not getting what you came
Good one.
Oh.
Venom,
PQ? This is so sad, man. Can't even buy a ring with your AM.
Yeah, now Seb as well is going to be able to throw creeps in here. He's got that level 2 enchant already rocking. Monet is certainly going to be struggling. And very classic AM build. I think I spied that little Battle Fury in the quick buy for him.
AM against Medusa in a lane.
And in the lane with a Veno 5. I mean, I suppose that's just the state of Dota right now. Dusa does feel like a very natural frontliner counter initiation. I think the struggle for OG will be, you know, if they ever find themselves in a position this game where they're the ones trying to find the initiations, who's going to start the fights? I suspect Yuragi, maybe Taiga, but he's a 5 on this bat. And he may not be able to avoid death here. Getting out into the river at the very least for himself.
Here's Lotus.
Yeah, actually, he's making hella space. All right, Taiga's A-okay.
I mean, they don't have much stuns on the other heroes, but they can build items, you know, like the Arc and the Medusa. You can build Hex. Like against anti-mage, like Hex is probably one of the best items to buy if you lack catch. Curious to see what DM is gonna do this game. I guess you start with Phylactery, and then maybe you still go Travels and Ags, and then you get a Hex.
I kind of like the build, but last time it was really justified because you had to lane as his
Sumel's in
Lisa.
trouble.
Yeah, there's actually 3 heroes coming mid, or 2 heroes coming mid for a total of 3, and no rotations out from Aster. Uh-oh.
Where are the servants? Where are the servants of the Emperor? No TPs.
What's Mandarin for I'm getting ganked?
我被干了.
Very
probably,
good.
Probably a bit too difficult to say.
That one is a little bit difficult to say. And OG, well, at least you know what they say. When practice makes perfect. Taiga will leave an observer ward here behind in the lane, and Seb's also sticking around. But pressure is being applied now down bottom. That's going to be PQ going down as Baboka at least able to find a kill in return. Yuragi will fall. So Aster at least able to apply pressure in the bottom lane. Sumail down here as well. He TP'd bottom, Winter.
Wait, what? He TP'd bottom?
Yeah, he doesn't want any of that
I mean,
crap in mid lane.
They're just going to take the mid tower with the Enchantress and the Catapult? Can I just hit the tower right now? Oh, they're going to TP the Venom to defend the tower, but he has no wards?
He's got no wards, and well, he's got observers and sentries, but doesn't have any plague wards, Winter.
Okay, Taiga gets a Boboka kill, a solo kill.
I think this mid lane is just too difficult, especially because with total rune control, BZM has bottled up a DD rune, almost has a Midas already on top of a bottle, on top of brown boots. I mean, the farm is ridiculous, and Aster, I mean, this AM is just being beaten back. At the very least, Yuragi also with a somewhat difficult start.
This gang has to work. Boboka TP stop. They need to get a kill.
DQ as well from behind. This might be it onto DM. The stun connects. The Venomous Scale, Blood Grenade.
Oh,
just
the
TPing
TP!
out. Just
Oh my
TPing
god!
out.
Oh no, that's so sad!
Not enough damage.
No.
And mid lane, they're going on to Sumail as well. Emperor under siege here. Oh, goodness. Absolutely no way out of that one for him. Doesn't even have level
all the
6.
cores are dead.
And Winter down bottom. This Doom. Doom's not supposed to lose lanes. What the hell happened here?
The carry went in and take the Wisdom Rune. Alright, this is close to a nightmare, as close to a nightmare start. Actually, it's already a nightmare start. Before the before the game even kicked off, you lose what, 4 heroes, 5 heroes.
I think PQ is out of his. I don't want to say out of his mind, but oh, actually, no. You know what? With the TP's on in, he's got the kill. He's looking for the tower. Ooh, he's gonna get it denied, but big kill either way.
7 minutes. Tower is down.
7 minutes.
Tower.
Mid tower's down. Handamite is completed on the Arc Warden. Rotations heading top lane now. Monet being beat back by Seb. Level 3 impetus. He's got a Centaur Conqueror as well as DM looking to defend the boss, but Stone Gaze is not going to actually stop Baboka from leaping. Centaur Conqueror certainly will. The body blocks out from Seb. Beyond the grave, it's Yuragi coming on through. Reactive Taser only preventing his death temporarily as Baboka, only is going to find Taiga here from behind and killed off by the auto attacks.
Oh, I didn't realize when you cast Boundless Strike, it actually triggers the disarm from the taser.
It's because it's a, what is it called? Instant attack, right? So anything
so
that
it's
does
not a spell.
No, it's an instant attack.
I see.
I believe then by that logic, Sleight of Fist ought to do it as well. Sumail is dying. Are you seeing this mid? He is getting just absolutely run down. No mercy here. That auto attack not going to kill him off this time.
Oh, is he?
Oh. Okay, there's another kill down by. Look, Sumail's trying to bait him back on it. BZM, he's gone too far here. PQ and Baboka fighting 2v1, and it's Sumail who collect the kill. There we go.
The Emperor strikes back.
That he does. Threw his ass into an endless well. But we'll see. I suspect, much like episode 9, there's going to be a clone here for BZM that's going to ruin it for Aster.
Are you some Star Wars fanatic?
Yeah, of course. What do you think? I cast Dota for a living. Okay, I mean, at least all of this monkey business out from OG, which normally is really their forte, it's created a bit of space here for Monet. He's got at least Cornucopia up. No, it can't. I mean, this Doom. He drops the Doom. There's going to be the blast off. The mines, at the very least, able to put down Yuragi. Careful now, though, as BZM once again may have bit off more than he could chew. Disarmed by the taser of Baboka.
Oh my
He's going to go down to the explosions. PQ still fighting this out as well. Is likely going to die. Sumail, he's down here as well. DM completes the TP.
Oh, AM is like,
scared.
thank you very much. I'm going to free farm top.
Yeah, space created. This is excellent. Sumail, I have to say, I mean, a difficult early game, but absolutely showing us that he is still a youngin.
You know
Without
what?
a doubt.
He's getting carried by the two supports, man. The two supports are playing so well. The Vano and the Techies are doing so much work for the team in the early game, keeping the game together when they had a really disastrous start before the rune spawn and got dealt a very bad hand. And now we see a twin gate action. Monet is gonna come bot. He has Mana Void. He's looking for the Medusa, his mortal enemy.
It's gonna be tough. This Dusa has Stone Gauge. She's got Faded Brooch. I don't see this happening. There's not a lot of TPs on the side of OG at the very least, but I do believe it'll be just a tower trade. Actually, that being said, BZM does at least TP the Arc clone down here.
Yeah, the game is stabilizing for Esther after the disastrous start, so this is looking good for them. AM is going to farm. Yeah, Nightmare start. AM is catching back up. Medusa is not that far ahead. I mean, sure, Arc Warden got like a, what, 9 minute Midas. But you have AM.
It was 8 minutes.
Yeah, but you have AM. You can kill him later, and Medusa's gonna TP out once again with a Stone Gaze. And Esther's gonna claim the tower.
I think they might be able to find themselves Taiga as well here off the back end of this at the very least. It is 4 heroes taking a kill, but it's, again, space for Aster here as the AM desperately trying to get himself recovered in this game. And honestly, you know, not doing too poor of a job.
Yeah, so XXS has decided to go for a Midas early, so he knows that the game is gonna go long. Arc Warden against Anti-Mage. That's the right call. Just go as greedy as you can get. Like, sometimes you also have to know the limits, you know. How much can you get away with? Oh, Boboka cancels the TP. Old man Seb.
It's Sumail. Oh, okay. Sumail gets away. Mid, or top rather. It is Seb, who is in for a spot of trouble here by the looks of things. Has
still last hitting creeps.
In untouchable, being annoying, but is taken down at the end of the day.
So he's close to his, I mean, not exactly close, but he's building into a Dragonlance right away. So his intentions are very clear. I am going to carry my team.
Well, I mean, honestly, if it gets the job done, can you really blame him?
And so Monkey King is not going for Deso, so he's going Echo into BKB. So he feels like he needs, there's too much magic damage that he needs to deal with. And maybe the way that he started the game is not good enough for him to snowball with the Desolator build. Because when you build Deso, you're pretty much all in.
On the Monkey King, you're saying?
Yeah.
What's the risk? Like, is this AM Ember, like, can they actually get recovered fast enough to punish that fast Deso timing? You don't have a built-in fallback mechanism because your offlaner's a Dusa.
And when you build the Deso, you're kind of banking on the moment you get the Deso, you have to maybe at least get 1 or 2 kills on the AM, and then you get the map, you take towers, then you transition into the Roche because you have Deso, you can do it quickly. And the game has to be so fast-paced, you know. And once the train stops moving, the AM is gonna farm and you're gonna lose.
Sumail forced back here.
Look at how greedy they are getting, you know. Sumail went for a travels.
DQ is gonna die here. I mean, it's gonna reveal the ward, but honestly, it's already done so much for the side of OG.
It's just Venor things, you know.
Yeah.
So they have travels, as I was saying on Embers, and you have a very early Midas on the Doom, considering the start that he got. So they are just expecting the game to go really long, and they are just trying to maximize the efficiency out of everything. Sumail's gonna try to get the rune, but Urage is gonna nick the haste rune away from him. And Monet is just continuously just farming, you know, just wants to get to his Battle Fury. Doesn't really care what the enemy is doing, just waiting for the Venor, the Doom, and the Ember to make space, and obviously the techies too.
Yeah, I mean, recovering as best as he can, right? Almost has Battle Fury finally online. XXS, at least, you know, playing a Doom, it's hard for you to really get completely knocked out of a game as on this hero. So there is still life left in this Aster lineup. It's really just getting to that next line of items, right? Without being completely, you know, pushed out of this game by how aggressive OG can be. Fortunately, it seems with how big the map is, I think that's a pretty big nerf to OG in that sense, right? the more you push, the more it can be punished, if that makes sense. And on a bigger map, it is really easy to overextend and much more difficult to get away with it.
Yeah,
Seb
that's why
here.
you see a lot of teams that are playing a lot more conservative right now. You tend to take take more calculative risks, I would say. Like you try to maintain map control over going for like a random kill.
Right. Oh, they're looking for Seb. In the meantime, Gale's going to connect. Flame break, not doing nearly enough. And it's going to be then the Ench taken down. Looking for more, actually. Sumail connects on the Searing Chains. Lasso is going to end up coming out, though, in the end from Taiga.
Oh, the Boundless Strike?
Boundless Strike, not good enough. And DM could not connect in time here. So it's still Aster.
Wait, they got the Ember. Alright, they actually got the Ember. Okay. Was it like some residual damage from the Flux, I guess?
Yeah, must have indeed. Oh, you know, it was Flux and Maelstrom. Looks like an auto attack chased him because you don't disjoint, I believe, on Remnant.
I see. Okay.
And then he got a little unlucky there.
It's okay. AM is farming. The Emperor will soon be the AM, not the Ember.
That's true. I mean, and for now, again, Sumail, I can only really commend how well he's been playing this game, given how difficult it's been. I think we're about to see an item.
He's getting Yules next.
Wow. I mean, I guess it's just to be able to dispel this Flux, right? And disjoint the Spark Wraith. It's been really problematic for him. Scepter in general, just good to have, but definitely feels like when you're playing one of these Spirit mids, it is you kind of raising that white flag and saying, yeah, I didn't really crush it in lane. But I think it's the right move here. Oh no, BZM's TPing in on a creep.
Run, PQ. Run, Rubber Ball.
Only the Tempest double. Rubber Ball trying to bounce out of here. At least the creep tanks the Spark right there, so he should be able to get out alive. Nope, Spark Wraith still connecting. Auto attacks as well, propping the Maelstrom. Careful here.
Yep,
For
they're,
now,
they're just trying to buy time and delay for the AM.
Yeah, I mean, Aster doing a phenomenal job, just stabilizing as best as they can, right? It's hard to, I think, ask this team to do more given the lineup that they have. You know, you can maybe fight around Doom and your ultimate here, your, what is it, Noxious Plague. But a full 5-on-5 fight just is not going to go your way for some time here, especially with the start that BZM's had. He's more than eager to TP in and do tons of damage. And he is going for Manta. I love it.
It's more about like maintaining map control, splitting the map with the AM, pushing out the lanes so you slow down the enemies like 5-man significantly. That's all OG wants to do right now is ram their faces at all the towers and take out the map.
Well, Taiga is going to be punished for that. BZM on the Tempest double chasing for more, but there are twin gates coming on through as Yuragi first on through is going to be able to guaranteed get this kill onto PQ. Seb chasing after the sword, after the courier, pardon me, and after XXS, but not fast enough to collect on those kills. Monkey is now going for this Deso, though. It's fine after the Echo Saber. Is it Winter, or are you still a little bit concerned with this Deso timing?
I still like it against AM in particular. Oh, he lost. Did he lose the Deso? Oh,
He lost his BKB. That was his BKB recipe. Oh, he got his tree cut down. No way. Monet just laid into him, blast off and everything.
Outplayed. That's when you you taunt him and you paint the ground.
Yep, that's definitely when you paint it. Oh, so unlucky. Little parallax there. I mean, that was so unfortunate. I think he missed Boundless Strike. His courier got killed.
And he was under a ward.
And he was under a ward. His tree got cut down. And he just gave... Well, how much gold did he give here? Monet...
1,000 gold.
No.
Yeah, gold change 1,000.
Wow. I mean, that'll do it. That'll do it, man. That does include the scrap top as well, by the looks of things. But yeah, all of a sudden, Aster, maybe with a bit of wind in their sails, not completely out of this one yet. Yuragi's going to have BKB when he respawns, though. Well, when his courier respawns, I guess I should say, because he can disassemble that Echo Saber. But things aren't going to be too easy from him here on out. Does that have you reconsidering now this Deso, Winter?
Yeah, definitely a little bit. Like Deso, when you go Deso, it's more about like you really want to shut the enemy down, take the map, take Roshan, and when you die even one time, you feel like the whole timing is gone. Then you probably have to reconsider it. It's a bit similar to like when you're playing Queen of Pain mid, you're having a good start, and then that one time you die. And then you just feel like the whole game is just different.
That's like SF back in the old days, right? When you'd lose like half your souls.
Mm-hmm.
just all the momentum comes grinding to a halt here.
I still feel like it's good to get the Desert because there's still like a timing with the Arc Warden and the Medusa, and the Monkey King doesn't have to take up so much of a win condition role. I feel like he needs to play a role where he allows the Arc Warden and Medusa to shine in the game, and Desert is going to allow that. At the expense of obviously his own game, you know?
Yeah. It's true. And I mean, the gold is flowing in here to basically everyone on OG. They've all really benefited
Roche?
from how
You
much
wanna go
space
Roche?
they've gotten. Yeah, you can do it. I mean, there's Mats on Arc. You can definitely do Roche. This is crazy, right? He's got Max Bubble. He's got Maelstrom. He's got double
Does it
flux.
work?
Yeah.
Does
oh,
the
yeah,
illusions work on the magnetic field? Do they get the attack
Yeah,
speed?
the attack speed. Yeah, of course. Look at this. Look at this. Definitely. Look at that.
Holy
With
shit.
the solar crest
That's-
as well. It's no
that's
look.
quick.
DM's like they don't even need me in there.
You're a Medusa, you're trying to come to the Roche. I'm like, oh my god, my team doesn't even need me.
I mean, Aster, they knew what was going on, but they can't respond in time. Noxious Plague is going to be thrown as they do try and disengage. DM, though, running on in. He's going to be able to at least get off that Stone Gaze. Sumail able to at least get the Remnants out in time. They are looking for a counter initiation, and Seb, the target now, in on the blast off. Looks like he might end up going down and does. Wukong's command out now as the Boundless Strike catching PQ. They did a bit more damage. He's out of there just in time. Yes, still alive, and now Yuragi trying to TP out. Will not be allowed to. The mines take him down, and it's Monet who finds DM.
Oh, what a fight there. But as they're just using the Venom as a bait, just moving the enemy into a very, very bad position. I can't believe like the monkey actually committed to that fight with the Medusa. I mean, sure you have the A gaze on the Arc Warden, but
It just, that definitely seemed like a let Seb die and get back kind of a moment.
Yeah.
As soon as DM, you know, he uses the Stone Gaze, everyone gets out, and then they all kind of go back on
it's
in.
very disjointed, you know, like the Medusa's tipping out and then Yuragi decides, okay, let's go in with the ring. Let's go, man.
Yeah, I mean, I guess so. Perhaps that's a moment where Seb's going, no, boys. You got to let me go on that one. He loves the teamwork.
Listen to your father, man. When your father says let go, you let go.
Yeah, you know what they say, if you love something, Winter, you have to let it go. OG, you know, just a bunch of sunflowers. They're unwilling. They saw the end of the Titanic and they went, no, absolutely not. We would never let go of Jack.
Radiant's middle tower is under
Letting
attack.
go is hard, man. Not gonna lie.
Well, that it is. OG. We'll see. Oh, that's a blink on in from Monet. That's a bold move. Will he come to regret that? No, because there's the Doom now. Team fight kicking off around the
Yuragi?
Medusa. Seb's still in
Yuragi?
the midst of things here. Yuragi just chilling on top of that tree. He's Bing chilling, and he jumps away. Doesn't like the way this one looks, especially now that Sumail's in the fight. Maybe looking for the counter initiation. Out comes the Boundless Strike. Did not catch Sumail on this, though. Baboka still alive. Will end up dying to the right clicks of BZM. Sumail is well fighting inside Wukong's command. Has a remnant at the waist on the outside and gets out. But it's going to be now Monet making the jump underneath the tower. Snipes the first life here on that Aegis. Yuragi with BKB active trying to TP away. They don't have the damage for him. But BZM, oh, even with the Manta style, he is not going to get out of there alive. That is 4 dead plus the Aegis as Aster strike back.
I mean, it all started with a Doom on the Medusa. I'm not sure how I felt when I saw it. I'm like, okay, they're doing the Medusa. And the Monkey King, like, he was sitting on the tree. Was he like maybe waiting for an item? Wasn't sure. I thought he would actually just try to stun and maybe do some damage with the arena when they were, I mean, the Wukong's command, when they are trying to go on the Medusa, but instead he just lets the Medusa die. He retreats and he tries to take a fight again when I think he got his Echo Saber reassembled.
Right.
And he goes back in. And that was very, very strange.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
I mean, Aster is definitely feeling like they can just do whatever they want right now with the AM being so strong at this moment. But he's not even the most farm hero on their team.
No, I mean, of course, I think with the Doom, you kind of do expect that, but XXS now, I mean, his farm is just going to go skyward now, isn't it, right? He's got Midas, he's got Octarine and Devour. Just plenty of gold out from him. Seb coming along nicely towards his items. Let's not forget as well, I mean, I think he still has another part to play in this game as soon as that Force staff is assembled. I think not only does it increase his damage output, of course, because he's going for the pike on this Ench, but I do believe they'll also be able to get themselves. Just a force is going to do a lot of work here, isn't it? Against the Veno, it's always a good pickup.
Yeah, you need to kite. You need to help at least the Dusa to survive or whoever is getting Doom. I mean, it would be nice also to get like bongo boots, you know, against Doom. I like buying the bongo boots. Like whenever he dooms my teammate, I just pop the drums and we just run, you know.
I'm really glad I've converted you to calling them bongo boots.
Thank you so much. I like that name.
Yeah, it's a
Thank
good
you
one.
for converting me.
Yeah, of course, anytime. OG, Jason. Hard here. It's only a techies. Should be an easy kill, especially as Taiga commits the Flaming Lasso off the Blink Dagger. DZM as well coming in to secure the kill as Baboka quite tanky. Aster actually thinking about turning this. The Doom dropped onto Yuragi now fighting inside his Wukong's command though. He's still a difficult target, especially if he can get up to those Jingu stacks. But no, Sumail jumps around and Monkey can take him down as XXS could be up next. Oh, Taiga pushing him away. The last Spark Wraith chasing. Not enough damage. So Hero Monet as well in the fight, going off, finds a huge kill there. That's BZM now down for the count, and it'll be Seb, the cherry on top. OG once again overextending Winter. They lose 4.
They threw the kitchen sink at freaking Doom, and he didn't even die. This hero. And this hero had such a bad start in the lane, and he's still so fat. Like, what the hell, man? And look at this hero. He goes in. He does his thing, he pops BKB, he runs in, he's taking a ton of damage. He goes back in again, and he just walks out without dying. Like, how?
Yeah?
Like, how, man?
Definitely a little bit rough. As Aster, I mean, Winter, just what happened? In complete control of this game now. 22k, this net worth swing. This graph, I mean, OG, they've got to find a way to stem the losses before it's too late. Maybe it's already too late, Winter.
It is already too late.
I don't think so. Come on. You got to believe in that
It's
OG magic.
anti-mage.
They've got
anti-mage. All right, they need double hacks. They need a hacks on Arc Warden. They need a hacks on Medusa. Then we get a game.
Okay. I mean, that could do it. Until now, you know, they have been struggling to
He's
connect the
buying a
stuns.
Lotus op
Whoa.
on Medusa.
Okay, Monet's just killing an illusion. No big deal.
Getting that 300 gold.
What is there something you think like what went wrong for OG? Was it just the fight calls? I feel like this Arc Warden's off to such an amazing start. How have things...
It was mainly the fights, you know, and you saw after the bad laning phase start that Esther had, but their heroes, when they came together with the Doom, the Techies, the Venom, they did so much work in the team fight. All those heroes.
Oh, the Doom. They've managed to find BZM. Sumail as well, giving chase. The hoof stomp from XSS. Plenty of damage for the kill as Sumail takes care of the clone to boot. Bonus gold for him. Not bad. Oh, okay. And Monet casually kills DM again. All right.
I mean, you have to give them a lot of credit, you know, like after the start and how they understand what they should be doing in the game, like splitting the map, the travels, purchase on the Ember Spirit, and Doom rushing the Midas, even though it might seem like it's a crazy thing to do. You have anti-mage on your team, you just lost all your lanes, and then he's still buying a Midas and your Ember is buying boost of travel. But they understood all they need to do is just delay, play the map, keep farming, and eventually they're gonna win the game. And Sumail is gonna get lassoed. Is he even gonna die?
Boundless strike.
Right,
there he goes.
Didn't realize there's a monkey hiding around.
No, he did not.
But they're gonna lose a lane of Rax.
He had a run, and he had a Yule Scepter, had a shield rune even. Couldn't get any of those off. Down he goes. So, I mean, Rax still will fall, the melee barracks, at least the important ones.
And this is gonna be like a hard struggle right now to climb up the hill for OG. They have to try to figure out what items are they gonna get, how are they gonna try to prolong the game. At least Roshan is going to be up probably in like another 2 minutes at least. So they have some time to figure out what they want. And Monkey King just finished his Deso. But it's a 30-minute Deso. I don't know if it's gonna change the team fights too much.
I reckon this Moon Shard could be big if he can get off those Jingu stacks even faster. I mean, he nearly fights through Dooms, basically, if he can get his ulti off. Yeah, look, he's got it queued up. I don't think it's the craziest idea. Maybe you could consider an AC as a bit of a stronger item, but things are going to start getting difficult here.
Yeah, I guess it works really well with his 15 talent, the Jingu Mastery damage talent. So you have all the attack speed to keep getting the Jingu Mastery stacks. Just keep fighting. And then you have a Deso right now. I mean, Taiga, yeah, Taiga's dead.
Yep.
Got caught.
Did get caught here. Does at least get some privacy up there, although he dies next to, surrounded basically by 2 Plague Woods. Push XSS off at the very least.
So Arc Warden's building a Hex right now. So they're gonna have to try to delay the game until he gets the Hex.
Yuragi was just taking cleave damage, just holding his breath there, making sure that AM didn't see him.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
Yeah, meanwhile Seb is just trying to shuffle the lanes. He's by trying to buy an Orchid. Orchid, huh? Shouldn't you buy a Hex at this point? DM's gonna pop Stone Gaze, but still dies. Not enough time, my friend, to TP out with Stone Gaze.
Especially with Butterfly and the Manta illusions beating into you. This is, you're right, Winter. This is certainly now the Emperor, you know, title pass, new dynasty here for Monet. It's him now. It was Sumail, not anymore. And honestly, Sumail's still playing a great game. I don't even bring that up to say Sumail's playing bad. I think this is a great recovery game from him. Plenty of space created as well from Baboka and from PQ. Great stuff.
Yeah, it just shows you how much they understand what they needed to do this game, you know, even though they got off to a really, really bad start. But everybody, they were looking at the game with a very, very clear mind and understood that all they need to do is just prolong the game, play the map, get pickoffs whenever they have Doom, and anti-mage Emperor and Monet is gonna carry at some point.
That he is. That
used to be Emperor burning, and now even it's his team and he's not playing, they're still winning with anti-mage.
Gotta love it.
Yeah, I love those days, man. Anti-mage with stats. You get stats at the game, you farm your battle Puri.
Yep. Good times, good times. Aster smoking on up. Sumail TPing to the wave. Nuked, though, actually by Yuragi from the trees as Taiga from the side, at least able to avoid the double blink initiation. Lucky as well. I guess good reaction times, I should say, because that strength blink from XSS is complete. Monet just up to the high ground here. Might come to regret that. Look at that damage that they're pumping out onto him.
Gosh, magnetic field Enchantress.
Yeah, that's scary. I mean, I guess OG, you still have to get into that base another time at least before you can close out this game, and that time you're to really throw everything they had, basically the kitchen sink, as well as Taiga able to find the jump, and Sumail killed off again. That's the second time Sumail's gotten jumped by Taiga.
Perhaps there's some hope remaining. That OG magic, that OG spark.
I told you, you can never count them out. Down 27k versus an Omega Giga farm to AM. That's right where Seb wants them.
When your enemy thinks they have the upper hand and you show them your true colors.
That's right. You know what they say, with confidence comes complacency. And Aster, maybe at least Sumail here, starting to struggle a bit. Second time getting caught out. Still, of course, with this Aegis, Monet feeling overwhelmingly confident as to get pushing. And hey, Winter, you said they needed 1 Hex. Well, does Arc Warden count for 2?
I said they needed 2.
Yeah, well, I mean, it might not count if he doesn't get to use them.
All right, okay. No buyback. Okay.
No buyback. Okay, and maybe that's just the game.
Why would you think that's a good idea?
Do they know? I think they know. They're up to high ground immediately. I assume they're at least not going to get back until they force the buy. And, well, that won't be coming anytime soon. Okay, Lasso, though.
And
that's still through Aegis, though, that they're going to try this. And Monet just tanks through the whole thing. In he goes. Oh, goodness. The blast-off catches onto 3. DM didn't even get off the Stone Gaze. He doesn't have buyback either. Yuragi, BK beat up, trying to fight through Monet, but the Basher and the Abyssal, it's just too much. Monet, no, blinks out. Never actually use the Abyssal Blade. Okay.
I don't think he would have been able to kill him there with the extra armor from the Wukong's command.
Yeah, that's a good point. I believe you're correct. And now, well, mid lane of Barracks, they're gone. Bot lane should be going down any second. Sumail, he did die, but at least he leaves a remnant with his shard, so he's back in this fight immediately. Yuragi, oh my goodness, almost one-shotting the supports, but now Monet's on in. Yuragi didn't get to the other side of the Ancient, though, but they're going to have to settle right now for this kill onto Seb out of mana. Boboka's not even going to give him the honor of using the blast off to kill him as Yuragi surrounded here. Oh, cannot make it back into the fountain. Taiga as well, killed off by Sumail. XSS beyond godlike now at this stage as BZM respawns with 2 scythes. Never getting the chance to use any of them. Buyback now from OG. This is it, Winter. This has to go their way. Monet, we reflect that snake at least.
I mean, what can they do against this anti-mage, man? This anti-mage is way too fat right now.
He's big. Oh, and he's just in immediately onto DM. DM trying to get out of this. Did at least get off the Ogre Seal Totem. Oh, no. Oh, no, Winter. They killed him off so quickly. He just got taken down mid-stone gaze. Absolutely no respect. Yuragi's courier gets killed off. There's a Hex. Okay, but there's still Aegis and XSS. He's in as well. Yuragi channeling the Wukong's command. OG giving it everything they have here. One last team fight. The second Hex as well. Into the Boundless Strike. Not bad on the Monet. They even pull him into the fountain with the lasso. That's just the Aegis. Seb. Oh, he's turned into a machine gun here. But just not enough damage. And Yuragi's still killed off the damn thing as Boboka lays down the mines. Seb as well, just immediately cleaned up. Even Sumail thinking about going fountain diving into the 2 hexes. They care not. They even find the Doom on the BZM, and GG is called. It is going to be Aster finding their first win here in Dream League Season 20 over OG.
Yeah, what a game by Aster, man. They escaped the jaws of the nightmare of a laning phase start of the game. They managed to pull themselves back together with excellent itemization choices. They knew what they needed to do in the game. Play the map, keep pushing out the creep waves, play towards your timing. You have an anti-mage. Sure, he got fucked in the lane, but all they did was they were so patient. They waited, they bide their time, and they pounce when the opportunity arises. Well played.
Yep. Very, very well played. I've got to completely agree with you. I think an overall team effort, right, by Aster.
Yeah.
I think this to me is like textbook, like what you need to look at when games are hard for you, even as pro teams, and how to come back. Just relying on these natural spikes from the supports. I never would have thought, Winter, that a Techies and a Veno would be able to make that much space. Sumail as well, kind of drawing in BZM to go diving aggressively a couple of times, also kind of playing a little bit of an impact there, but just phenomenal performance out from Aster as a whole. Really impressed.
Yeah, the supports kept the game alive until the cores could take over. So they took turns. So everybody did their part in this game, and that's what you want to see in a good team.
And a very strong team together there for Team Aster. One heck of a comeback for them. I mean, the net worth lead really never got too far out of control for them. But, I think you look at like the individual spikes that they were having, and it certainly started looking bad. I think the moment right at 7 minutes, you called it the nightmare game, and I found it rather hard to disagree with you at that stage, You had the carry stealing the Wisdom Room after not solo killing, but killing the enemy offlaner, who's a Doom, OG, they ended up drafting some really funky lanes, and they got out of the lanes with an advantage. But unfortunately, whether they overplayed their hand or Aster just outplayed them, managed to pull it back. Well done. Winter, hate to say it, no one can hear the glorious things that you're saying. We're gonna need you to reconnect real quick to the call, but yeah, just like you're saying, phenomenal recovery here. I think, again, textbook what teams should look to do when things are looking hard. I think OG, a little bit of bad luck for themselves there, getting caught as soon as the Scythe of Ice is purchased, but yeah, that's how it goes, I think, sometimes. OG unable to pull it back in control, and that is going to be then a loss for them in game 1. So Aster again do move on to pick up their first win. Very impressive stuff out from them. Seb ended up with an Orchid and this Hurricane Pike. I mean, certainly got a decent amount to farm in. And I have to say, Taiga still managing to get the Blink 4-staff behind the early space that OG had. They certainly really did a great job to take as much advantage as they could there. But things eventually just a little bit too difficult from there.
Yeah, maybe they need to try to get a more well-balanced draft the next game, you know? Like something what Esther did in the first game. Try not to go too all-in onto the lanes.
A little bit too all-in on lanes. Very... do you think the draft had anything to do with it? I kind of liked that move out from OG, if I'm honest with you.
Yeah, it's more about like what they did with the advantage later, you know? The decisions that they were taking. It was also kind of hard to play into the team fight with the Techies and the Venom early, which kind of allowed Esther back into the game, like winning those couple early team fights.
Yeah, definitely. What was to you like if you had to identify 2 players, Winter, to really comb in on with a fine-tooth comb? Which 2 players would it be? Would it be this mid-lane matchup for you, maybe BZM Sumail? You think?
Yeah, most probably. And like this game actually, Sumail had a really tough start. You know, he got bullied by BZM so much. OG supports control the first 2 runes, so it allowed the Arc Warden to totally destroy the Ember. Ember lost his tower at 7 minutes. Like you can't ask for a better start if you're Arc Warden.
Let's take a look at what that comparison is. The head-to-head by Ace or Predator, as we'll go ahead and see what the comparison is. Indeed. Oh, there it is. Baboka versus Seb. Pardon me, Winter. It took me a while to be able to find it, but we have it here. I don't know. What do you think about this? The Baboka versus Seb comparison, the support, the 4 diff. You know.
One person was playing Enchantress. He owned early game. Like Seb owned the early game, but Baboka kind of won his team the early team fights with the Techies. I mean, that's what you do as Techies. You know, you show up in the first couple of team fights. You do a lot of damage. You win your team like the first 1 and 2 team fights. You put your team in a really good position later. You build team items. He built a mech. You have Greaves. You're just so strong in the team fights. You know, he held the game together with the Doom, both of them, and allowed the anti-mage to just farm his way to victory.
And Monet certainly did farm tons behind it. Baboka even managing to out-damage the Eng, who started off this lobby, of course, with the Ultra Kill overall. So just an incredible start, an incredible recovery out from the side of Aster. And genuinely, I'm excited to see how Game 2 is going to end up playing out, given how wacky this draft for Game 1 is, what direction OG is going to try and take it, and how Aster are going to be looking to respond and continue playing their style of Dota.
Good solid drafts, all-rounded lineup. Calm when your lane is bad. Understand what everybody needs to do. Good Dota.
Yeah. And a strong start to our series here. A 1-for-1 then, as OG at risk of taking their first 0-2 of the series. We'll see over on the Storm stream if we're finally going to get a 2-0 or if it's going to be a 1-1 as we head to a quick break. But when we come back, Game 2 and the last game of the day here on the Storm stream for DreamLeague Season 20. We'll catch you in a bit.
You love it, you wear it. What's your style? Get your merch at shop.eslgaming.com.
Hello, everyone, and welcome back. We're about to start now, Winter, what is our final day, or sorry, I make that our final game of the best of 2 day that we have, day number 1 for Dream League Season 20. Seeking Strike and Winter here on the call with you guys. Thank you so much for joining us here, whatever time of the day it is for you. Winter, we're pushing 3 a.m. now, but you know, you need to get adjusted to Stockholm time anyway. You're flying over in just a couple days there to join the panel, to join the fun. For now, though, are you having fun watching Aster and OG? Hello, Winter.
Oh, join the slot. Game is about the slot. You're not in the slot.
Pardon me, sir.
Don't leave me alone.
Yeah, I would never, Winter. I would never. But what do you think about this series? You seem to enjoy Game 1 quite a bit, actually.
Yeah, it's a very technical game by Esther, you know. I like those very technical games where teams are slowly but surely, you know, turning the screw around, trying to outmaneuver their opponents despite having a very bad start to the game, and just slowly but surely making the comeback. I love those games. I know, you know, most people want kills all the time, 24/7 fighting, but Dota is not just about the kills. Dota is about the mindset. Dota is about the strategy, about how you break your opponent's spirit down. You see this anti-mage and you remember, God, 8 minutes I had Midas, he had nothing, but now he's kicking my ass and he breaks your spirit.
That's right.
That's what Dota is about.
That's what it's not about even winning. It's just about breaking the opponent's spirit, as Winter says. And honestly, after a performance like that, I mean, by the end of the game, right, you had Monet killing a Medusa mid stone gaze, just like absolutely no respect there. BZM as well, absolutely getting demolished there by the aim as soon as he's got those blinks off. The hexes, I mean, like you said, they needed 2 hexes, but they had to use them as well, and Monet giving them no quarter, as Aster with one hell of a comeback. But if I know OG, they're gonna bounce back like a rubber ball, aren't they?
They have to come up with. I'm not sure if they should change their strategy. Like you say, it's more about execution. Last game they had a pretty solid strategy. They had a good start. It's like small little details, you know, going wrong. When the Monkey King, I feel dying before he got his Deso, and then he changed his mind, bought a BKB instead, and then still went back for the Deso at 30 minutes or 28 minutes.
Yep. Ended up being a bit of a rough itemization there for Yagi, especially taking that one death, you know, just...
Like, things in Dota just changed so quickly.
Yeah.
Imagine if he didn't die there. He got his Deso at a really good timing. It was snowballing the game. Like, when you get your Deso, the anti-mage is not gonna have fun. He sees the Monkey King coming to his lane, clicks on the Monkey King has Deso. Alright, this is the Monkey King's lane now, bye bye. You can have the lane, see you later.
Yeah.
But that did not happen.
It's games like these that it's like, you know,
One
that
kill,
make
just that one
the
kill,
comeback
you know?
dream possible. You know, that's why you don't give up in your C pubs. Am I right, Winter? You'd never give up. As,
Why are you asking me that? You can always present your own games. Do you actually fight to the last man?
Yeah, of course. You have to. You have to, Winter. Absolutely. As Aster did, and again, you know, to make my points, ended up winning that game. OG now on the back foot, but of course, still a best of 2 series, hoping to find their second tie of the day, which would leave us, Winter, with 2 ties, and I believe ties on all of the Stormstream games, which is quite the outcome here, isn't it?
I have a feeling we are not going to see a tie here. I see techies once again.
Just off the techies, really?
I mean, this hero is just... I think it's the best hero. Like, most people would think it's the best hero right now in the patch.
Really? He's not... he is a universal hero, though. You're right. He has to be.
It's not just that he's a universal hero. He gives you a lot in the game, in the team. He's very strong in the lane. I don't think there's any other support that's stronger in the lane if you compare them to techies. He does a lot in a team fight. It's very rare that you have a hero that's really strong in the lane and he's very strong in the team fights as well. So that makes it impossible to fight him because he's beating the shit out of you in the lane, and then when the team fight happens, he is also doing a shit ton of damage to you in the team fights, and he's buying team fight items. And what can you do? Split the map? When are you gonna split the map until?
Yeah, I mean, man's just got like no weak point, right?
Catch. Okay, he doesn't have catch. That's the only thing he doesn't have.
I mean, doesn't he? He's got a slow and he's got a pretty long range stun.
Like stun, okay, fine. Like stun. His stun is not as reliable when you're catching slippery heroes like Ember Spirit, Void Spirit.
Sure, okay. I'll give you that one, Winter. I'll give you that one. Speaking of catch and potentially slippery heroes, the Bat Rider once again making an appearance. So OG back to shenanigans, shall we say, in the draft.
Yes. That's what OG does best. Nobody knows what they are doing.
Boot camping at quite popular land destination. There's a couple teams at least boot camping here. I recognize it from previous tournaments, so they are located within Europe. So of course, playing on good land, really showing how much they can muster and how big a comebacks they can pull out. I mean, again, cannot count a team of this caliber out. Excited to see what they can pull off as the tournament goes on. As there's a hero that ended up getting banned second phase. Astro, Mr. Winter, Chunlet Bin, with 2 universal heroes for 4 and 8. How can they lose? How can they lose?
So all they need is Magnus next pick. And you need another universal support hero like Klings. So Magnus, Klings. Is that a universal carry? I guess Magnus is the universal carry. You put the Magnus as carry, then you pick another. I don't think there's any other offlaner that's universal anymore. So you have 4. How can you possibly lose?
How can they lose? It's the next phase of bans come out. I'm starting to see this a lot more and more. This Morphling ban to protect against protect the
heroes.
core. Yes, especially the Void Spirit, right? Tends to be pretty having a rough time against that 40% stat steal, right? A lot of your damage just goes right down the drain, and you end up having a rather rough time fighting around that.
Yeah, but this 2 hero opening by OG is very anti-carry. Like, a lot of the carries really have a hard time playing against Lasso and the Demonic Purge. So you kind of want heroes that can dispel, but they're gonna ban out. I assume they're gonna ban out like Slug. Not sure if you need to ban PL, but Slug's definitely something you want to ban away. And the other 2 heroes that can dispel against the Bat Rider will be like Lifestealer and Juggernaut, which both are quite, in my opinion, shitty heroes in the patch.
Yeah. And we're not really seeing too many oracles, too many. I think it's the only one with a hard dispel off the top of my head. Abba, I guess, could be an option, but
as carry or support?
I mean, we've seen an Abba carry before. Let's see. A couple of the teams have been kind of dabbling into it.
Not against SD. I hate playing Abba carry against SD.
No. Good point. Yeah, good point. Yeah, because of course the illusions basically get a silence off in you right away, because of course they do hit
and
with
GG.
that Curse of Avernus.
You are
Definitely.
basically your worst enemy.
Aren't we all, Winter?
Aren't we all? So they banned out the Silencer. It's a hero that has been kind of popular. It's very good against the Shadow Demon, especially all the safe supports. You don't really want to play against Silencer because it really makes it very hard for you to do your job in the game. They initiate on your teammate, they pop global, and if you don't have Greaves, you don't have Lotus, then you can't do anything.
Lots of puck bans, lots of puck picks outside of the SEA region. Like global silence is well removed.
Time for Pangolier. Oh, just kidding. That's Void Spirit.
Yeah. Not as bad as the Storm matchup. I mean, a Pango for OG, right? I assume?
Oh, it's actually more to Esther, because when I'm looking at the bans, when you ban Puck and Ember, usually it means that you're trying to pick Pango.
Yeah, there's still a Storm in the pool. Or sorry, yeah, there's still a Storm in the pool for OG. There's still Bloodseeker, right?
Yeah,
who could be a little scary.
Bloodseeker is still available. I'm a big fan of Bloodseeker. I think the hero should be first pick or at least 8th pick, you know? Like that hero is so powerful.
I agree. I think the hero might still perhaps be on OG's horizon here. Not here. Which pick is this? This was not. What 15 is this? Yeah. I don't think you can 15 pick them. But we'll see what they want to end up going for. Potentially another support. Although if it's the same as last game, we've already seen both supports from OG.
Yeah, they should pick a core here because the Batrider, they want to keep the Batrider open. So you should pick a core. You already see the Void Spirit. So in my opinion, you should pick a hero that can lane. If you don't have plans to put the Batrider against the Void, you should pick another hero that can lane against the Void.
Okay. I think that's what they're going to do now. As OG look for pick up rather the Templar.
Yeah, the Templar is also another hero. Remember I told you about like teams prioritizing PL and Monkey King against Techies because you can dodge the blast off in the lane. TA is kind of same thing too because you can use the refraction to dodge it. At least not dodge, but you don't take damage from the blast off. So it allows you to be able to deal with him in the lane. And you can also use it to block the sticky bomb damage. Okay, that is one of TA's nightmare.
Worst nightmares right there. TA and basically any melee carry back.
Oracle! I need Oracle. The TA is yelling, guys, I need Oracle in this game, guys.
Okay, so if you go with the Oracle, then the TA maybe can go carry, so you can lane with the Oracle to make sure the Veno is not that impactful. You can still run this Batrider into the Void. So you can go mid or off, because I think Aster can still flex the Void Spirit carry.
I have a feeling.
So Aster, I guess if they want to keep that potential, they pick an offlaner here. But it's blind. You don't know what the carry is. I mean, I guess you might not.
I actually feel they should pick the carry that can just lane against Batrider, like a potential hero that can do it, and pick your offlane last. That's what I would do.
Okay, well they're gonna pick a flex.
Okay, that's a flex, so that's even better.
Yeah, that's Universal Hero number 4, by the way, for Aster now. For those keeping score at home.
I freaking told you, man. I said what Techies, Void, was it Klings? Yeah, I said Klings. Oh, Klings is not. Is Klings Universal? No, right?
I believe he's an Agi hero.
Yeah.
Let me just double check. Yeah, he's Agi. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, that's a good one, right? Carry or offlane. There's still even a world where if Aster desperately need to, they can still run this Void Spirit carry, mag, mid, or off, and it's just very realistic.
What is another offlaner that is universal that they can pick? No, right? There's no hero, right?
Another universal
can
offlane
they pick? Can they actually pick 5 universal heroes?
This is for Aster, right?
Yeah, for Aster. Therefore,
let me see. What do they lack in? I think they could
Pango?
use... Pango could work.
Pango seems reasonable.
Visage is just so bad, unpickable. Same with Brood.
Venge.
Venge. Oh, the Phoenix comes out.
Can break the lasso.
Okay, you need something. I mean, Marcy. Go Marcy now.
Marcy? Offlane
yeah.
Marcy.
Or carry, maybe. Run the mag off. I mean, now you're looking for a Dispel, though, I think. I'm just thinking of an egg hitter, right?
I mean, I see Shadow Demon. I don't want to play Marcy. That's me.
Fair enough. Okay, but now OG had picked this Phoenix, and presumably that's going to be a support for Taiga.
Yeah, they don't have very good heroes to kill the egg.
Right, it's a good pick. Could it even be an offlane? Do you think it's that good? Could DM take this 3?
Yeah, he plays the hero. Pretty sure I've seen him play this hero. So right now, Aster has to try to pick a hero that can definitely deal with the egg.
Where they ban the Bloodseeker, they might go for Pango.
I mean, if they pick Pango, it's a 5-man universal lineup. But who is going to kill the egg? The Techies?
Yeah, that's the biggest problem.
I mean, it'll be funny in the team fights the Techies and the Venom. It's our job to hit the egg. The cause can't hit the egg because they are triple melee against Phoenix. Oh my god.
I don't know where this is going right now either for OG. They have kind of thrown me for a loop here given how frequently they flex the Batrider.
The Ventral.
Yeah, honestly.
Lifestealer, is that the last hero that can hit the egg? You just run in and hit the egg. Rage, hit the egg.
Yeah, I mean, Mirana's universal, right?
Oh yeah.
There it is. You leap in, hit egg.
But can you win the game with Mirana?
I don't know. I mean, that's certainly questionable. I've seen a couple of games of it off lane in general, but it certainly doesn't pack quite a punch as a mag does. I mean, obviously, we've gone off the deep end now, Winter. But it is up for Aster here to see what they're going to go for. And again, still somewhat potentially picking blind.
Life Stealer. I like Life Stealer.
Really? You've talked to me about how little this hero does in comparison to others.
Everything is banned. There's no Slug. There's no Troll. I mean, I don't even know if Troll is good. I mean, I know Bloodseeker is good. It's banned. Medusa's banned. Morphing's banned. There's still Terrorblade. But you don't have a Dispel against Bear either. Are you sure you want to play Terrorblade? So I'm not sure too.
Yep. You're afraid of going maybe Illusion Heroes because Shadow Demon can just steal them from you?
I mean, maybe you can go I don't know about Naga, but that's the other big hero that's still available.
I'm not sure either here, Winter. 10 seconds for Aster as it's coming down to the line for them. It will be the Snapfire.
5 Universal Heroes.
No, is it? Snap's Universal?
Yes.
How could I forget?
Snap's Universal. I'm pretty sure she's Universal.
Yeah, you're right. You're damn right.
Oh my god, how can you lose? How can you lose?
How can you lose? All the pros to
Egg hitter.
They're always belly aching about how strong Universal Heroes are. Well, here we go, Aster. Show us how strong it can be now. 3 range, 2 cores. We'll see where this Snapfire actually ends up as OG will go for that last pick. Abba, okay, there it is.
How many universal heroes are there in this game?
Phoenix,
6?
Bat, 7, 8. Everyone but Shadow Demon and TA.
That's gotta tell you something about the meta right now. Universal hero equals win game.
Equals win game? I mean, I suppose it does. So it is going to be the carry Abba for Yuragi. DM offlane on the Bat Rider and BZM taking the TA mid. Seb over on the Shadow Demon as Phoenix is for Taiga. He's generally the Phoenix player on the team. Doesn't really miss too much on those Fire Spirits. It's a carry Void Spirit, Winter. So DM is still going to be able to chase him down. Is that something you think Aster are going to be happy with, running this Snapfire mid then for Sumail and the offlane mag? Like, who's happiest with these lane outcomes?
So it's Snapfire against TA. I'm not very sure about this matchup, but I feel like Snapfire should be fine in this lane, and you just need levels, you control rune, you gank your side lanes, you help the Void and the Magnus. I only like Void Spirit carry if you have Magnus in the team. Other than that, I feel like I'm not a really big fan of Void Spirit carry. I think this hero needs quick levels. You want to play him mid, get runes, gang side lanes, you know. I don't really like how he feels when he's playing on a safe lane. You have to share XP with a support.
Well, Winter, I mean, good news is that you do have that specific universal hero. You have the Magnus to give that empower that you're looking for. Does that change your mind about things at all, or you still?
I think for me, he's only good as a carry if you have Magnus in the game. That's just my opinion. Obviously, other players don't really care. Like some of the carry players just like playing Void Spirit on his own as a carry without Magnus. But not me. I think the hero needs Magnus if you want him to shine as a carry.
I'm just doing a little bit of quick maths here, Winter. Don't mind me. If you had to guess, every single time Aster level up on one of their heroes, how much damage do you think they get? How much damage is this team accumulating every
100?
single level? 100 damage? You think they're getting 100 damage every time the team levels
every
up?
hero is getting 7 or 8, so 40?
40. Okay. Well, every hero, it says like Mag gets 4.7. I'm doing the maths here, so buy me a little bit of time, would you?
Why are you doing the math now?
What do you mean now? What do you think, I have all this memorized? You were the one who couldn't look at the two numbers earlier and say that one was bigger than the other. So I don't want to hear it from you, all right?
I'm so sorry, man. I'm so
I do want to
sorry.
hear from this time, no big old fight for first blood. Taiga is going to be forced to take that
was
first
close.
dive. But Monet also takes Aether Remnant level 1 here on the Void Spirit carry.
That's not too bad for carry. Can use it to secure the range creep.
That's true. It looks like they're maybe gonna try and
First blood?
aggressive here as well for first blood. I'm not too sure how successful it'll be considering OG have that cliff ward down.
How many
Instead-
blood grenades are going to be used? Tell me right now.
4.
4.
4.
There's only 3 in this lane. So how is it?
Yeah, I think someone's gonna buy another one for sure. They're too good, man. These little items, you know. The moving slow.
Oh,
the
double
damage over
kill.
time. Yeah, I mean that will feel really good as well against DM early on. Remnant does catch Seb, securing Monet the ruin. Nice moves out from him. I'm most curious though about this mid lane, right? The Snapfire into
Dire's
Templar
turret
Assassin.
has been killed.
I just think Sumail's gonna have an easy time securing last hits, but does have to eventually be careful of this side blade spill damage that'll start ramping up. Just because I just don't really think you get through refraction too easily. You're just your damage output is big, but in chunks here for Sumail. Of course, when kisses come up, that's a whole different story. But
I mean, I feel like you don't really care about that. Your job as the Snap this game is just to get levels, control the ruin, and rotate, help your lanes, help the other cores get kills. I feel like winning the lane is not his concern. You're just trying to 50-50 the lane.
I do want to see some rotations though, like you're talking about. That's always whenever C Smile over ends up playing the Snapfire mid. He TPs, man. He just TPs to other lanes and
He
starts
just
ulting
gets
from
boost of
far.
travel and he flies around.
Yeah. And I think that's the best way. You know, you're gonna get that solo experience. You got to take good advantage of it here. Taiga, of course, the mines are real annoying because they apply the slow as well. They have 2 slows, so even if you dispel the first one, the second one also still slows you, which makes trading against this and the aphotic shield of Yuragi not actually the most effective thing.
Tell me why does it does so much?
I don't know why it needs to be 2 slows. I feel like you dispel one, you can dispel both, but apparently not. As you can see, like, yeah.
Yep. Yeah.
It's wild, isn't it?
That's bullshit, man. I call that bullshit. And the guy has what, 700 attack range or something? 60. Yes.
Yeah, actually, good call. Good call. 700 on the dot. One of the higher ones by default.
Highest ones.
He might be up there. Because I know Lina.
If you count the base stats, you know.
Yeah, it's like
not
Lina,
anything
AA.
extra.
Who else has got a really high? Oracle has a pretty high attack range, above average. A good piece of trivia there, Winter, for the fans, of course.
So I mean, the early game is gonna be more about like just like lane control. Like looking at the heroes, probably gonna be quite a quiet side lane early laning phase. Like the Abaddon and the Phoenix, they both can escape. They both can use the shield to get out of sticky situations. It's pretty hard for them to get kills in this lane and bot lane as well. Shadow Demon and the Bat against a Void Spirit, which can just tank and trade with the Resonant Pulse.
And get basically every single CS as well, because he's got ridiculous damage. I mean, DM starting to fall a little bit behind in this lane, but I think it's kind of to be expected. With the Ring of Health up, I think DM's going to have a bit of an easier time. You know, ranged hero, so he doesn't have that damage block. And anytime he is forced to trade, it's going to be basically at a loss.
I mean, this is why Barrier is preferred as a support now, because he's
Top,
weaker
blast
in the lane.
off. Oh, they have the kill. Nice job there, but Boca collects the kill onto Taiga. Ended up getting them back and finding the kill. Baboka chasing after. Nice little disarm. The slow onto Yuragi. Baboka makes it uphill. That's secondary slow. Not good enough, but Yuragi had to go pretty far for the kill.
Yeah, and the Magnus is just last hitting. You know, XXS is happy. Denying creeps, last hitting creeps. Getting the wave back to his tower. And meanwhile, Sumail, they TP to refill his bottle? Oh no, he just walked over.
I mean, it's kind of a ridiculous difference in this lane as well. I mean, I know the Abba's got a Photic Shield to play with, right? That dispel's pretty big.
Oh, BZM in trouble?
No, that he is, and he's just dead.
And the Boboka and Sumail connection. Who needs to know how to speak Mandarin?
Yeah, especially when Baboka just comes flying in from off screen. It's pretty clear who the target's going to be each and every time. Big kill in that mid lane. Oh no way! XSS skewers Yuragi up to that cliff. I didn't even know you could do that. What a sneaky little move on that little tiny cliff.
Yeah, I didn't know you can actually go there. So you can blink over to that hill.
I guess so. I mean, you got to break the tree though, right? There's a tree on that hill normally.
Yeah, that's true.
But Skewer breaks trees.
I mean, is that
That's
a good?
hilarious.
I mean, is that a good ward spot?
No, it's not a good ward spot. If you want to ward, you ward on the high ground and then you cut that tree, and then you get like vision of this entire area here. Yeah.
Warding 101, seek and strike.
I got you wards, man, and you can do the same ward as well on Dire side. Sometimes it's good if you're like losing the lane and you expect them to try and steal your wisdom. It's good to put the rune there because you'll scout on that little bridge, and then you can usually get your mid to rotate over and punish, and then kind of stabilize things a bit.
No excuse. No excuse not to come. And Uragi getting skewered, but he's a Abaddon, so he has shield. He's fine.
He is an Abaddon. Has the wand still. As he is actually going for this Radiance, huh?
Yeah. Get the
Pretty
Lotus
standard.
first. Pick up the Lotus.
Baboka gives chase, doesn't connect. Getting up like a spooked cat, but...
I mean, what else do you go for if you don't like the Radiance? I don't think he can go for anything else if he doesn't buy Radiance.
Yeah, I used to see, back in the day, you'd see the Manta Shard, but Seb dies in the mid lane. They're going to really try and give the kill to Sumail with the DD rune active, but Plague Wards are going to still find him.
Oh, he's getting the Raw of Athos. He's not getting Travels first.
Interesting.
Yeah, Raw of Athos is very good on Universal Heroes because you get a lot of damage from it.
It's great stat. It's a super efficient item, like bang for your buck.
Is it more efficient cost-wise compared to Manta in terms of damage?
I believe it is. I remember Slash Strike made a really good Reddit post about this, and I was shocked about how much damage that Rod of Athos gave, but I can't quite remember if it was more efficient. Rune time here for the Wisdoms, and it is going to be Aster trying to contest. Taiga jumping on over, cannot get the kill. Now he no longer has his escape. No way out for him.
Emperor
Sumail even
Sumail.
TP's on over.
My
Here
kill.
he is, going for the kill. Okay, you can go really far off the map now as a Phoenix. He'll come back, of course. Question is, can they find him?
Oh.
No way. I mean, actually, he doesn't have TP, Winter.
It's better not to kill him, actually.
Is he cliffed? I don't know if he's stuck here.
Maybe he should just go into the base and die to the tower.
Oh, no, he can get out. All right. And he captures the Watcher. What is Courier doing all the way out here? What a trek.
Giving him a TP.
No.
Yes.
It did? Yeah, it just walked him. All right, didn't end up mattering, honestly. Aster, though, bringing bodies. They're going to try and get a kill top lane. RP committed onto Uragi. He's just shy of level 6 here, Winter. It's a level 3 Aphotic Shield as Monet jumps on through. And we'll be able to get the kill here. Taiga just not able to get over fast enough. And honestly, I don't... Yeah, he's going to be scouted now from behind, but the rest of
They're
Aster
like, what the hell? The Phoenix is still here?
They're all probably a bit surprised. Nice dive away. Roshan aggro. Taiga once again. His planet needs him. He's going off, and away he goes. But this should be top tower going down. And you know, one thing that is real good about this all universal lineup is they do tons of right-click damage, even more so within power. This tower is getting shredded.
Mean Pugna is the counter to the universal heroes?
I don't think
Decrap.
so. DM in the meantime, he's gotten a nice big stack. He will clear that out in the triangle. That's his full Vanguard. And even now, his next couple item coming along. I think he's going for drums with that Windlace. We'll see what he queues up with that. Success as well, having much success in this top lane. Vanguard looks like he's going to go into this Echo Saber into Blink. I've seen a lot of offlane mags, excuse me, Winter, prefer this kind of a build-up over like the mid-rush for a Harpoon. So it seems like this Blink Dagger is highly valued. Then again, Abba is so good against these classic like big AoE ulti heroes, because unless you silence him, he can just always activate the ultimate and then immediately save someone else. The classic example is like, if you ever blink Ravage, you know, an Abba, he just ultis himself and saves someone else from the stun. So they really have to get this to work quite effectively to stop the Abba from just saving himself and saving anyone else.
You need 2 items, Silver Edge and Orchid.
Yep.
It's gonna take a while to farm.
Just Silver Edge, or just Orchid might be enough, honestly.
Yeah, but
I think
he normally gets Manta nowadays if he's going
that's
Radiant.
a good point. Yeah.
So it's not even that reliable.
Ends up being pretty annoying here. Sumail has 2 runes active now. He's got Shield Rune and a Bottle to Arcane. I don't think he's going to be able to do too much with this, but is going to go back now for the BOTs, Winter. He's happy with the 2 crowns. The Emperor, of course, gets 2.
Yeah, crown gives you what, 7 damage? 8? Like it's a huge chunk of damage on Universal Heroes. I remember when I'm playing my lane, I'm laning against like, I think it was Klings. He buys a crown, he comes like, what the hell? Like, he's hitting me, I'm like, why is it so painful?
Yeah, especially throws the tar bomb. Taiga might be in for a bit of pain. If they choose to chase after him, Shockwave connects into the skewer. RP even committed to stop him from Sunraying away. That's going to be a kill there onto the Phoenix. Did not get the chance. I suppose they didn't want him to Supernova. Fair enough. But it's Yuragi who's just clearing waves after wave in the mid lane. Making a lot of space now for BZM to build as, you know, the classic carry, the right clicker. And DM's coming along very nicely for his items. He's nearly at his Octarine core already. I'd say like the only one who feels like they've yet to be truly activated is probably still Monet. Oh, Sumail letting the kisses go, but I'm not actually sure what he kissed there. I think he just cleared the camp, honestly.
He has Arcane Rune and there's nothing to do. He just wants to use the ulti.
Sure. Shorter cooldown anyway, why not?
Yeah, going back to your point about like the Bat getting an Octarine core. I feel like the Bat Riders role this game, I think he needs to buy like team items. Like Crimson's good this game. Pipe's good this game. Because nobody else is gonna be able to afford it, I feel. Especially the supports, because the other 2 cores are definitely not gonna buy all these team items.
Baboka. It's a bit of a slow game here, but for him, even still a slow death with the reactive taser. BZM forced to watch for a while, but eventually OG able to clear through the techies. Everyone's just kind of getting farm where they can, Winter.
Yeah, and back to what I was saying, like that's when I look at like OG's lineup, I think you want to get into a point where you can group up as a ball with your Radiance on Abba, and you have a Phoenix egg behind you, and he's being gone on again. And now there's the egg.
There's the egg, and TPs as well.
Oh,
there's
haste.
the kill onto Siamese Cat as XXS has no skewer here for 5 more seconds. They're giving chase here really hard as well. Taiga reaching here, connecting just barely on that flame break as, once again, does not miss on any of those fire spirits. BZM collecting the kill. But a nice reaction there from Taiga as he's able to turn that around.
Yeah, and style points for BZM as well. He's using the traps. He's hitting his own traps to get the side blade spill.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Oh, what a gamer.
God gamer, you know?
God gamer. It is Aster, though, who still find it objective. They will lose a core and a support in that top lane skirmish. They still pick up the tower in favor of themselves. And
yeah,
Sumail now
huge.
is going to go back for that Rod of Atos. Were you finished on your point, by the way, of DM's Octarine?
Yeah, I was saying that they should try to look towards getting into a timing where the Abaddon and the Phoenix are grouping up together. So I would prefer the Barrier to go for team items, you know, the Pipe, the Crimson Guard, the Greaves.
The auras.
Yeah, the
boring
aura
ones. Well,
yeah,
we'll
the
see.
boring ones.
We'll see what happens here. Is they're going to try and get through Monet. Nice cookie. Does buy a little bit more time. And now Sumail turning with the kisses. Oh, good disruption to interrupt the kisses from connecting and finding that kill as Yuragi will be able to put down Baboka. There's no Supernova here, but they might not need it as Monet just barely escaping. He's got cooldowns here. Sunlight in 3. Another Flame Break will connect, and that should be enough damage unless he hides out in the Dissemblate. Monet running for his life. The Resident Pulse Shield, not enough. And he's taken down eventually by DM.
Yeah, that's how strong OG are. The Abba, he had 3.2k in the bank, and he's still coming to the fight, running in first. And that shows you how confident they are with their lineup, you know. They know that their lineup is really strong, the Abba and the egg behind. It's really difficult for Aster to fight at this stage.
What's the item that turns around? Perhaps Blink Dagger for XXS? I mean, I've already highlighted concerns with that into an Abba, but...
Blink, maybe
this Manta style on Monet?
Solar Crest, Greaves on the supports. I think the supports need to get some team items so that when it comes to the 5-on-5 clashes, they have a lot more durability and sustain.
Sumail, Cookie. Ooh, out in time is DM, though. Able to find and reach
for the
there.
Void Spirit, the Manta is going to be important, so you can remove the other annoying stuff on you, the flame break, the sticky napalm,
The
fire
annoying
spirits.
stuff.
Yeah,
Yeah, Fire Spirits is a big one. Plus just more damage, right? More stats equals more damage. He's quickly building up towards that. OG, though, starting to hit a couple of their timings as well. There's BZM now with that Desolator completed.
DM is going to find a Techies.
That he is. Pulled back, last one on the
Flame
low
break.
ground. Boca giving
Nice.
chase. Nice interrupt there, waiting for the blast off to start. DM rewarded with that for a kill. As Sumail nearly dying there off the Desolator. Might still be in for a rough time here. As yeah, BZM will cleave right through him. You may be universal, but where's your armor? Monet, though, fighting into BZM. There is still, of course, those refraction charges online, so kind of a difficult fight for the carry Void Spirit to take at this stage. And unwilling to give 2 more Deso charges to the TA, will back off.
They have to try to stabilize the game, keep calm, farm their items.
No ways, Taiga.
Now they have a blink on Magnus.
Yeah, Taiga did do a good job of just being annoying there in general. Blink on Mag, scouted immediately by Taiga, so shouldn't come as a surprise to the side of OG. DM, nice hit there on the flame break.
Yeah, they have to try to utilize the Mortimer's case with the RP and get something going on for that team, you know. 1 kill is fine, 2, get a pick off, keep farming, keep scaling. This needs to pay off for them right now with the blink on the Magnus.
Blink on the Magnus, pardon me, but here they go down bottom now, smoking as 3. Problem is, Winter, there's Yuragi down here, and there's Seb.
That's probably not the hero you want.
Maybe if you catch them both, you can force the ultimate early as the sticky bomb chasing and finding nothing ultimately.
Radiant are scanning.
Yep, and once again, the Phoenix is gonna show. Taiga sees hero's bot, they smoke bot, so immediately goes up, pushes out top. That's how you should play the dead lane as Phoenix. I think the other player that reminds me of being really good at doing this is Quest, Kaori. He's also a Phoenix spammer.
Right,
and
Kaori,
he does this really well.
Master, still finding farm on their cores thanks to the buff, but it does feel like the Snapfire mid does feel a little bit lackluster when you aren't able to kind of pop off in these fights and just use your experience advantage to really punish with your spells.
It's just hard, because OG, their lineup, they're strong right now with the Abba plus Phoenix, you can't really fight into it until you have Blink on the Magnus, which is just like 1 minute ago. So they are not really able to utilize the Mortimer's Kiss into a full effect. But right now, they do have the dagger on, so I feel like they should definitely try to smoke up, maybe get a kill. Even on the bat is fine. Just kill somebody with the combo, buy time, keep farming. Like every pickoff they get at this stage is going to give them like at least 2 minutes of farming time, which is going to be so beneficial, especially when they have Empower.
Yeah, that's what I'm thinking, right? Just even removing a bit of space on the map that OG are not farming as efficiently may end up being good for you down the line here. I mean, BZM really starting to hasten the pace now as well, isn't he? Into the BKB next for him, but he's starting to really pack a punch.
It's going to be really painful. And the Void Spirit actually has chosen Ghost MSK as a neutral item. That's a pretty interesting one. It's good against the TA.
It is good against the TA. And who knows, maybe it makes a bit of a difference against an Abba, he misses his first Curse of Avernus attack.
Yeah, that could be useful.
I mean, very, very niche, but that's, I feel like, what neutrals do in any
Time
case.
to
They're
fight.
Try and get through RP. They're pushing him away from Yuragi, but no, he still actually gets off the Supernova. Not going to matter, though, as they kill the Sun nearly immediately. Yuragi now out of mana, but still having plenty of HP to fight with. Sumail with the kisses now, raining back down onto Seb. Needs one more and connects all of them there for the kill. The root onto Yuragi, who's still holding on to his borrowed time. OG still not quite done with this fight yet, though. BZM can blink through thanks to, of course, the refraction damaging, or stopping the Plague Ward from damaging and canceling the blink. Yuragi also able to continue without being forced to use the borrowed time. Aster might be in danger of overextending here, but are quite eager to chase. Monet pushed back. That's Dissemblate forced out for him as Sumail back over to the river, kicks things back off now onto DM, but
nice
the
RP.
Onto 2, into the cookie stun as well. Yuragi healed to full HP, but the stuns, the lockdown's too darn good. That's DM dead. Can they get through BZM next? It looks all but certain as Monet rejoins the fight at the tail end for a quick and sexy double kill. What a fight from Aster.
Yeah, ladies and gentlemen, that's what Techies does to you. You think you're gonna win a fight, but no, he comes in, destroys all your hope and all your team until you have nothing.
They didn't have anything left. I mean, so quickly dismantling that supernova there. Tiger just not a chance there to Snapfire.
Sumail was the MVP in the early portion of the fight. He killed the egg and he killed the SD with the kiss.
Yeah, just absolutely perfect here. And again, I think this is where OG, you know, it's their strength, but also can be, as many things are, a double-edged sword for them where they're so aggressive and they just have such a great pulse on a lot of these fights in order to get that +1 kill, that extra kill, and really, you know, squeeze every single bit of efficiency out of the early game. But just overextending there and ended up getting punished with how close they ended up getting to that 2-man tower. I think he's fine. Oh, maybe not, actually. He's still got Sunray to go off the map.
Sumail is here. You do not run twice from the king.
No, you do not. And you certainly do not use Supernova here, right? I mean, that is Kisses committed, but Taiga, yeah, okay. He's going to have to just go down.
Rod of Atos and Manta on a step fight.
What are, man, Universal Heroes. What a meta we are in.
Alright, one more fight. They're gonna smoke towards the Twin Gate.
This could be Roche if they get this fight as well, honestly.
I mean, Phoenix is dead. Are they gonna go in without the Phoenix?
Looks like OG not too willing to completely acquiesce control over this bottom side of the map. Aster looking for the fight now. They are going to be able to at least connect onto Seb. Oh, and he just used the disruption as well, so he didn't have it available. XXS, though, dying in the river. No,
nice cookie.
The RP off. Oh, the cookie almost saving his life. RP committed, but Yuragi back to full HP. Now the fight resetting here, Winter. They're eager to still fight, and DM does not have lasso. They have plenty of damage. Monet's on in. They have a supernova, but no borrowed time here, so those kisses might be lethal to Yuragi if they can just connect onto more of them. But Sumail, just not enough damage on those things. And now
DM
it's going to be PQ going down as well. DM looking for more. No lasso on him. Might not need it as Sumail is going to at least be covered by the Aether Remnant. OG winning that fight. Could it be a Roche for them already? I mean, you got Desto and Double Meld, of course. I think they're going to go for it.
Yeah, this is their time. There's no kiss, there's no RP, nothing much Raiden can do.
Okay, he's going to pick up a haste, but Roche is being taken in the meantime.
Do you give it to the... Yeah, I guess you give it to the TA.
Yeah.
Abba doesn't need it.
I agree. I think Abba, your Curse of Avernus, sorry, your borrowed time, I mean, is your Aegis. If you don't have that, then what's the point? I think it's much better suited on Beezing, especially with how aggressive I think he wants to be in this kind of a game. And with the backing of an Aegis, you know, the 5-second countdown can really be a good opportunity to turn a fight. Like, you lay down a Supernova, you cover him with an Abba, right? Like, it's a great turning point on these fights, but you do have to be a little bit careful here. Monet, oh, that's a Ag Shard now online for the Templar Assassin. You can see those TA traps now applying a silence. Yeah. Plenty of silences, but the Manta style completed for Monet. And Sumail, not to be outdone, also has his completed too. So that's 2 of them, huh?
They need to wait for the Lincolns. I think they need Lincolns on the Void Spirit so he can go in and not be afraid of either the Lasso or the Purge.
Right. Yeah, good point.
If he goes late game, I think Aster's lineup is actually no slouch, even though they're playing into Abba and Phoenix. Like the RP, like when you're defending high ground, RP Sewer in, and you have Void Spirit. Yeah,
I mean, Techie's Mines even.
And then late game Snapfire with the talent.
I mean, Winter, we've seen a Techie Zags, you know, change the outcome of a game before, haven't we?
Are you talking about the Monkey King jumping?
Yes, of course I'm talking about the Monkey King. Absolutely, I'm talking about the Monkey King. What is Baboka? What are you doing being all sneaky over here? Is he just sapping experience? I suppose it's not a terrible move from him. They might be able to collapse here onto Taiga. He's been doing a pretty good job of playing the dead lane, but might end up getting caught here. Doesn't look like anyone was watching that Lotus pool, though.
Yeah, I like that he's queuing up a Hex. Like, I feel like that's probably one of the best items Phoenix can buy, apart from Refresher late game. Like, Phoenix itself is like a super team fight hero, right? So when the opponents can't out team fight you, what are they gonna do? They're gonna split push, right? So you get a Hex when you're in control of the game as Phoenix. So that's gonna allow you to pick them off and eventually force them to fight into you.
I like it. I like it. That's Ag Shard now for Baboka. And the reason I bring it up, Winter, is because it's a pretty good one against these range cores, isn't it? It does give it a lot more survivability, especially against the TA. It's the same kind of thinking why perhaps Monet took the Gossamer cape. Careful, though. Taiga might be in for a rough time. Nice job using the Manta style to set up for your own cookie. That's a stylish kill there for Sumail. I liked that.
Only fit for a king.
Absolutely. Style fit for a king. He's
oh, he also has
close.
the cape.
Yeah, he does. The Gossamer cape. That's 2, I believe, for his side.
Oh, he's actually so quick with the Yasha and the cape and the travel. So not used to a Snapfire running around so quickly.
Yeah, man. Mortimer, you know, he can be a little speedy boy as well when he's properly motivated.
Yeah, I think now you just try to drag the game and get your late game items, your talent. Level 20, you get your little shredder, uses your attack.
Yep.
And 25, you get the multi-shot.
Then you get a Daedalus online.
Oh, that's a dream, man.
And then you get Refresher for a 12-second cooldown ability to completely mop in team fights. I mean, it's ridiculous, but highly effective.
It only needs time, you know? And I have a feeling we're going to get a lot of time in this game.
Let him cook. Sumail, Emperor Sumail, he's cooking a 100-year pepper stew, you know? And if that thing stews, oh boy, it'll be
How
too good.
How dare you? You let the Emperor cook his own food?
Let him cook, Winter. Let him cook. Seb, credit
Get
back
him a cook.
then.
Not let him cook. Get him a cook.
Somewhat redraft, get an alchemist, and gift him an Ag Scepter stat.
Stat.
This man. He needs his items. That's that's Manta style number 3, I believe, this game, Winter. I don't think we're going to be seeing anymore. I'd be surprised. No, just kidding. We're going to see one more. XXS is also building a Manta style. So we're going to have 3 Manta styles. It's almost to the point where like OG are going to have troubles against these illusions. Careful, though. OG. Ooh, smoke does break there. The TP out in time as it seems like Aster are going to be able to get out of the way of this one.
Is Manta then the best item right now?
I mean, it is if you ask Aster. It is if you're a universal hero, apparently. Wow, this Snapfire is incredibly fast. You're right. Little Mortimer really chugging on his legs. I wonder if you just move fast enough. Do you just go into the haste animation? Where you just start running on your 2 hind legs? That'd be terrifying. Truly a battle steed suited for a king.
Yeah, I can't wait for him to gobble up his subjects and throw them into battle. Throw the Venom in.
Oh, whoa, they're just going to go straight in for DM. Okay, Sunray healing is not nearly enough. Oh, goodness, and Yuragi, he's in deep as well here. XSS, though, the damage is immense. Taiga able to at least get off the Supernova, but the King immediately scrambling that egg. BZM, DD, and BKB activated, is still willing to fight, but Sumail back on in, and that damage! What was that?
Respect the King. You do not run in and try to kill the King just like that alone. Who do you think you are, BZM? You fool.
The royal guard coming in to assist the King there after the assassin made his way into his bed chambers. Unbelievable.
He died in like 2 seconds.
I mean, that's that 50 talent being put to good use there by Sumail. And then as soon as BKB and DD ends, let's see here. Caught by the Aether Remnant, no refraction charges, and that's it. Goodbye, son. Deleted. What in the world was that?
And that's your carry, by the way. The richest hero on your team dying in 2 seconds.
That's hilarious. I mean, they even have like the Gaben item here. They have Enchanted Quiver as well for the Templar Assassin. That shouldn't be happening. She should be able to burst through these
It doesn't
heroes.
matter. You can have 1,000 damage, but it doesn't matter if you die in 2 seconds.
That's right. Especially when you're just stunned throughout the whole thing. Sumail, no. Part of me with even more stats has the Lincolns online.
Radiant's middle tower is under
I mean, this
attack.
is just... This is ridiculous.
Alright, this hero is gonna be my go-to pick in my pubs when I'm forced to play mid.
Yeah, actually, I like that line of thinking. Oh, Yuragi getting a bit aggressive here. Oh, but it's Taiga who might be in for a rough time. DM at least able to find the lasso. Taiga's still alive as they have good damage here onto Monet. Does not have a purge available for him quite yet. That's going to be the disruption saving Taiga for now, but Monet slices in to secure the kill. It's at least a 1-for-1 and an advantage trade now for OG as they have taken down the Magnus. Yuragi, though, forced to pop the borrowed time here, so Aster still fighting with a little bit of an advantage here should they look to continue pushing. Seems like they'll be happy with that. Go ahead
that's
and reset.
the gong of retreat when Abaddon pops his ulti. Dong! Alright guys, my ulti is popped. Let's chill.
Oh, Monet. Yeah, he's got a Gem of True Sight, and there's
he
absolutely
just
no
solo
hiding
killed
from
him?
Rusev.
What
Yep.
the hell?
I mean, look, he's got 300 plus 20 damage. There's absolutely no way he doesn't kill him.
He did
alongside
that.
Echo
He
Saber.
did that without empower.
Oh, goodness. Sumail, he's running in. Little Shredder uses your attack damage without even any crits. Goodbye to DM. His OG just being picked apart there after kind of coming out even after that fight.
Is there any winning universal lineup in late game?
I don't know, actually. Maybe this is the new 3 carry strategy. 5 universal hero. Like, they push so fast as well.
Dire's top tower has fallen.
Oh, it's ridiculous. It really is. Makes me laugh, Winter. These kinds of strats and
I mean,
Dota.
look at that. You compare the Shadow Demon. Shadow Demon and Veno, they're both the supports, right? They're both level 16. The Veno has 140 damage.
Yeah.
The Shadow Demon has 110. Like, just based on stats alone, he gets 30 extra damage.
Yeah, I mean, they are the same level, so it's kind of a fair comparison. That's borrowed time activated inside of the disruption. It still allows Yuragi to blink away. You don't take damage during disruption, so you can just always blink away. The thing to remember about the new blink change, though, that is going to mess with maybe some ABBA core players, all 3 of them out there, is that whenever you take damage now, your blink dagger is muted, so you might not be able to blink away, but borrowed time should still cover you. But yeah, nice retreat there from OG, but like when Winter, if at all, will OG be able to take a fight? Is it high ground? Is high ground going to be there?
I mean, if you're not taking the fight at high ground, then might as well call GG.
That's a good point. Maybe Roshan, though, could be the next opportunity for OG.
I just have the feeling that the longer the game goes, you're not winning against the universal heroes, you know? I mean, don't get me wrong, you know, they're pretty strong late game. Bad Riders, very strong. Insane late game, you know? You have Abaddon and Phoenix, they're also really insane. But this 4-man universal lineup is gonna...
What do you mean?
Oh,
is it
okay,
not 5?
5. Yeah, 5.
It is
Dude,
5. Come on.
I'm tripping, man.
Winter After Dark, ladies and gentlemen, and OG, unfortunately, lights out for them here, at least for this Roche fight, as Aster are be able to take that down with ease.
Daedalus gonna come soon on Snapfire. Can't wait.
And then just wait for that 25 talent as well. Monet does, you know, use an Astral Step charge there to take down some illusions. Okay, Yuragi jumping in with more illusions. Taunted up, though. Did not find the silence he was looking for. Sumail sitting back now, ready to counter-initiate as borrowed time already forced out here. Skewer does not catch anyone as there's going to be now at least Demonic Purge slowing down the Magnus to a crawl. OG looking to retreat behind once again, as you called it, Winter, the Gong of Retreat.
Yeah, you do not fight when the gong is sounded. You back.
You back.
Unless you're hearing the gong of Gondor, the Hound of Gondor. It means you run in. That's the drums of Slom, I presume.
That's right, the drums of Slom. Very good. Oh, goodness. And I mean, for OG, it's just got to come on this high ground defense. Borrowed time, fortunately, has very little cooldown, especially with...
Yeah, you can just spam Disruption on the Abaddon illusions and just make your own Abaddon army.
That's right. Especially with, of course, all the Manta styles that we're seeing.
It's going Skadi on the Abaddon.
I just Winter. It's
Is
just
it really
a, little,
Is it really a good idea? Because Skadi.
just stats, I guess. The life steal or the heal.
I mean, don't you
reduction
want
as well.
don't you want to go AC? Yeah, you need armor.
I would think so.
Shiva AC, I feel like those are fairly good options.
Yuragi also taking a lot of magic damage, I have to say. His last death, pardon me, took 1k from the techies alone. So maybe that's also a consideration here. We'll see. Aster, this might be a killing blow, a knockout punch. They're going to smoke up now, see what they can find as Monet. So swing and a miss there on the Aether Remnant, and everyone TPing out around him here.
Nobody's going to get knocked out with that. It's a miss.
It's a miss.
Swinging a miss, the uppercut miss.
Taiga, though, may not be as lucky. The Gem of True Sight's on Monet. Whoa,
What the hell?
Come
What?
on, that's not right. I mean, Taiga, good. You deserve
Okay, that
to
is
get out of
right.
that
He
way.
deserved to get TBI.
Yeah, he deserved. That was ridiculous. Can we get a replay of that real quick? That just did not look right there on that harpoon. I mean, poor Phoenix.
How far is that range?
I think it's just, it'll always connect no matter what. Like, as long as you actually cast it, as long as it, because obviously, yeah, look, Icarus Dive does not disjoint. Oh, it's a little bit late. The marking, we didn't quite catch it on that replay. But that's okay. I mean, he just started Icarus Dive in a way, and that was that. But Magnus, you know, once you're on the hook, you're on the hook, man. Life lesson for you right there. Nothing you can do.
Yeah, tell me more about how am I hooked onto my wife right now.
Okay. Well, it's a good thing, Winter. That's a positive thing, right? There it is. See? He's speechless. That's how much. Absolutely speechless.
I'm just trying not to wake her up in the middle of the night.
Then you'll really be on the hook. For now, we'll see if Aster going to give you the opportunity to do just that, because OG not really calling out of this one yet, and for good reason. I think this high ground is set definitely holdable. It's going to get scarier and scarier. I mean, you talk about how Manta style is the balanced item, you know, to really show you all three cores buying Manta. Two of them, the melee ones at least. Whoa, what was that?
Whoa.
That did not look right. I don't think XSS was quite ready for that one either. DM pops the BKB, looking for a lasso. Dissemblate at least is at least going to save Monet for now. Okay, disengage. Yuragi did pop that borrowed time though. Monet looking for a way back on it. It's BZM pops the BKB. That's an RP and a skewer into the techies mine. Yuragi deleted, has buyback. Might have to use it on this high ground defense because that's 2 dead already with Seb taken down. Sumail with both kills here. After the fight, starting off awkwardly, still goes the way towards Aster.
I mean, they have to use the buybacks if they want to defend the Rex. Are they going to give up the Rex just like that?
Maybe it's the rest. I mean, they still have another 4 to 5. I'm back in 50. Problem is, like, I don't see really what stops Aster. They could look for more, especially as Monet can jump in very aggressively with the cover of that Aegis. Techi's mind's
two
going
lanes.
off.
They're just going to give up 2 lanes?
Yeah, failing to get the kill, they will look for 2 lanes. Fortify is out. That's the last one OG are going to get until it comes back with time. Once again, that looked a little bit weird. Harpoon didn't maybe quite connect. I'm not sure. That's Aegis now being reclaimed. Your Abba's back in 20, but it does look like 2 lanes at the moment here, Winter. OG looking for an opportunity to present itself. Aster fighting without a lot of their ultimates, but OG without 2 of their heroes means that they're just not going to be able to muster a defense. That's 2 lanes.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
Just like that. So they are choosing to preserve their buybacks over the Rex, you know. I'm not sure if that's the right call. Like 1 lane of Rex I can understand, but 2 lanes? It's a bit of a stretch for me.
Well, you save the buyback here. I mean, what's that going to get Yuragi? Maybe closer to the Scotty? Is it just because you don't like this Aya Scotty?
I would buy AC. I feel like they need armor. Like, it will help in the team fights. I don't know if Scotty is going to win them the team fight. Like, it allows you to kind of stick towards the, I guess, the Magnus or the Snapfire. But you already have your slow because of the awareness. So I'm not sure if you need more slow.
I think you're going to need some way to stop Sumail from triple firing you to death here quite shortly. Look at that. Even DM half HP. They can't even kill Boboka in one pull. Okay, Kiss is now coming down. Demonic Purge. That auto attack's not enough either. And now the RP. They have managed to catch at least BZM XXS with a nice skewer on back. Seb's still going to fall at the hands of Sumail. Beyond godlike here as OG retreating, beaten, and bloodied. They at least get through Baboka, but that's going to be a second support now taken down as XXS skewering himself in. He might actually pay for that one. Has a cheese.
The damage.
Will be able to eat it, but now, oh my goodness, Yuragi, no more borrow time here. Okay, procced it now. Kill at least onto XSS as it's going to BZM trying to find Cleave off of these kills, but he's jumped now by Monet and killed off a minute and a half without the buyback, Winter.
Oh, Snapfire's level 25. GG.
Yep.
Double Daedalus level 25. Oh my god.
Yep. He's going to have fun with this one. Sumail with the tip on the Monet. It's a two-team effort here. It's a whole team effort, really, from Aster. And really, I mean, holy.
Don't end the game. Just let everybody on OG respawn and take a 5v5 with the level 25.
Sumail is trying to figure out a way to communicate, let me get them all with Lil Shredder. He's saying, don't end. He's saying, no, back.
I think you just, if you get a crit, you probably almost one-shot the SD.
You know what's crazy as well is you can kill Abba now through his borrowed time, which is probably why Yuragi is proccing it early. Sorry, what I mean to say is you can kill Abba without him being able to proc borrowed time automatically, because this ability only works if Abba falls below 400 HP. But if he is killed in a crit, say from 1,000 damage from 500 to 0, borrowed time is not going to save you. So that's like very problematic.
That's like Axe, cutting blade.
Yeah, exactly. Except Axe can call through borrowed time, so not the perfect example, but I get what you mean.
Okay, shit.
It's more just like...
I mean, it's late. I'm so sorry.
Come on, Winter, pull it together. We got 2 more days of this. We got 2 more days of excellent Dream League Season 19 Dota, and maybe one more fight in this one for OG.
3 more days. You can't count.
Right. 3 more days of group stage, Winter.
Come on,
That's
give it,
okay, Winter.
give it to us. Yeah, give it to us.
Either. You can't
yeah,
count
we all
either.
can't count. Just give it to us. I want to see Sumail blinking in the middle of the fight.
It's ready. It's time. OG, we'll see what they can pull here, but we might get to see some heroes just absolutely deleted. Man is throwing out
the Venom's the
8
bait.
auto attacks. Look at this. He's sitting so far back just because he's desperate to get this off. Oh, Aster. The lengths
No, they need to empower him. Empower him.
They do need to empower him.
Go, empower him.
Look at his positioning here.
Come on, dude. Empower the Emperor.
He looks like a support right now. Okay, there they go. They're going to try and find the silence onto what? Oh, the damage. Okay.
All right.
Yuragi,
that was not impressive.
Did not proc the borrow time. Didn't find the triple there either, but the disarm now onto Yuragi with the kisses coming down. There's borrow time now procced as Yuragi beating into the Venomancer. A kill here, and that's an advantage now for OG. There's no buyback there. Oh my goodness, Sumail just deleted Taiga. He didn't stand a chance. Quick bash there on XSS. That sets up DM. Could this maybe be the fight that OG need? The fight that they're looking for, the break. Yuragi without borrow time, saved at least by the disruption as the rest of OG sitting behind the Roche Pit. Monet collecting onto all of them as that's another little shredder there. Sumail with another kill onto Yuragi, being beeped down though by BZM, and there's no buyback there on the Emperor, but no heroes on the side of OG with buyback either. DM able to sneak away. But the team fight punishing here as actually, okay, Sumail did just get buyback. He's back in. Looking to end the game here on this Aegis. What in the world? What a fight.
You killed the Emperor, but at what cost, OG? At what cost? And now the Emperor has Aegis. Can you kill him twice?
Because of his buyback. I mean, you kill him once, that might just be enough. The problem is you're operating here rather slim, Winter, on the buybacks. Everyone bought out for that one.
Empower him, please. I'm getting tilted. I'm getting triggered by the...
It's because Sumail doesn't know the word for empower. That's why.
Just ping empower. You don't need to know the word. Buffer. That's what they say. Buffer.
You gotta teach Sumail that. Maybe if we get the interview with him, you'll be able to teach him a couple of phrases here that are key.
Yeah, give him some Mandarin lessons, you know.
Yeah, give him a lesson.
And then he'll tell me it didn't work. Then, oh, it's probably because of the SCA Mandarin is different. What in the world?
What was that? No, Seb needs a... Seb needs to refund. Something is broken with this harpoon. They need to get that one checked out, honestly. The admins need to investigate that harpoon. That is not right. That is not standard issue harpoon equipment. Yuragi falling low here, desperate to not use the borrow time, but he's going to be forced into it. That's at least a somewhat successful supernova until, of course, the Emperor lays into it with the little shredder. All right, OG, what do you got left against to stand here? Aster pushing for the win now. Yuragi without a borrowed time, and the damage is just immense. Sumail with a double kill. BZM able to get back into the fountain before he's RP'd and pulled back out. Monet dishing in the damage, and just the right clicks from Sumail might put him in. Into the fountain goes, oh, XSS, but he's A-okay. Another little shredder there. The cookie not finding a stun onto DM. As into the fountain goes Sumail. GG is going to be called. Can he get one more kill? The little shredder is good enough for the ultra kill, but no rampage for the Emperor as the game finishes off. A 2-0 for Aster as they shut down OG in this series.
Yeah, what an impressive performance here by Aster. First game, they got dealt a bad hand. They lost like 4 or 5 heroes before the game started from the runes. Came back, played a really patient game, won the first game, and this game, I felt like they were in control like throughout the whole game. There were a couple of points where maybe OG felt like they could have maybe taken more advantage when they were really strong with the egg and the Abaddon, with the Bat Rider getting pretty huge from the early game as well. But Aster once again, they persevered. They held the high ground, they kept farming, and eventually all the universal heroes carried the game.
Yeah, I mean, it was kind of just as you say, the 5 universal heroes, you let them get all their stat items online, and I mean, the damage is just far too overwhelming there. The Taiga Phoenix thoroughly countered by that last pick Snapfire. We were looking for that last universal hero to be able to scramble an egg. It slipped my mind. And there it is for OG. 2-0 defeat here. 4 Blink Daggers couldn't get them out of this game fast enough, honestly. Team Aster chased them back into the fountain and claimed victory here. Really impressive stuff from them, honestly.
Yeah, they didn't even pick the Snapfire to win the lane, It's more about the hero is really useful later, like early game, the Mortimer's Kiss with the RP, and we saw how when the Magnus got the Blink, they were able to do some really good combos to pick some heroes off and kept the game going. They kept farming with their cores, with the Empower.
You were talking earlier about how you were hoping DM went for the more aura.
Yeah, that's what I felt would have been better in the game, because they have a lineup where it peaks when you have Radiance on Abaddon. I mean, I wouldn't say peak, but it gets to a point where the whole lineup is strong together. You're standing together, you have Radiance, you have the egg, you just go with the TA with Deso, you're taking the whole map, you're taking Roshan, you're taking the whole map. And I don't feel like with Aster's lineup, there's nothing much they can do during that point of the game before you get your BKBs up.
Right.
And imagine if your bat has Crimson Guard, maybe Grease. I think Pipe's fine too, because you're playing against Mortimer's Kiss, the Stackies, that's Banner. So I think Pipe would have been amazing too. You ball together, where is the damage that Aster's gonna do to you? I don't feel like there's gonna be any damage.
No, I tend to agree.
If you go Octarine, it means you're trying to play for a very long game. And in late game, I don't know if you're actually gonna outscale the 5 universal heroes.
Yeah, I think that's a tall order as well, especially considering it's not like you're just looking at a Snapfire or a Void Spirit who may struggle to farm as quickly as a TA or even a Bat Rider with Octarine. You have Empower, right? What is it, the Bafu? What'd you call it?
Bafu.
The Bafu. They've got the Bafu. What are you going to do against that? I mean, you go late against them. Sure, it's no Alchemist, it's no TA farming speed, but eventually, they get their items. It's more damage with 3 right clickers here by the end of it, and there's just no way back in it by the end for OG. It just felt impossible.
Their lineup had an expiration date, and the universal lineup had no expiration date.
It didn't really look like it, at least not here. Seems like that beaten could have gone on for quite a bit longer here, especially as Sumail eager to dive fountain here, as we can see it on the last little clip before GG is called. Monet with a smile on his face. DM not as much. This is not too big of a surprise. A tough series for OG to end their game 1 on. They'll go 1-3, but for Aster, a highlight for them, as they are going to go even now at 2-2 after losing their opening series 0-2 to BetBoom. Not bad out from them. Not bad at all, Winter. One thing that impressed you about Aster this series?
Their patience. I like their patience. They're very calm. Even in a very bad situation, they're able to think very clearly, do all the right moves, play patiently. And that's what we didn't see in our earlier series with, who was it? TSM against Secret, where I felt like TSM had a couple of occasions where they needed to play like how Aster played. You know, they were behind, they needed to be patient, and they didn't do it, and they couldn't turn the game around, you know. And Aster had the patience to do it, and they were able to get the opportunity to turn the game around.
Yeah, and they do just that. I mean, especially game one, right? Able to find that kind of momentum shift, and maybe at least for day one, certainly a turning point for this team. We'll see how Aster continue tomorrow in Dream League Season 20, when of course group stage play resumes for a couple more days here, 2 more full days, so 2 more days of 2 best of 2s, which is going to be really exciting before everyone plays their last match later on this week. But yeah, I mean, just a clean game out from them, and I think a turning point. I think for OG, Winter, one thing to take away from this, maybe just kind of playing on their timings a little bit more. What do you think? Finding an anchor on the map, perhaps? Just didn't ever felt like it came together for OG in this series. Despite, I mean, lanes, I think they got on lock, right? No questions there. Game one could have been a 15-minute game, pretty much, right? If they had just connected.
Yeah, they need to iron out the small little details after the laning phase. Who are they supposed to play with? How are they going to try to get the items to connect with their timing? Like we saw the Monkey King with his Deso, he was really confused. So I feel like it's a good Deso game against the Anti-Mage. And then he dies one time, like, probably I'm not going to get Deso. And then he still gets the Deso after the BKB. And then it's at 28 minutes. Like, why do you still get Deso at 28 minutes, you know? Like, that's literally no point.
Yeah. No, I mean, I see what you mean. And then even in that game, like, yeah, I mean, just kind of things falling out of control for them. It's like the OG, when they're kind of unstoppable mode, they do really look unstoppable. And as soon as they kind of fall out of line, it doesn't really feel like they can get on track, at least from the OG we saw in these 2 games, right? They looked damn good against their Beast Coast series, I have to say. They were fighting impeccably, even taking that game off of Beast Coast, which they really fought tooth and nail in. But I don't know, here against Aster, they just looked a little bit not so put together, honestly. Aster, on the other hand, I mean, game one, right, between Baboka and Siamese Cat really coming together and saving that game, like a full team effort, pardon me, was just a really lovely series to end our day on.
Good Dota, man. I love good Dota. And Aster showed me good Dota, so I have my good Dota, so it's time for me to dream about the good Dota that I'm going to see tomorrow.
Yes, of course, the good Dota that you're going to see tomorrow in the Dream League, of course, Winter, is why you're thinking like that. What a smart lad. But we'll see. I mean, I'm personally excited. I mean, I don't know. That and then the TSM Secret Series, I think, also had a bit of a surprising game in it as well. So both... Yeah, I mean, but this 5 Universal Hero game, I just don't know if we're going to get to see that again, quite honestly.
You're talking to the right person here. I'm the only Universal Hero.
Why is that? Winter?
According to the
hero?
Dream League patch log, man, I'm the only Universal Hero.
Were you really? I didn't see that.
Yeah. Damn it. And
I thought how can you be universal
and
if
you
you're
tell
fish?
me you're my friend.
If you're fish man, though, how can you be universal?
You don't even know my lore, you know? You didn't read the patch.
I don't even know the lore.
I sent it to you on WhatsApp.
I know. I saw it back then. But lots has happened. I mean, Winter 2, phenomenal series. And many more to come tomorrow. I think, yeah, for us, though, you know, I don't know how much more we have to say about that last game, especially for how quickly it kind of got out of control. I mean, a series as a whole, though, how do you rate a team like Aster against OG? Like, who do you expect to go further? Because OG, they always pull out these miracle runs when they really need them, but I didn't really think it didn't really look like they were able to dig deep in that series to find a win.
I think I felt better for Aster just based on that series. But looking at they're in the middle of the pack right now with 1 win, 1 loss. They have to play tomorrow. They have to play Who do they have to play tomorrow?
Oh, you're looking at tomorrow's schedule for Dream League?
They're playing Gladiators.
Let's see. Tomorrow they're playing Gaming Gladiators and Nine Pandas.
Tough games.
They move on. They play BetBoom and Entity. BetBoom found 2-2-0s. They're the only undefeated team in the entire tournament so far. So quite the team to take on. BetBoom have taken down Aster and now Shopify over on a different stream. So BetBoom making an early name for themselves here on day number 1. Fortunately, Winter, I'm sure we'll look at this earlier. I hope we're not jumping the gun too much, but no team has lost every single game, which is quite exciting. Liquid and Shopify, along OG and Entity, all have 1-3. So that at least makes the rest of the days quite interesting to look without having a super one-sided of a table. That's cool stuff.
Every team is keeping stuff interesting in the new patch. I can't wait for everybody to copy this 5 universal hero strat, or at least have 3. I think the bare minimum. We have a bare minimum now. We have a benchmark. The team that did not draft at least 3 universal heroes, we just immediately count their draft out. Okay, this draft. This draft
I would
is
even go further. I would be more
no
specific
bueno.
there.
This draft, no bueno.
No bueno. No bueno. No good. No good. Confirm bad draft, as they would say. I think, Winter, you get 2 cores on Universal Heroes and almost any core on a Universal Hero, and you're setting yourself up for late game already, like worst case. You know what I mean? I think it is strong. I think it's right.
Is anything so better than Magnus? Plus, I think Magnus is probably the best for that. Plus Magnus plus 1.
He does seem damn good. Maybe Lone Druid's the exception there. I just don't think he can really take it that late, even if his damage does get really crazy. Maybe a core Dazzle. I mean, I think there's like exceptions to the rule, obviously, but I think Marcy probably's got more room to grow now as well, honestly. She hits way harder in the mid game. I just don't see that being super difficult either. Sand King might be the one that's very lackluster on that list of Universal Heroes, but I don't know. I think you get yourself at least 1 right-click and core that's a Universal Hero. Let me refine it a little bit more for you, Winter. You can go late game, no problem. Easy.
I just don't understand why Io is there. Why is he universal?
For lore reasons. Why is Bane universal?
I mean, that's for obvious reasons.
What? How is Io not universal, obviously, but the Bane is?
Bane has equal stats, so you have universal stats, so you then deserve to be universal.
That's a good point. That's a good point. What about Beastmaster? Why is he universal? Why isn't he strength? He throws axes. He yells so loud, it stuns you through BKB for 3.75 seconds.
I don't know, man. You have to check back with whoever designed the hero and ask him the question,
Well, we can bicker, Winter, about what deserves to be universal or not. What we cannot argue about is the facts at the end of the day, Winter. The facts, and why don't we check on them now with by taking a look over at the Group A standings as we do begin to wrap up our day here for stream at number 1. Like we hearkened to earlier, Group A, pretty close. It's only 2 teams as the outliers, with Tundra taking a 3-1 lead and Liquid falling to 1-3 here after 1 day of play. And they played each other, right? So that's Liquid just getting 2-0'd by Tundra. Otherwise, Group A would have been a lovely little tie group. I don't think any too big surprises here. That group looks damn competitive, doesn't it?
Talon is 2-2.
Yeah, they drew both versus Tundra as well as Secret.
All right, good start, I guess. Reasonable start.
A reasonable start. And for Group B, I'd say they're also in for a reasonable start as well. Little bit more deviation. If we do take a look at Group B, here we are. You can see that BetBoom, like I said earlier, have found 2-2-0s and versus pretty good teams, if I had to say, Winter. Taking a 2-out versus Aster, who we just saw. Certainly no slouches, even in difficult one-sided games. And taking the 2-out versus Shopify Rebellion, which, of course, we didn't get to watch because we were casting this game. Shopify, OG, and Entity trailing the pack at 3-1, and Gaming Gladiators with a 3-1. Maybe looking for a repeat run here. These guys, anytime they're at an international tournament, man, whew, they just heat up. They heat up. Your favorites, Winter, out of Group B? Any surprises? Any reaction?
I'm just counting every game whoever wins, do they have more universal heroes than the other team?
You know what? That's a stat. That's a stat I'll have for you tomorrow. How about that, Chief? We'll be able to see
Thank you.
what we have for tomorrow. And speaking of tomorrow, well, we might be able to take a look at our schedules for then. As we can see, this is the schedule for the main stream. So that's the main channel you guys are all used to. Twitch.tv/ESL_Dota2, the one with the panel, the band, and the folks all over in Stockholm. Make sure you guys check them out, give them some love, and take a look at that lovely little studio. Liquid Talent, BetBoom OG, EG, Team Secret, and I Need the Day with GG versus Team Aster. Want to be an exciting series. Over on the B stream, aka the Ember stream, I believe we can take a look at those matches as well. Off the top of my head, I don't quite have them memorized. I've only memorized Winter, the Storm stream schedule. Here we are. For the Ember stream, Tundra TSM, GG Beast Coast, Liquid Spirit, and Shopify Beast Coast. Shopify Beast Coast, that one's going to be fun. Especially Beast Coast tuning in, or joining rather, with the new stand-in Parker. We'll see if he's going to make that official at the end of this and fly over to Bali with the team. That has, of course, dire implications for Beast Coast's chance at TI. So I think the best way you can figure out what's going to happen there is, of course, to tune into Beast Coast games and see how Parker performs. Liquid as well with a lackluster day, considering that they've always played quite well. We'll see how they do tomorrow. Can't catch them, though, on the C stream or the Storm Spirit stream. Instead, you'll see a secret LGD Aster take on the Pandas. LGD again, they're your home for Chinese Dota here versus Tundra Esports. And Winter will close out our day tomorrow with BetBoom versus 9 Pandas. So an Eastern European matchup there. LGD and Tundra ought to be a spicy one as well, as we'll go ahead and wrap up looking at, I believe this should not say ESL_Dota2 Storm. I believe that should say Earth over on the D stream, where you can find tomorrow kicking off same time. Spirit versus EG, Shopify, Entity, TSM, Talon, and closing out with OG versus Entity. So lots of bangers here in Dream League Season 20. Not a whole lot of matches I'd want to be missing in Winter.
Can't wait, man. Can't wait to keep track of how many Universal Heroes are being picked tomorrow. Are we gonna get a game finally? 10 heroes picked, 10 Universal Heroes. Can't wait for that game.
That if we do get that one, Winter, that might be the one to force out a 733E patch. They might have to do it. Ice Rock might have to reduce that damage per level. We'll see, actually, if there ends up being a patch either mid or post-event here in the run-up to the major, and what lays beyond. That ought to be really exciting here to see how things change. Is that your most annoying thing? I mean, you seem to be in accord with a lot of pros right now that think Universal Heroes could use a little bit of a tweak. You agree with that, Winter?
I don't even know why they got a buff last patch. They were really strong already.
They were really strong, yeah. Well, Winter, your last thoughts here on Universal Heroes as we prepare to close out our day now?
They're just universally good. What's there else to say about Universal Heroes?
What else is there to say?
Do you watch the movie Universal Soldiers? You know how strong they were? They just kill you, they just destroy you, and you can't kill them. And it's like an endless supply of soldiers running at you, winning the war for you. I mean, right now, that's it's not exactly endless supply. So there is 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 22, 32 Universal Heroes.
Winter, though, I will say that is more than you can actually effectively ban out. So we have a chance to get our full Universal draft. We got pretty close today, ladies and gentlemen. We got 8 Universal Heroes in for today. You guys saw Winter and I on the C stream for today. Thanks for tuning in. No 10 Universal game today here, guys, over on the Storm stream. But not to worry, we have a full day of Dota, even 2 more full days of Dota here on the 4 channel. So make sure you guys drop us a follow to make sure you're not missing a single beat. Winter, that is it for us tonight. While he dreams of Universal Heroes, guys, make sure you guys get rested up and get ready to tune back in for us tomorrow once we go live at 12 CEST. Until then, stay safe, play a couple of games of Universal Hero Dota, and we'll catch you tomorrow when Dream League Season 20 returns. Until then.
Wear your passion. Share your passion. Wherever, whenever. Gaming is a lifestyle. Get your merch at shop.eslgaming.com.
Thank you.